Welcome to a world where spiritual pets dictate absolutely everything. Here, true power and absolute authority are decided by a single, brutal rule. The battle strength of your beast determines your place in the universe. And our main character? He just woke up in this ruthless beast-taming dimension out of nowhere. The body Tabin took over belonged to a complete loser whose only hobby was tormenting his younger sister. But surprisingly, fate threw him a bone. He actually owns a spiritual pet shop. Eager to see his new empire, Tabin's very first mission is tracking down his business. He expects a grand, majestic establishment. However, the moment he finally arrives, calling this absolute dump a shop feels like a crime. It looks exactly like a deserted garbage pile. The exterior is a crumbling ruin, while inside, feral pets have left disgusting presents everywhere. The stench is eye-watering. Tabin stares at the disaster, his dreams of inheriting ultimate wealth instantly shattered. The bitter truth hits him hard. He just inherited a mountain of debt and a colossal mess left by the previous owner. Just as Tabin rolls up his sleeves to tackle the nightmare, a brutal kick slams into his spine from out of nowhere. The sheer force sends him crashing forward, tumbling violently across the dirty floor. Who the hell is that? Tabin roars in fury. Standing above him is a massive thug radiating pure malice. Well, well, well. The thug sneers with a dark rhythm to his voice. Did you forget your loyal customer already? I have been waiting in this dump for an entire week. Tabin scrambles his brain but draws a blank. Survival instincts kick in, instantly marking this guy as a deadly enemy. Before our main character can utter a single word in defense, the man hisses with venomous rage. 3 days. A full 3 days. I left my precious Gale beast in your care, and you locked it inside a cage with 10 savage lions. Do you have any idea how bloodthirsty those monsters are? Can you even comprehend the pure hell my beast endured for 3 straight days? Hearing this, the pieces of the puzzle finally click in to Bin's mind. He casts a pitiful glance at the traumatized, sickly Gale beast, trembling nearby. He cannot help but curse the original owner of his body. That guy was absolute scum, panic setting in. Bin frantically tries to de-escalate the explosive situation. I am incredibly sorry. I swear I will nurse your pet back to perfect health, with absolute care, and I will not charge you a single penny. The thug spits on the ground. Like I need your pathetic, dirty money. The furious customer grinds his teeth with murderous intent. Without a second thought, he commands his beast to execute the killing strike. The Gale beast, which looked like it was on death's door a second ago, instantly morphs into a creature of pure slaughter upon hearing its master's voice. Before Tabin's brain can even process the danger, the beast vanishes, reappearing directly behind his back. Its deadly scythe-like tail wraps around Tabin's throat like a frozen noose. The horrifying chill of razor-sharp scales against his skin sends an avalanche of cold sweat down Tabin's face. He screams internally, cursing the previous owner for provoking these absolute psychos. Hey, let us just talk about this. Can we please just sit down and negotiate like civilized people? Listen to me. I will pay you 3 times the compensation. Tabin desperately tries to buy his life back. Compensate? You turned my elite battle beast into a traumatized, soaking wet bear. How the hell can you compensate for that? The thug barks back with boiling rage. But suddenly, a twisted, sinister grin spreads across his face. Actually, I just thought of a brilliant idea. With a manic gleam in his eyes, he orders his dark Gale beast to unleash its ultimate skill. His goal? To blast this miserable pet shop off the map and re-establish the terrifying dominance of his white dragon bloodline beast. Utterly helpless and drowning in panic, Bin watches the demonic Black Panther gather dark energy for the final blow. His mind races, but he has 0 options. Is this really it? Did he transmigrate across the universe just to die a pathetic death on day 1? He is a glorious transmigrator. It is mathematically impossible for him to be this useless, lacking even a basic battle pet. But just as the jaws of death close in, boom! A blinding, heaven-shattering pillar of lightning erupts from the sky, striking Bin directly. Time itself seems to freeze. The raging thug and his terrifying beast are instantly paralyzed like stone statues. Meanwhile, a glowing, futuristic hologram materializes right in front of Bin's eyes. Suitable host verified, commencing absolute soul-binding contract. Reading those words, the massive weight crushing Bin's chest completely evaporates. Now we are talking. He is the main character of an isekai world. There was no way the universe would forget to give him a legendary cheat system, but his excitement stalls as glowing text flickers across the holographic window, initiating absolute bind with the Roju pet shop. Reading this, Bin is the one who turns into a frozen statue. Wait, what? Why the hell are you binding with the rotting building instead of me? At first, Bin's heart drops to his stomach, utterly convinced he just got saddled with the most garbage, useless system in history. But the moment the binding sequence hits 100%, the golden notification chimes. System alert. While inside the shop territory, the host is granted absolute damage immunity. Wait, does that mean what he thinks it means? Right here, right now, every single attack in the universe is utterly useless against him. Is he practically an invincible god inside this dump? Tabin stares at his own hands in absolute disbelief, whispering to the air. But wait, did you not say the binding target was the shop itself? The cosmic system casually reads his racing thoughts and chimes back. Oh, I forgot to mention. When the supreme shop is bound, its master is automatically bound as well. Tabin is entirely speechless. This legendary system seems incredibly unprofessional. But as the master recognition sequence locks in, the frozen space and time shatter, returning to normal. The violent thug and his dark gale break out of their stasis, completely unaware of the pause. The beast's devastating attack instantly resumes its trajectory toward Tabin. But this time, everything has changed. Tabin's eyes turn ice cold. He has absolutely no intention of standing there like a victim anymore. Facing the terrifying monster opening its massive jaws to tear him apart, he calculates the easiest solution. He is just going to casually jam its throat shut. Acting on instinct, he dashes forward like a phantom, his hand clamping shut around the beast's jaws. What exactly were you planning to do to my shop? Tabin glares, his voice dripping with absolute ice. The mighty dark gale hound breaks into a cold sweat, reducing its terrifying growls to pitiful, whimpering sounds trapped in its throat. Swallow it back down. Tabin commands, his aura suffocatingly heavy. And that is a direct order. Utterly humiliated, the ferocious beast forcefully swallows its own attack, collapsing to the floor in a trembling heap, stripping away every last shred of its majestic pride. With the unruly pet fully subdued, Tabin shifts his piercing gaze to its owner. Tell me, dear customer, do you have any complaints about our shop's service quality? The thug, who had been overflowing with arrogance just moments ago, turns pale as a ghost after witnessing Tabin suppress a magical beast with his bare hands. No, none at all, the man stammers. Sensing the thug's absolute terror, Tabin ruthlessly presses his advantage. He takes slow, deliberate steps toward the trembling man. Well, if you have no objections, then why not leave your dark gale hound with us for a few more days? I promise to take exceptionally good care of it. It sounds like a friendly offer, but monstrous killing intent rolls off Tabin in waves. The thug feels like he is seconds away from being completely erased from existence. In the very next second, without exchanging a single word, both master and beast scramble for their lives, bolting out of the shop like absolute cowards. As the dust settles, a familiar holographic screen flickers to life in Tabin's vision. The system has a new message. It announces that the shop's immediate threat is eliminated, granting him full access to the shop's purification feature. Tabin smirks in satisfaction. This system is surprisingly thoughtful after all. He instantly activates the privilege. In a blinding flash of light, the completely trashed shop is restored to absolute perfection, the floors shining so brightly they mirror his reflection. Curiosity piqued, Tabin takes a stroll to inspect his newly upgraded domain. Stepping into the back room, he is absolutely stunned. The rusted pet cages have evolved into highly advanced, futuristic containment pods. 2 slumbering beasts rest inside. However, Tabin furrows his brows, realizing these battle pets look suspiciously smaller than he remembers. Reading his mind, the system chimes in with mechanical precision. These are the supreme nursing pods. Any battle pet placed within them will have its physical form temporarily compressed to an optimal, standard size. Occupancy is currently at 2 out of 9. These pods provide enhanced cultivation rates and passive healing. Tabin whistles in awe. This upgrade is practically a cheat code, but one nagging worry remains. What if that stupid mutt decides to relieve itself in here? Who is cleaning that up? The host need not worry, the system replies smoothly. Pets within the pods enter a deep meditative state. They will experience no hunger, no thirst, and 0 biological needs. Tabin nods slowly, thoroughly impressed by the sheer convenience of this magical renovation. Then, another crucial thought strikes him. These 2 beasts were left here by former customers, right? System, if another arrogant punk comes looking for trouble, how exactly am I supposed to defend this place? The system remains silent. Instead, a sharp chime rings out. A new main quest materializes on the glowing screen. Select a battle pet and nurture it to level 3. Tabin eyes his 2 options and decisively chooses the small beast known as the lightning rat. After all, he really is not a dog person. The lightning rat is a pure thunder element battle pet. Current combat strength is level 1. Its current innate skill is flirting. Tabin feels like he has just been slapped across the face. Flirting? What kind of garbage skill is that? Where is the destructive lightning magic? A pet's skill development is entirely dependent on the daily training methods of its previous master, the system explains. Before Tabin can process that ridiculous revelation, another massive alert flashes red. Battle pet selected. Initiating dimensional transfer to the Thundercloud Sea Realm. The moment he reads those words, the solid floor beneath his feet violently vanishes into a swirling void. Both Tabin and the lightning rat are swallowed by the abyss. After an eternity of terrifying freefall, they crash hard onto solid ground. As the dust clears, the mythical cultivation dimension known as the Thundercloud Sea Realm finally reveals its true face. The first thing that strikes his vision is a colossal, heaven-piercing ancient tree, its branches completely barren of any leaves. The sheer, suffocating aura radiating from this towering monument makes both human and beast tremble uncontrollably. If even a dead tree is this monstrous, what kind of titans live here? The system chimes once more, revealing that this realm is the ancient sanctuary of prehistoric behemoths. The air itself crackles with terrifyingly dense thunder energy, making it the absolute pinnacle of training grounds for lightning element beasts. Encounter rate for beasts under 100 meters is extremely high. 1,000 meters is low. 10,000 meters and above is critically low. Reading those terrifying statistics, a maniacal grin spreads across Tabin's face. Now this is one hell of a hardcore tutorial village. Getting attacked by a 100-meter titan on day 1? Insane. Meanwhile, the tiny lightning rat has already puffed up like a static fuzzball, absolutely paralyzed by dread. But, lurking in the shadows, it seems the heavens have decided to test their luck on ultra-nightmare difficulty. The sky suddenly plunges into absolute darkness as a cosmic-level monstrosity descends from the clouds. Compared to its mountain-like shadow, Tabin is nothing but an ant, let alone the trembling rat in his hands. Without a second of hesitation, the primordial beast unhinges its massive jaws, unleashing an apocalyptic pillar of divine lightning straight toward Tabin's fragile body. Then, the music cuts out. Absolute darkness consumes everything, and a chilling notification echoes in his mind. Host has died. Su-Ping snaps back to consciousness, gasping for air as sheer terror grips his heart. What in the world was that monstrous thing? Did he seriously just get one shot? Ding! The mechanical voice of the system chimes again. It brutally informs Su-Ping that he was annihilated by a Beast King exactly 0.73 seconds ago, and he is currently waiting in the revival space. Along with this bleak news comes a deadly warning. If Su-Ping fails to complete his quest within the time limit, his evaluation score will plummet. If that score drops below 60 points, his real life is forfeit, and leaving the training ground early counts as an automatic failure. Reading this absolute death sentence, Su-Ping's face darkens like a thundercloud. "You trash system," he curses internally. It conveniently forgot to mention this deadly point mechanic when handing out the quest. "How many points do I even have left?" he asks, his voice trembling with a mix of rage and fear. "Host's score is too low. Authority to check points denied," the system replies ruthlessly. "Furthermore, do you see the scroll bar on the notification? Drag it down to view the quest's rewards and penalties." Gritting his teeth, Su-Ping follows the system's condescending instructions. Sure enough, hidden beneath the main text are crucial details he missed. The fine print reveals the true rules. Free revivals during this quest are absolutely unlimited. The grand prize? A basic pet appraisal skill. The catch? A strict 3-day time limit. And if he fails, his evaluation points will take a catastrophic nosedive. "Damn it, you bastard system, you set me up," Su-Ping roars in sheer frustration. How the hell does a legendary Beast King spawn in a beginner zone? Encountering a Beast King is a severely low probability event, the system retorts smoothly. The host simply needs to find appropriate prey to hunt. Additionally, the host's perception abilities are terribly weak. It is highly recommended to form a temporary contract with your pet. Hearing this robotic excuse, Su-Ping realizes the system is basically blaming his rotten luck instead of taking any responsibility. He is absolutely boiling with rage, but arguing with a soulless AI is a waste of breath. Besides, his revival cooldown has finally hit 0. In a flash of light, he is dragged right back into the Thundercloud Sea Realm. Beside him, the little lightning rat is already waiting. Swallowing his anger, Su-Ping follows the system's advice and rapidly initiates a temporary contract with the tiny beast. In mere moments, a profound mental and emotional link connects master and pet. With this bond formed, he prays his luck won't be bad enough to summon another Beast King. Wasting no time, Su-Ping leads the lightning rat straight into a hunt. Fortune finally smiles upon him when they quickly spot a grass-eating equine beast. To a human like Su-Ping, this grazing creature poses almost zero threat. But to the tiny lightning rat, it looks like a towering titan. The sheer size difference makes the little pet tremble. Through their new mental link, Su-Ping feels a sudden, overwhelming wave of absolute terror radiating from the rat. This intense fear makes his own blood run cold. Something deadlier must be nearby. His survival instincts are dead on. In the blink of an eye, an unseen nightmare explodes from the shadows, launching a devastating ambush. With one sickening crunch, the monstrous predator swallows the grazing horse completely whole. Witnessing this brutal execution, the lightning rat's demeanor instantly shifts from terrified to fiercely aggressive. The massive target is less than 100 meters away. This is our chance. Go for the kill. Su Ping commands with blazing intensity. Fueled by the bond, the brave little rat charges headfirst into danger. He orders it to aim a lethal bite right at the enemy's neck. The lightning rat obeys flawlessly, but they completely underestimate the giant centipede monster's incredibly thick, stone-like armor. Pushing its tiny body to the absolute limit, the rat slams right into the hardened shell. The catastrophic impact shatters the rat's skull, killing the poor creature instantly on the spot. However, this suicidal kamikaze attack unlocks a brand new ability for the pet, the charge skill. Su Ping's face darkens once more. The lightning rat's combat power is just laughably tragic, but a sinister grin forms on his face. Thank the heavens, he possesses the power of unlimited revivals. No matter how massive the enemy's health pool is, Su Ping can brutally chip away at its life, one suicide attack at a time. Without hesitation, he resurrects his fallen pet. Back from the dead, the lightning rat changes its entire approach against the towering beast. Instead of a mindless head-on collision, Su Ping commands the rat to use its tiny, agile frame, weaving and dodging flawlessly through a storm of deadly attacks. After an intense game of cat and mouse, Su Ping's sharp eyes finally spot a fatal flaw in the monster's defense. He screams for the lightning rat to unleash its newly learned charge skill, aiming a full power strike right at the fragile gap between the enemy's back and belly armor. Boom! The attack actually draws blood, but victory is short-lived. A split second later, the furious giant centipede snaps its terrifying jaws shut, sending the rat straight back to the grave for a second time. Su Ping's eyes burn with unshakable determination. Refusing to give up, he instantly revives his loyal battle companion yet again. Death after bloody death, the cycle continues. Bathed in an environment practically overflowing with lightning energy, the rat's relentless dying process forces it to absorb massive amounts of elemental power. The breakthrough finally happens. The rat forcefully merges explosive lightning into its attack, evolving the basic skill into the devastating thunder charge. Su Ping's heart races with pure adrenaline. Sure, his pet has been brutally slaughtered over and over, but he never expected a skill evolution this unbelievably fast. With this explosive new power coursing through its veins, tearing through that demonic beast's armor is no longer just a dream, it is an absolute certainty. Su Ping eagerly commands the lightning rat to unleash Lightning Crash. The effect of the skill is absolutely devastating. The colossal centipede finally collapses to the earth. The target is completely wiped out, but the lightning rat is panting heavily. Its stamina is dangerously low. It only has enough energy to use Lightning Crash exactly one more time. Su Ping realizes the harsh truth. He needs to let his companion rest and recover before hunting their next prey. But suddenly, the ground violently trembles. Su Ping loses his footing and crashes backward onto the dirt. At first, he thinks it is just a massive earthquake. But then, a terrifying horde of demonic beasts bursts from the ground. Damn it. It is a whole nest of those centipedes. The newly spawned monsters launch a brutal assault. Su Ping and the lightning rat are viciously whipped by armored tails, sending their vision spinning. Su Ping is hurled high into the air. He slams back down with a bone-shattering thud. The blinding pain makes him feel like 5 or 6 bones just snapped in half. These adult beasts are infinitely more terrifying than the larvae from earlier. Sure, he and his pet have the power of infinite revival, but enduring such a ridiculously one-sided slaughter is pushing his mental limits. The lightning rat is in agonizing shape. Its injuries are severe and bleeding heavily. With no time to recover their stamina, Su Ping feels completely powerless. He makes the bitter choice to just give up resisting. The enemy numbers are simply overwhelming. Even an instant revival would not change this bloodbath. A random respawn to farm somewhere else is clearly the smartest tactical retreat, but fate has other plans. As a massive centipede lunges at Su Ping with its grotesque jaws wide open, the little lightning rat moves, trembling in pure agony. The loyal beast forces itself forward. It ignites one final lightning crash, slicing right through the massive enemy. Su Ping watches in absolute shock. How can it still cast a skill with 0 stamina? It acted on pure, unyielding willpower, without even waiting for a command. Witnessing his pet's blazing fighting spirit changes everything. The fire in Su Ping's eyes reignites. He refuses to give up now. So what if this is a dead end? This is the perfect battlefield to grind their combat experience to the absolute limit. If his tiny lightning rat refuses to surrender, there is no way he will just stand there waiting for death. Gripping a severed centipede leg as a makeshift blade, Su Ping braces himself. In a flash, the murderous swarm descends upon them once more. It is a hopelessly unmatched war, but Su Ping and the lightning rat fight like absolute demons, refusing to fall. Yet, there are no heaven-defying miracles today. The overwhelming horde finally crushes them into oblivion. A blinding light flashes. Su Ping and his pet randomly respawn at a completely different location, finally escaping the nightmare swarm. But something feels entirely wrong. Despite respawning with full health, Su Ping is gasping for air like a dying man. Right on cue, the system sends a glowing notification to explain. Even with a perfect physical revival, dying still takes a massive toll on the host's mental state. Because his spiritual power base is currently too weak, dying repeatedly in such a short time naturally causes severe mental exhaustion. The system coldly advises him to train his mental strength alongside his combat power. The realization hits Su Ping like a truck. So that is the hidden cost. Su Ping mutters to himself, collapsing onto the ground. Even the strongest wheel cannot roll without air. It is crystal clear now. He desperately needs to forge this fragile body into a proper weapon. But before he can even catch his breath, the lightning rat suddenly shoots up. Every muscle in its tiny body is coiled tight with extreme tension. Su Ping instantly springs to his feet, eyes scanning the shadows. For his pet to react like this, a terrifying enemy must be lurking nearby. Then, Su Ping notices the bizarre, unnatural mounds of earth surrounding them. Just as the thought crosses his mind, the very earth splits wide open. Pure survival instinct kicks in. Su Ping and the lightning rat violently roll backwards several times. The new demonic beast bursting from the soil is a terrifying 10-meter monstrosity. The massive beast unhinges its jaw. It violently spews a torrent of highly corrosive acid that can melt flesh to the bone instantly. Su Ping shifts into a perfect combat stance. He commands the lightning rat to unleash every single drop of its power. It is time to show this monster their true evolution. After a grueling, blood-soaked battle, they slaughter an endless wave of beasts. A mountain of corpses forms. And Su Ping finally completes the impossible mission. The master and pet collapse on top of the bloody monster pile. They are gasping for air, drained of everything. But looking at the battle logs, Su Ping is absolutely stunned. The tiny lightning rat actually comprehended a legendary top 10 lightning technique, Thunder Shadow Illusion. In this world, star skills are divided into 6 distinct grades based on raw combat power. The higher the grade, the more devastating the destruction. Yet, among these countless abilities, there are ancient, heaven-defying moves, known as ultimate skills. Legends claim these secret arts were lost to time forever. Only mutant genius star pets possess the talent to grasp them. Who could have guessed that this low-level lightning rat would stumble upon such a god-tier destiny? The Thundercloud Sea realm is saturated with overwhelmingly pure lightning elements. After countless life and death strikes, the rat shattered its limits and awakened the ultimate skill. A new system prompt pops up, clearing away Su Ping's remaining doubts. Oh, so that is how it works. He smiles weakly. All right, pull me out of here. Su Ping whispers with his last breath. His body is completely hollowed out, devoid of a single ounce of strength. The system instantly activates, closing the brutal cultivation interface. The connection to the Thundercloud Sea realm is shattering. As the brutal training dimension fades away, Su Ping's temporary mental link with the lightning mouse is violently severed. He collapses and heavily shuts his eyes. The grueling cultivation has drained every last drop of strength from his physical body. But while he rests, the real world is burning with tournament fever. The ultimate selection phase for the elite Star Pet battle team has officially begun. This is the legendary annual tournament held at Phoenix Mountain Academy, located right in the heart of Longjiang City. Every single student stepping onto that arena carries the same burning ambition. They all dream of becoming master pet tamers and securing a coveted spot on the Vanguard Pioneer team. Naturally, the spotlight belongs to the Academy's undeniable prodigies. Amidst the roaring stadium crowd, a crimson-haired girl let out a heavy, exhausted sigh. Her name was Su Yanying, a third-year battle pet master at the prestigious Phoenix Mountain Academy. Like every warrior in the arena, she hungered for absolute victory. She wanted to stand at the very peak. But fate had played a cruel joke on her. In the previous 2 rounds, she was thrown into the ring with absolute monsters, true championship contenders. First came the icy Jiang Shuihan, then the devastating Ye Hao. Crushed by their overwhelming power, Yan Ying suffered 2 brutal defeats in a row, and the nightmare was far from over. For her final, desperate match, she drew the last reigning tyrant of the tournament, Zhang Xiao. The situation was utterly hopeless. Only her 100-fang fierce tiger remained standing. But tournament rules were absolute. A master needed at least 2 battle pets to enter the arena. Left with 0 options, she sprinted toward Su Ping's pet store. She desperately needed to retrieve her low-level lightning rat. Pushing the door open, she was met with a terrifyingly empty shop. Panic gripped her heart. Was the owner packing up to flee? "Boss, I am here for my battle pet." Her voice echoed through the barren room. Hearing the commotion, Su Ping finally emerged from the back. "Boss, I left my lightning rat here half a month ago." She stepped forward, urgency in her eyes. "Is it completely healthy? I need to take it back early. Right now." "It is healthy," Su Ping replied with absolute deadpan energy. "It literally could not be any healthier." He immediately turned his back on her. "Head to the counter and pay." Yanying blinked in sheer confusion. What was up with this guy's terrible attitude? Did he think she was trying to scam him? Afraid he would withhold her only backup pet, she quickly raised her hands. "Boss, wait! You do not need to worry. Even though I am taking the lightning rat early, I will pay the full amount we agreed upon. I will not short you a single penny." She forced her most polite, customer-friendly smile. Yet Su Ping remained a wall of ice. He did not even bother to look back. Without a single word, he vanished into the mysterious breeding room. He scooped up the little lightning rat, who was currently snoring away in blissful ignorance. A deep, sorrowful look flashed across Su Ping's eyes. "Wake up, little guy. It is time for you to go home. Do not forget me when you are back with your master." The truth was finally revealed. His cold attitude was just a mask. He simply could not bear parting with the comrade he had bled with in the cultivation space. But duty called. He had to return the little warrior to Yan Ying's hands. The moment her payment processed, the system immediately devoured the currency, converting it into raw energy. Ding! A sudden notification echoed in his mind. New quest unlocked. The Chaos Spirit Incubation Pool. The mission parameters were brutally clear. He needed to birth a battle pet, one that belonged entirely to him. The countdown had begun. 7 days. If he succeeded, he would be granted a legendary reward, a random battle pet master skill book. But the system was never merciful. Failure meant a severe deduction in his evaluation score, and if his score dropped into the abyss, he would be permanently deleted from the server of the living. However, the system threw him a lifeline. He could purchase an awakening potion from the shop, and finally become a true battle pet master. His heart violently skipped a beat. The blood roared in his ears. The mere thought of wielding such phenomenal power, it sent shockwaves of pure excitement through his very soul. Without a second thought, Su Ping slammed his consciousness into the system shop interface. This divine marketplace existed purely within his mind. Anything he desired, he merely had to will it into existence. There it was, sitting gloriously in the very first slot. The awakening potion. Price tag: 100 energy points. Blinded by ambition, he smashed the purchase button. Error. A crimson warning flashed across his vision. Insufficient energy. The divine potion remained locked away. The system mercilessly laid out the facts. Energy was exclusively refined from cold, hard cash. The exchange rate? A brutal 100 to 1. He stared at his current balance in utter disbelief. One single, pathetic energy point. Yan Ying's entire breeding bill had only amounted to 108 coins. Rage blazed in his eyes like wildfire. Are you kidding me? He had forged a beast capable of using top 10 supreme secret skills, and it only fetched 108 measly coins? Meanwhile, back at the roaring arena, the highly anticipated clash between Zhang Xiao and Yan Ying finally commenced, but the outcome was a devastating, predictable slaughter. With just a single, overwhelming strike, Zhang Xiao's demon dragon hound completely obliterated her fierce tiger. The stadium erupted into deafening cheers. The crowd worshipped absolute power, bathing in the glory. Zhang Xiao sneered with supreme arrogance. He looked down at her like a god observing a bug. Do you really want to continue this humiliation? He was a third-year elite of the Phoenix Mountain Academy. His strength was simply on a completely different dimension. The question was nothing but a cruel taunt. Every single person in the stadium knew the truth. This battle was already over. Just 2 rounds ago, Yan Ying was hailed as a brilliant rising star, but her luck was cursed by the heavens. Running into the absolute aces of the academy back-to-back had shattered her dreams. Most of her battle pets were already heavily injured. She had lost her chance at victory from the very beginning. She is way too weak, a spectator scoffed. Facing this absolute crushing defeat, she refused to back down. Instead of preserving her remaining strength, she chose the hard path, risking everything in a lost match. She has absolutely no tactical sense. The female commentator analyzed the battle with cold, calculating logic, but the stakes were incredibly high. This match would determine her entire future. It was her only ticket to join the elite Trailblazer team. Of course she has to fight, another voice chimed in. Even with a 0% win rate, she has to risk it all. Down in the grand arena, the dust had not yet settled. The brutal battle was far from over. To Yen Din's battle pet was pinned under crushing force. The entire stadium held its breath. Would she swallow her pride and surrender, or fight to the bitter end? To Yen Din trembled with overwhelming tension. Her mind raced in absolute disbelief. How did her fierce 100-fang demon tiger fall so quickly? But there was no time to search for answers. Across the blood-stained arena floor, Truong Hyo's demon dragon hound launched another devastating assault. This time, it unleashed the Inferno Dragon's breath. Blazing flames erupted with terrifying intensity. Even holding back, the attack was a death sentence for her wounded pet. Watching the hellfire roar toward them, Tu Yendin squeezed her eyes shut and screamed, "I surrender!" Boom! The entire stadium violently quaked. Truong Hyo's ruthless attack smashed into the arena floor. In the nick of time, the referee had intervened. He completely neutralized the blazing inferno. The official immediately declared Tu Yendin's surrender. Yet, something was completely wrong. Despite claiming a crushing victory, a twisted look of dissatisfaction flashed across Truong Hyo's face. Just a fraction of a second late, he thought bitterly. Consider yourself lucky this time. Just wait until the next round. Frustration gnawed at Tu Yendin's heart. Her options were completely exhausted. Her only remaining combatant was the tiny lightning rat. But that little beast was incredibly fragile. Worse still, ever since returning from that shady pet store, it had been surviving on pure junk food. She strongly suspected that Tu Bin had completely ruined her pet. Looking at its pitiful state, she absolutely dreaded sending it into the slaughterhouse. Her mighty demon tiger had already fallen. Sending a microscopic rat into this bloodbath was nothing short of a death sentence. "Ladies and gentlemen," the announcer's voice boomed through the speakers. "According to tournament rules, Tu Yendin only has her lightning rat left to deploy." Tu Yendin bit her trembling lip until it nearly bled. Did she really have to sacrifice this little creature? Even though she had mastered the Tier 3 Strength Enhancement secret skill, it was barely a drop in the ocean. The buff could only temporarily boost the rat's pitiful Tier 1 power to a fragile Tier 3 status. Meanwhile, an insurmountable wall stood before them. Truong Hyo's terrifying demon dragon hound had secured its Tier 3 dominance a long time ago. The entire crowd anticipated a merciless, one-sided massacre. "Haha, don't be scared, Tu Yendin. Throw it to the wolves. Maybe a miracle will happen. Truong Hyo's dog needs a little rat snack anyway." Vicious jeers echoed from the roaring grandstands. The relentless mockery pierced straight through her pride. Despite the humiliating taunts, the fierce warrior held on to her final shred of rationality. She refused to let her emotions dictate her actions. She had to protect her fragile lightning rat. It was absolutely senseless to throw its life away. With a heavy heart, she slowly raised her trembling hand. But destiny had a different script prepared. Before the words of surrender could escape her lips, the tiny lightning rat's fur spiked with crackling static. In a flash of pure defiance, it charged straight onto the battlefield. The entire arena gasped in shock. Everyone assumed the master had ordered the daring attack. Without missing a beat, the official declared the final match underway. Yet, Tu Yendin hadn't issued a single command. The little creature had acted on its own fiery will. It absolutely refused to watch its master endure another second of humiliation. Tu Yendin froze in absolute bewilderment. Across the battleground, a sinister, mocking grin spread across Truong Hyo's face. His sadistic thirst to crush the weak remained unquenched. He wanted to trample her completely. Without hesitation, he ordered his demon dragon hound to incinerate the tiny pest. But the impossible was happening on the other side. That microscopic, junk food-eating rat dropped into a terrifyingly perfect combat stance. "Lightning rat, no!" Tu Yendin shrieked in panic. "Use Thunder Sprint to dodge the attack immediately." Her desperate command echoed across the arena. But in her panic, she made a fatal error. Her order brutally severed the rat's innate magical buildup. She had no idea about the hellish training Tu Bin had put it through. She didn't know the beast had awakened one of the legendary top 10 secret skills. Unknowingly, she had sabotaged her own pet's ultimate counterattack. Disrupted and confused, the lightning rat executed Thunder Sprint a fraction of a second too late. Bam! The demon dragon hound's brutal strike sent the tiny creature flying, crashing hard onto its back. The crowd sighed, fully expecting the match to be over. But true cruelty knows no boundaries. Truong Hyo had no intention of granting them a quick, painless defeat. He viciously ordered his beast to tear the rat apart, piece by piece. Obeying its master's dark will, the towering demon hound lunged forward for a bloody, close-quarters execution. Pure adrenaline surged through Tu Yendin's veins. Pushing her spiritual power to the absolute limit, she instantly cast her Tier 3 Strength Enhancement buff onto her fallen pet. The surge of energy wrapped around the tiny creature. "Now!" she screamed with everything she had. "Use Thunder Sprint to get out of there." A brilliant flash of electricity illuminated the arena. Defying all laws of physics, the little rat vanished from the jaws of absolute death. The lightning rat touched down with perfect, deadly precision. The tides of fate had suddenly shifted. Seizing the opening, Tu Yendin roared her command to counterattack. Up in the grandstands, the red-haired girl who had just mocked Tu Yendin froze. Her condescending smile vanished as she shot straight up in her seat. Her widened eyes locked onto the microscopic beast below. Because the devastating aura gathering around the rat was unmistakable, it was charging a legendary Tier 7 lightning strike. A catastrophic blast so powerful, it would instantly shatter the arena's impenetrable safety barrier, and naturally, Trong Hyo's demon dragon hound could not escape the devastating blast. Up in the VIP stands, the Academy elites watched with wide eyes. Their excitement was impossible to hide. A level 1 lightning rat unleashing a level 7 lightning skill. What an absolute monster of the new generation. As the crackling shockwave faded, the mighty demon dragon hound lay completely flattened on the arena floor. Trong Hyo stumbled backward. The color drained entirely from his face. Impossible, he muttered, his mind breaking. The entire stadium fell into a dead silence, until the announcer's voice shattered the quiet. Thunder Slash. Tu Yen Din's lightning rat had actually mastered a level 7 ultimate move. It was beyond human comprehension. Let us congratulate the winner of this round, Tu Yen Din. For a few heartbeats, the crowd remained frozen. Then, the entire stadium erupted into a deafening roar. A low-tier lightning rat comprehending a level 7 skill? This was earth-shattering news. A true miracle. Even Tu Yen Din stood frozen. She had absolutely no idea what had just happened, or how her tiny pet possessed such terrifying power. Just a few days ago, it was nothing more than a cute, useless fluffball. It had zero combat ability. But then, a shocking thought flashed through her mind. Could this miraculous transformation be the work of that shady little pet store? A massive wave of shock and wild joy washed over her. Had she actually hit the ultimate jackpot? Was the owner of that rundown shop a legendary hidden expert in disguise? Meanwhile, back at the pet store, Bin was aggressively scooping dog poop for another customer's beast. He violently sneezed 3 times in a row. "Who the hell is talking behind my back?" he grumbled. Back at the blazing arena, the announcer's voice echoed with pure adrenaline. He declared this battle would be etched into Academy history forever. A level 1 beast wielding level 7 destruction was absolutely legendary. This was something Fuangsun Academy had never witnessed in its entire existence. In fact, all of Longjiang City had never seen such a precedent. Everyone in the stands was witnessing absolute history today. Trong Hyo had lost the round, but his eyes burned with pure toxic resentment. He refused to accept this humiliation. He glared violently at Tu Yen Din and her lightning rat. "I should have known," he cursed in his mind. In a deathmatch like this, why would she bring useless trash? But before his rage could boil over, the announcer's voice boomed again. The score was now tied at 1-1. Both fighters had to prepare for their final life-and-death clash. The air grew thick with tension. Everyone waited with bated breath. Could Trong Hyo counter that mutant rat, or would Tu Yen Din crush him once again? Tu Yen Din, you played a good game. But your luck ends right here. Trong Hyo spat through gritted teeth. He instantly recalled his fallen hound into his beast space. Then, he summoned a monster radiating pure dread. The rock rhino. The moment she saw it, cold sweat drenched Tu Yen Din's back. Oh no. An earth element beast he had kept hidden. This was his true trump card. Good heavens. That is Trong Hyo's level 4 earth element beast. The announcer screamed into the mic. A 3-level gap. And a brutal elemental disadvantage. That lightning rat is stepping into a death trap. The tiny lightning rat was resting in Tu Yen Din's arms. But the moment it locked eyes with the towering rock rhino, it leaped straight onto the battlefield. Sparks flew as it took a fighting stance. Zero hesitation. Zero fear. The crowd went absolutely wild. Look at Trong Hyo's aura. He is bringing out his absolute maximum firepower now. Yet that little rat isn't trembling at all. What a fascinating creature. But sadly, the outcome is set in stone. The muscular VIP analyst shook his head. Dramatic music swelled in the background. Unless it can overcome the absolute suppression of bloodline and element, it is over. But a level 1 beast, standing up after a level 7 skill, combined with that terrifying battle intent right now? I do not think we have seen its true limits yet. This sharp observation came from the mysterious red-haired girl beside him. The final round began. Trong Hyo instantly went all out. He spammed every enhancement skill he had, stacking massive buffs on his beast's raw power and armor. The rock rhino's aura exploded. Its crushing pressure skyrocketed, easily reaching the strength of a level 5 monster. Tu Yen Din was violently pushed back by the sheer shockwave. She snapped out of her daze. She desperately needed to buff her lightning rat, but it was too late. The fearless rat had already bolted forward like a flash of lightning. The distance between master and beast was stretched too far. Her enhancement skills could not reach it in time. Watching her tiny pet charge a mountain of armored rock, Tu Yen Din's heart leaped into her throat. This was a suicide charge. The entire stadium gasped. They thought she had made a fatal rookie mistake, sending an unbuffed rat into a head-on collision with a towering rock rhino. You damn pest, Trong Hyo roared with savage fury. Let my rock rhino crush you into bloody paste. Under its master's command, the colossal rock rhino raised its massive foot. It brought it crashing down with earth-shattering force. The entire arena held its breath. Everyone assumed the lightning rat was done for, destined to be flattened into a bloody pancake beneath that giant hoof. But the impossible happened. Right before impact, the little beast burst into two dazzling streaks of lightning, effortlessly dodging the crushing blow from both sides. Wait, is that the thunder shadow illusion? The spectators in the stands rubbed their eyes in absolute disbelief. How is a low-level pet pulling this off? Their jaws dropped to the floor for a good reason. The thunder shadow illusion was yet another legendary rank 7 skill. Nobody dared to call Tu Yen Din lucky anymore. Instead, greedy eyes locked onto her, as rival team captains desperately plotted ways to recruit this prodigy to their squads. Down in the battle ring, the fight was far from over. After perfectly executing the illusion to dodge, the lightning rat completely ignored the towering rock rhino. In a flash of brilliant sparks, it bypassed the beast and locked onto a new target. It was charging straight for Trong Hye. Surprisingly, Tu Yen Din hadn't issued this command at all. This was pure battle instinct, deeply ingrained into its soul. The little rat vividly remembered the brutal lessons taught by Tu Bin. The golden rule of survival? Always strike where the enemy is most vulnerable. In any battle, the weak link must be eliminated first. Taking out the master was the fastest way to cripple the enemy's fighting power. Trong Hyo's eyes widened in sheer terror. He completely failed to predict this ruthless tactic. Watching the crackling beast hurtle toward him, panic set in. He desperately channeled his energy, hastily summoning a rank 3 star shield right in front of his face. But let's be real, how could a pathetic rank 3 shield ever hope to block a devastating rank 7 thundercut? It couldn't. Before the barrier could even fully materialize, the rat's overwhelming power shattered it into a million sparkling fragments. Boom! The entire stadium violently shook from the impact, leaving a massive, smoking crater right where Trong Hyo had been standing. The crowd went dead silent, waiting for the dust to clear. Did the top seed survive? The answer was a hard no. The referee had already leaped into action. His mighty wind god eagle swooped down from the sky, grabbing Trong Hyo's completely unconscious body with its massive talons just in time. The referee raised his hand. Against all odds, Tu Yen Din had actually won the match. She had officially crushed the tournament's #1 seed and secured her spot in the next round. The same crowd that had cheered for Trong Hyo just moments ago was now screaming Tu Yen Din's name in an absolute frenzy. The deafening roar of the stadium washed over her, but the sudden taste of superstardom felt completely surreal. Even with the victory secured, she felt like she was floating in a dream. Her ordinary lightning rat had somehow mastered 2 legendary rank 7 skills. Watching it execute that flawless illusion was the final proof she needed. This unbelievable transformation was entirely thanks to that obscure little pet shop. The truth hit her like a ton of bricks. The young owner of that rundown store wasn't just some guy. He was an unfathomable, hidden master. Meanwhile, back at his humble shop, Tu Bin sneezed. He was completely clueless about the earth-shattering chaos his trained rat had just unleashed upon the tournament. Right now, a massive headache was throbbing behind his eyes. The system had given him a seemingly impossible quest. Earn 10,000 star coins in just 7 days. He stared at his empty shop in despair. Relying purely on pet fostering fees was a guaranteed way to fail this mission. He desperately needed a new strategy. But the rigid system only allowed 3 types of business: fostering, renting, and selling pet food. Let's look at fostering. He currently had 2 literal trash-tier pets in his care, bringing in a pathetic 10 energy points per hour. Completely useless. Option 2 was renting. But since he didn't actually own any formidable battle pets yet, that business model was completely dead on arrival. That left him with the final, desperate option. Selling pet food was his only way out of this hellish deadline. But there was a catch. He had to personally dive into cultivation realms to forage for ingredients, which the system would then price based on their rarity. Hey system, Tu Bin asked, rubbing his temples. Can I find this food in any cultivation realm, or do I have to risk my neck in a nightmare zone like the Thundercloud Sea? The system's robotic voice chimed in. Pet food exists in all cultivation realms. The Thundercloud Sea is merely one of countless high-tier zones. However, the higher the tier of the realm, the greater the chance of harvesting extremely rare and valuable resources, the system clarified. Then, a devastating realization struck Tu Bin right in the gut. This quest had been issued exactly 3 days ago. He had wasted 3 entire days locked in a high-tier realm, blindly focusing on training that rat instead of grabbing precious loot. He could have been rich by now. I can't keep living like this, he muttered, clenching his fists. Tu Bin made a burning vow right then and there. Within these next 3 days, he would awaken as a true battle pet warrior. With newfound determination burning in his eyes, he eagerly demanded the system to display the full list of cultivation realms. A glowing holographic menu materialized in the air. The realms were divided into strict ranks. Top-tier realms cost a staggering 1,000 energy points to enter. High-tier zones demanded 100 points, mid-tier zones required 10, and the absolute lowest beginner zones cost just a single energy point. Tabin stared blankly at the dazzling array of endless worlds. Then, he checked his wallet. He had exactly one pathetic energy point to his name. His grand ambitions instantly shattered. He had absolutely no choice but to visit the lowest, most basic cultivation realm available. A wave of crushing regret washed over him. If he had just plucked a single random glowing weed while training in the Thundercloud Sea, he wouldn't be in this miserable state right now. A truly qualified host must possess the basic instinct to hoard anything and everything related to battle pets, the system mocked in an icy, merciless tone. Before Tabin could even argue back, the system violently warped him into the most suitable beginner zone. Welcome to the Outer Nebula, Area 1002. Despite the system's relentless mockery, Su Ping refused to let it crush his spirit. Instead, a sudden spark of absolute clarity ignited within him. He swore a silent oath right then and there. From this day forward, he would never let a single chance to upgrade his battle pets slip through his fingers. In a flash of cosmic light, he was teleported to the extraterrestrial nebula, Sector 1002. The moment his boots hit the ground, the system granted him a beginner's spatial storage cube. Inside, the cube rested 3 temporary charges of a legendary skill, the Ancient Flora and Fauna Identification Art. With just a mere thought, he could summon this magical power at will. The countdown for this scavenging mission was set to exactly 1 day. His ultimate safety net, 30 free revives to cheat death itself. Burning with curiosity, Su Ping focused his mind. He immediately activated his very first charge of the Ancient Identification skill. The ethereal skill scroll materialized in his palm, only to instantly shatter into dust. It transformed into a blinding surge of light that shot directly into his left eye. Suddenly, the hidden secrets of every herb before him were laid bare. He saw low-grade rock flowers offering meager healing for Earth-type pets, alongside thorn chrysanthemums that were barely useful enough to make beds for low-level beasts. Even the majestic-sounding phoenix wood proved underwhelming. Its glowing fruit provided a pathetic trickle of stamina recovery for any pet that consumed it. Every single plant in sight shared the exact same tragic stats. They were all bottom-tier recovery herbs with the most common rarity imaginable. A heavy sigh escaped Su Ping's lips. The sheer disappointment washing over him was impossible to hide. But after trekking deeper into the wasteland, his glowing eye finally caught a glimmer of true value. It was a rare-grade rock spider berry, packed with the raw power to boost fire-type damage skills. This was the ultimate delicacy for any flame-wielding battle pet. However, a massive earth-type rock snake was already slithering toward the precious fruit. The beast was barely level 8, boasting a pathetic combat power of 8.1. The system rated its potential as absolute garbage, possessing only basic skills like Constrict, Swallow, Earth Mine Burst, and Ground Defense. At this exact moment, Su Ping was completely empty-handed. He did not have a single battle pet to fight by his side. Yet, fear did not even register in his mind. Without a second thought, he threw himself headfirst into the danger zone. His philosophy was simple. The most priceless treasures always grew in the shadow of death. With limited inventory space, he was only going to harvest the absolute most expensive loot. Moving like a phantom, Su Ping dashed past the colossal serpent. He snatched the fiery berry right out of the air, mere inches from the beast's gaping maw. He tossed the treasure into his spatial storage just a split second before disaster struck. The enraged monster clamped its massive jaws down on him, instantly burning through one of his precious revives. But as his body reformed in a flash of system light, a wild grin spread across his face. Trading a temporary death for top-tier magical herbs was the ultimate bargain. Like a madman, Su Ping scoured the entire map, bare-handedly robbing deadly monsters 30 separate times. The exact moment he burned through his 30th revive, the trial timer hit 0, and the system forcefully yanked him out of the cultivation zone. He crashed back into the reality of his pet store. His chest heaved as he gasped for air, completely drenched in cold sweat. Getting brutally killed and resurrected 30 times in a single day, it was a mental toll that would have broken an ordinary man. But the moment he gazed upon the mountain of mystical herbs he had pillaged from Sector 1002, his exhaustion vanished. The insane sacrifice was absolutely worth it. And now, it was time to turn this loot into cold, hard cash. His very first target was a family dripping with wealth. The grandfather of the house was currently drowning in anxiety, as his prized battle pet had refused to eat or drink for an entire week. Desperate to ease their grandfather's sorrow, the grandchildren had scoured the city. They bought the most extravagantly expensive avian pet food on the market, praying it would cure the bird's deadly anorexia. The grandson leading the charge was none other than Fan Yujing. He was a proud, active member of the elite Black Wolf battle team. The moment his grandfather's majestic pet caught the scent of the premium feast, it fiercely kicked over its old food bowl. It practically launched itself toward the new, expensive meal. But tragedy struck the instant the first bite went down. The battle pet let out a blood-curdling screech, violently vomiting a pool of pitch-black blood. Absolute chaos erupted in the living room. The entire family was instantly swallowed by a paralyzing wave of terror. "Brother," his sister cried out in sheer panic. "Little Fire is even rejecting the netherworld centipede. What do we do now?" Fan Yujing's sister was losing her mind with worry. "Call the highest-tier pet hospital in the city, right now. This has to be a heart-devouring parasite infection. If we delay even a second, Little Fire is going to die." Their grandfather looked like his soul was leaving his body. The sheer terror in his ancient eyes was absolutely heartbreaking. He clutched his dying avian pet tightly against his chest, screaming at his grandchildren to summon a doctor. But right at that chaotic moment, his wife strolled through the front door, wearing an incredibly radiant smile. "Old Fan," she announced with triumphant joy. "Our Little Fire is finally saved." Cradled gently in her palm was a strange, glowing object that looked just like a legendary medicinal pill. Before she could explain further, her frantic granddaughter cut her off. "Grandma, you do not understand. Little Fire is critically ill, and we have to rush it to the city hospital right this second." Grandma Fan blinked in utter confusion. "Huh? What illness are you talking about?" she asked, completely oblivious to the panic. But before her granddaughter could shout another warning, the withering bird in Old Fan's arms went absolutely wild. It let out a piercing shriek and desperately lunged forward. It snatched the glowing pill right out of Grandma Fan's hand and swallowed it whole. And then, a miracle happened. No black blood, no screams of pain, just a surge of vibrant, fiery energy washing over the beast. The old couple watched in breathless awe. A wave of overwhelming, ecstatic relief completely washed over them. "It really is exactly as that young shopkeeper claimed," Grandma Fan murmured in shock, recalling Su Ping's exact words. "The crimson bird possesses an ultimate, pure yang fire attribute. If it consumes pet food with complex attributes, the lightest symptom is anorexia, and the worst is vomiting blood. But as long as it eats a rock spider berry on a strict schedule, its condition will completely reverse. And if it does not recover, he told me to come straight back to him." Hearing this impossible revelation, the granddaughter stared down at her ridiculously expensive netherworld centipede in pure disbelief. Her voice trembled as she turned to her elite brother. "Brother, did we really almost kill Little Fire by feeding it the wrong premium food?" Fan Yujing's face flushed with arrogant denial. "Do not listen to that scammer's absolute garbage," he snapped defensively. "Since when does pet food even have conflicting attributes? Never heard of such a thing." The young man turned sharply to his grandmother. He demanded to know exactly how much she paid for this so-called magma spider fruit. 130 yuan for a single pill," Grandma Pham replied nervously. "What? 130 yuan? A full box of 12 would cost over 1,500 yuan. They were in a remote town, not some sprawling megacity. There was absolutely no way pet food could be this expensive. This shop was definitely a massive scam. Hearing this, the granddaughter's face instantly turned pale with dread. Dark rumors flashed through her mind. She remembered hearing about shady black market shops that mixed forbidden chemical stimulants into their animal feed. It made the food irresistible, forcing the astral pets into a frenzied addiction. If they stopped eating, they would literally go mad. But the cost of this dark addiction was steep. Prolonged use would completely drain a pet's life force, ending in certain death. Grandpa Pham gasped, his face draining of all color. Pham Nok Kin felt his blood boil with rage. He grabbed his grandmother's shoulders frantically. "Grandma, where is this place? What is the name? I am going to tear this guy apart." "What was the name again?" Grandma Pham stammered, her mind racing through the panic. I think it was called the Naughty Pet Shop." Without wasting another second, the Pham siblings stormed straight toward Su Ping's storefront. Pham Nok Kin didn't even bother assessing the situation. He planted himself right at the entrance, roaring at the top of his lungs. He branded Su Ping a filthy, scamming merchant. He demanded the owner confess exactly what toxic garbage he had secretly mixed into their pet's food. Despite having never met them, the moment they mentioned pet food, Su Ping instantly pictured Grandma Pham's face. It was a simple deduction. Ever since he returned from the system's cultivation realm, he had only managed to sell a single portion of the magma spider fruit. "Valued customers," Su Ping stated calmly. "Every single item in my shop is purely natural. There are 0 additives. Did that red flame spider have a negative reaction to the fruit?" He crossed his arms. "Because I added absolutely nothing." Are you trying to play me for a fool? Pham Ngoc Kin barked, his aura flaring with aggression. If your garbage food is perfectly fine, then why is my anorexic pet suddenly addicted to it? You better drop the act and confess your dirty tricks right now. Pham Ngoc Kin's booming voice echoed down the street, drawing a massive crowd of eager onlookers. The whispering started immediately. I always knew Su Ping's place was shady, someone muttered. Seriously, just a few days ago, this whole place reeked of dog waste. Now it is magically spotless, and he is charging a fortune for pet food? Plus, nobody has ever even heard of the bizarre items he is selling. The mob mentality quickly took over. The crowd united in their disgust, labeling the young shop owner as a heartless, greedy monster. They accused him of lacing food with deadly stimulants, risking the lives of precious astral pets just to line his pockets. The toxic gossip outside grew louder. Inside, the fiery clash between the Pham siblings and Su Ping reached its boiling point. Brother, stop wasting your breath on this trash. Call your friends at the Pet Food Association. Let them tear this black market shop apart. The younger sister spat out the threat venomously. Su Ping, who had been sitting calmly behind the counter, suddenly snapped. At the words black market shop, he shot up to his feet, his face darkening like a thundercloud. You dare call my sanctuary a black market shop? Do not throw around wild accusations without proof. If you have evidence, produce it right now. The sheer, overwhelming pressure radiating from Su Ping terrified the younger sister. She stumbled backward in sheer panic. Where did this terrifying, commanding aura come from? He suddenly felt incredibly dangerous. Seeing his sister retreat in fear, Pham Ngoc Kin lost his mind. He lunged forward, fists flying. You dare threaten my sister? Are you asking for death? Using his massive, towering physique, the angry brother viciously clamped his hand around Su Ping's throat. But the young shop owner did not even flinch. He didn't even try to fight back. Suddenly, a terrifying, invisible force rebounded violently. It slammed into Pham Ngoc Kin's hand. Crack! His fingers twisted and deformed as an agonizing pain shot through his arm. The tension in the room hit an absolute breaking point, and deep within Su Ping's mind, the system chimed in with a brand new temporary quest. His beloved pet shop was being baselessly slandered. His mission? Prove the absolute purity of his business. He had to demonstrate that his divine pet food was flawless, crushing the false accusations and restoring his honor once and for all. The reward for success was staggering. One free entry ticket to any cultivation realm of his choice, featuring unlimited revivals, lasting for exactly 5 days. But the penalty for failure? A devastating deduction of 10 system points. Even without the mouth-watering reward, that brutal penalty alone forced Su Ping's hand. He had no choice but to absolutely crush these allegations. If he failed, he wouldn't just lose his precious points, his entire reputation would be ruined, driving away all future customers. Forcing down his blazing annoyance, Su Ping took a deep breath. His eyes turned ice cold. Everyone, shut your mouths, he commanded. I guarantee on my life that my pet food is completely safe. But since you all insist on doubting me, I guess I have no choice but to show you my true capabilities. A wave of mocking laughter erupted from the crowd. Ha, show us your capabilities? Are you finally going to expose your own scam? Exactly, you black market rat. Do us all a favor, shut down your trashy store, and go reflect on your sins. The mob roared with absolute arrogance, demanding that Su Ping close his business permanently. The sheer volume was giving him a splitting headache. Finally, his patience snapped. He unleashed a deafening roar. Silence. The sheer, mountain-like pressure behind his voice was suffocating. The entire street instantly froze. Not a single soul dared to breathe, let alone speak. In the dead silence, Su Ping casually reached up to his shelf. He pulled down a crystal jar glowing with blue origin fruit. His eyes swept the terrified crowd. Does anyone here have a low-level water-type pet? But fate had a funny way of working things out. Coincidentally, the perfect test subject belonged to none other than Pham Ngoc Kin's younger sister. Under Su Ping's intense gaze, she finally surrendered. With a faint glow of astral energy, she summoned her pet. It was just a level 1 water sprite, a creature with pitiful combat power and terrible aptitude. Its only skills? A basic water jet and a useless purifying bubble. Su Ping stepped forward, holding a mysterious blue origin fruit. Thinking this was a poisoning attempt, Pham Ngoc Kin immediately threw himself in the way. But Su Ping completely ignored the man's panic. He simply crouched down, locking eyes with the trembling little beast. This is a blue origin fruit, Su Ping declared coldly. You think my shop sells garbage? Let your pet eat this, and see for yourself. Without hesitation, he offered the mystical fruit. Drawn by its spiritual energy, the water sprite instantly snapped it up from his palm. The spectating crowd erupted into furious whispers. A blue origin fruit? What on earth was that? Nobody had ever heard of such a thing. Wait, it looks just like a blue bark fruit, someone mocked. You mean that cheap laxative they sell at the premium stores? Is he trying to cure its constipation? Laughter echoed through the shop, but the laughter died instantly. The little beast's body suddenly began to convulse. Pham Nok Kin and his sister panicked, terrified that the creature was being poisoned. But then, a blinding blue aura erupted from the tiny creature. The majestic light swallowed the room, instantly shattering all their doubts. It was an absolute miracle. The pathetic little beast broke through to level 2. Its combat power surged instantly, evolving from a fragile rank 1 to a solid mid-tier rank 1. Watching the transformation, Su Ping secretly let out a breath. His system's appraisal skill had promised this result. It stated the fruit could force an evolution in low-level water pets. Seeing the magical breakthrough with his own eyes, he knew the system's items were the real deal. Still, the results weren't perfect. It had gained a full level, but its battle strength barely increased. This creature's natural aptitude was honestly depressing. In the world of astral pets, leveling up always granted a boost in baseline power. A tiny boost meant trash-tier talent. A massive surge meant legendary potential, and underlying it all was the strict hierarchy of a pet's bloodline. Bloodline dictated destiny. It determined the absolute peak a monster could reach naturally, simply by growing into adulthood. Take this water sprite, for example. Born with a rank 3 bloodline, even with 0 training, it would naturally hit rank 3 once fully grown. But to shatter that ceiling and reach higher realms, that required an elite pet master's touch. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd was completely paralyzed. They stared at the newly evolved beast. Their jaws basically hit the floor. It actually evolved? Someone gasped. Since when is breaking through this ridiculously easy? Pham Nok Kin stood frozen like a statue. His mind was racing at lightning speed. The physical changes were undeniable. The pet had truly awakened a new level of power, but this defied all logic. In his experience as an explorer, treasures capable of forcing an instant evolution only existed within the top-secret vaults of the Federation. A terrifying realization hit him. If this random shopkeeper had access to such godly items, Su Ping's true background must be absolutely monstrous. Did it really evolve? His sister murmured. She scooped up her glowing pet, holding it close. Yet, she glared at Su Ping, her voice dripping with suspicion. Tell me the truth. Did you use some illusion trick? Or did you secretly swap my astral pet for a stronger one? Su Ping's not expression turned instantly dark. But before he could unleash his annoyance, Pham Nok Kin charged forward. He shoved his sister into a desperate 90-degree bow. Please forgive us, he practically begged. We had eyes but couldn't see Mount Tai. We deeply apologize for offending a master. Su Ping stared at them in icy silence, before finally speaking. 8,700 coins per fruit, he stated flatly. My prices are fixed. Pay up or get out. Yes, of course. Right away. Pham Nok Kin shouted, frantically signaling his sister to transfer the funds. Are you kidding? An evolution treasure for less than 10 grand? That was the steal of the century. And it wasn't just the customers who thought so. Su Ping's heart was bleeding. He had literally risked his life in deadly domains to harvest these, and selling them for this cheap felt like an absolute scam. He had already argued with his inner system multiple times, pleading to raise the prices to match their true godly value. But the merciless system rejected him every single time, its robotic voice echoing in his mind. Pricing is optimal and absolute. Modifications denied. Swallowing a heavy sigh, Su Ping switched back to salesman mode. Your sister's pet has trash-tier potential, he said bluntly. To fix that, you'll need the 7-colored Buddha heartleaf. And that heavily injured flame spider of yours? It needs a steady diet of magma spider fruits to ever walk again. I highly recommend stocking up now. Su Ping wasn't just hustling them for cash. Every word he spoke was the absolute, undeniable truth, hooked by the sheer logic and the miracle they just witnessed. Pham Nok Kin nodded furiously, like a madman. He practically forced his sister's hand to keep transferring credits. The spectating crowd instantly went wild. Give me one too. I want to upgrade my pet. If these mystical items actually worked, they were basically giving away ultimate power for free. And just like that, the tides of fate shifted. Su Ping's dying, scandal-ridden shop suddenly exploded into the most booming business in the city. By sunset, the total revenue was staggering, 31,560 astral coins. In a flash, the system devoured the currency, converting it into 315 precious energy points. But that wasn't the ultimate prize. For clearing his shop's tarnished name, the system rewarded him with a legendary ticket. 1 free entry to any cultivation dimension, valid for 5 days. But interdimensional travel could wait. Su Ping had a much more urgent goal in mind. His eyes locked onto the system shop interface. Finally, he had amassed enough energy to purchase the fabled awakening potion. Without a second thought, He slammed down 100 energy points. A tiny, glowing vial materialized in his palm. He tilted his head back and downed it in one gulp. It tasted exactly like plain water, but the moment the liquid hit his stomach, a terrifying shockwave ripped through his core. Su Ping's eyes shot wide open in absolute agony. His entire body felt like it was detonating from the inside out. The rush of energy fades in an instant, but the exhilarating thrill lingers in his veins. The transformation is complete, and Su Ping has officially awakened as a battle pet warrior. Just then, a tiny fly buzzes past his ear. In a blur of motion, Su Ping's hand snaps out, plucking the insect right out of thin air with pinpoint precision. He stares at his own hand in disbelief. This must be the terrifying reaction speed of an awakened warrior, leaving the fragile limits of a normal human far behind. Suddenly, the system interface chimes in his mind. Detecting his remaining balance of 215 energy points, it prompts him to upgrade the Chaos Incubation Pool. A level 1 pool costs a mere 10 energy points per summon. The chances of an outright failure are thankfully quite low. However, it only offers a small chance of spawning a low-grade bloodline pet. The odds of pulling a medium-grade beast are practically non-existent. On the other hand, upgrading the pool to level 2 requires a hefty 100 energy points per roll. The baseline risk of a failed summoning remains just as low, but the rewards scale up dramatically. It guarantees at least a low-grade pet, offers a decent shot at a medium-grade beast, and even holds a microscopic chance of birthing a legendary high-grade bloodline. Su Ping does not even need to think twice. Why pinch pennies and save 90 points on a level 1 pool, only to cap his potential at a mediocre medium-grade pet? With a decisive mental command, he happily burns 100 energy points. The system instantly upgrades his Chaos Incubation Pool to level 2. It is time to test his luck. Victory or defeat hinges on this single moment. Taking a deep, steadying breath, Su Ping slams his hand onto the virtual summon button. He prays to the heavens for a beginner's miracle, desperately hoping to pull a high-grade beast on his very first try. Boom! A blinding pillar of divine light crashes down from the heavens. The entire Chaos Incubation Pool is instantly swallowed by a swirling storm of thick, mystical smoke. The overwhelming aura blinds his senses, pushing his anticipation to the absolute limit. The summoning is a success, but what kind of monstrous entity is waiting inside the dust? Su Ping holds his breath, his eyes wide with excitement. But as the smoke finally clears, the grand reveal turns out to be a tiny, fragile little skeleton. It is a demon-type pet, with absolutely garbage aptitude. In fact, it ranks at the very bottom of the entire demonic food chain. Only a completely useless warrior would ever be desperate enough to use this thing. Su Ping is so furious he cannot even form words. He blew 100 precious energy points just to pull this pile of bones. His luck is truly cursed by the heavens. But then, a system notification breaks the silence. The mission for his first pet summoning is complete, rewarding him with a random battle pet warrior skill book. He tears open the virtual pages to reveal a basic tier skill called Killing Intent. By consuming a specific amount of mental power, this technique unleashes a terrifying effect. It forces the pet to awaken its inner slaughtering heart, plunging it into a bloodthirsty berserk state. Even if the beast is on the brink of death, it will continue to launch devastating attacks far beyond its normal limits. Su Ping falls into deep thought. The path of cultivation is brutal, and high-level experts are as common as clouds in the sky. Against true monsters, basic elemental attacks are practically useless. One single misstep usually results in getting one shot killed without mercy. But this Killing Intent skill, it is the perfect trump card. It is an absolute lifesaver, designed for desperate situations where the weak must defeat the strong. Realizing this, the bitter taste of his awful summon starts to fade. He decides to stop trashing the little skeleton for now. Suddenly, the system detects his progress and unlocks the next stage of the main questline. The new mission objective flashes before his eyes. Nurture your personal pet until its aptitude reaches the upper medium grade. He has exactly 7 days to complete this impossible task. The ultimate reward is the legendary Chaos Star Force, but the penalty for failure is a devastating deduction of 10 points. Upper medium grade? Su Ping's jaw hits the floor. He stares at the glowing panel in absolute disbelief. This damn system is practically mocking him. Even that monstrous lightning rat, with its heaven-defying attributes, only managed to hit the lower medium grade in terms of aptitude. And yet, he is stuck with a pathetic little skeleton, whose aptitude is so utterly trash that it barely registers on the scale. The difficulty level of this quest is completely insane. The system is basically ordering him to turn a pile of rotten garbage into pure gold. In stark contrast to its master's mental breakdown, the mindless little skeleton is happily dancing around. Su Ping sighs, finally noticing its one single redeeming quality. At least the little bone bag is somewhat entertaining. But suddenly, a familiar voice echoes from the front of the store. Boss! Hey, is the boss here? It is Su Yanying. She has returned to his pet shop, and this time, she has brought along her legendary lightning rat and another mysterious girl. Su Ping opens the door and steps out. The moment his eyes land on Su Yanying, a wave of visible disappointment washes over his face. Why is it you again? 108 bucks. What do you want this time? Hearing her new nickname, the girl glares at him. Hey, my name is Su Yanying, not 108 bucks. She suddenly steps right into his personal space, her eyes narrowing with suspicion. More importantly, Mr. Boss. My lightning rat's performance yesterday was completely different from before. Did you secretly do something to it? The confrontation catches him completely off guard. A drop of cold sweat slowly rolls down Su Ping's forehead. Panic flashes in his mind. He assumes he messed up the pet's care and the customer has returned to file a furious complaint. Without missing a beat, he desperately shakes his head, denying everything. I just took it for a little walk to get some exercise. He lies smoothly, conveniently leaving out the terrifying hellscape of the cultivation plain, where that walk actually took place. Isn't that right, little guy? Su Ping quickly turns his gaze toward the lightning rat for backup. Even though his voice is gentle, the mere sight of his face sends a massive jolt of terror through the beast. The rat flinches violently, trembling in pure, unadulterated fear. Su Yanying watches the bizarre interaction like a hawk, analyzing every single detail. By admitting he took the lightning rat for exercise, this shady boss basically confessed to secretly training it. Her mind races with shock. Just yesterday, this exact same rat stood fiercely against a terrifying level 4 demon dragon hound without an ounce of fear. Yet now, it is shivering like a leaf just from Su Ping's glance. The pieces of the puzzle begin to connect in her mind. Just what kind of terrifying monster is this unassuming pet shop owner really hiding? Din din. This boss looks completely ordinary. The shop is tiny and totally lifeless. Are you absolutely sure we are not in the wrong place? The girl standing next to Yen Din leans in closely. She whispers her heavy doubts into her ear. Yen Din immediately throws up a hand to shush her. She leans back, her voice dropping to a barely audible breath. Keep your voice down. I cannot explain it right now. But this boss might actually be a level 7 powerhouse. One wrong move, and our lives are forfeit. How can you even tell? The friend is completely baffled. Still, she swallows her doubts and obeys, pressing her lips together. Meanwhile, to Bin, the man currently being praised as a terrifying level 7 master, has literally just awakened as a level 1 pet master moments ago. He strokes the lightning rat in his arms. No system quest pops up. It seems this visit has nothing to do with pets. He stares blankly at the two girls, whispering suspiciously in the corner of his shop. Finally, his patience snaps. What is it? Did you come all the way here just to complain about my premium fees? It is a completely normal question. But through Yendin's terrified filter of a supreme expert, those words drip with thick, suffocating, killing intent. To her, it is a terrifying, spine-chilling threat. Her mind races. It makes perfect sense. The lightning rat was trained to an absolutely absurd level. Paying a mere 108 bucks yesterday was a total insult to his divine skills. Projecting her own panic, Yendin is entirely convinced. The supreme expert is testing her sincerity. Hands trembling, she rapidly transfers another 1,000 bucks. Just a small token of respect. Please accept it. But the transfer is instantly rejected. Cold sweat cascades down her face. Her heart plummets into her stomach. He thinks 1,000 is far too pathetic. Gritting her teeth, she fires off a massive 5,000 buck transfer. Rejected again. The color drains from her face, and a desperate gasp escapes her lips. Still not enough? What on earth are you doing? Why do you keep throwing money at him? Her friend Knock Knock stares at her like she has lost her mind. Knock Knock, I need your help. This is life or death. Yendin pleads frantically. Catching her desperate drift, the friend quickly transfers her own funds over. To Yendin, this is no joke. Crossing paths with a hidden god like Tabin is a heaven-sent miracle. You have to cast a long line to catch a golden fish. She will not hesitate to bleed her wallet dry for this. Armed with her friend's cash, she forcefully sends a staggering 10,000 bucks straight to Tubin's shop. Denied, for the third time. And Tubin's expression is growing noticeably darker. Desperate to cling to this god's thigh, she goes all in and wires 100,000 bucks. Cue the heavenly music. Tubin watches a fortune fall right into his lap, his soul weeping with absolute joy. He slams the accept button with all his might, but instantly, a cold system prompt forcefully blocks his path. Warning. Host is strictly forbidden from accepting extra funds under the shop's name. All pricing is bound to the system and cannot be altered. And just like that, Yendin faces her fourth brutal rejection. Her legs feel weak. She is literally on the verge of crying. We were blind to Mount Tai. Whatever the great god desires, please just name your price. Tubin's eyes are bloodshot, mourning his lost riches. Yet, he is forced to play the part of an aloof saint. He waves his hand dismissively. Stop doing that. I really do not need your money. Just tell me why you came. Those simple words hit Yen Din like a tidal wave of emotion. Tears well up in her eyes. He truly wants absolutely nothing. To think such a young, overwhelmingly powerful, yet breathtakingly humble master exists in this greedy world. Since he asked so graciously, she lays her cards on the table. She reveals her crucial tournament is just 3 days away. Tragically, all her main battle pets are critically injured. Her absolute last ray of hope rests on this little lightning rat. She begs Bin to take it in for 3 more days of divine training. The timing could not be more perfect. With the lightning rat back in his domain, power leveling his little skeleton will be a total breeze. Bin's lips curl into a satisfied smirk. Right on cue, the system chimes in. Ding! Customer demand for pet training detected. Early access to basic pet training service unlocked. Host may accept contracts based on the official price tier. Training for level 1 to 3 pets costs 10,000 bucks. Level 4 to 6 costs 100,000. Level 7 to 9 jumps to 1 million. And at the absolute peak, king tier pets demand a staggering 10 million bucks. Bin's eyes practically pop out of his skull. He never dreamed pet training could be this insanely lucrative, but reality checks him quickly. For now, his current authority only allows orders for level 3 and below. No matter. This lightning rat will be his glorious first step. Masking his wild excitement, Bin casually announces that a 3-day training session will cost 10,000 bucks. It is a hefty sum. But if the rat can fight like a demon again, it is worth its weight in gold. Considering Bin's god-tier abilities, it is basically a charity giveaway. Yen Din does not even blink. She agrees on the spot. The transaction locks in perfectly. 10,000 bucks hit the shop's account, instantly converting into 100 precious system energy points. Business aside, do you need anything else? Our foster care service also comes with top-tier healing. Bin smoothly pitches, ever the flawless businessman. But then, a glimmer of hope. Back at the humble pet shop, Yanying's eyes suddenly lit up like stars. She could not believe her ears. This shabby little store actually offered pet healing services? Official battle pet hospitals were a scam. They were ridiculously far and bled masters dry. Nodding furiously, she immediately summoned her severely wounded team. The sheer bloody sight of them made Su Ping violently flinch. In the blink of an eye, she dumped 3 battered battle pets into his care. Su Ping reached out to accept this massive golden order. But lurking in the shadows of his mind, the system suddenly struck again. Warning, customer fostering request detected. To prevent devastating damage to the store's supreme reputation, host must immediately upgrade the nursing pens. Su Ping froze. Wait, what? Devastating damage to what reputation? His mind raced with terrifying realizations. The beginner nursing pens were literally built from garbage spirit stones. The spiritual energy inside was incredibly pathetic. Worse, they were leaking chaotic radioactive waste. Sure, these standard pens helped pets grow, but the risk of monstrous mutations? Way too high. Su Ping ground his teeth in pure frustration. He had just made a tiny bit of cash, and this greedy system was already bleeding him dry. Fine then. He angrily bought 3 additional nursing pens. But the moment the transaction cleared, another system notification chimed in his mind. 3 brand new pens, plus 2 upgrades for the old ones, burned through a total of 50 energy points. The basic nursing cost alone was 100 coins per hour. These level 2 pens guaranteed 0 mutations, but there was a catch. Each pen drained 1 energy point per day, straight out of Su Ping's own pocket. If his energy reserves ever hit 0, the premium pens would vanish into thin air. Su Ping practically coughed up blood from the scam. His extreme reaction sent Su Yanjing into a complete panic. "Boss, are you okay?" she asked, voice trembling. "I am fine." He took a deep breath, forcing his merchant smile back into place. 3 pets for 3 days. That will be 21,600 coins up front. Please transfer the funds. Su Yanjing nodded frantically. This shop owner was absolutely bizarre, but she did not dare delay the payment for even a second. The moment the cash hit his account, the system converted it to energy points. His new balance sat at 291. The shop now housed 5 pets in total. With all of them in level 2 pens, it cost him 5 points daily. But dealing with these needy creatures was only the beginning. A sudden side quest triggered in his mind. The mission? Double the combat power of the customer's pets within 3 short days. The reward was 3 basic force pills. But the penalty for failure? A devastating deduction of 10 precious points. A glowing accept or decline prompt hovered in his vision. For once, the system was actually giving him a choice to walk away. He stared at the glowing status window for a long time. His mind raced, calculating every single risk and reward. His main goal was pushing the little skeleton's aptitude to upper mid-tier. That meant jumping all the way from level 1 to level 7. Honestly, Turning that lightning mouse into a level 7 beast would be a total walk in the park compared to this. But Su Ping lived for the thrill of a challenge. With a fearless smirk, he accepted the side quest, willingly dragging himself into the incoming storm. He decided to use his one-time free pass for a random cultivation plane. System, send me to a top-tier cultivation realm. A massive list of mystical dimensions unfurled before his eyes. He immediately locked onto the absolute perfect hellscape for his little skeleton, the chaotic realm of the undead. Without a single ounce of hesitation, he slammed his hand against the glowing selection screen. Instantly, horrifying tentacles erupted from the shadows beneath his feet. The blood-red appendages swallowed them whole, carrying with them the suffocating stench of fresh gore. He materialized on a nightmarish wasteland beneath a bleeding moon. Mountains of human bones stretched across the horizon. The thick aura of death hung so heavily in the air, it instantly drained the energy from both him and his pets. The corpse gas was absolutely overwhelming. They were completely paralyzed. Suddenly, a massive skeletal foot stomped down from the heavens, crushing the little skeleton into absolute dust. System warning: little skeleton's bones shattered, resulting in death. A colossal skeleton swung a massive club straight at Su Ping. Enemy ambush. He instantly revived the little skeleton and summoned the lightning mouse to the front lines. The colossal beast slammed its club down, completely shattering the earth, but it missed its target entirely, sending it into a hissing, blind rage. From a safe distance, Su Ping simply smirked. The revived little skeleton and the lightning mouse launched a fierce counterattack. Su Ping analyzed the towering bone giant. So, top-tier cultivation planes aren't just filled with king-tier nightmares after all. The system revealed the attacker's terrifying stats. Giant skeleton, demon and combat-type beast. A formidable level 7 combat entity. Tier 5, poor aptitude, equipped with deadly skills. Limb reattachment, destruction, and war roar. Another devastating blow. Little skeleton shattered into pieces and died once more. Su Ping barked his commands with rising urgency. Revive the little skeleton. Lightning mouse, execute the lightning cut. Hearing its master's voice, the brave mouse erupted with crackling electrical energy. It squeaked furiously, but the raw lightning barely scratched the bone giant. Su Ping roared out, commanding a blade of pure lightning to materialize. Do not just shoot. Slash its arm off. Quicker than a blink, the blinding lightning blade cleaved right through the giant skeleton's massive arm. The monster unleashed a deafening shriek of pure agony, but in its wild frenzy, the giant landed a catastrophic backhand. The lightning mouse coughed up a fountain of blood. System warning: lightning mouse suffered ruptured organs, resulting in immediate death. Then, something truly demonic happened. A vile black smoke swirled around the giant's severed stump. Like magnets, every shattered fragment of bone flew through the air, reattaching perfectly to its arm. A dark jewel embedded in its skull glowed with unholy light. It was physically draining the surrounding mountains of bones to fuel its terrifying regeneration. Seeing the gemstone's insane power, Su Ping's eyes lit up with predatory excitement. That jewel amplifies the limb reattachment skill. That right there is a priceless treasure. Without missing a beat, he issued the command again. Revive them both. But this time, the traumatized pets immediately clung tightly to his legs, shivering in terror. Su Ping let out a heavy, disappointed sigh. He casually raised his hand, drawing a brilliant summoning circle in the dark air. A glowing mystical tome materialized. It was time to use a skill book. The ancient text flared to life with a system notification. You have mastered the level 1 combat skill, Killing Intent. Meanwhile, the colossal bone giant had almost fully regenerated its monstrous form. Acting on pure instinct, Su Ping channeled his newfound power straight into his trembling pets. Level 1 Killing Intent activated. Empowered by the deadly aura, the fearless little skeleton exploded forward, charging straight at the looming giant. Seeing this, the bloodthirsty monster launched a frantic attack. Its overwhelming power instantly shattered the earth beneath his feet. Once again, the cold system notification rang out. Little skeleton, dead. Lightning rat, dead. Host, dead. But physical damage could not keep Su Ping down, and his instant revival drove the beast absolutely insane. With a blinding flash of light, he resurrected right on the spot. A confident smirk crossed Su Ping's face. He had finally grasped the giant skeleton's fatal weakness. Its previous strike was devastating, but it exposed a critical flaw. Its asymmetrical body mass made it incredibly difficult to maintain balance during heavy attacks. He watched closely as the beast lunged at the lightning rat again. The attack looked ferocious, but the creature was practically a glass cannon. It was time for his electric companion to shine. While Little Skeleton cowered in the corner, a blur of motion exploded across the battlefield. Another high-speed strike was launched into the fray. Su Ping quickly mapped out his lethal battle plan. He commanded one strike to sever the legs, and another to shatter the neck bone. Little Skeleton remained on standby. I want that gem, he ordered. and the lightning rat squeaked in agreement. Zap! Blazing electricity blasted directly into the monster's arm. A massive surge of divine lightning paralyzed the giant skeleton from head to toe. The arrogant beast met its brutal end as its head was cleanly severed from its shoulders. A glowing gem tumbled from the remains, and little skeleton caught it perfectly without missing a beat. A holographic system panel instantly materialized. The lightning rat had secured the kill. Its combat power surged, breaking through to level 3. Su Ping eagerly checked its updated stats. A wave of pure satisfaction washed over Su Ping. His pet's skills had leveled up beautifully. The lightning shadow skill now created 2 temporary clones using pure electrical energy. There was even a rare chance to spawn a third. Excellent work, he praised, thrilled by the awesome evolution. Meanwhile, little skeleton was quietly absorbing the gem's crimson energy. Su Ping turned around in utter shock. What exactly are you doing? He asked. Right before the system panel chimed in to explain, the screen detailed that this was a unique, soul-devouring trait exclusive to demon-type pets. They could forcefully assimilate the energy of their own kind to trigger an instant evolution. Moments later, the glowing stone crumbled into fine dust. Little Skeleton now radiated a completely new, terrifying aura. The system announced that Little Skeleton's combat power had reached level 1, officially unlocking basic sword mastery. Overjoyed, Su Ping patted its head a bit too hard, accidentally knocking its skull right off. This is absolutely perfect, Su Ping laughed. I brought you along just to pick up the scraps while the lightning rat did the heavy lifting. But this time, you actually consumed the very bones of our enemy. What a thrifty little expert you are, never wasting a single drop of loot. But then, the atmosphere shifted violently. A massive flying ship descended behind Su Ping, making the lightning rat squeak in terror. A horrifying woman, half flesh and half bone, stepped out of the shadows. The suffocating pressure she emitted was entirely overwhelming. Even the omnipotent system failed to identify her. Her attributes were a complete mystery. Level, combat power, potential, and skills were all completely blank. Cold sweat dripped down Su Ping's face. He could not even begin to fathom her true strength. Was she a supreme entity governing this cultivation zone? A wild thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he could use her to uncover some god-tier treasures hidden in this realm. Suddenly, she raised a hand, dripping with an eerie, mystical energy. A deadly vortex locked onto him, threatening to rip out his very soul. In the blink of an eye, all 3 of them were completely annihilated. System alert. Host is dead. Lightning rat is dead. Little skeleton is dead. Su Ping instantly resurrected on the exact same spot. Damn, that is some serious power, he muttered. She wiped us out the second we made eye contact. Without a shred of hesitation, he confronted the terrifying figure. Excuse me, he called out boldly, ready to face the music. Are you the final boss of this wretched place? She slowly turned her head toward the freshly revived Su Ping. He flashed a bright smile. Hello there. Do you possess high-level intelligence? Actions spoke louder than words, and she instantly crushed his soul again. Before he could utter another syllable, he was dead. Wait, let me finish speaking, his fading consciousness screamed. The cold system notification chimed once more. Host is dead. Calculating remaining resurrections. Do you wish to revive? Waiting in the revival space, Su Ping glared at the glowing panel in absolute frustration. The options read revive in place, or random resurrection. Damn it, does she think I am just a free all-you-can-eat buffet? He was wasting far too much precious time dying in the exact same spot. He desperately needed a change of scenery. Taking a deep breath, Su Ping selected the random resurrection mode. The warp sequence initiated, dropping him into an entirely uncharted dimension. The silence here was almost deafening, sending shivers down his spine. As he cautiously scanned his surroundings, Su Ping abruptly froze. Far below him, hundreds of figures were marching like a mindless colony of ants. He had absolutely no idea where he had landed. Squinting his eyes, he spotted a horrifyingly familiar face in the crowd. Hey, it is the freeloader from earlier, he gasped. Spotting Su Ping's panicked expression, she launched herself upward like a homing missile. Gah! Su Ping choked as a colossal, magic-infused hand viciously crushed his body. He was in serious trouble now. He had unknowingly spawned directly on top of the ultimate boss's head. The monstrous entity interrogated him with a voice that shook the heavens. Who are you, and how did you get here? I will give you exactly 3 seconds to answer. The crushing grip tightened, completely cutting off his oxygen. The oppressive aura was absolutely terrifying. I was just passing through. Su Ping managed to wheeze out. Are you the supreme leader of this domain? Surprisingly, the grip was not lethal enough to kill him instantly. Su Ping's mind raced. Why was this monster not ending him right now? What exactly was it trying to figure out? Being trapped like a bug was completely unacceptable. Su Ping needed to formulate a plan, even if it meant getting one-shotted again. At least with unlimited revivals, He still held the absolute power to choose his own fate, but a chilling realization suddenly struck him. If he was permanently imprisoned, the system's resurrection ability would be rendered completely useless. If he wasted too much time trapped here, he would definitely fail his mandatory quest. Noticing his prolonged silence, the giant skull boss growled a deadly warning. To approach me without making a single sound, you are absolutely no ordinary being. Answer me right now. I will not ask a third time. Hearing the boss's suspicious tone, everything suddenly clicked into place. The monster was actually terrified of Su Ping's hidden potential. He took a steadying breath, realizing he still had room to completely flip the script. It was highly probable that these creatures had never even seen a human before, and they definitely had zero concept of the almighty system. He would use their ignorance to orchestrate the ultimate bluff. Without a second of hesitation, Su Ping unleashed his most authoritative voice. I am the divine avatar of humanity's supreme powerhouse. I have descended to evaluate your absolute threat level, and if your existence proves too dangerous, his eyes narrowed with chilling confidence, I will simply erase every last one of you from existence. Hearing this, the monster horde surges forward. Protect our king, they roar. But the Dark Monarch's eyes flash with cold light. With a casual wave, he obliterates his own vanguard. Watching the tyrant slaughter his own army, Su Ping smirks. A mocking thought crosses his mind. These are your loyal subjects, old man. Doesn't your conscience bleed when you butcher them? Or are you only brave when crushing the weak? A terrifying unseen force crushes him. He pops like a bloody balloon. System alert. Host has died. The Dark King glares at his frantic army. Protecting me is an insult. Nothing in this realm can threaten my existence. But Su Ping, fresh from resurrection, meets his gaze with pure disdain. Oh? Is that so? Su Ping smirks. He didn't expect the boss to be so easily baited. He fell right into the trap. Cue the epic music. As long as he isn't restrained, victory is just a matter of time. The undead legion freezes in shock. Su Ping rewinds time. He absolutely refuses to surrender to death. The tyrant raises his ring, gathering demonic magic. A blinding beam scorches Su Ping to ash. Then, merciless spike traps impale his body. System alert. Host has died. Over and over again. System alert. Host has died. But from the thick smoke, Su Ping steps forward once more. His legs reform. A completely flawless body emerges from the ashes. He sneers, wiping his chin. Huh. The stronger the instant kill skill, the less it hurts. I am actually starting to enjoy this. Watching his target endlessly return from the grave, the tyrant's eyes burn with crimson rage. He can continuously reverse the space-time of the undead realm. This human invader, just what kind of terrifying monster is he? System alert. Host has died. Reviving yet again, Su Ping locks his eyes on the prize. That gemstone must be worth an absolute fortune. He reaches straight for the tyrant's ring. That treasure is mine. Just a microsecond before his body turns to ash. Su Ping's fingers brush the gem. Fast as lightning, the stone vanishes. The royal ring is completely empty. The Dark Monarch stares at his hand in pure horror. Space-time teleportation. He actually mastered space-time teleportation. Boiling with absolute fury, the king steps down from his supreme throne. He roars into the sky. To think he wields two supreme laws of the universe. And I was outsmarted by a mere mortal. His teleportation radius must be within my domain. Who is he? Just who is he? System notification. Random resurrection selected. Transported back to his starting point, Su Ping lets out a long breath. Did he seriously think I would just stand there and die? How adorably naive. Acting like a total badass and running away. Man, that feels good. He snaps his fingers to summon his pet. Little skeleton, drop the stone. He holds up the glowing gem like a trophy. Look at this beauty. Seeing his undead pet tremble with excitement, Su Ping flashes a proud grin. You like it? The battle pet of the great Su Ping does not settle for bone scraps. He points at the gem. Absorb its power. You are up next. Suddenly, the shadows twist. An unknown monstrosity leaps out of nowhere, its eyes locked onto them with pure malice. But the little skeleton reacts first. It moves before the beast can even breathe on its master. A blinding flash of bone and steel. Basic sword technique. System notification. Kill successful. Combat power upgraded to level 4. Quest progress, 46%. Time remaining, 1 day. The monster's severed head hits the dirt, rolling violently toward another creeping beast. The second monster stomps on the fallen head. A horrifying shriek rips from its throat, boiling with primal rage. With a sickening crunch, it grinds the skull beneath its foot, shattering it into a bloody paste. But this time, an entire nightmare legion emerges. Their bodies pulse with deep purple energy. Massive bat wings block out the sky, while their eyes burn with sadistic cruelty. Su Ping does not even flinch. He just smiles calmly. Look at all this free experience delivery. He glances down. I leave the trash to you. The little skeleton obeys. In a heartbeat, it becomes a whirlwind of death. System alert. Little skeleton kill successful. Combat power upgraded to level 6. Lightning mouse kill successful. Combat power upgraded to level 6. Quest progress, 94%. Time remaining, 14 minutes. After an absolute bloodbath, Su Ping finally catches his breath. He pants softly. These small fries are way too squishy. We still need more progress. But right in his blind spot, a mangled corpse snaps its eyes open. Its dead cells mutate rapidly. It unleashes an earth-shattering roar. The ground itself trembles. The abomination reconstructs its own flesh. Acting like a grotesque black hole, it violently sucks all the surrounding corpses into its mass. The nightmare creature swells to a titanic size. Dead limbs and severed flesh fuse together, replacing its missing parts with a sickening crunch. It howls at the heavens. Su Ping blinks in surprise. Whoops, missed one, he mutters. Haven't you died enough times already? Then, a dangerous smirk crosses his face. Perfect timing. The little skeleton and his other pets instantly shift into combat stances. Killer intent suffocates the air. He chuckles darkly and issues the command. Take this ugly thing down. And our quest is finally complete. The towering abomination hurls a massive scythe straight at Su Ping. The air tears apart. Watching the blade close in, Su Ping barks his command. Little skeleton, basic sword technique. The tiny undead warrior swings its bone blade, clashing head-on with the devastating scythe, fueled by the massive level-ups from the recent slaughter. Its power has reached a whole new tier. With a blinding arc of light, the little skeleton cleanly snaps the massive scythe in half. The titan goes absolutely berserk, glaring at them with murderous fury. It slams both monstrous fists into the earth. Boom! The ground instantly fractures into deep ravines. Thousands of ghostly blue hands erupt from the soil. They thrash wildly, locking onto Su Ping and his pets, completely paralyzing their movements in a deadly trap. Su Ping freezes in shock. What in the world? A glowing blue screen flashes before him. Quest progress, 94%. Time remaining, 7 minutes. The clock is ticking. Su Ping scowls, his patience wearing thin. No need to remind me, he mutters. Damn it all, caught in this absolute binding spell again. Lightning rat, he roars. Target its core with lightning severing. Squeak. The tiny beast answers the call, as blinding blue electricity erupts from its body. The crackling arcs fuse into a massive pillar of pure energy. A devastating blast of absolute destruction. It blasts straight for the monster's core, but as the smoke clears, the beast stands completely unharmed. Strange, grotesque hands around it are crumbling into dust. Those twisted limbs just acted as a flesh shield. They absorbed the full force of the attack. Instantly, dozens more demonic hands sprout from the void. They swarm the monster, forming an impenetrable wall of flesh. Our attacks are being blocked. Su Ping realizes. The system window flickers again, but this time, it is full of errors. Attributes, level, battle power, everything is completely scrambled. Even its aptitude and control skills are hidden. Su Ping grits his teeth. As expected, appraisal failed. But two things are absolutely clear now. First, those damn hands are immune to standard damage. And second, that core is definitely its fatal weak point. The system's warning blares in his mind. Time remaining. 3 minutes. Su Ping locks eyes with his pet. Lightning rat. Now, the little beast pushes its limits. Drawing upon every ounce of thunderous power, it wraps itself in a blinding storm of electricity. Waves of absolute voltage pulse outward. The grotesque hands gripping its tiny body begin to burn. Squeak. The lightning rat shrieks in defiance. The sheer intensity of the shockwave is too much. The demonic hands violently jerk back, releasing their prey. A golden notification illuminates Su Ping's vision. System alert. Lightning rat has awakened a new skill. Lightning cocoon. A divine electric shield that purges all evil. It unleashes devastating continuous damage, inflicting absolute paralysis on anything it touches, and against demonic enemies. The impact is doubled. A wild grin spreads across Su Ping's face. It actually learned a new move. Violent arcs of lightning shred the air around them. Crackle, snap, the overwhelming voltage tears through the demonic hands, paralyzing the entire swarm in an instant. The lightning rat doesn't hesitate. It channels the furious current directly into the main beast. The monster writhes in agonizing pain. An earth-shattering roar echoes through the domain. As the absolute binding shatters, Su Ping rips the remaining spectral hands off his body. The seal is broken, he shouts. Little skeleton, now is your chance. Flames ignite in the skeleton's empty eye sockets. Its jaw unhinges in a sinister, triumphant grin. Ki-he-he. The bone blade in its grip surges with dark, demonic energy. With a single, ruthless swing, It cleaves the monster in half. A terrifying arc of crimson light paints the sky. The system immediately chimes in. Little Skeleton secures the kill. Defeated a rank 7 combat tier beast. Lightning rat assist confirmed. Rank 7 beast successfully eliminated. Su Ping smirks, recalling the battle. It only absorbed a fraction of that blood jade bead. Yet Little Skeleton's power has already skyrocketed to this level. Just imagine when it digests the whole thing. But his thoughts are interrupted. System alert. Main quest cleared. Reward granted. 1 fragment of the Chaos Star Force map. System alert. Subquest cleared. Reward granted. Strength pill. All rewards sent to the dimensional inventory. Now, initiating closure of the cultivation realm. In a flash of light, Su Ping returns to his humble pet store. He wastes no time. Appraisal. A detailed holographic screen materializes above Little Skeleton. Species, Demon-type pet. Current level, peak rank 2. Combat power, mid-rank 7. Aptitude. Above average. Mastered skills. Puppet transformation. Undead enslavement. Corpse howl, and the roar of the dead. Intermediate swordsmanship and bone reassembly. It is classified as the lowest tier demon pet, but its king-level bloodline is finally awakening. Su Ping stares at the floating text in utter disbelief. Wait, a rank 2 pet? With the combat power of a mid-rank 7 beast? And its aptitude is only labeled above average? Hey, system, he yells out. Are you absolutely sure your math isn't broken? The system's robotic voice echoes coldly. Evaluation standards are absolute. They are measured against all biological data from the dawn of the endless chaos until now. The host has no reason to doubt this calculation. Su Ping scoffs, flashing back to the monstrous Bone King they had encountered. Since the dawn of the endless chaos. Huh? Now that's what I call an interesting standard. The screen flickers, shifting to his next pet's data. Species. Dark lightning rat. Attribute. Lightning type. Current level. Mid-rank 3. Combat power. Low rank 7. Aptitude. Above average. Mastered skills. 10 directional lightning prison. Thunder after images. Lightning severing. Lightning flash. And lightning cocoon. But then, a chilling skill appears at the bottom. Undead summoning. And undead claws? A once ordinary rodent has evolved into an absolute terror. Su Ping grins from ear to ear. A pure lightning pet mastering the dark arts of the undead? Unbelievable. His mind races with wicked possibilities. If my opponents in the arena see a cute little rat summon an army of the dead, their minds are going to shatter. He glances over at his terrifying little companions. They are resting up, radiating pure, untamed power. A thrill of anticipation runs down his spine. The future is looking dangerously bright. Reaching into his system inventory, Su Ping pulls out an ancient, weathered scroll. He examines the mysterious artifact with intense curiosity. Hey, system, what exactly is this Chaos Star Force map? The system's voice hums with ancient authority. It is a long-lost, primordial cultivation technique. A legendary art, uniquely suited to elevate the host's power to godlike realms. The system's voice echoed with ancient authority. The Chaos Necromancer map uses the human body as a boundless universe. It aligns the stars with the acupuncture points in your bones. This is an entirely different path from standard astral cultivation. Su Ping's eyes lit up at the sheer magnitude of this treasure. He smirked. Oh? Does that mean I can finally cultivate too? Without wasting a second, Su Ping crossed his legs and closed his eyes, entering a completely different dimension. A gentle, ethereal light enveloped his entire body. He was floating inside a chaotic universe of pure astral energy. His mind began to decode the cosmic profoundness. He willed the astral power to condense into an origin core, increasing its absolute mass. The secret to using skills was simple. By spinning this core into a raging vortex, he could unleash the explosive astral power from his body. This energy would then manipulate the physical world. This was the first stage of the Chaos Astral Map, the Astral Vortex Realm. So that is how it works, Su Ping thought. His intense gaze locked onto the glowing orb of light forming right in front of him. He needed to condense the vortex and absorb the surrounding energy. Should be easy enough, right? Using the sharp vision of a battle pet warrior, he quickly reached out to grab the tiny, shimmering particles. Catching these should be a walk in the park, but the moment his fingers closed around the glowing astral energy, it simply dissolved and slipped right through his grasp. He frowned in confusion. I cannot catch them? The energy is passing straight through my physical body. Su Ping immediately shifted his strategy. If my hands will not work, what if I use my entire body to block the flow of the astral currents? Acting on instinct, he threw himself directly into the path of a floating energy cluster. Watching the light merge into him, his face lit up with triumph. It worked. It takes astral power to absorb astral power. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed in Su Ping's mind. He reached into his system space and pulled out a small bottle. That is right. I still have those 3 strength pills. Let us see what they can really do. Without a second thought, he poured the 3 crimson pills into his palm. Throwing caution to the wind, he tossed all 3 pills into his mouth and swallowed them whole. Instantly, a torrential wave of raw power exploded through his veins. The astral orb in front of him flared with a blinding, magnificent light, and the origin core inside him expanded massively. The system's holographic interface chimed wildly with rapid notifications. Congratulations, the host has successfully broken through to the astral vortex realm. Character panel unlocked. Su Ping stared at the glowing screen, completely dumbfounded. My combat power. It shot up by 3 whole levels. Name, Su Ping. Race, human. Rank, minor astral vortex realm. Combat power, mid-tier level 3. Rating, mastery of killing intent. But Su Ping's excitement quickly turned into a scowl. Hey, the profile picture looks great and all, but why is there a giant question mark on my rating? The system replied with zero hesitation. The host is currently too weak to access this information. Please increase your combat power immediately. Su Ping just chuckled inwardly. He had only eaten 3 energy pills, yet his power had skyrocketed to mid-tier level 3. Normal battle pet warriors would have to grind for at least 4 to 5 years to achieve this. This growth rate was absolutely terrifying. Thrilled by the surge of strength, he eagerly asked, "Hey system, do you have any more quests that give out those strength pills?" The system immediately poured cold water on his hopes. Those pills only work on level 1 and 2 existences. Since the host has reached level 3, you must now explore and cultivate on your own. Furthermore, while this universe is a manifestation of the Chaos Astral Map, it operates exactly like the real physical universe. A severe warning flashed in blood-red text across the system panel, just as he was preparing to absorb more energy. Warning: avoid stars larger than yourself to prevent being sucked in. Su Ping's eyebrows knitted together in deadly seriousness. Wait, what happens if I get sucked in? Does it just interrupt my training? The system's cold voice echoed. It will result in the complete destruction of your primal soul. Su Ping's eyes widened in sheer horror. Damn it, he cursed. Ding, profanity detected. Warning number 1. The system chimed instantly. Additionally, time flows at a normal rate within the Chaos Astral universe. Please manage your schedule wisely. Su Ping wiped a heavy bead of sweat from his forehead. So, it is a realm of absolute opportunity mixed with lethal danger, he muttered. It was the ultimate law of the jungle. The big fish eat the small fish. A calm, calculating gaze replaced his fear. He just needed to dodge the massive celestial bodies and devour the ones smaller than himself. He let out a breath. Well, at least it is less of a headache than the cultivation zone. But then, a sudden memory surfaced from the depths of his mind. Speaking of power, I remember my little sister is also a level 3 battle pet warrior. He remembered taking a brutal punch from her in the past. Su Ping clenched his newly empowered fists, wondering, could he tank a full-powered strike from her now? Meanwhile, outside his mindscape, the sun had set. The towering city skyline was rapidly lighting up with the glow of neon electricity. Eat up, do not starve yourself, his mother, Qingru, said with a gentle, warm smile. Su Ping wiped his mouth, feeling completely satisfied. Mom, your cooking is amazing. I am stuffed. I am going back to my room. You brat, she chuckled softly. Since when are you so polite with me? Go on upstairs, but keep your voice down. Her tone shifted to a protective whisper. Your sister is in the cultivation room. The tournament is coming up these next few days, so do not bother her. I will make your favorite corn cakes tomorrow morning. Make sure you eat before you head out. Su Ping turned back and gave her a genuine, bright smile. Got it, Mom. He stood there for a moment, watching her busy herself in the kitchen. She might not have been the original owner's biological mother, but she treated him with such undeniable kindness. For the first time since coming to this world, he felt the true, grounding warmth of a family. Su Ping stretched his arms, feeling his bones pop with immense power. But lurking just beyond this peaceful night, what new cosmic trials awaited him tomorrow? Su Lingyue is busy prepping for the tournament, he muttered with a heavy sigh. Probably the same one as Su Yanjing. I actually wanted to spar with her for a bit. He glanced toward Lingyue's room. A massive surge of astral power was flowing right through her door. Forget it. I will just go back and cultivate, he thought. But then, Su Ping peeked through the crack, justifying his little scheme. Whoa, this astral energy is insanely dense, he whispered. A big brother checking on his little sister's cultivation progress. That does not count as peeping, right? Lingyue was simply relaxing on her bed, yet the surrounding energy was behaving strangely. Su Ping's eyes widened in pure shock. What a massive astral vortex! He stared at her in utter disbelief. How is she absorbing astral power just by lying there? And more importantly, how is the scale this terrifyingly huge? His mind raced to analyze the phenomenon. The astral energy is being drawn in. It is like something inside her body is pulling it by force. There is only one explanation, he realized. This has to be the secret cultivation technique, passed down by the Astral Pet Academy. Su Ping reached out, lightly grazing the stream of energy. The astral power in the real world is much weaker, compared to the chaotic astral universe. Plus, it was perfectly balanced. Back in the chaotic universe, the laws of energy were completely different. It was brutally split between insanely dense zones and absolute dead spaces. The giant stars out there must be devouring all the balanced energy, he deduced. Without wasting another second, he immediately sat down cross-legged. A brilliant idea flashed through his mind. If I use the Academy's technique inside the chaotic universe, would my cultivation speed not pierce the heavens? Su Ping instantly mimicked Ling Yue's breathing rhythm. She is rotating her core energy. Let us give it a shot. Following her flow, a powerful astral vortex began to form around him. The truth struck him like lightning. It is gravitational pull, he slapped his forehead. Of course, why didn't I think of this sooner? Once the mass reaches a critical point, the vortex itself generates a magnetic pull. It forcibly drags the astral energy straight into my body. This means this Grandmaster does not have to run around chasing energy anymore. As the siblings cultivated in their separate rooms, Su Ping decided to experiment. Let us see what happens if I spin it in reverse. Meanwhile, Ling Yue's eyes snapped open. She rubbed her face in frustration, a wave of exhaustion hitting her. Why is absorbing energy suddenly so draining? She muttered. Did I accidentally fall asleep? In the other room, Su Ping grinned fiercely. It works. Now, let us combine a forward and backward spin to create dual vortices. He raised both hands to the heavens. Boom! Two terrifying spheres of astral power ignited in his palms, expanding rapidly. Ling Yue jumped up in total panic. The ambient energy was literally being ripped away from her. Ah! What on earth is happening? She gasped. She frantically scanned the room. The space felt incredibly heavy. The astral power has completely frozen. I cannot absorb a single drop. Why is the energy flow so violently chaotic? A terrifying thought crossed her mind. Her face turned pale. Could it be? An absolute powerhouse is passing by our house? But then she noticed something bizarre. The majestic rivers of astral energy were all flowing straight towards Su Ping's room. Ling Yue let out a frustrated groan. Her face flushed deep red from the massive backlash of energy exhaustion. Hearing the sudden commotion, their mother Qingru called out anxiously. Yue, is everything all right? Ling Yue buried her embarrassed face in her hands. I am fine, Mom. I am just cultivating. She took a deep breath, forcing her racing heart to calm down. Her brows furrowed in deep suspicion. This weird astral phenomenon is definitely unnatural, she muttered. But the vortex was clearly pulling everything, straight toward my completely useless brother's room. A fiery glare locked onto his half-open door. What is he doing in there? She growled. Meanwhile, Su Ping was completely drenched in sweat. He let out a long, satisfying breath. Looking at the perfectly stabilized dual vortices, he smirked. I have basically mastered this technique. Later that day, the pet shop was completely empty. Su Ping was deeply immersed in his cultivation. Inside his mind space, the boundless energy of the chaotic astral universe was violently swirling into his core. A wave of pure euphoria washed over him. This feels absolutely incredible, he marveled. The concentrated energy of those massive stars. It is all being siphoned straight into my body. As long as I maintain a safe distance, I will not be swallowed by the gravitational pull. A terrifying realization hit him. With this automated vortex technique, he could literally cultivate while sleeping. But then, the bell rang. Two familiar auras had just walked into the shop. Boss, we are here to pick up our pets, a sweet voice called out. Su Ping was still half asleep in his cultivation trance. Damn, look at the sheer size of those massive things, he muttered, slowly opening his eyes. Oh, it is just you two. He yawned. Hearing his bizarre comment about massive things, Su Yanjing and Yue Ye gasped. They instantly crossed their arms over their chests, blushing furiously. What do you mean massive size? They shrieked. Boss, you pervert. Su Ping snapped awake, coughing awkwardly to clear the deadly misunderstanding. I was talking about your astral energy cores, he defended instantly. Your astral power is way too weak. You need to train harder. Otherwise, how will you control a high-level spirit pet? Su Yanjing froze in shock. A high-level spirit pet? Her heart skipped a beat. Wait, did my lightning rat actually rank up again in just 3 short days? Meanwhile, a drop of sweat rolled down Su Ping's temple. I am handing over a rank 7 combat beast to a student in an academy where the average is only rank 3. This is definitely going to break the balance, right? Hiding his guilt, he kept a straight face. Hold on, I will go fetch your pet. Moments later, he casually tossed the legendary lightning rat onto the counter. Take him. Your bill was completely settled last time. Yanjing carefully scooped up her lightning rat, a gentle smile spreading across her face. Got it. Thank you so much, boss. She gently stroked its back. Is it just me? Or has the color of his fur completely changed? She then glanced at the other pets in the shop. Wait, why does every single beast in here look so deeply depressed? We were only apart for 3 days, she thought, feeling a little hurt. Yet he does not look excited to see me at all. Could he actually be reluctant to leave this tiny shop? Su Ping sat behind the counter, impatiently waving his hand like swatting away flies. Off you go. Shoo. Yanjing narrowed her eyes in deep thought. A few days of fostering actually created emotional attachment, she marveled. Even with an astral contract bridging our minds, it usually takes months to build a genuine bond between master and beast. Normally, they only maintain absolute basic obedience. But lurking in the shadows of this mysterious shop, a secret that would change the entire academy forever. Once a master pet contract is severed, all spiritual ties vanish completely. Yue inspected her battle pets, her eyes widening in absolute awe. Their battle scars. They are completely healed, she gasped. Even their fur is practically glowing with fresh life force. Yan Ying was equally mesmerized. This tiny shop was hiding some serious magic. She bowed slightly to the owner. Thank you so much. Your care for them was truly extraordinary. Could you recommend some high-tier pet food for us? She asked. Su Ping narrowed his eyes, calculating. Trying to repay the favor by buying stock? He thought. Fine. I will spare her wallet from a bloodbath. Just this once. He pointed to a shelf. Take this one. 1,200 astral coins per stock. Perfect for your fallen phoenix. Yan Ying blinked, momentarily stunned. All right, I will take it. Fast forward a bit. Yan Ying stood in the center of an open training field. The atmosphere grew tense. We still have time before the grand tournament, she stated. Let us do some live combat warm-ups. Inwardly, her heart was racing. She desperately needed to see the lightning rat's true evolution. Just how monstrous had it become? Her gaze sharpened into blades. Yue, summon your absolute strongest beast. Do not hold back a single ounce of power. Yue smirked, clearly amused. Oh, so confident today? Without missing a beat, she formed a complex hand seal. Awaken and step forth. A summoning circle erupted with light. If you end up crying from the pain, do not blame me, Yue warned playfully. Yan Ying braced herself. There it is, the heavy hitter. Towering before them was the Earth Warden monk, a high-tier bloodline, humanoid rock elemental beast. It was Yue's most devastating trump card. Even in its juvenile state, it boasted a terrifying Tier 5 combat power. Please hold on, little guy. Yan Ying prayed silently. I just need to test your Thunder Severing and Thunder Shadow illusion. Taking a deep breath, Yan Ying threw her arm forward. Now, show them what you can do. The lightning rat's eyes flared with a blinding azure light. With an ear-piercing screech, it became a blur of pure electricity, launching straight at the massive earth monk. Yue stifled a yawn, entirely unbothered. Zhang, go play with the little rat for a bit. The four-armed giant instantly wove a brutal earth spell. Dense, yellow mana exploded outward. The ground violently ruptured, shooting up countless jagged stone pillars to impale the tiny creature. But the lightning rat was a phantom. Cloaked in crackling voltage, it zigzagged through the lethal obstacle course, closing the gap in the blink of an eye. Refusing to be outdone, the earth monk smashed its own pillar with a devastating kick. Deadly rock shrapnel rained down like meteors. Thunder Shadow Illusion. Now, Yan Ying roared. Crackle. The little beast obeyed flawlessly, splitting into 3 identical electrical clones. Yue's jaw dropped. Impossible. A 3-way spatial afterimage? Yan Ying pumped her fist, her heart soaring. It mastered multiple Thunder Shadow illusions. The training actually worked. But then, the unthinkable happened. The 3 clones completely ignored the hulking earth monk. They locked onto Yue instead. Panicking, she threw up a frail mana shield and screamed, Ying, make it fight Zhang. My defensive barrier will shatter instantly. Yan Ying quickly soothed her friend. Do not panic. I only ordered it to approach you, not to strike. Yan Ying was playing psychological chess in her mind. The Earth Warden monk was an elite bloodline powerhouse. Its battlefield awareness was practically supernatural. This made it the ultimate living test subject to gauge the perfection of her rat's illusions. Sensing its master in danger, the Earth monk triggered a defensive counter. Right as the electric clones closed in, the giant launched a devastating low-angle strike. Boom! A shockwave rocked the air just inches from Yue's shield. The Earth Monk's massive palm clamped shut, capturing the lightning rat flawlessly. Both girls froze in disbelief. It actually caught the real body? But then, a terrifying spark erupted from above. Where did this new lightning rat come from? Smack! The true lightning rat stomped mercilessly right onto the Earth Monk's face. The captive clone fizzled into static. The Tier 5 giant had been completely played for a fool. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted violently. An overwhelming, primeval killing intent exploded from the tiny rat. The towering Earth Monk actually began to violently tremble. Letting out a pitiful whimper, the giant rock beast turned and fled in sheer terror. Yue was utterly mind-blown. What on earth? Zhang is terrified? Just because he grabbed a fake? The Earth Monk's primal instinct screamed that it could never win. Ignoring its master's confused shouts, its only thought was to protect her from this monstrous little rat. Thick layers of bedrock violently tore from the ground. In seconds, the massive beast constructed an impenetrable dome of stone, sealing itself, and Yue safely inside. Plunged into darkness, Yue frantically patted her trembling pet. Zhang, it is okay. We are safe. Let me out. Outside, the rock fortress. Yan Ying stood absolutely paralyzed. This cannot be real. She stared at the tiny, sparking rat. Even witnessing it firsthand, her brain refused to process the logic. A noble-blooded Earth Titan had an overwhelming elemental advantage. Yet, it was psychologically broken by a trash-tier pet. Yan Ying clenched her fists, her blood boiling with euphoria. This level of power is absolutely mythical. Meanwhile, inside the colossal stadium, the head commentator's voice boomed through the speakers, dripping with raw hype. The live voting system for the Fengshan Academy annual tournament has officially closed. The battlefield is set. Let the carnage begin. The crowd erupted into a deafening roar. Entering from the left gate, Class Z's legendary rising dark horse. Give it up for Su Yan Ying. The spotlight violently swung to the opposite side. And from the right gate, a brutal veteran who crushed his way into last year's top 10. The all-seeing Li Ji. Li Ji stepped out, a chilling, arrogant smirk carved onto his face. The referee quickly laid down the absolute law of the arena. Standard rules apply. Each master will deploy 3 battle beasts. The first to utterly annihilate the enemy's entire lineup claims victory. Masters, prepare for battle. Before the echo of the whistle even faded, Li Ji had already triggered his spatial resonance. Hunt them down, he sneered. A terrifying aquatic predator materialized behind him. The water stealth beast. The entire stadium gasped in collective shock. A wave of frantic whispering swept through the bleachers. Look at that madman. He actually revealed his vanguard beast right off the bat? Is he practically begging for a hard counter? Exactly. How could a top 10 elite make such a rookie tactical error? Li Ji is completely underestimating her. Across the stadium, Yan Ying's eyes narrowed dangerously. Her tactical mind was already racing. A water stealth beast? Let us see how it handles a real storm. A mid-tier bloodline water beast, specializing in shadows and silent assassinations. Without a second thought, she summons it to the field. Yeah. Let us go. Instantly, the majestic Fallen Phoenix erupts from a spatial rift. Yan Ying locks her eyes on the target. Fallen Phoenix, our elements naturally clash. Now. It is a pure test of raw, unadulterated power. The arena commentator grabs his microphone, practically screaming in excitement. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Contestant Su opens strong with her high bloodline Fallen Phoenix. Against a mid-tier hidden water beast, this is a truly terrifying matchup. How will Li Ji survive this? Suddenly, an arm shoots up from the other side of the arena. Wait, it is Li Ji. And he is calmly declaring, a surrender? Hold on, even our commentary team is stunned, speechless. Did my ears deceive me? Did contestant Li just throw the match? A dark, dangerous smirk crawls across Li Ji's face. You heard me perfectly. I forfeit this opening round. Trying to maintain his professional composure, the announcer continues. Despite the absolute confusion in the stadium, contestant Li has officially tapped out. Round 1 goes to Su Yan Ying. Yet, despite the easy victory, she refuses to lower her guard. He is smiling like that. What kind of sick trap is he setting? But then, the space right behind Li Ji violently tears open. He chuckles, the sound dripping with malice. Sometimes, to guarantee that your prey bites the hook, tossing away a pawn is entirely necessary. Yan Ying's eyes widen as the terrifying truth hits her. Thick, venomous spiderwebs explode from the spatial rift, flooding the entire battlefield as the horrific Earthcrawler materializes behind Li Ji. He arrogantly breaks down her entire strategy. Your Fallen Phoenix might not be your most destructive beast, but it is undeniably the most annoying one to kill. Pushing up his glasses, His eyes gleam with cold calculation. The lightning rat, the rock beast, and the white tiger. They are all strictly restricted to ground combat. I just needed to deploy a beast with overwhelming physical dominance to crush them into paste. Li Ji laughs at his own genius. Only your fallen phoenix possesses the advantage of aerial superiority. Even a tier 5 beast would struggle to land a hit on that bird, eventually dying of sheer exhaustion. I had no choice but to bait it out and eliminate it first. Li Ji flashes a victorious, arrogant grin. Sorry to break it to you, classmate Sue. I analyzed every single detail of your profile. Your defeat was sealed before you even stepped into this arena. But before he can gloat any further, a blazing fireball shoots directly toward his face. Li Ji scoffs, casually summoning a magical barrier. Humph. Soft and completely powerless. His arrogant words instantly choke in his throat. The shield incinerates in a blinding flash, engulfing Li Ji in roaring flames as he screams in agonizing pain. Yan Ying stares him down with ice-cold confidence. Are you done running your mouth? Burning with fury, Li Ji grinds his teeth so hard they nearly crack. Roaring like a madman, he issues a fatal command. Earthcrawler, piercing thorns. Deadly spikes of jagged rock erupt from the earth, surging straight for the fallen phoenix. Yan Ying barks a rapid countermeasure. Fallen phoenix, evade! She clenches her fists. His attack speed is too fast. She immediately shifts gears. Boost your physical power. Break out of its range and hit it with absolutely everything. The majestic bird violently flaps its blazing wings, dancing through the lethal forest of stone. It shoots up into the sky, completely escaping the Earthcrawler's strike zone. Mid-flight, the magnificent creature gathers a terrifying vortex of heat. In a split second, it unleashes a devastating dual combo, the Crimson Flamebird and Flame Breath Slash. Unfazed, Li Ji points a finger forward. Earthcrawler. Earth Guardian Shield. Instantly, a massive, impenetrable wall of solid rock violently rises from the stadium floor. The gigantic earthen barrier completely swallows the fiery assault. Yan Ying watches in sheer, unadulterated shock. How is a defense like that even possible? Even with Earth's natural resistance to fire, this level of durability defies all logic. As the smoke finally clears, the colossal rock wall stands tall, without a single scratch on its surface. Li Ji sneers, his voice dripping with venomous mockery. Finally realizing the overwhelming gap between our powers, a pathetic Tier 3, Fallen Phoenix, daring to challenge my fully matured, Tier 4 Earthcrawler? Activate the Earth Prison. He throws his hand down, executing the final judgment. The commentator's voice echoes in pure panic. There it is, the absolute most terrifying signature move in the Earthcrawler's arsenal. The Earth Prison. Rumor has it, this technique can crush any lower-tier creature into absolute dust. Its unmatched brutality strikes fear even into the hearts of elite, high-tier battle beasts. Watching the inescapable net of stone aggressively closing in, Yan Ying desperately issues an emergency command. Fallen Phoenix, tear a hole straight through that net. Without a second of hesitation, she instantly casts a Tier 3 strength enhancement skill to buff her beast. But despite the bird's frantic, flesh-tearing strikes, it simply cannot shatter the unbreakable cage. The massive earthen net tightens mercilessly, suffocating its prey. The announcer's voice breaks over the roaring crowd. Even with the Fallen Phoenix's relentless counterattacks, the Earth Prison is shrinking incredibly fast. This is utter, suffocating despair. The fatal trap is entirely flawless. Even the battle pet warrior themselves might be caught in the deadly blast zone. At this critical point, throwing in the towel is the only logical choice left. Yet contestant Sue refuses to back down. Yan Ying continues to stand her ground. The Fallen Phoenix thrashes wildly against the jagged rocks, but the brutal trap only shreds its beautiful wings further. It lets out a horrifying, agonizing screech. Seeing her beloved partner bleeding, Yan Ying screams in panic. Fallen Phoenix, stop fighting it. You are only tearing your own body apart. Li Ji watches the gruesome scene with a sadistic, triumphant grin. Everything is playing out exactly as I calculated. Just surrender, and the unbearable suffering will immediately end. Biting her lip in bitter, absolute frustration, Yan Ying cannot bear to watch her beast die. She finally shatters. I forfeit. But before the words can fully leave her trembling lips, the Fallen Phoenix releases a heaven-shaking shriek. Deep within the throat of the bleeding bird, a terrifying, blinding light suddenly begins to condense. A suffocating aura of power floods the arena. An apocalyptic beam of pure, unadulterated energy completely obliterates the battlefield. The laser violently shreds the inescapable sand net, shatters the ultimate Earth shield, and blasts the Earthcrawler into absolute, smoking paralysis. Both Li Ji and Yan Ying freeze in absolute, jaw-dropping horror. The entire judging panel instantly shoots out of their seats, screaming in disbelief. Is that the ultimate radiant beam? Li Ji stares in soul-crushing terror at the cleanly bisected boulders, his mind breaking as the referee's shocked voice echoes through the dead-silent arena. Contestant 2's Fallen Phoenix actually unleashes an 8th-tier advanced skill. Just one strike is all it takes to completely paralyze the Earth-type beast. Namfeng watches the arena in absolute horror. He mutters under his breath, "You have got to be kidding me." The Fallen Phoenix boasts a high-tier bloodline, but its natural talent usually ranks dead last among elite beasts. Plus, its genetic memory definitely does not include the extreme ray technique. Hoako observes the creature with a knowing smirk, her eyes gleaming with absolute approval. Against all odds, this little bird is actually pulling it off, she praises. And the craziest part? It is not even fully grown yet. Its future is absolutely limitless. Vice Principal Dong of Phoenix Mountain Academy suddenly chimes in from behind. Do not forget, this little girl's lightning rat also unleashed the thunder severing technique. Hearing this, Nam Fong's interest immediately peaks. Vice Principal Dong, what is this girl's name? What year is she in? But before he can finish, Hoako's iron grip snatches his collar. She hoists Nam Fong right off his feet. She glares at him with a terrifying, ice-cold killing intent. Her name is Tu Yen Din, and I already claimed her. Are you trying to steal my recruit? Nam Fong trembles under her deadly gaze and desperately explains. Haha, calm down. I am just asking a question. Ignoring their usual antics, the vice principal thinks to himself, he never expected such a monstrous genius to emerge this year. If she can join the Pioneer Battle Team, she will rack up massive achievements and bring ultimate glory. She will become a towering pillar of strength for their academy to lean on. Down in the arena, amidst the roaring crowd of thousands, someone finally recognizes her. Wait, that is the crazy girl who trained the lightning rat. A jealous spectator next to him grumbles. Damn it all. My battle pet has not even learned a single advanced skill yet. Back on the battlefield, the Fallen Phoenix is suddenly engulfed in a raging inferno. It unleashes an earth-shattering cry, leaving Yen Din absolutely stunned. It is leveling up. Not only is it mastering the 8th tier Extreme Ray, but its raw combat power is skyrocketing to the lower 4th tier. Yen Din freezes in place, her mind completely short-circuiting. Such terrifying talent. Is this really my Fallen Phoenix? There is absolutely no way. Her memories instantly flash back to her encounter with Tabin. His casual words echo in her mind. Our shop's foster care service did not just heal wounds. It also conveniently boosted comprehension and upgraded physical stats. She stands completely paralyzed, drowning in disbelief. Calling this a convenient boost is the understatement of the century. Meanwhile, the referee's voice echoes through the stadium. Round 2 goes to Yen Din. Both sides, prepare for round 3. Li Ke hears the announcement and practically chokes on his own rage. What kind of cursed luck is this? I was just one step away from crushing her. Third time is the charm. He grinds his teeth so hard they nearly crack. His dark aura explodes as he growls. I knew it. That damn Fallen Phoenix is the biggest threat. Fine. Then let me broaden your pathetic horizons. Li Ke roars, utterly consumed by humiliation and fury. I will show you true terror. Without hesitation, he summons the Wind Demon Beast. Its mere presence sends a shiver of pure dread down Yen Din's spine. 4 massive wings. This is a fully matured Wind Demon Beast, radiating upper 5th tier combat power. Up in the VIP stands, Hoako shoots out of her seat in horror. Hey, are students not strictly forbidden from bringing vicious beasts into the arena? What if someone gets slaughtered? Vicious beasts are infamous for their brutal, bloodthirsty nature. But Namfong just scoffs at her panic. Hoako, you are way too soft. Do you know how many people die in the wasteland every single year? Those wild monsters will not wait for a referee to shout begin. The vice principal calmly intervenes. There is no need to panic. He strokes his beard, his voice steady as a mountain. Our academy's teaching staff is top tier. The referees are all high-level experts. Absolutely nothing will go wrong. The vice principal narrows his eyes at the escalating battlefield. As for that Wind Demon Beast, he likely used some shady loophole to rent it. I will personally discipline that boy once the match concludes. Down in the arena, Li Ke pushes his spiritual energy to the absolute limit and screams his command. Do it. Wind Demon Beast. Myriad illusions, wind, slash. But the monstrous beast simply ignores him. Seeing this blatant disrespect, Li Ke curses the creature. You damn useless animal. He grits his teeth, realizing the bitter truth. The level gap is too massive. It refuses to obey his orders. Forcefully summoning a monster of this caliber is pushing his limits way too far. Yen Din instantly seizes the opening. She casts a flurry of buffs onto her Fallen Phoenix. Strength enhancement, wind enhancement, surges of power flood her beast. Senses enhancement, defense enhancement. This is our chance. Fallen Phoenix, attack the pet master. End this match. But suddenly, The wind demon beast's glowing abyssal eyes lock dead onto Yen Din and her bird. It vanishes like a phantom, using pure teleportation speed. Tiny and defenseless before the towering monster, Yen Din's face drains of all color. Too fast! The commentator screams in utter shock. Contestant 2's fallen phoenix is taken down in the blink of an eye. Now, the wind demon beast's razor-sharp claws pivot directly toward Yen Din. Trapped in a suffocating hurricane, she cries out in terror. "What are you doing?" In a blinding flash, the beast's talons shred her shoulder and arm. Blood sprays the air as her stockings are ripped apart, staining her legs crimson. Watching the bloodbath unfold, Hoako snaps her head toward the vice principal and screams, "What the hell is going on?" Yan Ying has clearly lost this round, so why isn't the wind demon beast stopping? Meanwhile, completely ignored by the crowd, Li Ji lies unconscious on the ground. Suddenly, someone screams at the top of their lungs. Damn it! Li Ji is completely blacked out. The wind demon beast completely loses its mind. It charges madly at Yan Ying, forcing her to scream in sheer terror. "Stop! Stop right now!" The vice principal abruptly roars his command. The wind demon beast has completely lost control. "Referee, stop the match instantly." The referee snaps into action. He instantly steps forward with his wind god bird and shouts his order. "Go, wind god bird!" Spotting its target, the massive bird dives like a missile to prevent the tragedy. But then, a blinding flash of crimson energy explodes across the arena, saving Yan Ying in the nick of time. Before anyone can process what just happened, the judges stare in absolute horror. The entire stadium erupts into absolute chaos. That speed is insane. What on earth is that thing? It is actually faster than the wind god bird. The shockwaves of disbelief ripple through the crowd. This is way beyond the limits. As the dust finally settles, the truth is laid bare. The announcer grabs his mic, utterly stunned. It is the lightning rat. Contestant Sue summons her lightning rat to block the myriad phantom slash. Huoji forces herself to calm down, but her mind races with terrifying possibilities. Wait, that is impossible. If a battle pet master takes a direct hit from that, they will be instantly obliterated. Yet, Yan Ying has not made a single gesture to open a summoning rift. The terrifying truth hits them like a freight train. The lightning rat has been hiding on the battlefield this entire time. But if that is true, this rat's presence-concealing ability is absolutely monstrous. Seeing the tide of battle completely turn, the announcer screams into the mic. Then the third round begins right now. The wind demon beast instantly unleashes its ultimate strike. Yan Ying analyzes the deadly threat in pure panic. The number of wind blades is multiplying. How can we possibly dodge this? But the lightning rat does not even flinch. It reacts with godly speed, unleashing the undead summoning skill. Ghastly undead warriors instantly claw their way out of the ground. The surrounding crowd gasps in sheer disbelief. The entire spectator stand descends into absolute madness. Undead summoning? Are you kidding me? This tiny lightning rat can actually use a demonic attribute skill? This is unbelievably absurd. Coach, I want to buy a lightning rat too. Suddenly, Yan Ying feels herself floating in midair. A mysterious force violently yanks her behind a massive stone pillar, narrowly dodging the wind demon beast's lethal strike. The battle escalates into an absolute deathmatch. The announcer is losing his mind on the microphone. If you live long enough, you truly get to see everything. A mere lightning rat wielding demonic summoning skills. And not only that, it actually manages to block the devastating myriad phantom slash. The lightning rat begins charging an unimaginable amount of power. Its tiny body explodes with a terrifying, overwhelming killing intent. Squeak! Right across from it, the wind demon beast unleashes its own murderous aura. The demonic beast roars into the heavens. It bombards every inch of the battlefield, tearing the solid ground apart as if it is made of paper. Two vastly different powers clash in a devastating shockwave, neither backing down a single inch. Seeing her little rat face such a monster head-on, Yan Ying is consumed by sheer panic. "Lightning rat, no!" The announcer cannot believe his own eyes as the unbelievable scene unfolds. She is actually letting a lightning rat clash directly with a mature, rank 5 wind demon beast. Contestant Sue is being far too reckless. But then, a chilling silence swallows the entire arena. The lightning rat flashes past the towering wind demon beast like a savage bolt of dark thunder. The announcer literally stops breathing. The result of that so-called recklessness? The wind demon beast's entire left side is viciously ripped apart. The stadium erupts into unprecedented pandemonium, an absolute massacre. In a fraction of a second, this tiny lightning rat completely annihilates the rampaging wind demon beast. Drained of every ounce of its life force, the massive beast collapses to the ground like a broken toy. The deafening roar of the crowd threatens to shatter the sky. That beast is slashed open with a single, horrifying wound. The murderous aura radiating from the tiny rat is so suffocating that spectators gasp for air. Lightning void severing. How can the power of a mere rat be this catastrophically terrifying? The referee stares at the bloodbath with his jaw practically glued to the floor. Such heavy killing intent. Is this rat actually planning to completely erase the wind demon beast from existence? His terrified gaze snaps toward Yan Ying. Is she the one commanding this ruthless slaughter? But Yan Ying's mind is completely scrambled. We won. So why am I trembling in absolute terror? Unless, has the lightning rat lost its mind too? The referee's mind races as panic seizes his chest. These rookies are taking things way too far this year. He instantly signals his wind god bird to advance. Move, wind god bird! A dark thought crosses the judge's mind. Maliciously killing a pet during a tournament? At the very least, she will be stripped of her competition rights forever. The pulsing rhythm of epic battle music echoes through the chaotic arena. Seeing such irresistible, raw talent, the referee makes a split-second decision. He absolutely cannot let a rising star like her throw away her future. But sensing the incoming threat, the lightning rat slowly turns its head. Its eyes burn with a freezing, murderous glare. Without a single second of hesitation, it unleashes hell upon the wind god bird. 10-directional lightning prison. Realizing the catastrophic danger, the referee screams from the bottom of his lungs. Wind, god bird, fall back right now. But it is too late. The massive bird takes a devastating hit, crashing into the dirt with a miserable shriek. Screech. Seeing his beloved partner fall, the referee clenches his fists in sheer disbelief. I do not believe this. How can a measly rat heavily injure my invincible wind god bird? Observing the battlefield with trembling eyes, fear finally grips the veteran's heart. How is this even possible? Even among rank 7 pets, those that can match my bird's speed can be counted on one hand, let alone a supposedly weak lightning rat. Little do they know, the real nightmare is just beginning. Up in the stands, the crowd watches the spectacular 10-directional lightning prison with feverish obsession. The true legend of the lightning rat begins right here. Rumor has it that once the thunder prison locks onto a target, 10,000 bolts of lightning will pierce right through them. Even a rock-type battle pet would be completely roasted alive. The vice principal watched in absolute disbelief. A lightning mouse mastering a tier 7 thunder skill is already a miracle, but now, an 8th tier 10-direction thunder prison? Namfong chuckled, watching the spectacle unfold. Tisk. Tisk. To waste such a supreme pet skill on a mere lightning mouse. What a joke. Though, honestly, even a mid-tier bloodline pet could be sold for an astronomical price. Beside him, Hoako watched with burning interest. To think this little mouse is not even afraid of a tier 7 wind god bird. What incredible courage, she murmured to herself. Then, a playful smile crossed her lips. I am seriously starting to like this rookie. Meanwhile, the wind god bird was slowly recovering, and it was absolutely furious. Up in the stands, the referee broke into a cold sweat. The wind god bird's rage had reached its absolute peak. Gathering the surrounding currents, it summoned a massive, devastating tornado, radiating boundless power. The avian beast charged forward with an earth-shattering roar. Squeak, but the lightning mouse refused to back down. It faced the monstrous attack head-on, completely fearless. Squeak, the tornado expanded furiously, threatening to tear the entire arena apart. The referee scrambled to take control of the situation, but seeing the wind god bird's relentless fury, panic set in. Oh no, this is bad. If he let the enraged wind god bird fight a supposedly out-of-control lightning mouse, the beast would lose its mind completely. The sheer power building up could flip the entire stadium upside down. Down below, Yendin stood frozen in a daze. Suddenly, her eyes snapped wide open as the truth hit her. A wave of pure joy washed over her. Lightning mouse. You actually learned another high-level pet skill. The little creature turned back to Yendin, flashing a victorious smile. Squeak! She sprinted over, throwing the mouse into the air in wild celebration. Squeak! Squeak! You are my precious baby. Oh my god! The referee stood frozen on the sidelines, completely dumbfounded. Wait, the lightning mouse was not out of control? The arena announcer's voice boomed across the broadcasting channels. The winner of this spectacular match is Tu Yen Din. The crowd erupted into deafening cheers. Congratulations to our victor for advancing to the next round, the announcer shouted. Meanwhile, miles away, Tu Bin let out a massive yawn, stretching his lazy limbs. People actually call that impressive? A voice echoed from the video playing on his screen. By injecting your own astral power into this civet cat, you bypass the meridians in its front limbs. Doing so will successfully reinforce the creature's front legs. Tu Bin watched intently, absorbing the information. However, this training method requires an absolute mastery of the astral pet's anatomical structure. Otherwise, the unabsorbed astral power will severely backfire. On the screen, the female instructor pulled out a ruler to measure the cat's leg. Look at this 12-centimeter civet cat, everyone. Its front legs have grown by a full 2 centimeters. Moving to the next technique. The girl beamed. The final result is a 1/5 increase in front limb attack power, and this training only took 3 months. Bin stared at the screen, utterly baffled. So boosting combat power in this world is actually that pathetic? He thought to himself. No wonder Yin Din lost her mind over my training. Maybe I should shoot some videos to bait more customers. Suddenly, the roar of a luxury sports car echoed right outside his shop. Nga Kin stepped out of the flashy ride, peering inside. Hey there, boss. Long time no see. His eyes scanned the shelves with a smirk. Got a lot of new stock in, huh? Hearing the commotion, Bin casually glanced up. He recognized the flashy guy instantly. Oh, it is you. Is your arm fully healed? Nga Kin puffed out his chest, radiating arrogant energy. Ha, boss, you have clearly never been to a downtown hospital. Bin stared blankly at the rich kid's childish flexing. He had zero interest in entertaining this nonsense. Adjusting his collar, Nga Kin bragged. As long as you throw enough cash at them, they can piece you back together even if every bone in your body is pulverized. Bin instantly connected the dots. Ah. So what you are saying is, you are loaded. Bin's eyes shifted to his premium stock, a sly business plan forming. Then, how about supporting my little business? I can even give you a discount on this undead-type pet food. Njok Kin glanced at the price tag and nearly choked. What the hell? This is 100 times more expensive than last time. His little sister gasped in equal shock. Brother, a single piece of kibble costs almost as much as your surgery. Realizing they were not buying, Bin instantly lost all interest. If there is nothing else, the door is right there. I have cultivating to do. Seeing the boss turn cold, Nut Kin's arrogance vanished. He nervously rubbed his hands together. Haha, hold on. I was just showing off a bit. When it comes to real power, you are the undisputed master. To be honest, I came to recruit you. Any interest in joining a wasteland reclamation team? A flood of ancient, miraculous history washed over the moment. Long ago, the blue planet was a barren world, starved of spiritual resources, until that fateful day. A colossal wave of primal energy tore through the fabric of space itself. Thus, the legendary star rifts were born. The sheer scale of this cosmic shift changed destiny forever. These volatile cosmic tiers acted as bridges, connecting humanity to completely unknown alien realms. Humanity was suddenly forced to face bizarre and lethal new worlds. Some planets overflowed with priceless divine treasures. Others were infested with bloodthirsty nightmare beasts. Explorers clashed against the pure, untamed destruction of nature. Some worlds were literally hellscapes, burning as hot as a scorching sun. By harnessing the chaotic blessings of these star rifts, mankind continuously plundered alien resources, evolving beyond their limits. They built absolute powerhouse nations of supreme strength, but unfortunately, fate had other plans. That golden era of prosperity lasted for a mere few centuries. Driven by sheer greed, factions waged endless wars to conquer the high-quality starry sky rifts. Humanity was violently dragged into a devastating, decades-long civil war. The cruel reality of this slaughter plunged the masses into despair, wiping out more than half of the human population. The very heavens and earth seemed to bleed dry of their primordial energy. Nearly 70% of the blue planet morphed into a barren wasteland. It was a desolate dead zone, completely unfit for human survival. Facing total extinction, the desperate survivors finally struck a fragile peace. They formed a unified federation, migrating en masse to establish safe havens far away from the volatile starry sky rifts. Survival demanded absolute power. The Federation poured all of its resources into awakening a new breed of warriors, battle pet masters. A brand new era of strength dawned upon the world. Elite talents were forged into pioneers, braving the deadly rifts to hunt for ancient treasures. Hearing this lore, Bin stroked his chin in deep, puzzled thought. Pioneers, huh? His eyes narrowed with quiet intrigue. Ngok Kin carefully studied the young man's expression before lowering his voice. The truth is, a brand new starry sky rift spawned just outside Longjiang Bay City last night. Our Black Wolf Squadron was the very first team to scout it, but we walked right into a brutal ambush and lost our red-tailed flame blood fox in the terrifying chaos. Suddenly, a holographic system panel materialized right before Bin's eyes. It chimed, congratulating the host for activating a crucial side quest. Find the lost battle pet. The ultimate reward for success? A legendary god and demon skill training manual. But if he failed, the system would ruthlessly deduct 10 crucial points from his host's score. Bin instantly masked his shock, his mind racing with serious calculations. A god and demon skill training manual? The mere name reeked of absolute power. The primal Chaos Star Force map he received last time had miraculously skyrocketed his combat strength. This new divine artifact would surely be just as heaven-defying. A fierce, confident smirk crept onto Tu Bin's face. Perfect timing, he thought. I was just itching for some real combat to test my absolute limits. Shaking off the thrill of the quest, he locked his focus back on reality. The two of them geared up and immediately set off toward the Pioneer base. Their heavy off-road vehicle roared like a mechanical beast. Seeing the squadron's emblem, the checkpoint guards scrambled to radio ahead, urgently clearing the path for the battle team. Tires violently screamed against the sun-baked asphalt, kicking up a massive storm of dust. They sped straight toward Pioneer Base number 38, skidding to a halt before stepping out into the harsh wind. Engjok Kin immediately threw his hand in the air, shouting across the dusty compound. "Captain, we are finally here!" A towering powerhouse named Kwang Liet sized the newcomer up with a sharp, piercing glare. "So, this brother is the peerless master you hyped up? May I ask your esteemed name?" Tabin met his intense gaze without flinching, his voice perfectly calm. Tabin. Bin as in perfectly average, with absolutely nothing unusual about me. A veteran member named Lee Ung crossed his arms, an amused smirk playing on his lips. "Little Ngok Kin never shuts up about you. I was expecting a seasoned warrior. Seeing you in the flesh, you really are a young hero. Tell me, brother too, you look incredibly fresh. Barely turning 20, right?" Tabin blinked, answering completely out of habit. 18. The very second the word left his mouth, an awkward silence crashed over the courtyard. The three elite veterans froze like stone statues, their eyes bulging out in utter disbelief. Lai Ung quickly swallowed his shock, his tone turning highly skeptical. 18? You haven't even reached the legal graduation age for Battle Pet Masters. What elite academy are you from? Tabin shrugged effortlessly, not giving it a second thought. No master, no academy. I am completely self-taught. Hearing this blatant flex, Ngok Kin sweated bullets, panic visibly washing over his pale face. Kwang Liet coughed awkwardly, trying to salvage the rapidly sinking mood. Well then, brother too. Diving into a starry sky rift is practically a death sentence. If you want to run with our squad, you need to officially register your credentials first. And more importantly, to ensure we don't accidentally get each other killed out there, we need you to summon your battle pet right now. Tabin let out a low, confident chuckle as a summoning aura flared to life. That is perfectly fine. But let me get one thing straight. I have zero intention of actually joining you, pioneers. I am solely here to retrieve the flame-tailed blood fox. Nothing else. Li Ung's patience snapped, his aura flaring up with blatant disrespect. Such arrogant words for a snot-nosed kid. Do you honestly think the pioneers are some pathetic club you can just walk in and out of? Sensing the rising bloodlust, Kwang Li immediately stepped between them. Stand down. Brother 2 is a guest invited by Little Fam. You will not show him such disrespect. But before the argument could escalate, a suffocating killing intent bled into the air. Tabin's cold, commanding voice cut right through the tension. Come out. Boom. A terrifying shockwave shattered the ground as his battle pet materialized. The sheer, earth-shattering impact sent heavy tremors through the entire base, leaving everyone utterly breathless. Engjok Kin's jaw practically hit the floor. His entire body went rigid as he stammered out in absolute mind-numbing horror. Wait, is this a plop? Suddenly, the terrifying creature's skull casually popped off its neck. A little skeleton? The veterans shrieked in unison. Tabin simply sighed, walked over to retrieve the bony head, and casually pulled out a glowing crimson stone. He groaned inwardly. Before this mission, he had left this little guy in the advanced cultivation chamber, absorbing pure energy for 7 or 8 straight days. Its head is actually still this massive? Well, it should be enough to wipe out anything in the Pioneer Zone, Tabin muttered. Kwang Liet and Li Ung stared at his casual display, their brains completely short-circuiting from the sheer absurdity. Ngok Kin trembled like a leaf, his voice barely a terrified whisper. B-Boss 2, please tell me you have more than just this one pet? Tabin didn't even blink, his expression stoic. That is right. Currently, I only have this one. The young scout's soul practically left his body as he stuttered in pure despair. Boss 2, you might not know how explosive my captain and vice captain's tempers are, if I really brought them a dud of a master. They are going to absolutely slaughter me. Tabin casually screwed the skull back onto the skeleton's spine, his voice dripping with absolute certainty. Relax. When I accept a commission, I never let my clients down. His eyes suddenly flashed with an imperious, unmatched glint as he snapped a command. Little skeleton, draw your blade. Shing. In a blur of blinding speed, the little skeleton unsheathed its jagged bone sword. It violently slashed through the air with devastating precision, freezing instantly into a flawlessly badass battle stance. The three of them stand completely frozen, their eyes wide in absolute awe. The sheer speed is incomprehensible. All they see is the blurred motion of the blade sliding back into its sheath. Before their minds can even process the strike, the space where the blade passed completely shatters into terrifying fragments. Wow, But then, the scene shifts as they stride into the base interior. A cold mechanical voice echoes the moment they take a step, demanding identity verification. Tobin steps up to the terminal. The system immediately fires a scanning beam, mapping out his facial structure. A sharp beep rings out. "Greetings, Tobin," the artificial intelligence announces. A holographic screen flashes his entire life history. Male, 18 years old. Education ranging from Lamlong Kindergarten to Than Oan Middle School, straight to Bachvat High School. The profile continues. Battle Pet Master. No clan affiliation. Father, To Vien Son. Mother, Li Thon Nu. Younger sister, To Lung Nuet. Finally, the system confirms his temporary pioneer registration. Hearing the mechanical confirmation, Tobin simply shrugs. So, it is that simple. But Ngok Kin stares at the glowing profile with his jaw on the floor. A regular high schooler who self-awakened to become a battle pet master, and he is genuinely only 18? Catching his dumbfounded expression, Li Ung crosses his arms and delivers a cold dose of reality. "Do not celebrate too early," Li Ung scoffs. "Temporary pioneers can accumulate merit points just like the rest of us." He steps deeper into the facility, his tone hardening. "But you do not get the elite privileges of an official pioneer. Break the law outside, and you face the same brutal punishment as any ordinary citizen." Ngok Kin quickly waves it off. "Boss To, let us head this way." Wearing a highly arrogant smirk, Ngok Kin puffs out his chest. "Do not worry, Boss To. If you ever get tossed behind bars, I will personally bail you out. No need to thank me. Us pioneers have a few special perks." Tobin keeps a perfectly straight face, but internally sighs. These guys spend all day obsessing over their little status perks. Truly a hopeless bunch. They finally arrive at the Pioneer Federation vault, watching the massive steel doors slowly grind open. The moment the vault fully reveals itself, Tobin feels a surge of shock. The colossal room is packed with bizarre, glowing artifacts. Kung Liet gestures toward the thousands of treasures. "Brother To, the wasteland is a lethal place. Pick a few defensive items. My treat." Still taking in the sight, Tobin realizes these are incredibly rare artifacts, completely absent from the normal market. Catching his stunned expression, Kung Liet chuckles nervously. "Of course, stay away from the absurdly expensive ones. You get it, right?" Snapping back to reality, Tobin offers a relaxed smile. "Understood." Ngok Kin scans the room, completely mesmerized. Every single visit to the Pioneer Vault feels like opening a door to another universe. Tobin approaches a specific display. These items possess an aura, matching the divine treasures in his own cultivation space. They have to be harvested from entirely different star realms. Seeing him hesitate, Kung Liet calls out, "Time is ticking, Brother To. Have you made your choice?" Ignoring all the elite defensive gear, To Bin points directly at a dusty shelf. "Just give me these," he says plainly. Ngok Kin stares at the glass case and almost chokes. It is just a basic cultivation manual for rank 1 to 6 battle pet masters. A literal rank 1 item costing a pathetic 10 merit points. Li Ung bursts into mocking laughter. "Pham Ngok Kin, what kind of scrub did you recruit?" Even Kung Liet cannot hold back a snicker. Ngok Kin panics, waving his hands frantically. Hey, Boss To, we are heading into the deadly wasteland. The captain wanted you to grab armor and weapons to survive. Why on earth would you pick a basic reading book?" Watching his dramatic meltdown, Tobin keeps his cool. "Before we achieve success, I prefer not to owe anyone too much. Relax. I know exactly what I am doing." Kung Liet narrows his eyes, silently analyzing the boy. Cultivation takes years. This kid is either completely brain-dead or terrifyingly confident in his own power. He can only hope it is the latter. After receiving his chosen manual, Tobin notices an extra, unexpected item placed in his hands. Ngok Kin quickly explains. "The captain threw that in for you. It can block most attacks from a rank 5-star pet. If our Hak Lang squad fails again, we will be a complete laughingstock." Tobin's gaze grows heavy with unspoken understanding as he replies. "Got it." Hours vanish, and the sky bleeds into pitch black. They arrive at the starry rift, surrounded by jagged, barren rocks that make every step a struggle. Pausing his advance, Tobin glances over. "How much do you actually know about this starry rift?" he asks. Ngok Kin keeps his eyes locked forward. It is a Class B danger zone, infested with demon-type vicious beasts, and completely devoid of any rare minerals. Hearing those words, a spark ignites in Tobin's mind. Demon-type? Perfect. I came to the exact right place. He then asks, "Since 2 guys got critically injured, who filled the last empty spot?" As they scale the treacherous cliff, Ngok Kin lowers his voice into a grave whisper. "The second in command brought him in. Rumor says he is absolutely ruthless. Do not, under any circumstances, provoke him." But before another word can be spoken, the sky shatters. A colossal, monstrous bird talon slams into the earth, violently shaking the ground right in front of Tobin and Gok Kin. Panic flashes in his eyes as he loses his balance. Tobin nearly plummets into the abyss below before catching himself. "Who did that?" a voice shouts in alarm. "Over here." Mak Kong watches them struggle with a mocking smirk. "You guys are way too slow," he teases playfully. "I am about to fall asleep just waiting for you." Suddenly, the landscape plunges into a dead, eerie silence. The surrounding darkness seems to swallow them whole. Tobin firmly catches Ngok Kin and lets out a heavy breath. "I've got you." Ngok Kin glares at him, still trying to act tough. "Humph. Good thing my core balance is strong," he boasts. "If I fell down there, even a level 6 expert would be smashed to pieces." Tobin sighs internally, feeling utterly helpless. "All right, stop bragging," he thinks to himself. Meanwhile, Mak Kung confidently steps forward to shake hands with Kung Leet. "Old fan," Mak Kung starts, getting straight to the point. "I hear your friend's flame-tailed fox pet got lost out here in the wild." The man lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh. "Yeah, it is just a moment of carelessness," he admits. "If she wasn't constantly distracted with her head in the clouds, I really wouldn't want to step foot in here again." Mak Kung is quick to boast, his chest puffed out with pride. "I told you before, didn't I?" he brags. "You only bring the absolute elite to the wasteland. Finding me is the right choice." Just then, Ma Kung's arrogant gaze locks onto Tobin. Kung Liet's cheerful voice echoes in the background. "Haha, alright, we will follow your lead completely." Ma Kung drops his radiant smile instantly, his eyes narrow with deep suspicion. "Humph, who is this kid?" he demands. "Why isn't his profile in my data?" Kung Liet gently pats Tobin's shoulder, trying to keep the peace. "This is an external helper that little fam invited," he explains. Ma Kung scoffs, unable to hide his intense curiosity. "Brother Tobin, you look way too clean." Ma Kung sneers. "Is this your first time in the wasteland?" Tobin stares right back at him, his gaze piercing. "Shouldn't you explain that little stunt you just pulled?" Ma Kung freezes, his expression instantly darkening into a scowl. "Oh? And who the hell do you think you are to ask me anything?" he spits back. "Blades and beasts don't have eyes in the wild." Ma Kung warns aggressively. "If you can't even handle a tiny prank, what gives you the right to enter the wasteland?" Kung Leet quickly steps in to diffuse the tension. "Now hold on," Kung Leet interjects firmly. "Brother To might not be a certified official pioneer, but his understanding of star pets is absolutely brilliant," Kung Leet assures. "His power level is definitely enough to pass the test." Ma Kong crosses his arms, his voice dripping with venomous sarcasm. "Humph. Having passing strength means nothing. Anyone can be a pioneer with just that," he mocks. "Once we enter, everyone follows my exact orders. Otherwise, don't blame me when I show zero mercy." Ma Kong shoots a nasty glare at Tobin, his mind racing. This arrogant little brat, he thinks violently. How dare he glare at me like that? Kung Liet continues his guarantees, completely oblivious to the intense stare-down. "Don't worry about it. I brought him here, so I will manage him properly." Ma Kung suddenly catches the pure, unadulterated killer intent in Tobin's eyes. He hesitates, a cold sweat breaking out across his back. What is going on? He thinks in shock. The look in this kid's eyes. Ma Kung trembles slightly. It is a dead, chilling gaze, exactly like someone staring at a lifeless corpse. He swallows hard, a heavy seed of doubt planted in his mind. Is this really his first time entering the wasteland? Ma Kung wonders silently. Without another word, the pioneer team steps straight into the jagged, cracking spatial rift. Ngok Kin looks incredibly embarrassed by the whole ordeal. He quickly leans in to explain things to Tobin. "Boss To, we pioneers are just extremely blunt people." He apologizes sincerely. Please don't take his words to heart. Tobin simply nods, looking completely unbothered. "I won't." A faint, mysterious smile plays on Tobin's lips. "Because honestly," he adds casually, "my exact thoughts about him are the very same." In the blink of an eye, the entire squad crosses through the starry rift. Kung Leet immediately takes command. "Turn up the lights," he orders sharply. "We are on an entirely different planet now." Kung Leet warns them all. "Keep your eyes peeled for hidden beasts, and stay close." He points into the grim darkness. "We have to pass through that forest." Li Ung, the team's dedicated scout, nods sharply. He immediately takes the lead to carve out a safe path. "Understood," he replies. The forest is suffocatingly dark and blanketed in a thick, eerie fog. The surrounding water flows as crimson as fresh blood, hiding bizarre and twisted star pets. Li Ung quickly summons his scout bird to sweep the perimeter. "Report," Li Ung calls out a moment later. "There is a small, unidentified beast by the lake ahead. The fog is way too dense. I can't even tell if it's dead or alive," the scout admits in frustration. Kung Liet frowns, scanning their dangerous surroundings. "Is there any detour we can take around it?" "Negative," Li Ung replies grimly. "The other routes are swarming with high-level mutated beasts." Mak Hong immediately summons his own pet, overflowing with sheer arrogance. "Then let's just force our way through. If it is a high-level beast, we will handle it. Through their advanced night vision gear, the squad finally gets a clear look at the terrifying creature hiding in the mist. Lurking in the shadows, Kung Leet studies its form carefully. It is a fully grown Holan Mak beast, he identifies in a hushed tone. Its combat power should be right around level 5. Mak Hong sneers, completely underestimating the deadly threat. Let's just kill it directly, he commands. We need to end this fast. Kung Liet quickly warns him. Do not linger here for too long. Not a problem at all, Mak Kong replies with a greedy smirk. This battle merit belongs entirely to me. But To Bin's instincts flare wildly. Something is terribly wrong. Hold on, he interrupts sharply. Are you absolutely sure about that? Let me see the night vision gear. Mak Hong glares at him, his fragile pride stung. What is your problem now? Are you seriously doubting our professional judgment right now? Mak Hong challenges aggressively. To Bin remains perfectly calm, relying on his absolute mastery of beast knowledge. Holan Mak beasts rarely ever drink water from a lake, To Bin explains coldly. They rely almost entirely on eating small insects to stay hydrated. Furthermore, just feel the temperature around us, he continues, analyzing the environment flawlessly. In this freezing damp weather, a Holan Mak will never casually roam outside. Ngok-kin's eyes widen as the realization hits him like a truck. He is right. The Holan Mak is a tropical star pet, he confirms. It has absolutely no business being in a wet, freezing place like this. Are you sure you saw it right? Li Ung double-checks, his confidence wavering. I swear, it looks exactly like a Holan Mak, he insists. Mak Hong snatches the gear and scoffs in pure disgust. It is a Holan Mak. Having an amateur try to command us is just a pathetic waste of time, Mak Hong roars. Ignoring every logical warning, he barks an order to his pet. Tear it to shreds. Forest python bind. His beast instantly launches a brutal attack at the resting creature. But the moment the attack connects, pure horror unfolds. The beast's outer skin instantly burns away into dark ashes. What remains is a terrifying, hollow skeleton, completely packed with hundreds of writhing, squirming tentacles. Kung Liet's blood runs ice cold as the horrific truth sets in. That Holan Mak was already dead, he yells in sheer panic. This isn't a beast. It's a monstrous parasite wearing its skin as a disguise. The moment the words leave his mouth, the forest boa sinks its fangs deep into the corpse of the fallen manticore. Seeing this deadly mistake, Su Ping immediately barks a warning. He tells Lin Mo to recall his pet right now if he wants it to live. But Lin Mo just sneers back in pure anger. Who do you think you are? Since when do you have the right to give me orders? But before he can finish, a sinister black liquid aggressively invades the boa's eyes. The giant snake thrashes wildly, letting out a blood-curdling hiss as agonizing pain tears through its body. Gang Lai quickly steps in. Brother Su, you just mentioned a soul beast. I rarely encounter demon-type battle pets, so can you explain what we are dealing with? Su Ping keeps his eyes locked on the writhing snake. An adult soul beast boasts Tier 7 combat power. It disguises itself as weak prey to lure arrogant targets right to its doorstep. Once it infiltrates a host, it dissolves them entirely from the inside out. Hearing this terrifying fact, Gang Lai tightens his grip and says, Brother Su, if it is only Tier 7, we can take it down together. However, Su Ping instantly rejects the captain's proposal. He shakes his head grimly and says, No. The true nightmare of a soul beast is not the creature itself, but the horrific monster it shares a symbiotic bond with, the Blood Soul Beast. Hearing this completely unknown name, Yu Jing breaks into a cold sweat. Soul Beast? Blood Soul Beast? Hold on a second, Boss Su. What on earth are you talking about? Su Ping drops a terrifying truth bomb. Wherever a soul beast appears, a blood soul beast is always lurking nearby in the shadows. While the entire team stands paralyzed in shock, Su Ping reveals his chilling deduction. If my guess is right, the liquid in that lake is not water at all. It is pure blood. The very second those words leave his lips, the agonizing boa is violently dragged down into the crimson lake. Hidden beneath the surface, the blood soul beast finally stirs. As the colossal predator slowly reveals its horrifying form, Lin Mo completely loses his mind. My mental link with the boa has been severed. A monster. Run! Su Ping roars at the top of his lungs. That Tier 7 soul beast was just feeding it nutrients. This blood soul beast is at least Tier 9, maybe even a legendary beast king. With a deafening roar, the terrifying anomaly fully breaches the surface. Emitting a suffocating aura, it aggressively lunges straight at Su Ping and the fleeing team. Driven by pure survival instinct, they instantly summon their mounts. The bloodthirsty demon wolf and the blue-winged dragon snake materialize as Gang Lai barks out orders. Everyone, get on, right now. The captain commands the tactical retreat, tasking Li Ying with calculating an escape route as the colossal monster relentlessly hunts them down. Picking up an urgent signal from his scouting pet, Li Ying shouts over the chaotic winds. We have two possible routes. The east is swarming with several unidentified vicious beasts, while the west is temporarily safe. However, the west leads straight to the Starfisher, and the east is exactly where the flame-tailed blood fox disappeared. Panic drips from Li Ying's voice. Captain, which way do we go? Gang Lai grinds his teeth in utter helplessness. Damn it, do we not have any other choice? Lin Mo screams in absolute terror. Retreat to the west. I already lost a pet. Charging into the unknown is just digging our own graves. Ignoring the cowardly rant, Gang Li turns his piercing gaze toward their resident expert. Brother Su, what is your tactical read on this? Su Ping just smirks with unshakable confidence. My professional suggestion? We charge straight to the east. Lin Mo snaps his head back in disbelief. What the hell did you just say? Are you completely insane? Lin Mo screeches at the top of his lungs. Has one blood soul beast not pushed us close enough to death? Even Li Ying sides with the coward. He is right, Captain. I vote we fall back to safety. But Gang Li ignores them, locking eyes with Su Ping. Brother Su, are you absolutely certain about this gamble? If we make the wrong move, we are all dead. Su Ping's playful smirk fades into a deadly, serious glare. I never joke when lives are on the line. If you still want to bring that blood fox home, you need to trust me right now. We are out of time. Hearing this absolute conviction, Gang Lai makes his final call. God, I hope this is not the last decision I ever make. Li Ying, pivot east. He roars with absolute authority. Yes, sir. Li Ying barks back, forcefully steering their escape deep into the perilous canyon. The squad plunges deeper into the treacherous gorge. Right on their heels, the blood-soaked abomination crashes through the terrain, refusing to let its prey escape. Suddenly, all the color drains from Li Ying's face. Captain, every single vicious beast inside this canyon is actively fleeing. Validating his panicked words, the radar blips wildly as countless apex predators scatter into the shadows, clearing a massive path. Gang Lai glances back at their terrifying pursuer and grits his teeth. Did they sense the blood soul beast behind us and decide to run for their lives? But before he can finish that thought, he spots something utterly bizarre. Huh? The entire squad watches in disbelief. As they push further into the narrow gorge, the monstrous blood soul beast noticeably slows down, its lethal momentum completely fading. Lin Mo blinks in absolute shock. Wait, is its bloodlust actually dying down? Su Ping chuckles, entirely unfazed by the miracle. Why wouldn't it? Even though a blood soul beast has apocalyptic combat power, it is not an active hunter by nature. He continues breaking down the creature's psychology. It prefers to use the soul beast as irresistible bait, waiting for foolish prey to deliver themselves. Plus, this geographical choke point is way too tight for its massive body. We are not exactly a 5-star gourmet meal. Only an absolute idiot would abandon a free buffet of corpses outside, just to squeeze through the dirt for a cheap thrill. Gang Lai turns around, shooting Lin Mo a profoundly judgmental look. He thinks to himself, if I had that level of elite monster knowledge, I would have never suggested retreating either. Catching the captain's silent judgment, Lin Mo flares up. Hey, what the hell are you looking at me for? It is not like they teach the habits of legendary blood soul beasts in basic training. Cutting off the argument, Li Ying shouts from the front. Captain, we are closing in on the blood fox's coordinates, but there is a massive, vicious beast blocking the canyon exit. Su Ping just smirks. Hear that? Lin Mo looks completely dumbfounded. Go on. Pass me the night vision goggles. Although he is grinding his teeth in pure annoyance, Lin Mo hands the gear over. Do not act so high and mighty with me. Just take it, you broke brat. Su Ping effortlessly catches the high-tech goggles. Thanks for the donation. He taps the side panel, booting up the military-grade tech. A robotic system voice chimes in his ear. Image enhancement software online. Night vision perfectly calibrated. Before his eyes, a star beast materializes, gripping a vicious demonic sword. Recognizing the creature, Su Ping identifies it as a mature death wraith. Its estimated combat power, a terrifying level 5. Gang Lai swallows hard, his voice laced with anxiety. A demon type again? Are we going to be okay? Relax, Su Ping replies coolly. I have already made my move. With a flick of his wrist, he summons the little skeleton, ordering it to handle things as usual. Receiving its master's command, the little skeleton draws its bone blade without hesitation. It locks onto the level 5 star beast and advances. The moment it closes the distance, the little skeleton suddenly explodes with blinding speed. It seamlessly executes an intermediate sword technique. The sweeping blade instantly one-shots the level 5 beast. The massive creature vaporizes into 2 streams of dark aura, slowly fading into nothingness. The entire squad stands absolutely stunned as Gang Lai showers it with praise. The instant kill is incredibly decisive. Yu Jing cannot help but sigh in pure awe. To think it could be resolved that easily. I should have listened to Boss Su from the start. Mo Kong, however, masks his shock with a calm facade. It is just blind luck. I could wipe out trash like that too, he scoffs. But deep down, venomous jealousy chews at his pride. Damn it, he gets to show off again. But the real challenge is just beginning. A short while later, the expedition squad marches out of the canyon. Rising before them is a majestic, heaven-piercing mountain. Staring at the massive peak, Gang Lee's expression turns dead serious. This giant mountain is extremely dangerous. Last time, we encountered an unidentified high-level ferocious beast right here, and that is where we lost the blood fox. Su Ping nods slightly, his gaze sharp. Let us not waste any time. Everyone, spread out and search for clues. Instantly, a wave of scouting pets is summoned into the field. The team separates, initiating a massive grid search. It doesn't take long. One of the pets spots something amiss and shrieks to draw their attention. Squeak. Hearing the alarm, the entire squad rushes over to investigate. Yu Jing steps forward, his eyes scanning the area. Many-eared macaque. What did you find? Seeing something without getting startled? The monkey curls its tail, presenting a gruesome object that makes everyone's blood run cold. Mokong's face turns incredibly ugly as he steps up to explain. This is a Black Cloud gold glove. Only captain-level pioneers have the raw strength and wealth to afford gear this good. Hearing those words, Li Ying and Yu Jing's expressions instantly darken. Panic begins to creep into Yu Jing's voice. A captain actually died a tragic death here? Just what kind of nightmare monster did they run into? Right then, Su Ping walks up to the group. What did you guys find? Let me take a look. Mokong rolls his eyes, his voice dripping with absolute disdain. Forget it. Are you suddenly an equipment expert? Su Ping completely ignores the insult. Give it to me, he repeats coldly. Refusing to meet his eyes, Mokong sneers. Does bossing me around twice feel that good to you? Don't drag me into your mess, and stop ordering me around. I am a decorated pioneer. Even if I accidentally crushed a nameless battle pet master like you, I would barely get a slap on the wrist. Understand? In an instant, the air grows incredibly thick with the smell of gunpowder. With a mocking smirk, Mokong suddenly drops the severed limb. Oops, my hand slipped. Pick it up yourself. Seeing this blatant disrespect, Su Ping's face darkens completely. A dangerous glint flashes in his eyes. Pick it up yourself, Mokong repeats arrogantly. Suppressing his rising fury, Su Ping bends down to retrieve the severed arm. Watching the intense standoff, Yu Jing swallows hard. What the hell is wrong with these two? Gripping the severed arm, Su Ping silently analyzes the clues. The blood has already dried completely. This person must have been dead for a few days now. But the wound, it still carries a dense, lingering dark aura. Could a high-level demon-type beast have been prowling nearby recently? Noticing Su Ping's grim expression, Gang Lai asks cautiously. Brother Su, you look a bit pale. Did you find a clue linked to the flame-tailed blood fox? Su Ping keeps turning the details over in his mind. But it has been several days. Maybe the beast has already left. He lets out a quiet sigh. No. Hearing that single word, Mokong bursts into mocking laughter. Aha, putting on such a serious face. I actually thought you had some brilliant insight. Ha, you are really something else. Aha. As the mocking laughter echoes, Su Ping suddenly stomps his foot, gathering explosive momentum. Without a single ounce of mercy, he launches a devastatingly heavy punch straight into Mokong's laughing face. The sheer brutality of the strike leaves everyone absolutely paralyzed. Yu Jing stands completely speechless. Boss Su, with one side of his face caved in, Mokong roars in pure fury. You little brat, I will kill you! Mokong wildly swings his blade, his eyes burning with vicious rage. You have got a lot of nerve, daring to strike my face. He slashes violently towards Su Ping, screaming, Looks like you are tired of breathing. But then, a silver flash zips through the air. A blade presses directly against his throat, forcing Mokong to freeze in pure terror. The little skeleton is holding its sword inches from his flesh. Mokong's heart hammers against his ribs as a chilling thought hits him. Since when did this little monster get so fast? Suddenly, Li Ying steps behind Su Ping, pointing his own sword at the back of Su Ping's neck. He threatens the boy to make his pet stand down. Unfazed, Su Ping speaks with terrifying calmness. Why don't you tell him to drop his blade first? Yu Jing fearfully raises his hands in surrender. Boss Su, let us just talk this out. Why did you have to resort to violence? Su Ping's face darkens like a gathering storm. He brought this upon himself. Crimson sparks of fury erupt from the little skeleton's hollow eyes. Bothering me time and time again, Su Ping growls fiercely. The air grows heavy with a suffocating killing intent. Don't blame me for being ruthless. A shiver runs down Li Ying's spine as pure fear grips his heart. What an overwhelming killing intent. Does he actually have the confidence to slaughter all of us right here? Refusing to back down, Mokong screams. Empty threats. Don't think for a second I will not dare to gut you. Trying to defuse the ticking time bomb, Gang Li turns urgently. Brother Lin, this is Brother Su's fault. I apologize on his behalf. Li Ying chimes in. After this is over, I will personally compensate you with 100,000 star coins. Just do this as a favor to me. Right now, completing the mission comes first. Yu Jing stammers, his eyes wide with absolute shock. Boss Su, killing your own brothers in the wasteland is a massive taboo. Keep this up, and none of us will make it back alive. Su Ping's eyes turned ice cold. Is that so? I just think those who disobey orders will only drag us down to hell. He stepped forward, his aura suffocating. Losing a useless burden is better than keeping one. Hearing this, Lin Mo glared in pure hatred, the sword in his hand trembling with rage. Slowly, Lin Mo lowered his blade. Fine, Su Ping. I will carve this into my memory. I will follow your lead for now, but once we reach the base, I will make you pay. Su Ping completely ignored the threat. I take command from here. Any objections, Vice Captain? Li Ying watched silently, calculating the odds. If they clashed now, this arrogant kid would definitely not leave alive. Did Su Ping already figure out they had to compromise for the bigger picture? Li Ying scoffed. I only answer to the captain. Do not ask for my opinion. Gang Lai stepped in, heavily patting Su Ping's shoulder. Brother Su, having ambition is a good thing, but if you pull a stunt like this again, I will not show mercy. Got it? Then, he leaned in and dropped his voice to a whisper. I can see your true strength. Let this go. I have no issues with you, but watch your back around Lin Mo. That rat will not swallow this insult. He will definitely play dirty on the road. From a distance, Lin Mo gritted his teeth, his face twisted in helpless fury. Su Ping smirked faintly, playing along. But suddenly, a blood-red distress flare violently pierced the sky. The entire team snapped their attention upward. Gang Lai narrowed his eyes. That is a high-level emergency signal. Move out, now. Meanwhile, Chen Shan struggled to his feet, shielding Gu Shui. Run. Forget about me, just get out of here. Towering over them was the colossal ghost child beast, unleashing an earth-shattering roar. A devastating mental shockwave crashed into them. Chen Shan clutched his bleeding ears. The nightmare creature fired a lethal barrage of bone spikes straight at them. The terrifying projectiles tore effortlessly through the bodies of the surrounding lesser monsters. Death closed in on Chen Shan, his paralyzed body refusing to move. But in a blinding flash of silver, a shuriken sliced the lethal spike perfectly in half. He looked up in absolute shock. Riding atop a massive two-headed beast were three imposing figures. Gang Lai declared, We are the Black Wolf Squad. We saw your flare. Everyone, stay on maximum alert. Chen Shan screamed out in pure desperation. The one attacking us is the Ghost Child Beast. Gang Lai's eyes widened in recognition. That bastard. It is the exact same monster that ambushed us last time. They desperately hauled Chen Shan and Gu Shui onto their ride. Hurry up, grab onto something and hold tight. The massive beast violently jolted as it scrambled to escape. Gu Shui shrieked in terror as she and Su Ping were thrown entirely off balance. Su Ping snapped his head around, his deadly instincts flaring. The massive, crushing foot of the ghost child beast was descending right above them. Lin Mo yelled, Move out. At the very last split second, Li Ying yanks them both back onto the speeding beast. He grunted, Hold on, Boss Su. Lin Mo clicked his tongue, utterly furious that Su Ping had survived. Su Ping coldly stared ahead. Vice Captain, find a flat path. This rough terrain will only slow us down. Li Ying was genuinely stunned. This kid almost died a second ago, yet his breathing and aura are completely undisturbed. He realized Su Ping was right. The rocky terrain was not slowing down the ghost child beast at all. Understood, he replied firmly. Gang Lai looked at the gruesome trail behind them. We saw severed limbs and dead battle pets everywhere. Are you two the only survivors? Chen Shan's face darkened with overwhelming grief. Damn it. My final Earth Shield beast just sacrificed itself to save us. Gu Shui gritted her teeth. My holy flame bird can still fight. Gang Lai looked at the battered creature, shocked that a mighty Tier 8 pet was pushed to such a bloody state. The squad desperately spurred their mount, fleeing from the pursuing nightmare. The combat power of this ghost child beast. It has to be approaching a completely new tier. Su Ping analyzed the threat with cold, calculated precision. Its weak point is covered by impenetrable bone armor. Little skeleton cannot shatter that alone. I need their firepower first. I will settle the score with Lin Mo later. Suddenly, Chen Shan spoke up. I have a plan. If we keep running like this, we will all die. Everyone must leave their battle pets behind as a meat shield. We need to buy time to escape. Lin Mo exploded in unhinged fury. Are you insane? I just lost one pet, and you want me to throw away another? Chen Shan violently thumped his chest. Once we make it out, Chen Shan, swear to compensate every single lost pet in full. Plus, I will pay a massive bounty to each of you. I never break my word. Gang Lai's jaw dropped in disbelief. Chen Shan, the legendary gold medal pioneer from the leaderboards? But Lin Mo scoffs, blinded by greed. I do not care who you are. I poured my blood and sweat into raising my pet. You cannot just buy it, Chen Shan roared back. I will pay triple the market price. Lin Mo turned to Li Ying, screaming, make his team sacrifice their pets too. Or else we all rot right here. Li Ying made the ruthless call. You heard him. To survive, everyone must pay the price. The 3 squad members froze, their faces turning completely pale. Yu Jing trembled in pure terror. Yes, sir. Gu Shui nervously summoned her holy flame bird. But then, Su Ping let out a heavy sigh. Without a single word of hesitation, he leaped right off the speeding beast. He and the little skeleton landed gracefully, standing completely alone against the towering nightmare. Yu Jing screamed, Boss Su? Lin Mo just sneered, watching him fall behind. What an absolute idiot. Trying to play the tragic hero will only get you killed. Then rot here alone. I absolutely will not let the others risk their lives to save you. But then, the earth shattered. Skeletal hands clawed their way out of the dirt. What the hell is that? Someone screamed, as an army of the dead rose from the shadows. Panic erupted through the squad. Fall back. We are completely surrounded. Towering undead monsters stood right in front of them, blocking every escape. Cold sweat drenched Gang Lai's face. They aren't moving, he whispered in sheer terror. Are they not here to attack us? Captain, Su Ping's furious roar cut through the tension. Your battle pet fought by your side for years, and now it is an undead slave. His eyes darkened with absolute disgust, tossing it away like trash. That is truly sickening. Standing his ground, Su Ping unleashed his command. Killing intent, full frontal assault. The skeleton army surged toward the massive demon skeleton beast. While the grunts charged the front, the little skeleton melted into the shadows. It flanked the battlefield, masking its aura for a deadly ambush. The colossal beast roared, lifting its massive bone leg and stomping the earth with devastating force. The squad gasped in pure disbelief. A level 8 demon skeleton beast is actually being pushed back by a tiny skeleton? Hell yes, Gang Lai leaped into the fray. Brother Su, I have got your back. Yu Jing immediately followed suit. Captain, count me in too. Li Ying drew his weapon. The captain is charging, we move too. But another member scoffed, his face twisting in annoyance. You want me to risk my neck for this rookie? If we desert them now, we will be the laughingstock of the entire academy. Besides, if we slay this level 8 nightmare, the merit points alone could buy us top-tier battle pets. He clenched his fists, screaming in frustration. Damn it all, this pisses me off. I cannot believe we are taking orders from the new kid, he roared, finally giving in. The summoning circles ignited, Gang Lai roared, bloodthirsty demon wolf. Yu Jing called upon her earth-shaking beast. Li Ying summoned his azure dragon-winged snake, while Gu Shui unleashed her holy flame bird. Humph, let's crush it. 6-armed demon ape. The majestic battle pets charged the monstrous skeleton as one. The 6-armed demon ape vaulted into the air, unleashing its intermediate spear art. It thrust its spear straight for the beast's glowing eyes. The holy flame bird charged its extreme ray, while the azure dragon blasted a freezing wave of icebone breath. The dual elemental strikes crashed into the beast. Right behind them, the earth-shaking beast delivered a devastating annihilation punch. The massive impact staggered the demon, sending its jagged teeth crashing to the ground. Yu Jing cheered wildly. Yes! Beat its teeth right out of its skull. Riding the momentum, the bloodthirsty demon wolf and 3-headed demon dog lunged for the kill. The snow-hunting beast joined the slaughter, firing its ultimate skill right at the beast's core. But then, someone noticed Su Ping's sharp gaze. The monstrous beast's indestructible ribcage was slowly opening up. Take cover! Gu Shui shrieked in absolute terror. It is a spiritual shockwave. Chen Shan desperately threw up a massive shield. But the beast swept its massive arm, sending the legendary pets flying like broken toys. The squad frantically poured their energy into the cracking barrier. A sickening crunch echoed as the azure dragon-winged snake crashed into the earth. Bloodthirsty demon wolf. Answer me, Gang Lai pleaded, his voice breaking. The masters screamed for their pets to rise, but they lay motionless. Only the demon skeleton beast stood tall, horrifyingly reattaching its broken limbs. Chen Shan coughed up blood, struggling just to stay on his feet. The brutal reality set in. Their all-out assault had done absolutely nothing. Hoping level 6 and 7 pets could defeat a level 8 nightmare was pure delusion. The monstrous skeleton summoned razor-sharp bone spikes. It aimed them mercilessly at the defenseless, unconscious battle pets. No, Gang Lai screamed in despair. They are too far. I cannot use spatial recall. Someone cursed violently. This is what we get for listening to a rookie's blind commands. We should have run when we had the chance. Suddenly, Su Ping's icy voice pierced the chaos. Little skeleton. Intermediate sword art. The tiny bone warrior slowly rose to its feet. leaving everyone utterly paralyzed with shock. It didn't faint. Gang Lai's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. That was a level 8 spiritual shockwave. How is that even physically possible? Su Ping remained infuriatingly calm. Taking it head-on is impossible, obviously. But what if my little skeleton used Corpse Roar at the exact same time? Gang Lai's mind raced. Wait. Unleashing Corpse Roar creates a small, localized sonic boom. But could it really cancel out a devastating psychic attack? Gang Lai swallowed hard. This insane combat strategy was completely unheard of. No sane Beastmaster would ever risk their pet's life to test something so reckless. Furthermore, hitting that split-second timing required hundreds of agonizing, near-death practice runs. Staring at Su Ping's unyielding back, Gang Lai shuddered. Just what kind of hell has this kid walked through? But then, a terrifying aura erupted. The demon skeleton beast was evolving. Absolute terror gripped the squad. Is it breaking through to level 9? It is charging Death Annihilation. Screw this. I am not dying with you madmen. If Death Annihilation dropped here, everything within a 1,000-meter radius would be instantly vaporized into ash. Su Ping's eyes flared with ruthless intent. Little skeleton. Now, the tiny warrior vaulted into the sky, becoming a streak of pure starlight as its blade cleaved straight through the colossal beast. The world seemed to hold its breath. Boss Su! Someone gasped. A heartbeat later, the massive demon skeleton beast violently exploded from the inside out. A rain of shattered bones crashed to the earth. A glowing system prompt materialized in Su Ping's vision. Target successfully eliminated. Combat power upgraded to level 8. Skill evolution unlocked. Intermediate sword art upgraded to advanced sword art. The squad stared in dead silence. A legendary level 8 nightmare. Obliterated in a single strike. And that little skeleton didn't even look special. Gang Lai mumbled, his mind blown. Gu Shui stood frozen. A combat style like that. I could not even dream it up. Li Ying dropped his weapon, utterly defeated. How? How is this even real? Yu Jing collapsed to her knees, laughing through her trembling tears. Haha, I really thought we were dead meat. She looked up at the young master. Boss Su, how did you know its weakness was hidden on the inside? There is no such thing as a coincidence. I have faced this exact kind of monster before. His mind races. Why can only demonic beasts learn limb reattachment? Why does the little skeleton sometimes piece its shattered bones back together, yet other times, it completely fails? The answer finally hits him. The physical body is just a shell. The soul core is the true foundation of all demonic beasts. He remembers his past battles alongside the skeleton. As long as that core remained intact, the beast could trigger its regeneration skill endlessly. But this means one crucial thing. If someone exploits this fatal weakness, even the most terrifying demonic beast is nothing but a paper tiger. A confident smirk crosses Su Ping's face. This battle proves his theory perfectly. Suddenly, dark aura swirls around the skeleton's hand. The shattered demon bones snap right back into place. The entire team freezes in absolute terror. Li Ying's voice trembles as he shouts. Is that damn monster still alive? Wait, something is wrong. Chen Shan interrupts, his eyes wide. Its movements are rigid. It looks like someone is controlling it. The truth strikes Yu Jing like lightning. Wait, is this the legendary puppetry technique? He gasps. Boss Su, are you the one controlling this beast? Su Ping keeps his eyes locked on the beast. You could say that, he replies casually. Yu Jing throws his hands up in sheer disbelief. What do you mean, I could say that? You did not just master advanced undead enslavement. You killed a tier 8 monster and turned it into your personal puppet. Is your little skeleton a warrior or a mage? How on earth did you train it? But then, a sinister red aura erupts from the two-headed beast, filling the air with heavy tension. Captain Gang Lai snaps everyone back to reality. We cannot waste another second here. We need to keep searching for the blood fox. Understood, Li Ying barks back. Hold on. Su Ping's cold voice pierces the air. I have one last piece of trash to take care of. I suggest you all look the other way. Gang Lai steps forward, anxiety written all over his face. Brother Su, please, just let this go for my sake. But Mo sneers, stepping up with arrogant fury. Hey, what exactly are you trying to pull? Su Ping offers a chilling, deathly smile. Nothing much. Just giving you a friendly warning to watch your step. Flash. The little skeleton vanishes, its blade slicing through the air. In a spray of crimson, Mo's arm falls to the dirt. The wasteland is deadly, Su Ping whispers. A pioneer should always watch their back. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the cavern. Ah, how dare you! Mo shrieks in agony. Su Ping's eyes turn into pools of abyss. I am sparing your pathetic life out of respect for the captain. Now get out of my sight. If I ever see your face again, I will not miss. Mo clutches his bleeding stump, his eyes wide with horror. What? He chokes out. Su Ping unleashes a terrifying, mountain-like aura. If you do not disappear right now, I will gladly wipe you from existence myself. All color drains from Mo's face. He stands there, shaking like a leaf in a hurricane. Without another word, he scrambles away into the darkness, clutching his bleeding shoulder. Gang Lai lets out a heavy, defeated sigh. Boss Su, what was that about? Yujing yells, completely stunned. That was way too extreme. But Gu Shui crosses her arms, her eyes sharp. That man was rotten to the core. Keeping him around would have gotten us all killed. Boss Su made the absolute right call. Li Ying clears his throat, shifting the focus. Listen, we are still hunting the flame-tailed blood fox. Do either of you have any leads? Chen Shan shakes his head with a heavy frown. I have not seen a single trace of that cursed fox. Gu Shui taps her chin, her eyes lighting up. Wait, I think I spotted its tracks back in the forest. The team's eyes widen with explosive hope. Are you serious? Show us where. High above, a glowing purple moon casts an eerie light over the mystical wasteland. Su Ping sits casually atop the colossal demon bones, the little skeleton by his side. Suddenly, the tiny undead's eye sockets flare. It leaps off the massive skull and dashes into the shadows. Su Ping narrows his eyes, tracking his pet's movements. What could possibly be hiding in that dark cavern to make the little skeleton react like that? He glances down at the sniper below. Gu Shui, toss me your flare gun. Right now. Catching the weapon flawlessly, Su Ping aims at the cavern roof and pulls the trigger. A blinding white light erupts, washing away all the shadows. The darkness shatters, revealing a majestic, fiery beast resting on a stone ledge. Gang Lai's jaw drops, a massive grin spreading across his rugged face. We actually found it! He roars in triumph. The entire team eagerly slides down the jagged rock face. Gang Lai reaches out, gently patting the sleeping beast. You certainly did not make this easy for us, little guy. The captain turns to his crew, his eyes shining with relief. Mission accomplished. Everyone, pack it up. We are heading home. But Su Ping suddenly raises his hand, his gaze locked on the cave wall. Hold on a second. Brother Su, what is it? Gang Lai asks, confusion lacing his voice. Su Ping runs his fingers across a strange, dark boulder. Something is not right. There is something massive hidden inside this rock. Intrigued, Yujing rushes over and pulls out his scanning device. Step aside. Let me get a read on this. A holographic screen bursts to life, lines of data flashing wildly. The scanner beeps rapidly. Unknown element, 91.214%. Uranium, 0.002%. Gold, 2.902%. Silver, 1.123%. Iron, 3.231%. Nitrogen, 0.001%. Yujing stares at the screen, his breath catching in his throat. There is no match in the entire federal database, he whispers. This is a completely undiscovered cosmic ore. Gang Lai simply nods, completely unfazed. Got it. Let us move. Su Ping blinks, utterly baffled by their calm reaction. Wait, are you guys blind? Why is nobody freaking out over this? Yujing lets out a hearty laugh, winking at the rookie. Haha, my bad. I keep forgetting this is your very first wasteland run. Look, if our pioneer team actually found a usable rare ore, we would be filthy rich overnight. He throws his hands up in a dramatic shrug. But these star rifts connect to countless unknown galaxies. Finding a high-level ore that we can actually mine is like looking for a single grain of gold in a massive desert. He pats the mysterious boulder with a dismissive sigh. Our survival time out here is way too precious. Nobody in their right mind would waste hours trying to dig this out. The standard protocol is simple. We just report the coordinates when we get back. The federal government will send a dedicated mining team to extract it. A sly, knowing smile creeps across Su Ping's face. The little skeleton is absolutely vibrating with excitement over this rock. There is zero chance this is just some ordinary, useless stone. His eyes gleam with a predatory glint. Before the Federation can get their greedy hands on this treasure, he is going to claim every last drop of its power for himself. Ding! A glowing system screen materializes right in front of his eyes. Mission completed. Reward: 1 copy of the legendary Golden Crow Divine Demon Art. Just then, Gu Shui steps close, slipping a sleek business card into his hand. But lurking in the shadows, Gu Shui tucks a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her smile turning incredibly sweet. Boss Su, if you ever find yourself interested, I truly hope you can visit our academy. I would love to introduce you to our headmaster. Bin took the business card, forcing a polite smile onto his face. I appreciate the offer, he replied. But deep down, he was groaning. I transmigrated to a whole new world. And I still cannot escape the absolute curse of going to school? He waved goodbye to her. Besides, I am way more interested in what the system just handed me. He casually tossed over his shoulder. I have got things to do. Let us talk details next time. Stunned by his abrupt brush-off, she called out, "Ah, wait a second." But he was already gone. She stared blankly at his fading silhouette. Kok Tuyet let out a heavy sigh. Maybe I should have been more direct. I should have just asked him to be our guide at Feng Sun. The very next morning, Tabin let out an exhausted yawn. But suddenly, a piercing glare locked onto him from the shadows. Lang Nuyet stood there, arms crossed, her face flushed with absolute annoyance. Up this early? Do not tell me you were out wandering the streets all night. Barely keeping his eyes open, Tabin brushed past her. Yep. What a coincidence. You are up early too? Lang Nuyet stuck her tongue out, refusing to back down. Who is having a coincidence with you? You useless brother. I wake up early every single morning to train. Too tired to argue. Tu Bin dragged himself upstairs. Wow, so impressive. I am so proud of you. Hearing his deadpan praise, Lang Nuyet's face turned beet red as she stomped her foot. Yeah, right. Who needs your pride? Meanwhile, Tu Bin collapsed onto his bed, his fingers swiping across the glowing system interface. He pointed at a mysterious new icon. System. What exactly is this Golden Crow God-Demon physique? The system's mechanical voice echoed in his mind. The Golden Crow God-Demon physique is the ultimate secret body-tempering art of the Golden Crow race. They are primordial beings born from the blazing core of the sun. From birth, they possess the terrifying power to shatter mountains and rivers. Through cultivation, their physical bodies become absolutely indestructible. In the primordial era, they conquered more than half of the vast, untamed universe. Wherever the Golden Crows flew, all of creation was reduced to ash. Later generations revered them as gods and demons. Tu Bin gasped in shock. It is seriously that overpowered? Suddenly, a glaring red warning flashed. Warning. Cultivating this physique will continuously mutate your body. The process is incredibly slow, and the agony is beyond human imagination. Furthermore, it demands terrifying combat strength and massive amounts of resources. In the end, you will no longer be human. You will become the absolute sovereign of the heavens, a Golden Crow God demon. Tu Bin stared nervously at his own hands. Will my body turn into some kind of hideous monster? He swallowed hard. That sounds exactly like a final boss villain. Sensing his rising panic, the system quickly clarified. The host does not need to worry about this. Once cultivation is complete, your body will be forged from pure energy. You can retain your original human form based on your preference. It will not affect your daily life. Tabin's eyes grew cold. Daily life? In a brutal world like this, where is there any normal daily life? Dark memories flashed through his mind. In this twisted reality, the weak lived without a single shred of dignity. They were nothing but prey. The bitter truth hit him. Maybe shedding his humanity was the only way to actually live like a human being. His gaze sharpened with iron resolve. Fine. Let us play by your rules. Later that day, delivery workers dropped off massive crates. Just leave it here. You guys can head back. Tu Bin ordered. Yes, sir, the couriers replied respectfully. Tu Bin crouched down, tapping the heavy steel crate in front of him. Getting goods from the Federation warehouse delivered right to my door. Now that is what I call convenient. A mechanical beep rang out. Authentication successful. A surge of adrenaline rushed through Tu Bin. During his recent mining expedition, he had slaughtered enough vicious beasts to rack up serious merit points. He used them to buy a top-tier lightweight combat suit. Primal armor activated. It scales its defense using the wearer's star power. It can effortlessly block attacks from level 1 all the way to level 7. In a flash of sleek metal, the armor pieces seamlessly locked into place around his body. Tu Bin looked at the newly opened crates with a smirk. I have gathered all the materials for the first layer of the Golden Crow physique. This is way more efficient than grinding in the cultivation zone. His mind raced with calculations. Most of the required materials and star power could be farmed straight from the wasteland warehouses and the chaotic star realms. Once his god-demon body leveled up, he could conquer even deadlier zones to farm better loot. It is the perfect, unstoppable grinding loop. Tu Bin then glanced at the glowing fossil stones left in the crate. The only question left is what to do with these leftover ores. He picked one up, a cunning glint in his eye. Hey system, upgrading the nursing pens requires an energy fee, right? The system responded instantly. Correct. Upgrading and maintaining the nursing pens costs the host's energy points. A sly smile crept onto Tu Bin's face. Then what if I use these ores to renovate the pens myself? Can my own materials lower the upgrade fee? His eyes darkened with ambition. Everything he did had one single purpose: to breed the most terrifying star pets in existence. Ding! The screen flashed brightly. New authority unlocked. Nursing pen renovation. By providing the required materials, the upgrade cost is slashed to 20%. Additionally, a fully upgraded pen will unlock powerful new effects. The blueprint appeared. Level 2, Dark Nursing Pen Requirements. Underworld Stones, 200 out of 98. Cobblestones, 70 out of 0. Giant beast bones, 30 out of 0. Wandering soul heart, 1 out of 0. Energy points, 200 out of 58. Effects. Massively boosts a star pet's potential and combat power. Adds basic perception skills. But that was not all. Instantly heals all non-fatal injuries. The real game was just beginning. Non-demonic pets gain 50% effectiveness. Demonic pets gain 70%. Su Ping's eyes light up with pure excitement. The system's modification features are incredibly flexible. He smirks at the holographic interface. Sure, the side effects are absolutely brutal, but this kind of insane power boost makes it completely worth it. His fingers brush against the ancient fossils. These rare evolutionary materials are actually pretty easy to scavenge out in the wasteland bases. He clicks his tongue in sheer frustration. He has been so obsessed with cultivation that his shop is completely drained of energy and teetering on bankruptcy. Meanwhile, Yan Bing's phone violently buzzes. She stares at the screen in absolute shock. The mysterious shop owner is actually calling her. She quickly answers. Boss, you needed me? Su Ping gets straight to the point. Are you satisfied with your lightning mouse's recent cultivation? Yan Bing's voice beams with pure joy. Yes, beyond satisfied. I honestly don't even know how to properly thank you. Su Ping smirks. Perfect. I actually have a favor to ask. Her heart skips a sudden beat. The all-powerful shop owner actually needs her help? Sensing a golden chance to get closer, she agrees, without a second thought. Just say the word, boss. If it is within my power, I will absolutely do it. Su Ping casually drops the bomb. I want to shoot a short video with you. Yan Bing freezes completely. A deep shade of crimson rushes to her cheeks. Her imagination instantly runs wild with entirely inappropriate and scandalous scenarios. She stammers out nervously. Shoot what exactly? For what? To get famous. Obviously. Su Ping replies bluntly. Are you coming or not? Mortified, she covers her smartwatch. Keep your voice down. Losing patience, Su Ping sighs. If you are too busy, I will just find someone else. Her face is burning like a tomato as she finally caves to the pressure. Okay, I understand. I will be right there. Moments later, Yan Bing arrives at the shop, wearing a rather revealing and bold outfit. Boss, I am here, she announces. Su Ping looks up from his desk. Ah, you made it. Taking in her striking appearance, he awkwardly clears his throat. Ahem. Your makeup looks quite nice today. Yan Bing fidgets shyly under his gaze. Well, you said we were shooting a video, right? Su Ping regains his serious composure. As long as it does not affect your battle performance, hurry up and summon the lightning mouse. Yan Bing blinks in utter disbelief. Wait, the lightning mouse? She covers her mouth in sheer horror. Surely you do not mean with me. That is practically impossible. Su Ping stares at her, completely baffled. What do you mean, impossible? I am just going to film you summoning the beast. Then have it execute Thundercut and Lightning Flash. That is literally it. Yan Bing completely freezes in place. Oh, that is all we are filming? Su Ping raises an eyebrow. Of course. What else would we film? Only this lightning mouse can prove my shop's legendary cultivation skills. Do not tell me you forgot to bring it. Sweating profusely from the massive misunderstanding, she frantically nods. I brought it. I brought it. The little electric beast pops its head out, right on cue. Suddenly, a brilliant idea strikes Yan Bing. Boss, I've got it. Our academy's annual tournament is over, but there is an upcoming exhibition match between the champion and runner-up. Her eyes sparkle with intense anticipation. The grand champion, Ye Hao, is going to duel me in front of everyone. Su Ping rubs his chin thoughtfully. An exhibition match? Yan Bing leans in eagerly. If you come to the arena with me, the promotional effect will be absolutely explosive. Su Ping nods in total agreement. All right. But this champion, Ye Hao, why didn't you take first place? Yan Bing sighs in heavy defeat. It was impossible. Ye Hao's Silver Snake Thunder Dragon possesses a terrifying rank 9 bloodline. Honestly, I only ever expected to crack the top 20. Securing second place was already a sheer miracle. It far exceeded my wildest dreams. Hearing this, a dangerous glint flashes in Su Ping's eyes. A rank 9 bloodline, you say? To think someone in this academy actually managed to overpower my custom lightning mouse. He smirks. How very interesting. The next morning dawns bright and clear. Golden sunlight bathes the entire city and the sprawling grounds of Phoenix Mountain Academy. The campus is buzzing with wild energy as students busy themselves with their battle pets. Yan Bing leads the way through the crowded courtyard. Su Ping trails closely behind, scanning the environment. Looks like lightning mice have become a massive trend here. Yan Bing turns back, triumphantly pumping her fist. During the annual tournament, everyone witnessed the terrifying potential of the lightning mouse. Now, they are the absolute stars of the academy. She eagerly looks at him. Boss Su, since the match hasn't started yet, should we hand out flyers? Su Ping rolls his eyes dismissively. Forget it. These average students are only raising them to chase a passing trend. They just hope to get lucky and strike it big. Su Ping walks right past her, his eyes closed in supreme confidence. Even if they loved the trend, my shop's insane prices would instantly scare them off. Hearing his brutal honesty, Yan Bing suddenly feels incredibly small. She points a trembling finger at herself and mutters, "Fair point. I haven't even finished paying off the money I borrowed." Suddenly, they pass by a massive crowd of screaming fangirls. They are swarming the Academy champion. Yay how? God yay! Is it true you are joining the Royal Pioneers after graduation? What a stupid question. Word is, the top battle guilds have already sent him VIP invitations. Wow, he is on a completely different level. But Ye Hao completely ignores the suffocating praise. His sharp gaze coldly sweeps across the bustling courtyard, looking for a specific target. With his monstrous strength, he will make the first string in less than 6 months. 6 months? He could probably join the main roster immediately. Suddenly, Ye Hao pushes through the sea of obsessed girls. He marches directly toward Yan Bing and calls out, "Hey, wait a second. I actually need to speak with you." Yan Bing stops in her tracks, clearly surprised. "You are looking for me? What is this about?" Ye Hao halts before her, the air suddenly growing heavy. "Think nothing of it. I merely wanted to thank you for our spar the other day. During our clash, my silver lightning snake finally shattered its limits. It has officially broken through to level 7. Yan Ying closes her eyes with a polite smile. "Oh, is that right? Congratulations on the breakthrough." Su Ping stands nearby, shooting her a side glance. "Is this the guy who defeated the lightning mouse?" Suddenly, Ye Hao leans uncomfortably close to Yan Ying's face. He rests a confident hand against his chest. "Oh, one more thing. During the upcoming tournament, I strongly advise you to leave the lightning mouse behind." Her cheeks flush slightly at his sudden proximity. She nervously asks him why. Ye Hao stands tall, arrogantly running a hand through his hair. "My pet accidentally awakened a level 7 dragon aura, and it cannot fully control it yet. Haha, you know how it is." Yan Ying falls utterly silent. She lowers her gaze, forced to endure his endless bragging. If your lightning mouse suffers bloodline suppression, it will be a humiliating sight. Su Ping keeps his back turned, but his sharp senses track their every word. Fighting Luo Feng instead would at least provide some entertainment. Yan Ying simply nods. "I understand." Yi Hao turns away, waving casually at a group of swooning fangirls. "I will see you in the arena then." The girls erupt into delighted giggles. "Haha, I will try to go easy on you." At that moment, Su Ping turns to face the champion's back. There is zero need for that. Even against a true beast king, the lightning mouse would not flinch. Besides, your pet has not even fully matured. Ye Hao freezes in his tracks. He glances over his shoulder with an annoyed sigh. And who exactly is this? Yan Ying gestures towards Su Ping, her eyes shifting to make the official introduction. "Allow me to introduce him. This is Boss Su. He personally trained the lightning mouse, so he is practically half its master." She turns to Su Ping. "And this is Ye Hao. He is our academy's reigning champion, famous for spending absolute fortunes on his astral pets." Su Ping finally locks eyes with the champion. "Ah, forgive my terrible manners." Ye Hao glares at the young man standing casually with clasped hands. A shadow of doubt crosses Ye Hao's mind. The absurd rule-breaking power of that lightning mouse. Was it truly cultivated by this ordinary-looking shopkeeper? He refuses to believe it. There must be a hidden grandmaster backing him. Pushing his doubts aside, Ye Hao finally speaks. "You flatter me. Money is just a worldly possession. If it elevates my astral pets to the next level, any price is worth paying. I wonder, would Boss Su be interested in offering me some of this legendary training?" Su Ping crosses his arms, completely unfazed by the champion's aura. "Well said. However, my shop is absolutely booming right now. I am a very busy man, but since you are so sincere, I will make an exception." Su Ping raises one hand. 500,000 to skip the line. "Do we have a deal?" Yi Hao's arrogant facade shatters into pure shock. 500,000? Just for a priority fee? Is this guy completely out of his mind? Standing right behind Su Ping, Yan Ying desperately covers her mouth to muffle a laugh. Seeing the champion's hesitation, Su Ping playfully shrugs. "Do not tell me, young Master Ye is getting stingy? I thought you loved pets more than your own life. Is 500,000 really too steep?" The mockery hits its mark perfectly. Ye Hao shakes with fury, gritting his teeth as he glares daggers at Su Ping in dead silence. He turns away in a dramatic fit of rage. "Money is not the issue. I will pay whatever astronomical amount you want, assuming you actually have the skills to back it up." Su Ping meets his burning glare with unwavering confidence. "Of course I do. See you in the arena." As the rich kid storms off, Su Ping smirks inwardly. These famous academy heirs really throw cash around without blinking. He definitely came to the right place. Meanwhile, down in the battlefield, A monstrous beast shrieks as a brilliant burst of blue energy slams straight into its body. Whoa, what a flawless counterattack. The crowd roars as the first-year exhibition match reaches its climax. A desperate male student barks orders from the backlines. Damn it, tear them to shreds. The heavily injured beast roars, charging blindly towards Su Lingyue and her pet, Snowball. Lingyue does not even flinch. She gracefully raises her hand, and a surging aura of power envelops both her and Snowball. Just a reckless amateur, she commands with icy precision. Level 2 speed boost. Go, Snowball. Absorbing the massive buff, Snowball transforms, its fangs elongate, and its claws gleam with deadly intent. In a flash, it dodges the enemy's clumsy strike and viciously kicks its face. It channels raw energy straight into the furious beast's eyes. A devastating phantom nightmare projection. Snowball leaps high into the sky, opening its jaws to unleash a scorching inferno. Dark flame spell. The announcer screams, "What a breathtaking execution." Contestant Su Lingyue claims absolute victory. Watching from the stands, Yan Ying is completely in awe. Incredible. She flawlessly executed a higher-level opponent without a single trace of fear. Beside her, Su Ping watches the exact same match. He rubs his chin thoughtfully. The technique is not bad, but sadly, it is still full of basic flaws. Up in the VIP viewing area, Nanfeng crosses his arms. He chuckles with deep, knowing amusement. If this were any previous year, that level of skill would easily secure a spot on the elite battle team. But this year, the academy is crawling with absolute monsters. Her Phantom Flame Beast is decent, but it completely lacks that mind-blowing factor. Beside him, Jingling leans forward with shining eyes. Exactly. Just look at this year's champion and runner-up. They have already tamed legendary pets with level 9 bloodlines. One competitor rode a mere level 1 lightning beast all the way to the finals. This was truly a clash of the gods. Min Tung leaned back in his seat with a relaxed smirk. If this little lady has a true master guiding her, she will definitely become a shining star in the future. But finding a master of that caliber required heaven-defying luck. Little did the crowd know, that very master was already standing right there. Our main character had arrived. The announcer's voice boomed through the arena. "Ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves. It is time for the final, most anticipated match of the night." Yen Din ripped open a magical summoning rift. The lightning rat instantly materialized, floating faithfully by her side. Introducing the runner-up of Fong Sun to Yen Din. Standing across the massive arena was Dia Pao. A colossal dragon loomed menacingly in the shadows behind him. He was the undisputed champion of the year, Dia Pao. Up in the VIP stands, Lang Jiet stared in utter disbelief. Her gaze was locked onto her own brother. "My useless brother?" she thought. "Why on earth is he going up there?" Down in the arena, Bin casually crouched down. He reached out and gave the lightning rat a light smack on its rear. The beast jumped as he smirked. "Hey little guy, remember me? It has been a while since we fought together, huh?" The lightning rat trembled with pure terror. It frantically scrambled away from Bin and darted toward Yen Din. It cowered behind her legs, leaving the girl completely stunned. "Lightning beast?" "Squeak, squeak," she cried out. A male student in the audience rubbed his chin in confusion. "What is wrong with that little beast king?" he asked. "Why is it suddenly hiding like a frightened mouse? Could it be terrified of the dragon's overwhelming aura?" Lung Yuet massaged her temples as a massive headache struck her. He is not even a battle pet master. Is he literally just marching up there to dig his own grave? Witnessing this pathetic display, Dia Pao erupted into arrogant laughter. "Ha ha. If you had just listened to me earlier, you would not be a public joke right now." Fury blazed in Yen Din's eyes. She threw her arm forward and screamed, "Lak Feng!" The magnificent Lak Feng bird instantly materialized in the sky. It tore through the air straight toward Dia Pao. Blazing power erupted from its majestic wings. Tier 8, Radiant Beam. The announcer's voice reached a fever pitch. Whoa. Competitor to Yen Din suddenly swapped to her Lak Feng for a brutal offensive. She is holding nothing back and unleashing her ultimate skill right out of the gate. Dia Pao's eyes narrowed coldly at the incoming blast. He casually issued a command to his towering beast. Silver Serpent Lightning Dragon, go play with that little bird. The colossal dragon roared and launched itself forward. It raised its devastating claws, aiming straight for Lak Feng. Meanwhile, Lak Feng unleashed a devastating torrent of energy from its beak, but the dragon simply roared back, unleashing a shockwave of absolute destruction. The overwhelming force shattered the bird's defenses. Lak Feng let out an agonizing screech as the attack struck true. The announcer gasped in sheer disbelief. What on earth did we just witness? A single roar completely shattered a Tier 8 battle pet skill. As expected of a Tier 9 bloodline dragon beast, this is absolute domination. Panic seized Yen Din's heart. She desperately locked her eyes onto her falling bird and shouted a new command. Lak Feng, gather your strength. Do it one more time. Hearing its master, the divine bird frantically began to absorb energy once again. Diep Hao simply raised his hand, his voice dripping with pure mockery. Still refusing to give up? Perfect timing. Let me show you the insurmountable chasm between our power levels. Silver Serpent Lightning Dragon. Absolute defense. Lac Feng gathered every ounce of its blazing power and unleashed it at the massive dragon. The Silver Serpent Lightning Dragon literally opened its jaws to swallow the beam whole. Was this pure carelessness? Or was it the absolute confidence of a supreme apex predator? The terrifying beam crashed into the beast with world-shaking force. Yet, when the smoke cleared, the mighty dragon had only sustained a tiny scratch. The towering dragon slowly lowered the wings it had used as an impenetrable shield. Seeing this terrifying defense, the color completely drained from Yen Din's face. Her eyes widened in absolute horror. The all-out ultimate attack of her mighty Lac Feng. It had not left a single meaningful mark on this majestic emperor of the skies. She grabbed her head in sheer helplessness. The deafening cheers of the crowd praising the dragon echoed fiercely in her ears. Ah, this is absolute despair. The harder I try, the more pathetic this reality becomes. This was the suffocating, inescapable pressure of a Tier 9 bloodline. The audience in the stadium was sent into an absolute frenzy of awe and disbelief. Holy heavens, how is it that strong? That radiant beam is a Tier 8 ultimate skill, yet it just tickled that monster. Meanwhile, the mysterious man observing from the VIP seats took in the entire spectacle. Even if that bird somehow mastered a Tier 8 battle skill, at the end of the day, it is still just a measly Tier 5, Lac Feng. It is leagues beneath the might of the Silver Serpent Lightning Dragon. Down below, the two massive heads of the dragon beast began gathering terrifying amounts of energy. It waited with bated breath for Diep Hao's final execution order. Silver Serpent Lightning Dragon. Show her your true nightmare-inducing power. The beast roared, unleashing a cataclysmic torrent of blazing hellfire and freezing ice straight at Lac Feng. Dragon Flame Breath, Silver Wing Storm, Freezing Ocean Strike, the announcer practically screamed into his microphone. Unbelievable. The Silver Serpent Lightning Dragon just unleashed 3 ultimate skills at once. Its mastery over fire and ice is simply godlike. Even without locking onto a specific target, the area of destruction was absolute and inescapable. Caught between the raging inferno and the biting frost, Lac Feng shrieked in terror. Seeing her precious partner in mortal danger, Yen Din desperately tried to calm it down. Lac Feng, do not be afraid. Boost your speed now. Suddenly, a stray blast of hellfire curved and lunged right toward Yen Din herself. In a blind panic, she channeled her energy to conjure a desperate magical barrier. The announcer's voice trembled with sudden alarm. Under this lethal threat, Competitor 2 has no choice but to prioritize her own survival. But in that split second of divided focus, a fatal opening appeared. Lac Feng's guard dropped. It took a direct hit. The majestic bird lost all momentum and plummeted like a stone from the sky. It had been utterly crushed by the chaotic crossfire of ultimate skills. Yen Din's heart shattered into a million pieces. She sprinted across the ruined arena, screaming at the top of her lungs. Lac Feng! The stadium erupted into chaotic whispers and awestruck murmurs. This is the true power of our reigning champion. It is an absolute, merciless crushing by a king. Yen Din collapsed to her knees beside her fallen comrade. The little lightning rat quickly scurried over to comfort them. That Silver Serpent Lightning Dragon, she whispered through desperate tears. It is leagues stronger than the last time we faced it in battle. We have absolutely no way to fight back anymore. Even the lightning beast will. Looking down at this pathetic scene, Diep Hao let out a disappointed sigh. How utterly boring and tasteless. You can only manage to train a low-tier trash pet like this. And yet you dared to pay such an outrageously expensive cultivation fee? But then, Tabin had seen enough. He refused to stand by and watch any longer. With heavy, measured steps, he began walking straight toward the towering dragon. A terrifying blood-red aura erupted from his body, enveloping both him and the tiny lightning rat. Pure, unadulterated killing intent flooded the arena. Instantly, the timid little lightning rat underwent a demonic transformation. Its eyes turned savage as it locked its absolute gaze onto the colossal dragon above. Yen Din gasped in pure shock, a single thought racing through her mind. The aura of the lightning beast. It has completely changed. Su Ping's expression hardened into ice. Destroy it, he commanded. At his word, the lightning rat exploded forward like a streak of pure electricity. In the blink of an eye, the tiny beast materialized right in front of the colossal dragon. Before the giant creature could even react, the lightning rat viciously slashed a deep, jagged line across its stomach. The sinister energy of the undead claw forced a deafening, agonized roar from the giant reptile. Up in the booth, the announcer practically jumped out of his seat. Whoa! The true Beast King has officially entered the arena. Ye Hao scowled, his eyes darting toward the tiny rat in utter frustration. Impossible, he thought, clenching his jaw. Its speed. It is even faster than it was during the championship finals. Down in the arena, the massive dragon desperately tried to regenerate the thick armor covering its bleeding wound. Of course, the eagle-eyed announcer did not miss a single detail of the intense exchange. Unbelievable! The little lightning rat actually ripped right through the silver snake lightning dragon's chest plate. And look at that. The dark aura of the undead claw is completely shutting down the dragon's legendary healing factor. Instead of panicking, a twisted, arrogant grin spread across Ye Hao's face. He raised his hand high, channeling a massive surge of astral power as a thrill rushed through his veins. Haha. Now this is what I am talking about. A victory only means something if the prey actually fights back. Pushing his aura to the absolute limit, Ye Hao roared his command. Level 4 Strength Enhancement. Silver Snake Lightning Dragon, stomp that pest to death. The massive foot slammed down, but the agile rat dodged effortlessly. Seeing the deadly shockwave approaching, Yan Ying immediately threw up a massive protective barrier. Yet, Su Ping just stood perfectly still, completely unbothered by the chaos. The announcer's voice echoed through the stadium. Contestant Ye Hao is trying to freeze the entire arena floor. For a battle pet that cannot fly, this is a fatal blow. Deadly frost rapidly spread across the stone tiles, threatening to trap the little beast. The lightning rat narrowed its eyes at the creeping ice, letting out a low, menacing growl. The lightning rat has absolutely nowhere left to run, the announcer screamed, leaning over his desk. Is this really how it all ends? Down below, both Yan Ying and Su Ping were already frozen solid by the devastating blast of ice. Even half encased in solid ice, Su Ping did not break a single sweat. He calmly shifted his gaze toward his battle pet. Lightning rat. Execute the third combo sequence I taught you. Its ultimate weakness is the mouth. End this. Suddenly, an explosion of pitch-black smoke erupted from the trapped rat, firing blinding bolts of electricity in every direction. Wait, is that the 10-directional lightning prison? What on earth is that little monster planning? The crowd gasped as two identical lightning rats burst from the thick black smoke. They snarled fiercely, charging forward using the legendary multiple lightning shadow illusion technique. Blurring into streaks of golden light, the relentless clones dashed fiercely toward their colossal opponent. It escaped. The lightning rat completely bypassed the ice by riding its own electrical currents, the announcer roared. Ye Hao frowned deeply, his eyes locked on the incoming threat. 3 targets, he muttered darkly. Only one of them is the real deal. His furious gaze zeroed in on one particular rat that was frantically scaling the towering arena wall. Nice try, but you cannot fool a champion's eyes, Ye Hao scoffed with supreme confidence. The one cloaked in the lightning armor has to be the main body. Dragon, obliterate it right now. Following its master's ruthless command, the dragon unleashed a devastating blizzard directly at the wall-crawling rat. But as the freezing ice struck, the rat simply vanished into thin air, without a scratch. Ye Hao's arrogant smirk instantly vanished. A fake? Then the one charging straight ahead must be the real one. Panicking, he violently spun to the right, screaming a brand new order to his giant beast. Silver Snake Lightning Dragon, crush the one in front. But as the dragon struck, the rat dissolved into golden sparks. Watching Ye Hao's desperate scrambling, Su Ping's face turned as cold as the ice around him. Absolute fool, Su Ping whispered. All 3 of those were just a distraction. In that exact fraction of a second, the true lightning rat exploded from the shadows right behind the dragon's massive head, catching the beast completely off guard. Ye Hao threw a panicked glance over his shoulder, his jaw practically dropping to the stadium floor. What the hell? He screamed in absolute disbelief. There was a 4th one this whole time? The tiny electric powerhouse drove a devastating strike directly into the corner of the dragon's mouth. A horrifying shriek of pure agony echoed through the entire stadium. It went straight for the mouth, the announcer bellowed. That is the single, unprotected weak point on the entire Silver Snake Lightning Dragon, and the little rat just nailed a critical hit. Up in the stands, thousands of spectators sat in dead, stunned silence. Nobody could even process what they were witnessing. The explosive burst power of that Beast King is completely off the charts, someone muttered from the stunned crowd. This defies all logic. How is this even physically possible? I heard Ye Hao's dragon just broke through to tier 7, yet it is getting absolutely humiliated by a low-level rodent. Down below, Ye Hao violently ground his teeth together. How does this pathetic rat have so many unpredictable combat variations? His desperate gaze snapped across the icy battlefield, locking onto Yan Ying and the mysterious boy standing beside her. Wait, is it because of him? Ye Hao realized, a cold sweat breaking out on his neck. Pure humiliation and intense rage boiled up inside Ye Hao's chest. He clenched his fists so hard his knuckles turned bone white. Damn it all to hell, he mentally cursed. If I lose here today. 2. This total nobody. Everyone will say, my ultimate championship title was nothing but a lucky fluke. Driven by sheer desperation, he violently swung his arm forward. Forget the rat, burn the masters to ashes, he commanded, aiming the dragon's wrath directly at Su Ping and Yan Ying. Pushed to its absolute limit, the massive dragon cranked open its jaw, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. A terrifying inferno began to build in the back of its throat, aiming straight for the two frozen humans. The announcer grabbed his microphone in sheer panic. Foul play. The Silver Snake Lightning Dragon is directly targeting the Battle Pet Warriors, but contestant Su's lower body is completely frozen solid. He has absolutely no way to dodge this attack. Facing down an incoming wave of lethal hellfire, Su Ping simply sighed in profound disappointment. How completely pathetic, he muttered. Before the flames could even escape, the lightning rat teleported back to the front lines to intercept the blast. Gathering every ounce of its crackling astral energy, the little rat unhinged its jaws. It fired a blinding laser of pure electrical destruction directly into the dragon's bleeding mouth, causing catastrophic pain. Talk about a massive backfire. By trying to secure a cheap advantage, the giant beast had just signed its own death warrant, making its situation infinitely worse. The devastating surge of electricity violently ripped right through the dragon's freshly wounded jaw. The agonizing shockwave scrambled its brain, forcing the enormous creature to swallow its own fiery breath. A deadly silence washed over the entire arena. The elite judges, the VIPs, and every single spectator sat frozen with their mouths hanging wide open. Unable to endure the torture, the giant dragon's eyes rolled back, and its massive body collapsed helplessly to the floor. The Silver Snake Lightning Dragon has fallen. The announcer's voice finally shattered the silence. I cannot believe my own eyes. A basic lightning rat has just completely dominated the mighty Tier 7 dragon. Complete pandemonium erupted across the massive grandstands. While the shocked crowd lost their absolute minds, the announcer's frantic, high-octane commentary kept echoing through the stadium speakers. The untouchable dragon has been totally defeated. And it was not even close. It was an absolute massacre. How is this reality? Down in the ruined arena, Yehao fell to his knees, his mind completely broken by the impossible outcome. That little beast fought with the calculated precision of a seasoned war veteran. Yehao stammered, his eyes empty. Did Yan Ying hide its true power during the championship finals? Or is it all because of that terrifying guy? The announcer's roaring voice hyped up the screaming crowd one last time. She truly deserves the title of the Beast King. The brilliant Su Yan Ying. With this legendary upset, she has completely wiped away the bitter shame of her loss at the annual finals. Hearing the official call, Yan Ying finally let out a heavy sigh. Thank heavens, she thought, a tired smile crossing her face. It is finally over. Still encased in solid ice, Tu Bin doesn't even flinch. A confident smirk crosses his face as he asks, satisfied with my power yet? Now, about that 500,000. Are we talking cash or wire transfer? Diep Hao grits his teeth, his face twisted in utter frustration. I will transfer the money to you later. But first, you have to answer one question. Can my Silver Snake Thunder Dragon Beast be trained to become as devastatingly powerful as that lightning beast? Right on cue. A sharp crack echoes through the arena as Tu Bin shatters the ice layer, stepping out completely unharmed. He brushes off the frost with a casual shrug. Of course it can. But as for when it's your turn, that entirely depends on my mood. Seeing Tu Bin already walking away, Yen Din snaps out of her daze. Ah, wait up for me. Meanwhile, up in the VIP stands, Shadow's piercing eyes analyze the aftermath of the battle. Did you guys catch that? He murmurs to his group. That male student on stage with the little girl. His true strength is absolutely unfathomable. Fire Maiden, lounging in the judge's seat, gives a knowing smirk. I saw through it ages ago. The terrifying performance of that lightning beast? It was all thanks to his flawless guidance. Even a supreme move like the ocean freezing cold couldn't leave a scratch on him. What a shame our battle team is completely full this year. Shadow then turns to Vice Principal Min Tung, his curiosity piqued. Vice Principal, exactly which elite class is that monster from? The older man can only force out an awkward chuckle. Haha, he prefers to keep a terribly low profile. If you want details, you should probably ask the kid yourself after the tournament wraps up. But internally, Min Tung is sweating bullets. Damn it, he thinks frantically. I have absolutely zero impression of this student, a genius of this caliber, possessing an aura that easily rivals Diep Hao. Yet his homeroom instructor never breathed a word about him. What an absolute failure of duty. I will severely punish that lazy teacher once I get back. Cut to a different scene inside the luxurious vice principal's office. Yen Din's panicked voice shatters the silence. Get up, hurry. You cannot sit there. That is the absolute highest tier VIP seat. My instructor said some legendary big shots are coming to meet us, and they will be here any second. Despite her frantic urging, Tu Bin simply sits back, calmly pouring himself a cup of tea. A VIP seat? Well, isn't that just perfect? He takes a slow sip, completely unbothered. I actually need to find your principal to discuss a very important business deal. Veins pop on Yen Din's forehead as she angrily yanks his arm. I said get up right now! But just then, the office door swings open. Kok Tuyet respectfully leads the way, bowing as she announces, "Seniors, right this way." Min Tung's face lights up with sheer joy. I truly never expected our humble academy to house a genius worthy of a direct meeting with someone of your legendary status. Please, come in. I have already prepared our finest tea for this exact occasion. Bok Hak, an imposing elder, strokes his long beard with a booming laugh. Haha, watching that earth-shattering match just now. Even an old relic like me felt my blood boiling with absolute hype. This young man has limitless potential. Panic seizes Yen Din as she violently tugs at Tu Bin's sleeve again. Hurry up and move. Leave some space for the VIPs. If the vice principal catches you acting so arrogant, we are dead meat. Yet, Tu Bin just swirls his teacup, casually glancing at the absolute powerhouses entering the room. Oh, so these are the guys? Bok Hak just chuckles warmly. Haha. The fearlessness of youth. As the heavy, suffocating pressure of these elite masters fills the room, Yen Din trembles in pure terror. Such pure, overwhelming aura. These are true monsters. Catching sight of the boy, Min Tung steps forward with a welcoming grin. Young man, judging by your age, you must be a second-year prodigy, right? Tell me, who exactly is your instructor? Speak up, and I will instantly upgrade you to our absolute highest-grade luxury dormitory. But Kok Tuyet gently interrupts. Vice Principal, he actually isn't a student at our academy. Seeing Tu Bin casually greet Miss Lack, Min Tung waves his hand with a booming laugh. Not a student? No need to rush things. Young genius. How would you like to cultivate right here in our elite academy? I am offering completely free tuition, and the second you graduate, the school will personally gift you a high-level, supreme bloodline astral pet. Hearing this god-tier offer, Yen Din's jaw drops to the floor. Free tuition and a high-level astral pet? I have never even heard of conditions this insanely generous. Shadow watches the scene, narrowing his eyes. That sly old fox, playing the friendly card just to snatch up a genius. Meanwhile, Tu Bin takes another relaxed sip of his tea. Not interested. Min Tung's eyes widen in utter disbelief. What? He rejected such a heavenly offer without blinking? Fine. Then I will personally add a massive monthly allowance on top. Before the desperate vice principal can even finish his sentence, Kok Tuyet steps forward with a gentle smile. Perhaps I should properly introduce him first? Vice principal. Do you recall that horrific incident when I ventured into the wasteland and nearly lost my life? The mysterious young hero who single-handedly beheaded the magical corpse beast and saved both me and Dieptran San from certain death? Min Tung nods gravely. Of course, for Fongsun City, that was an absolutely monumental event. Suddenly, the gears in his head click into place. His eyes bulge as he stares at the teenager. Wait a minute, don't tell me this is the exact same young man? Completely oblivious to the bombshell just dropped, Tu Bin calmly pours himself another cup. Why are you all staring at me like that? Do you guys want some tea too? Beheading a nightmarish level 8 magical corpse beast? And rescuing a legendary gold medal wasteland explorer like Dieptran San? The entire room is paralyzed by sheer shock. What kind of terrifying combat power is this? Tisk, tisk. Is he the hidden young master of some supreme ruling family? Is he just wandering the mortal realm to experience a normal life? Even the 4 great families have never seen such a ridiculously low-key monster. Could he be the youngest heir of the mighty Diep family? Tu Bin rolls his eyes, letting out an annoyed sigh. What Diep family? My surname is Tu. Stop randomly changing people's last names, will you? Hearing him speak to absolute legends with such blatant disrespect, Yen Din nearly has a heart attack. Boss Tu's tone is way too arrogant. If he accidentally offends these titans, our little lives are totally forfeit. Iron Hand's eyes gleam with fiery ambition. So he is just a civilian? Forget playing student, kid. Join our elite battle squad right now. I will instantly place you in the main Vanguard team and double all your welfare benefits. Yen Din feels her soul leave her body. Straight into the first team as an elite wasteland explorer? And with double the supreme benefits? The guild that signed me only threw me into the 4th squad as a miserable temp. I do not get even a fraction of this treatment. Tu Bin's expression remained entirely flat. He replied with absolute indifference. Zero interest. I would rather read a book than join your squad. Thiethu's jaw dropped. What did you just say? Seeing the rising tension, An Tu quickly stepped in. Your pathetic offers would only chase away beggars. Join our team instead. We will hand you 100,000 pioneer points right off the bat. Not wanting to lose out, Bachhak threw in his own bait. This old master will personally pass down his ultimate martial arts to you. We will even forge a custom battle armor perfectly tailored to your power. Hearing these god-tier offers, Yindin's eyes sparkled with greed. I want to go. Take me. Tobin shot her a look of pure exhaustion. They were not even inviting her, so why was she getting so worked up? I have to train pets and run my shop. I have zero time to play pioneer. Just then, Kok Tuet stepped forward with a completely different angle. Mr. To, would you consider becoming a special instructor at our academy? Both Yendin and Tobin blinked in unison. An instructor? Yendin gasped, her mind spinning in absolute shock. To hold that title, one needed a terrifying battle power of at least rank 7, not to mention passing countless hellish exams just to get a foot in the door. Furthermore, a single elite instructor held absolute authority over the futures of hundreds of academy students. Countless experts would kill for this position. Yet, this guy was being handed the job with just a simple nod. Kok Tuet smiled warmly, pressing her advantage. That is right, you only need to teach one class a week. The rest of your time is completely yours, and the elite benefits are naturally guaranteed. As for the Academy's vast resources, you may use them however you please. Hearing the word resources, Tobin's indifferent mask finally cracked. I can use them however I want? His mind immediately started racing. Cultivating the legendary Golden Crow God Demon body required an insane amount of ultra-rare materials. If he could just siphon everything from the Academy's vault, it would save him months of exhausting grinding. Plus, with the prestigious title of an academy instructor, no clueless idiots would dare cause trouble at his shop. It was the perfect two birds with one stone scenario. A sly smirk crept onto his face. Deal. You have a new instructor. But the moment he agreed, Kok Tuet slammed mountains of paperwork onto the desk. Tobin stared at the towering stacks, completely dumbfounded. What on earth is all this? Kok Tuet just offered a sweet, innocent smile. To officially become an instructor, you must pass a series of mandatory evaluations. We need to assess your physical constitution and your raw combat skills. And of course, your teaching proficiency. But do not worry, you only need an average of 60 points on the written exam. It is super easy. Tobin's soul practically left his body. You know what? I think I will just pass on this. Seeing his retreat, Vice Principal Min Tung quickly patted his shoulder. Haha, those strict standards are only for outsiders. Mr. To slaughtered high-level demonic beasts in the wastelands. Your combat skills are absolutely beyond questioning. As for the teaching part, just sit in as a teaching assistant for a few classes, and you will master it in no time. Hearing this smooth talk, Tobin narrowed his eyes with deep suspicion. All right, so what is the catch? The old man stroked his beard with a calculating glint. You simply need to pass the physical constitution test. Our academy system requires raw data on every instructor's strength. This allows us to assign the most suitable students for you to mentor. Tobin saw right through the nonsense. This old fox, he thought coldly. He just wants to probe my true depths. If my power does not meet his expectations, he will absolutely slash my promised benefits. A fierce smirk crossed Tobin's face. You want to see what I am made of? Fine. Tell me how this test works. Hook, line, and sinker. Min Tung smiled brightly. Right this way, please. Soon, they arrived at the advanced testing grounds. Standing at the center was a colossal, intimidating mechanical beast. Min Tung gestured to the mechanical titan. This is the Botch Trach Combat Simulator. You simply need to face it alone and survive for 60 seconds. Do that, and you pass. As if sensing its prey, the mechanical Bachtrax's eyes flared with a lethal crimson light. Tobin crossed his arms. I am assuming no astral pets are allowed? Correct, the old man confirmed. Kok Tuet's face paled with sudden worry. Wait, that is a high-grade endurance testing weapon. Even at my level, surviving its maximum output for 30 seconds is nearly impossible. Was the vice principal trying to crush Tobin's spirit right out of the gate? But Tobin just cracked his knuckles. Perfect, he thought. A free punching bag to test my recent cultivation gains. He stepped directly into the combat zone. Let the battle begin. Boom! The Bachtrach instantly unleashed a barrage of destructive energy beams. Tobin moved like a phantom, weaving through the lethal lasers with terrifying grace. But the machine calculated his movements. A blinding cluster of unavoidable lasers cornered him. Astral shield! Tobin roared. A shimmering barrier of starlight erupted around him. The crystal orb atop the Bachtrach's head flared like a dying sun. The energy output skyrocketed to catastrophic levels. Crack! Tobin's astral shield groaned under the immense pressure, before shattering into a million pieces. The devastating shockwave slammed directly into Tobin. Observing from the sidelines, Min Tung nodded calculatingly. To evade every strike for the first 10 seconds. His reflexes are monstrous, but that defense skill was pathetically weak. However, the moment Tobin's boots touched the ground, A glowing magical array ignited beneath his feet. Whoosh! A violent tornado erupted from the formation, blasting Tobin straight into the air. His eyes widened in genuine surprise. Hey, that is cheating. While suspended in midair, a deadly storm of razor-sharp ice shards materialized, shooting straight for his vitals. He was airborne. Without ground beneath his feet, dodging was physically impossible. With zero leverage to defend himself, the ice barrage struck him relentlessly. Min Tung checked his stopwatch with a sigh. Not even 20 seconds? Is it already over? Well, it is his first time facing the botched trotch. I suppose I should stop the test. But before the old man could intervene, the machine activated a binding array. Massive, steel-like vines whipped through the air, violently wrapping around Tobin's falling body. Completely immobilized in midair, Tobin was a sitting duck. The mechanical beast unhinged its jaws, charging a localized energy cannon, meant for total annihilation. Koktuit lost all her composure. "Watch out," she screamed. But it was too late. A blinding pillar of pure, destructive energy completely swallowed. "Tobin," panic flooded her eyes. "Vice Principal, you have to stop the simulation right now, or he will die." Min Tung raises a hand, his voice entirely calm. "Do not intervene just yet. I hear no cries for help," which proves he refuses to submit. He strokes his beard with calculated patience. Baktrok's assault scales up rapidly. To go from Tier 1 to Tier 6, it only needs about 5 seconds. Down below, Tobin grits his teeth against the crushing pressure. His primal armor groans under the immense weight, on the absolute verge of shattering. "These damn vines are wrapped way too tight," he groans. Watching from above, Koktuet panics. 5 seconds have passed. Why hasn't Baktrok stopped? She frantically turns to Min Tung. "Vice Principal, do something." But even the old man is stunned. 10 entire seconds have passed, yet the relentless barrage shows no signs of ending. This firestorm must have reached Tier 8 by now. Why is he not reacting? Down in the arena, Tobin remains completely engulfed by the blazing energy, hopelessly bound by the thorny vines. "Could the boy have lost consciousness?" Min Tung mutters. But the moment those words leave his mouth, blinding golden cracks suddenly spiderweb across Tobin's skin. In the blink of an eye, a majestic golden aura erupts, flowing violently across his entire body like liquid fire. The explosive golden energy pulverizes the restraining vines into pure ash. Tobin crashes back down to the earth, the sheer impact violently shattering the solid ground beneath his feet. The devastating force physically tears Baktrok's energy beam perfectly in half. He clenches his fists tight, his eyes blazing with fury. "You annoying piece of junk." Without a second of hesitation, Tobin launches himself directly at the machine. He literally rips through its incoming energy blast, leaving a devastating trail of golden light tearing through the air. He unleashes a terrifying punch, violently shattering Baktrake's mechanical face into pieces. Koktuyet and Min Tung watch in absolute horror. What in the world? He did not just block a Tier 8 attack. He actually countered it? She screams in disbelief. Min Tung's mind races with confusion. When facing Baktrok, examinees usually have no choice but to stand and take the hit. Could the machine be malfunctioning? But before them, the formidable testing device is reduced to smoking scrap metal. Standing amidst the wreckage, Tobin stares at his glowing hands. What is this unbelievable power? Right on cue, the system's mechanical voice chimes in. Ding! The first tier of the Golden Crow Divine Demon Physique remains unstable. Under normal circumstances, it merely provides a slight boost to physical attributes. It will only fully activate during life or death situations. Since the Golden Crow form is currently incomplete, you have only tapped into a mere fraction of its true power. Hearing this, Tobin gazes at the fading golden embers dancing across his knuckles. Incomplete? A mere fraction of its power? He scoffs in absolute disbelief. This so-called fraction of power just turned an elite testing machine into a pile of useless trash. Suddenly, a glitchy voice echoes from the ruined machine. Evaluation complete. The assessment has ended. Spiritual energy value, mid-tier 3. Attack power, mid-tier 7. Defensive power, low-tier 8. Final combat power rating, high-tier 7. Stepping through the settling dust of the arena, Min Tung and Koktuet approach him. Tobin drops his hands into his pockets, his tone dangerously calm. Well, does this qualify me? Min Tung breaks into a wide smile, clapping his hands enthusiastically. Magnificent. Absolutely breathtaking. With your monstrous abilities, Mr. Tu, you are more than qualified to be a senior instructor. Koktuyet gasps, her eyes widening in pure shock. A senior instructor? Are you serious? But Min Tung ignores her, his eyes locked on Tobin. By tomorrow, your digital instructor badge will be officially registered in the network. Welcome to Fuang Sun Academy. Tobin maintains a completely stoic expression, but internally, his mind races with dark thoughts. The destructive power of that machine is way beyond what any normal person could handle. If I did not have the divine demon physique, I would have been slaughtered in there. He narrows his eyes at the vice principal. You sly old fox. Noticing the deadly glint in the young man's eyes, Min-tung quickly clears his throat. Oh my? Instructor. 2? You seem a bit displeased. Could it be because your clothes were ruined in the test? Bin decides to play the fool for now. At the end of the day, he still secured the high-paying job he wanted. He is too exhausted to bicker with the scheming old man. He turns on his heel, offering a lazy wave. If we are done here, I will be taking my leave. Wait! Min-tung calls out eagerly. Allow me to arrange a private escort to drive you home. But Bin does not even glance back, his rejection utterly ruthless. No need. Undeterred, the vice principal smiles brightly and waves at the retreating figure. Very well. Just remember, you are required to teach at least one class every single week. Once he is gone, Koktuye finally voices her disbelief. His attack and defense both reach tier 7 and 8, yet his spiritual energy is only at tier 3. It defies all logic. How is that even scientifically possible? Hearing her confusion, Min-tung's eyes narrow thoughtfully. There is only one logical explanation. He must possess a legendary secret technique, but he simply has not cultivated it for long. A cunning light flickers deep within the old man's eyes as he strokes his chin. A boy this young does not stumble upon power like that by accident. There is definitely a hidden grandmaster guiding his path. We must keep him close. If the opportunity arises, we need to uncover the monster standing in his shadow. That little pet shop of his might hold the clues we desperately need. First, we need to figure out its exact location. Koktuyet nods in eager agreement. Understood, Vice Principal. Suddenly, a familiar head pops back through the doorway. 2. Bin never actually left. He stares at them blankly. There is no need to make it a covert operation. If you want my shop's address, I can just text you the location pin. In return, just introduce some filthy rich students to my store, and we are completely even. The sudden interruption nearly gives the scheming vice principal a heart attack. Instructor, 2, you are still here? Later that day, Bin finally arrives back home. The moment his mother sees his tattered, battle-worn clothes, she gasps in pure horror. My goodness! What on earth happened to you? Are you bleeding? Bin quickly waves his hands. Mom, calm down. I am perfectly fine. Seeing that her son is completely unharmed, her panic instantly vanishes, replaced by a mischievous grin. Oh my, look at this. Since when did our scrawny little Bin get such impressive muscles? She shamelessly pokes at his chiseled arms. Let your mother get a good look. Bin's face flushes bright red, awkwardly dodging her hands. Mom, stop touching me. Let me go change my clothes. And I will explain everything later. He laughs out loud as she watches her son flee toward his bedroom like a frightened rabbit. You stinky brat. What are you getting so embarrassed about? Have you forgotten who used to change your diapers when you were a baby? Safely locked inside his room, Bin quickly grabs a fresh set of clothes from his wardrobe. As he pulls on a clean shirt, his eyes drift down to the shattered remnants of his equipment scattered across the floor. He lets out a heavy sigh. Even the primal armor got completely trashed. I wonder if the system offers a warranty on this garbage? Bang! Ling Yue kicks the door wide open. Su Ping! You awakened your astral power, didn't you? Caught off guard, Su Ping freezes before quickly giving in. Yeah, so what? But before he can act tough, Ling Yue sees something that makes her face burn bright red. You absolute pervert. Since when did you awaken? Falsely accused, Su Ping immediately fires back. Who are you calling a pervert? You are the one who barged into my room. Ling Yue waves her hands frantically, averting her eyes. Just put some clothes on first, you creep. Seeing his little sister's flustered state, a wicked grin spreads across his face. Barging into her older brother's room and dropping all respect? If he does not teach her a lesson now, how can he demand respect later? I thought you wanted a show. Without missing a beat, Su Ping spins around to face Ling Yue directly. Then feast your eyes. Come on, no need to be shy. His lightning-fast movement makes her shriek. Ah! Stay away, you pervert. Face flushed red with embarrassment, Ling Yue throws a warning punch. I will have you know, I just broke through to the 4th rank. Do not push me. Su Ping smirks, his gaze sharpening as he thinks to himself. Bring it on. The current me is on a whole different level. Crack! The devastating sound of shattering eggs echoes through the room. Su Ping doubles over, clutching his family jewels in pure agony. Ugh. What the hell? Did my defense not reach the lower 8th rank? Suddenly, the system's cold voice chimes in. Notice. That data reflected the host's stats while in the Golden Crow form. The host's current base physical strength is only at the upper 3rd rank. Su Ping curses through gritted teeth. Damn it, you could have warned me sooner. Later, at the dinner table. Knowing he possesses astral power, Ling Yue goes on the offensive. When exactly did your battle pet master bloodline awaken, and what kind of pet do you even have? He meets their gazes and answers casually. A little while ago. Right now, I just have a small skeleton. Its aptitude is probably mid or low tier. Hearing this, his mother chimes in. A low tier skeleton is not going to cut it. Mom will buy you a proper mid tier pet. Ling Yue frowns, quickly shutting the idea down. Mom, he just awakened. Even if you hand him an elite star pet, he would not know how to command it. Her voice drips with thinly veiled disdain. Besides, the rarer the star pet, the more expensive its diet becomes. With his pathetic shop income, how could he possibly afford to feed it? Meanwhile, Thun Hu looks at Su Ping with motherly concern. Right. Do you still have enough money to cover the shop's utility bills? If you are short, just tell Mom. Do not go borrowing from shady places. Su Ping sighs inwardly. The original owner of this body was seriously pathetic. Avoiding his mother's worried eyes, he speaks up. Business has been slow lately. I only have this much. Instantly, the system projects his total account balance into reality. Staring at the massive number on the screen, both women gasp in unison. 500,000? Thun Nu's eyes widen. Where on earth did you get that kind of money? Ling Yue gasps in horror. Oh my god, did you do something illegal? Completely anticipating their shock. He replies with supreme calm. Lightning rats have become a massive trend at Phoenix Mountain Academy recently. I just rode the wave and made a solid profit, but deep down, he is sweating. He obviously cannot tell them that all the shop's actual earnings are converted into system energy points. This cash is just a generous tip from a rich kid. Hearing his explanation, Thon Hu lets out a massive sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Su Ping finally has a bright future. Ling Yue. You need to guide your brother from now on. Ling Yue scoffs immediately. Humph. Who wants to guide him? He can just stay in my shadow forever. Su Ping does not take the bait, instead replying with a theatrical bow. My sweet, amazing little sister, I will be counting on your protection. The next day, the gentle sound of approaching footsteps breaks the silence of the shop. A girl steps inside, her eyes locking onto Su Ping. Boss, I heard you are the one who trained that monstrous lightning rat. Is it true? Hearing the golden question, his ego inflates like a balloon. Hey, just as I thought. Once the legend spreads, the cash flow is unstoppable. Su Ping quickly suppresses his greedy grin and puts on his best professional face. That is correct. Are you looking for fostering, training, or premium pet food? The girl picks up a display box, examines it quietly, and speaks. I want you to train 4 of my pets, and I need them to be exactly as strong as that lightning rat. Su Ping practically chokes on his own saliva. Cough, cough. Coming in here and dropping a bomb like that right away? The lightning rat training was a special case. Right now, we only offer standard training, charged per session. The girl frowns in deep thought. A special case? So that level of power cannot be replicated? She pauses, her tone turning skeptical. Then how effective is this standard training? Su Ping flashes a carefree smile. Well, it is a step down from that specific miracle. But it will definitely give your star pet a solid boost in strength. Low-tier star pets are 10,000 per session. Mid-tier pets run you 100,000. The girl freezes. A solid boost? That sounds like the most amateur sales pitch she has ever heard. Her eyes narrow as suspicion floods her mind. Just as she suspected, Su Yanying must have monopolized all the real benefits. Or worse, this shady shop is just milking the lightning rat's fame to scam naive customers. Either way, this is a complete waste of time. Without another word, she turns on her heel. Forget it. I will take my business elsewhere. Seeing his paycheck walking away, Su Ping panics. Hey, wait, hold on a second. Suddenly, the system's merciless voice echoes in his mind. Warning, customer remains heavily doubtful. Original order canceled. The shop has suffered a substantial financial loss. A special professional training prompt suddenly popped up. The moment To Bin heard the system notification, his eyes gleamed with absolute interest. Professional training? Now this was getting incredibly good. The system interface flickered, bombarding him with new information. The professional training fee was a staggering 100 times higher than regular training. Furthermore, the time limit was set strictly at 30 days. The requirements were absolutely no joke. The pet's aptitude had to reach the medium tier or above just to qualify for this grueling process. But the mission rewards were dangerously tempting. A random medium tier force pill, plus a legendary god demon battle art manual. However, failure meant a punishing deduction of 10 host points. Tobin stared at the outrageous cost, hesitation flashing in his eyes. That medium tier force pill and the god demon battle art were absolute treasures. But charging 100 times the normal rate? Would anyone in their right mind actually pay for this? Suddenly, the girl turned back, breaking his train of thought. Shop owner, did you have anything else to say? Tobin's gaze sharpened, piercing right through her like a blade. Listen closely. Valued customer. I understand you want to drastically enhance your pet's emotional state, but to achieve the same overwhelming results as the Loi Kwang Thu, the price is exceptionally steep. A regular customer simply cannot afford it. Hearing his arrogant tone, the girl's expression turned ice cold. Just tell me the price. How much do you want? I still have some spare change. Tobin casually dropped a number that made her eyes widen in sheer disbelief. 10,000. That is roughly 3 million. She let out a scoff of utter disbelief. 1 million star coins? Was this brazen scammer trying to make a massive fortune and flee the city? Shop owner, you are just renting this pathetic little store, aren't you? Seeing the deep suspicion written all over her face, Tobin calmly explained. Of course not. I own this place. My shop operates on absolute credibility. You have my word, I will not run away with your money. If you seriously doubt me, just log into the Fong Sun Academy network and search for me. My name is Tobin. Bin as in completely ordinary. Hearing that name, the girl narrowed her eyes in suspicion. Was this arrogant guy actually a student at Fong Sun Academy just like her? Desperate to expose his bluff, she immediately activated her smart device. She quickly typed Tobin's name into the Academy's official database. While the system processed the search, she crossed her arms and sneered. Looking at your age, you must be a naive freshman or sophomore, right? If you dare to play any dirty tricks on me, do not blame your senior sister. I will personally make sure you never survive another day at Fong Sun Academy. Ding! The loading bar finally completed. The holographic screen displayed every detail of the young man standing right in front of her. Staring at the glowing text, she let out an earth-shattering gasp. Fong Sun Academy, Combat Department, Specially Appointed Advanced Instructor. This had to be a glitch. How could someone so impossibly young be an advanced instructor? And even more terrifying, he held the absolute highest combat power value in the entire department. Seeing her jaw hit the floor, a smug smirk crept onto Tobin's face. Well then, do you think I can still survive in Fong Sun Academy, senior sister? The girl flushed bright red, her words stumbling out in pure panic. I am so sorry, Instructor To. I was completely out of line just now. Please forgive my foolish ignorance. Watching her bow so desperately, Tobin sighed inwardly. Having this overpowered instructor title was seriously too convenient. Clearing his throat, Tobin spoke with absolute authority. While we are in this shop, just call me the owner. If you still want that premium training, go home and prepare the funds. Her face burned with intense embarrassment as she nodded frantically. Yes, shop owner. You are absolutely right. It is just. My financial situation is not actually that great right now. But the very next second, she summoned her majestic beast. This time, please train my Tianhuang Chu Ha. Instantly, the system notification exploded in Tobin's mind. Ding. 1 million star coins detected. Automatically converting to 10,000 energy points. Current energy balance. 10,048 points. My financial situation is not that great, she had said. Tobin froze completely, turning entirely to stone. She just casually dropped 1 million like it was absolute pocket change? Good heavens, did I ask Dia Pao for way too little when I charged him 550,000? Tobin remained dead silent, instantly regretting his past life choices. Seeing his sudden dark expression, the girl panicked all over again. Instructor Shop owner To, you look terribly upset. Are you not welcoming my business? Please do not hold a grudge. Once the training is complete, I will definitely prepare a massive gratitude gift for you. Snapping back to his cold, aloof persona, Tobin was secretly screaming with joy. What an absolute whale of a customer. Wait, no. He was a professional. He could not show his greed. I welcome your business more than you know, he thought. Externally, he stood tall, radiating an aura of profound mastery. Rest assured, I treat all my customers with absolute equality. I will commence the brutal training immediately. If you have no further business, you may leave now. Come back to retrieve your beast next month. The girl was entirely blown away by Tobin's majestic aura. Not only did he forgive her supreme disrespect, but he was also confident he could reach a Tier 7 intensity in just one short month. What incredible generosity. He was truly a supreme role model for all cultivators. Blushing fiercely, she bowed deep. Thank you for your invaluable guidance, Instructor To. Once she left, Tobin's system chimed once again. It coldly displayed the astronomical upgrade fees alongside his current energy balance. Staring at his hard-earned 10,000 points, he agonized over his next move. 1 million star coins. How should he strategically spend this massive fortune? Should he upgrade the spirit pool, or heavily invest in expanding the shop? His eyes narrowed as he analyzed the critical situation. An entry ticket to the Loi Din Vun Hai realm demanded 1,000 energy points. To perfectly replicate the overwhelming power of the Loi Kwang Thu, he would need to enter that deadly realm at least twice. But if he did that, He would not have nearly enough energy for a shop upgrade. This professional training quest was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had to calculate his every single move with absolute perfection. Suddenly, the system panel glowed, revealing a brand new feature. A designated training space would be unlocked after completing the session. Any trained pets that had not been picked up yet could rest there, completely freeing up his valuable foster slots. Seeing the vague description, Tobin immediately commanded the system to reveal the hidden details. The system promptly responded with game-changing information. The basic shadow clone would flawlessly simulate the host's exact movements. It would personally drag the pets into the regular training grounds to automatically grind their stats to the absolute limit. Every use of the basic shadow clone took a massive 50% cut of that session's training revenue. Su Ping's jaw dropped at the notification. The sheer utility of this clone feature was absolutely broken, even though standard training only cost 50 energy points per session. As long as the customer flow was massive, the training loop would never be broken. If he could just score 10 orders a day, he would make his entire investment back in a mere 20 days. Lost in his grand calculations, Su Ping completely ignored the growing murmurs outside his shop. Is this the place? I think so. Let's just go in and check. The sudden burst of lively chatter finally broke his concentration. He glanced up toward the entrance. The street outside was buzzing with undeniable energy. A massive, rowdy crowd was swarming right up to his storefront, their voices overlapping in a chaotic buzz. Seeing the absolute madness outside, Su Ping's eyes widened. Were all these people actually customers? Suddenly, the doors burst open. The mob flooded in, their voices echoing in a frantic chorus. Boss! Hey boss! Do you take astral pets for training? Boss, I need to foster my beast right now. Boss. A brilliant, money-hungry grin spread across his face. He slammed the system upgrade button without hesitation and announced to the roaring crowd, I'll take them. I can take every single one of them. The system chimed instantly. Entering cultivation site. Star fragment number 9527. 30 revives available. Duration set to 7 days. 10 energy points consumed. In a blinding flash of light, Su Ping and his newly acquired pets were teleported into the harsh training realm. But the moment his boots hit the ground, another blue panel flashed before his eyes. To permanently unlock the shadow clone function, the host must complete one full, flawless training session. Seeing the condition, he immediately fired up the cloning system. 200 energy points drained in a heartbeat. An exact replica of Su Ping materialized, instantly drawing curious, wide-eyed stares from the surrounding pets. He narrowed his eyes, slowly circling his newfound double. So, this is the legendary clone feature? He muttered to himself. The clone just stared blankly at the pets, like they were alien creatures. Su Ping tilted his head. Why did his double seem a little slow? Was it just his imagination? Shaking it off, Su Ping led the pack of pets toward a massive, bubbling magma pool. The absolute core of training astral pets was matching them with their perfect elemental environment. The thicker the fire attribute in the air, the faster these beasts would awaken their ultimate fire-type skills. Here, molten rock flowed like a violent river. Suffocating heat and blinding crimson light dominated the entire terrifying landscape. Staring down at the boiling 2,000-degree magma, Su Ping nodded in absolute satisfaction. Yeah, this spot is perfect. Without warning, he slid down the rocky bank. Hurry up and follow me down, he yelled, sending the pets into a sheer panic. Squeak! He placed his hand against a glowing rock nearby, bracing for the burn, but his eyes instantly widened in utter shock. It wasn't nearly as scorchingly hot as he expected. Memories of his brutal clash with the White Zephyr flooded his mind. That deadly flesh-melting heat back then hadn't burned him at all. It had actually triggered his golden crow physique. Meanwhile, the pets were absolutely terrified by the apocalyptic heat of the magma, chirping and backing away in sheer dread. Squeak! Squeak! Stepping closer to the molten river, Su Ping silently analyzed the bizarre situation. There was only one logical explanation. The golden crow fiend god body possessed a supreme, dominating affinity with the fire attribute. He hovered his bare hand directly over the bubbling magma. I have revives anyway. Might as well test this out. The moment his fingers grazed the molten rock, the magma playfully wrapped around his hand like a loyal puppy. Just as he suspected, the violent fire elements were completely tamed in his presence. So, this is the true terror of the Golden Crow bloodline talent? Seeing its master, the clone decided to mimic the exact same action. But the result was a catastrophic, awkward failure. Su Ping watched his double burn its own arm to a crisp, and sighed in profound defeat. You idiot, don't copy that! He quickly channeled his power to regenerate the clone's incinerated limb. Without another second of hesitation, Su Ping dove straight into the magma pool. His clothes instantly turned to ash, but he casually barked out his ruthless orders. Time is money. Throw every single one of them down here to train. The clone mercilessly grabbed the shrieking pets by the scruff of their necks. Chirp! While the beasts screamed in absolute terror, Su Ping leaned back in the deadly magma, sighing in comfort like it was a luxury hot spring. One by one, the violently resisting pets were hurled over the jagged edge. Awoo! The instant they hit the molten surface, they were vaporized into floating ash. The cold voice of the system immediately echoed in his mind. Crimson Flame Dog, Purple Flame Cat, Flame Armor Frog, and Little Fire Lion have been completely incinerated. Su Ping rolled his eyes in disappointment. Are you guys seriously fire-type beasts? Pathetic. Show some actual spirit, he roared, instantly slamming the revive button. The resurrected pets barely had a second to process their return before they were ruthlessly tossed back into the hellfire. Completely unable to adapt to the 2000-degree inferno, they flailed and shrieked in absolute despair. Squeak. But Su Ping didn't even blink. They died. He revived them. They died again. The brutal cycle continued without mercy. At least you made a splash this time. That's progress. Revive. After countless brutal resurrections, the desperate pets finally absorbed the violent energy. Boom. They simultaneously awakened intermediate skills: Flame Steps, Flame Cloak, Blazing Tail, and Flame Roar. A short while later, Su Ping and the deeply traumatized pets casually strolled back into the shop. The waiting crowd gasped, their eyes bulging as they inspected the auras of the beasts. They learned mid-tier skills in a single day? What kind of dark magic is this? The boss is an absolute god. This is exactly why having a master trainer changes everything. The difference is like heaven and earth. Hearing the uproar, even more people outside went into an absolute frenzy, violently pushing their way through the doors. Are they really that amazing? Boss! I need to train my pet too. Boss! I'll buy all your premium pet food. Boss! Please take my beast for fostering. Seeing the chaotic wave of paying customers, Su Ping raised his hands with a victorious shout. Don't panic. Line up, one by one. There is plenty of room for everyone. After formally accepting the massive wave of pets, the system panel flared to life with a glorious notification. Income generated, 25,860 star coins, converted to 258.6 energy points. 11,650 energy points remained. Su Ping looked at the beasts currently undergoing training, a smirk of absolute satisfaction crossing his face. He thought it would take 20 days to gather this much power. Yet here he was, crushing his goal in just a matter of days. Now, he didn't even have enough nursing slots to hold them all. Without hesitation, Su Ping invested his points to buy more nursing spaces. But then, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. The system announced he had reached the maximum limit of 25 slots and could not purchase any more. Would you like to upgrade the nursing space to level 2? The prompt flashed. Upgrade cost, 1,000 energy points. His expression darkened instantly. That was daylight robbery. After a moment of thought, he decided against the upgrade. Instead, Su Ping shifted his focus to a more pressing matter, the female customer's pet. His immediate mission was to train the heavenly fragrance pig, but the entry ticket to the high-level cultivation plane was absurdly expensive. Taking just one star pet inside would be a massive loss of energy. He needed a better plan. Suddenly, a brilliant idea sparked in his mind. System, he called out. I want to upgrade the Chaos Incubation Pool. The system panel immediately flickered to life, responding to his command. Ding! 10,000 energy points have been deducted. Remaining energy, 1,650 points. As the notification vanished, a legendary blue light erupted from the void. Moments later, a new message materialized. Chaos Aura has been injected. Pool purity has been upgraded to 1 millionth. There is now a low probability of incubating a pet with a king-tier bloodline. Incubation cost, 1,000 energy points per attempt. Seeing the massive price tag, Su Ping practically started praying to the heavens. One pull cost a staggering 100,000 star coins. It was completely outrageous, especially since his last pull gave him absolute garbage. Taking a deep breath, he smashed the incubation button, trying to console himself. I don't even need a king-tier beast, he muttered. Just give me a decent mid-tier rank 6 pet, something I can actually work with. But as Su Ping opened the spatial tear, things went horribly wrong. Pitch-black clouds swallowed the light, rolling in with terrifying speed. The sky itself seemed to boil with apocalyptic rage. Outside, citizens stared at the heavens in absolute bewilderment. The weather had turned in the blink of an eye. Deafening thunder roared, and vicious bolts of crimson lightning rained down upon the city. And then, the unthinkable happened. From the heart of the storm, a colossal, terrifying dragon tore through the fabric of space. Su Ping stood entirely paralyzed. The sheer, suffocating pressure of the creature rooted his feet to the floor, his eyes locked onto the majestic beast, his jaw hanging open. This is, he whispered. Suddenly, the blinding aura around the dragon shattered, revealing its true, condensed form. The system scanned the creature, sending shockwaves through his brain. Species: Purgatory Candle Dragon. Element: Dragon and Fire. Bloodline potential: 9th tier. Current combat strength: 3rd tier. Abilities: Dragon Breath and Dragon Might. Su Ping's eyes practically turned into stars. Overcome with excitement, he reached out to rub its scaly head. He had actually hit the ultimate jackpot. A 9th tier potential, he cheered inwardly. Just a little more training, and this baby will evolve into a true king tier beast. I am going to be so rich. But the dragon had other plans. With a furious roar, it unleashed a blast of scorching flames. The pride of the dragon clan would never allow a weak human to touch its sacred body, and especially not its head. Seeing the lethal inferno rushing toward him, Su Ping did not even flinch. You might be small right now, he muttered, but you sure have a nasty temper. In a flash of motion, his hand shot forward. Smack. He ruthlessly clamped his hand over the dragon's snout, pinching it shut and instantly cutting off the flames. Su Ping glared down at the legendary beast with absolute dominance. Too bad for you. Inside this shop, I am an invincible god. He tightened his grip. Now, be a good lizard and sign the contract. Blink if you understand. Utterly defeated by the system's absolute suppression, the once proud dragon furiously blinked its eyes in surrender. Ding! The master pet contract was successfully established. But just as the clock struck 2, Su Ping's communicator suddenly buzzed with an urgent message. Instructor Su, your public lecture with the 3rd-year students is about to begin. Please proceed to the arena immediately. Meanwhile, miles away, a suffocating silence hung over the prestigious Fengshan Academy. Inside the main faculty office, the director of the combat department glared at his gold watch. His face was twisted in deep annoyance. Only 2 minutes left until the bell, he barked. It is his very first day, and he dares to treat our academy's discipline as a joke? Absolutely unacceptable. Standing nervously beside him, Gu Shui quickly bowed her head to defend the absent teacher. Director, Instructor Su isn't familiar with our massive campus, she pleaded. He must have gotten lost. Please, head to the arena first while I look for him. The director shot her a withering glare. I step out of the academy for mere days on official business, and the combat department instantly devolves into this chaotic mess. He stepped closer, his aura pressing down on her. I heard this arrogant newcomer was your personal recommendation, and you hired him without even seeking my approval. Tell me, Gu Shui, are you the boss of the combat department now? Knowing better than to provoke his wrath, she kept her head down. I wouldn't dare, sir, she murmured. But internally, she was practically screaming in panic. Su Ping, please hurry up, she prayed frantically. If you completely enrage the director on day 1, you are doomed. Mustering her courage, Gu Shui spoke up again. Director, I sincerely apologize. If Instructor Su is late, I will bear full responsibility for his actions. But before the director could unleash another scolding, whoosh, Su Ping materialized out of thin air, making both of them jump in shock. Seeing his familiar face, Gu Shui's eyes lit up with absolute relief. Su Ping, you made it! The director's sharp gaze immediately locked onto the young man, his eyes narrowing in silent judgment. So, this was the arrogant new instructor. Completely ignoring the tension, Su Ping let out a heavy sigh of relief. Phew. Glad I made it in time. Flying here on the back of his new Purgatory Candle Dragon had been an absolute thrill. He completely ignored the fact that his newly tamed dragon was still fuming with rage inside his pet space. Shaking off the adrenaline, Su Ping flashed a bright, carefree smile at the terrifying director. Yep, that's me, he replied cheerfully. Meanwhile, inside the packed 3rd-year arena, top student Ling Yue was trying to meditate, but the loud gossip of her classmates made it impossible. Oh my god, did you guys hear the rumors? A student whispered loudly. The combat department just hired a ridiculously young instructor. Do you think he used family connections to get the job? It's super shady. Another student chimed in. I tried looking up his background online, but his entire profile is completely blank. It has to be fake. Exactly. I bet he is the principal's secret son or something. A third student scoffed arrogantly. Ha ha ha, please. In my opinion, this rich kid definitely bought his way into our academy. Finally reaching her breaking point, Ling Yue snapped her eyes open. What is the point of all this useless gossip? She scolded sharply. So what if the new instructor is young? Her voice echoed with absolute authority. If the academy hired him, it proves he has genuine strength. Instead of wasting breath on rumors, you should be focusing on your own cultivation. But the arrogant students just rolled their eyes, bursting into mocking laughter. Ha ha ha. Listen to the teacher's pet, they sneered. Don't tell me you are dreaming of becoming a high-level instructor yourself? How incredibly naive. She actually thinks hard work alone is enough to reach the top. But little did these spoiled brats know. The young man about to walk through those doors was a true monster. The classroom buzzed with endless gossip. The noise instantly died down as three imposing instructors stepped through the doors. Song Kok Tuyet took the lead. "Silence, everyone. Class is starting," she announced with stern authority. This was a highly anticipated public lecture. The head of the combat department and Kok Tuyet were here to break down wilderness survival and practical combat. Standing quietly as an assistant was Instructor Tu Bin. The moment the students saw his youthful face, the classroom erupted into chaos. "Whoa, Instructor Tu looks like he is exactly our age. How is a kid like that already a mentor?" Two other students narrowed their eyes in heavy suspicion. "That guy is supposed to teach us? Big deal. With our Diopthan's monstrous talent, he could become an instructor in 2 years if he wanted to." Ahem. All right, save your breath. Suddenly, Lang Nuyet felt her entire world tilt on its axis. She screamed, completely unable to believe her own eyes. "To Bin, why on earth is he standing up there? Am I hallucinating?" Two boys she had scolded earlier immediately fired back with mocking grins. "Weren't you just defending him a minute ago? If you have so much time to gossip, go cultivate your aura." Pfft, they snickered. Hearing their taunts, her face burned crimson. "There is no way that is him," she muttered in denial. Suddenly, a bold student shot up from his seat and raised his hand. "Instructor 2, rumor has it you single-handedly beheaded a demonic sea beast. Is that true? Can you give us the epic details?" The lecture hall instantly exploded into a frenzy. "A demonic sea beast? What kind of monster is that?" "It is a mythical high-level beast. Almost no one has ever survived seeing one." "Wait, everyone who saw it died? There is no way he is that powerful. I call bluff." Tabin simply waved his hand, a calm smile playing on his lips. His voice echoed smoothly across the room. "I could certainly tell you all about it. However, that is not the focus of our curriculum today. I will break it down for you when the timing is right." The department head standing beside him scoffed with a venomous sneer. "Ha, you haven't even taught for a single day, and you are already acting like a superstar." Fueled by the tension, the students started chanting excitedly. "Show us what you've got, instructor." "Yeah, otherwise, how can you prove you are strong enough to teach us?" "Exactly. Prove it." Meanwhile, Diep Hao sat quietly in the back, his sharp eyes evaluating the young teacher. "During our last clash, I couldn't sense the true depth of his foundation. I need to know exactly how strong he is. What kind of star pet did he train to catch up to my level?" Lang Nuyet absolutely refused to believe in her brother's power. Panic seized her heart. "We are totally doomed. He just woke up not too long ago. What could he possibly know about demonic sea beasts? He is going to die of sheer embarrassment." Seeing the wave of heavy doubt crashing over the room, Kok Tuyet quickly stepped in. "We are in the middle of a lecture. You will not cause a scene in my classroom," she commanded. "I personally guarantee this instructor's strength." But before she could finish, the arrogant department head ruthlessly cut her off. "Oh, and is your own recent combat record supposed to be convincing, Instructor Song?" "Instructor Tu still needs to put on a little show for the crowd." The students cheered even louder at the drama. Kok Tuet bit her lip, her authority completely crushed. "My apologies, director. I spoke out of turn." The director turned his piercing gaze toward Tu Bin, his voice dripping with condescension. "Instructor Tu, you better demonstrate a fraction of your power. Otherwise, nasty rumors will spread that you bribed your way into Fong Sun Academy." Instantly, Tu Bin let out a heavy mental groan. Sigh. "Whether I am with the battle team or at the academy, these people simply will not let me live in peace." Tu Bin let out a long breath and gave a chilling warning. "The price for making me strike is incredibly steep." Spiritual energy surged around him as he activated his summoning skill. A jagged spatial rift tore open, and a little skeleton stepped out from the void. The entire class stared in dead silence before bursting into laughter. "A little skeleton? Are you kidding me? Haha. Hey Diopthan, look at that cute little toy. I think I used one of those as a chewing toy when I was 10 years old." The director visibly struggled to hold back his mockery. "Instructor, to rest assured, as long as you don't slaughter my students, you can cause as much destruction as you like. I will take full responsibility." Without missing a beat, Tobin turned to his undead companion and issued a silent command. The creature received its absolute order. "Do not harm the humans." Lang Ngiet squeezed her eyes shut, too mortified to watch. What can the absolute lowest tier magic pet even achieve? Is this supposed to be a joke of a demonstration? Suddenly, the little skeleton raised its jagged bone sword. With a blinding flash of speed, it unleashed a devastating horizontal slash. Where the blade passed, a terrifying spatial rift tore open, instantly paralyzing the entire classroom. The sheer, razor-sharp aura of the blade carved a horrifyingly deep gorge straight through the architecture. The mocking smiles on the students' faces froze, instantly replaced by sheer, unadulterated terror. The little skeleton's casual swing had violently shattered the reinforced stairs leading up to the podium. It cleanly sheathed its blade, stepping back as if nothing had happened. The lecture hall fell into a suffocating, deathly silence. Then, absolute chaos erupted. What in the heavens just happened? Did that fragile little skeleton just do that? Little skeleton? Are you blind? That aura belongs to a skeleton king. Diapao watched from the shadows, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. What monstrous power. My elite silver lightning dragon beast wouldn't survive 2 moves against that undead nightmare. Lang Juyet's jaw hit the floor, her mind completely short-circuiting. How does a level 1 little skeleton possess this kind of apocalyptic strength? Didn't he just awaken his powers? Tabin stood perfectly still, his expression as cold as ice. Do you need me to demonstrate one more time? The combat director was trembling, cold sweat soaking through his uniform. Are you insane? He stammered out. Koktuyate stood frozen beside him, letting out a breathless, nervous chuckle. The director stared at the ruined architecture. This classroom was forged from ultra-reinforced materials. It cost over 10 million credits. It was built to withstand a level 8 magical bombardment, yet it was casually sliced apart. By a little skeleton? Just then, an eerie, chilling blue light began to gather around the undead creature's bone frame once more. Tabin's voice cut through the heavy air like a tyrant's decree. Whoever is still unconvinced, raise your hand right now. You are more than welcome to come up here and test my blade yourselves. The students exchanged terrified glances, paralyzed by the chilling atmosphere. It was as if a bucket of ice water had been dumped over their heads. Tabin glared at the silent crowd. Why is everyone keeping their heads down? If no one has any objections, then we can finally start the lesson. The students nodded frantically, desperate for this suffocating aura to vanish. Koktuyet finally broke the dead silence. Class, please open your textbooks to page 45. We will study the materials discovered within the A-rank Starry Sky Rift in 2020. The entire hall scrambled to flip their pages without making a single sound. Later generations of Academy students would call this the quietest lecture in history. You could literally hear a single strand of hair hit the floor, yet no one was actually taking notes. One student cast a terrified sideways glance. Their complete attention was locked onto the devastating gouge left in the room. Tubin had simply slaughtered the chicken to warn the monkeys, and the bloody warning was crystal clear. After the lecture ended, Mintung personally drove Tubin home. As soon as he stepped out of the vehicle, Tubin shot the older man a sharp look. For the dignified vice principal to chauffeur a mere instructor home, you are being way too polite. Mintung merely chuckled in response. Nonsense. I heard that in just your first class, you managed to completely tame those arrogant brats. There wasn't a single peep. Instructor 2 is truly the top-tier talent of our Fuangsun Academy. Tabin scanned his fingerprint to unlock his door, secretly judging the old man. What was this sly fox plotting now? You didn't just come all this way to walk me to my door, did you? The electronic lock clicked open. Suddenly, a familiar figure stepped out from the shadows. Diep Tran's son waved at them with a welcoming smile. Brother 2! Tabin paused, finally recognizing the man. Diep Tran's son? What was he doing here? The 3 men moved their conversation indoors. 3 steaming cups of tea were poured as they settled in. Tabin noticed the complete lack of foot traffic outside his usually busy street, finding it incredibly suspicious. It is awfully quiet this afternoon. There is not a single customer in sight. Tran's son cleared his throat. I have a highly classified matter to discuss with you, Brother 2. So, I took the liberty of having my people evacuate the entire block. Of course, I will fully compensate you for the lost business. Tabin shot a knowing smirk toward Mintung. Well, Vice Principal, my friend here says he has a top-secret matter to discuss. Hearing this, Mintung offered a stiff, awkward smile. Actually, I also came to find Instructor 2 for official business. The Vice Principal's eyes instantly sharpened with intense focus. The Global Elite Pet Master Tournament will be commencing very soon. Mintung explained the details. This prestigious, blood-boiling tournament was held once every 3 years. Only Battle Pet Masters with Tier 7 spiritual power or below were qualified to step into the arena. Aside from an overwhelming cash prize, the ultimate champion would receive personal guidance from a legendary rank Pet Master. He noted that almost every past champion easily ascended to the revered titled rank. A few of those heaven-defying geniuses even became legendary rank Pet Masters themselves, worshipped by millions. They become the absolute protectors of the entire continent. Mintung's voice trembled with overwhelming pride and excitement. He immediately threw out a massive bait. If you agree to participate, Instructor 2, I can approve a full 1-year paid leave of absence. You will keep your salary, your benefits, and bag the tournament prize money. Tabin shut him down without a second thought. No thanks. I have zero interest in competing. The old man froze in utter disbelief. What? You are a Battle Pet Master, yet you have no interest in the elite tournament? Tabin's sharp eyes narrowed slightly. He would have to be an idiot to enter. Taking the championship meant putting a massive, global target on his back. He was already making a fortune with his current reputation. Becoming world famous would only attract unwanted, dangerous attention from the shadows. Relying on the system to level up quietly was an infinitely safer and smarter path to absolute power. Tran's son chimed in from the sidelines. I originally wanted to invite Brother 2 to explore a mystic realm, but since you refused the elite tournament, I suppose that plan is ruined. Now, this caught Tabin's attention. His curiosity flared instantly. What kind of mystic realm? Mintung beat him to the punch. Are you talking about the 3 exclusive mystic realms of District A? Transon looked genuinely shocked. Knowledge of those realms is strictly restricted to silver-tier pioneers and above. How do you know about them? The vice principal stroked his beard with a smug chuckle. Haha. Well, before I retired, this old man was practically a half-step gold-tier pioneer. Tabin's patience was wearing razor thin. Enough with the damn riddles. Spit it out. Transun finally explained. Standard starry sky rifts were nothing but ordinary, low-level star domains. Even if you found treasures inside, they were just basic ores or primitive life forms. Nothing worth bleeding for. He painted a vivid picture of the sheer scale of the 3 legendary realms. Dragon Platform Mountain, Whalebone River, and the terrifying Demon God Seed. These realms connected to ancient star domains that once birthed supreme civilizations. Civilizations that rivaled, or even completely surpassed the Blue Planet. Transon's tone turned dead serious. Even though those empires had turned to dust, the divine artifacts buried there remained. The lesser artifacts are completely priceless, but the major ones, they have the power to entirely rewrite the modern world order. Some can even help a master comprehend the supreme laws of the universe. Tabin's mind reeled. This was power on a completely different dimensional scale, but Mintung immediately dropped a chilling warning to temper the mood. Those realms are crawling with nightmare-class beasts and lethal ancient traps. Countless absolute powerhouses have stepped into those shadows and never returned. The inner core of the secret realm is completely restricted. Because the outer zone is only open for a fleeting moment, the federal government has strictly locked down the entire area. Only now, right before the global tournament begins, have they opened this relatively safe outer zone exclusively for elite pioneers to explore. Frustration flickers across Chen Shan's face. That is right. Brother Ye Mo here got incredibly lucky. He secured the rights to explore the outer zone of Longtai Mountain, and he is looking for a powerful teammate. He wants you, Brother Su. Su Ping rests his chin on his hand, his mind spinning with possibilities. Without hesitation, he completely cuts off their pitch. I have absolutely zero interest in your elite tournament, he declares smoothly. The 2 men instantly snap their heads toward him. Their eyes burn with intense curiosity at his sudden rejection. But Su Ping just calmly calculates the odds in his head. The system's cultivation grounds hold countless mysteries. Longtai Mountain might just be one of them. Against his system's limitless revival abilities, those unknown mechanical beasts and terrifying monsters would be nothing but a total walk in the park. A dangerously sly smirk flashes across his face. But I suppose I can give this secret realm a little thought. The sky slowly bleeds into pitch black. A pale crescent moon hangs high above, casting a soft silver glow over the bustling world. Su Ping raises his hand to pull down the shop's shutters, but the crowd of eager customers outside looks at him with absolute despair. Boss, it is finally my turn. Boss, please, I need my pet trained, they beg. He simply flashes a polite, unyielding smile and waves them off. My deepest apologies. But closing time is closing time. If you did not make the cut today, please come back early tomorrow. One devastated customer literally bursts into dramatic tears. Curse my luck. I should have camped out here since dawn. I am sleeping right here at the entrance until tomorrow. Nobody dares to steal the first spot from me. The rest of the crowd instantly erupts into a competitive frenzy. What? Should I just book a nearby hotel then? Wait for me. I am booking a room too. Inside the now empty shop, Su Ping stretches his aching limbs, letting out a deeply exhausted sigh. Having his business blow up like this is totally foreign to him. It leaves him absolutely zero time to cultivate during the day. His casual demeanor vanishes as he issues a cold, precise command. System, open the special training interface. In a blinding flash of cosmic light, Su Ping is instantly pulled into an entirely different dimension. He commands the system to locate the Longtai Mountain's secret realm. A robotic voice coldly echoes in his mind. Search yielded 0 results. He raises an eyebrow. Nothing at all? Then search every high-level special training ground with the word dragon in it. The translucent system panel flickers back to life. A glittering notification appears. Illusionary Heritage Site. Dragon King's Heritage Ground. Entry cost, 2,000 energy points. Su Ping squints at the floating text, muttering under his breath. An illusionary heritage site? He silently studies the massive dragon bone holograms spinning on the screen. This has to be the right place. He immediately questions his interface. System, How exactly does this heritage realm differ from the standard special training grounds? The glowing panel instantly updates with an answer. As the name implies, the illusionary realm is entirely virtual. Aside from pure combat experience and cultivation, the host cannot bring a single physical item out of this space. Su Ping glares furiously at the screen. Are you kidding me? The ticket for this fake world costs twice as much as the chaotic realm of the undead? How does that make any sense at all? The system completely ignores his outrage, smoothly projecting the next piece of crucial lore. Secondly, every heritage site contains the dormant king soul of a fallen deity. It waits there patiently, seeking a supreme powerhouse to inherit its legacy through brutal trials. A king soul is an entity of absolute supremacy. It cannot be insulted by mere replication. Inside these sacred grounds, there are only the strong, and the even stronger. The weak have absolutely no place to hide or train here. There is no middle ground between a true ruler and a pathetic loser. Su Ping stares helplessly at the glowing text, letting out a defeated sigh. Fine, you cannot copy the king's soul. But couldn't you at least duplicate a few basic treasures for me? Snapping back to reality, Su Ping gently pushes open the door to his pet room. A mystical, deep purple aura instantly washes over his eyes. He clicks his tongue in thought. Taking only the little skeleton into a premium realm like that would be a massive waste of my energy points. The room is lined with high-tech glass enclosures, housing various magical beasts recovering their strength. They lie in absolute, dead silence, locked in the deepest of slumbers. His gaze lands on a small, sleeping hound. He approaches its pen, muttering quietly, "Well, look at you. Your owner has completely missed the pickup deadline. Unless they have terrible memory, they must be dead." Su Ping gently presses his palm against the hound's forehead. A brilliant crimson light bursts from his hand, sinking directly into its mind. A glowing red contract seal materializes before the creature's eyes. Sensing his overwhelming presence, the beast jolts awake, staring intensely into Su Ping's soul. A crisp notification chimes in his head. Contract successfully established. The system panel instantly pulls up the pet's full data profile. Species, moon-chasing hound. Level 1. Combat type classification. Battle power. Level 1. Aptitude rating, lower tier. Mastered skills, intimidating howl, ferocious bite, and thick skin. Personality trait, utterly loyal. Classification, a standard level 1 novice battle pet. A dark look of realization crosses Su Ping's face. Just as he suspected, its previous master must have met an untimely, gruesome end. He waves his hand, ripping open a swirling spatial rift. Looking back at the trembling hound, he smirks. "You have been freeloading in my nursing pen for way too long. From now on, you are working your tail off for me." The hound barks sharply, its fighting spirit igniting. Following their master's lead, the magical beasts eagerly march straight into the chaotic portal, their battle cries echoing in the room. With a series of fierce squeaks and howls, Su Ping officially steps foot into the legendary secret realm. The system chimes coldly, deducting 2,000 energy points. Host has successfully connected to the illusionary heritage site. Dragon King's heritage ground. Time limit, 7 days. Maximum allowed deaths, 10. Please explore at your own extreme risk. Su Ping stands in absolute silence. His sharp eyes sweep across the desolate, terrifying landscape of the ancient realm. There is not a single trace of life here. Only the massive, rotting fossils of ancient dragons, tangled in the twisted roots of dead, petrified trees. Suddenly, a bizarre golden light erupts from the ancient dragon bone. A majestic voice booms through the air. "Have you come to endure the trial of my inheritance?" Bin and his magical beasts brace themselves. They fiercely resist the overwhelming, crushing pressure of that golden aura. Unwavering determination flashes across his face. He refuses to back down. Suddenly, deep fissures rip through the ground, unleashing a blinding, unnatural radiance. The earth trembles violently. A colossal tower violently tears its way out from the depths of the ground. A magnificent golden dragon coils tightly around the monumental structure. Its presence radiates absolute, terrifying majesty. Bin stares in pure shock, his pupils trembling. Right then, that mysterious, ancient voice echoes once again. The 9-joint dragon pillar. The number 9 represents the ultimate peak. Climb to the 9th joint, and you shall earn the right to be a chosen candidate for my legacy. He gazes up at the sky-piercing tower, his curiosity piqued. Just a candidate? Then how do I actually claim the inheritance? The ancient dragon replies. When I fell, my flesh and blood scattered to form the heavens. My dragon scales scattered, transforming into 109 continents of Earth. Tragically, these lands of dragon scales became corrupted by foul energy. This darkness gave birth to countless demonic monsters. You must purify every single demon within. Only then can I restore my king's soul. The ethereal dragon envelops the tower, pulsing with blinding, radiant power. When that fateful time comes, whoever stands at the ninth joint will face the final, ultimate trial of inheritance. Tabin silently processes this revelation. An entity of this godly caliber would never hand over its power easily. A complex, brutal trial makes perfect sense. Without hesitation, Tabin and his beasts step forward. They raise their hands, ready to push open the massive doors of the tower. But then, he freezes in his tracks. A faint wave of helplessness washes over his face as he faces his daunting destiny. 109 dragon scales is an insane amount. Just how long will I have to risk my life fighting out there alone? The heavy doors groan open. Tabin strides in fearlessly, while his beasts tremble in absolute terror, too scared to follow. Squeak, he scans the pitch-black void and mutters, "Are there no lights in here?" Suddenly, an eerie voice reverberates through the entire tower. Challengers must learn reverence. Lurking in the shadows, an unseen dragon silently observes their every move. Boom! It abruptly unleashes a terrifying wave of dragon aura, violently suppressing Tabin and his crew. His entire body instantly feels like lead. An invisible mountain of pressure drags him down. He gasps in shock. Ugh, this oppressive force is insane. Beside him, his magical beast lets out an agonizing howl. A woo. He struggles desperately to call out to it under the crushing weight. Moon-chasing dog. But a chilling realization hits him. Wait, didn't the dog follow me inside? Why is its voice echoing from deep within the abyss? A chaotic symphony of monster cries suddenly erupts from every direction, completely disorienting him. Hiss, grr, roar. Panic briefly flickers into Tabin's eyes. Everything is absolute chaos, with sounds bouncing from impossible angles. Are there ghosts in this place? He quickly taps his smartwatch, activating the flashlight interface. Could it really be ghosts? He mutters. But as the beam cuts through the darkness, he freezes in pure shock. An incredibly colossal statue looms menacingly right in front of him. Every single detail is carved to terrifying perfection, and its stone hands grip a massive broadsword. He frowns in confusion. Just a statue? The beam of light sweeps wider, illuminating the chilling space. His breath catches. There isn't just one. Two identical stone titans stand before him. The pets, driven mad by the tower's suffocating darkness, panic wildly. They slam headfirst into the walls, letting out whimpers of pain. Awoo! Tabin lets out a heavy sigh of relief, feeling utterly exhausted by their antics. So they were just blindly crashing into the walls. He cautiously approaches the towering statue. The bizarre architecture of these walls must be distorting the sound waves, creating those phantom echoes. His expression darkens into a severe scowl. Is the first floor really this simple? Challengers must learn reverence. What exactly am I supposed to fear? After thoroughly inspecting the stone giant, he turns his back to investigate the rest of the dark chamber. But lurking in the shadows, the statue twitches. Its stone eyes erupt in a blazing crimson glare, and it violently thrusts its sword straight at him. Hearing the rushing wind, Tabin whips around. Clang! The little skeleton throws itself into the line of fire, taking the devastating blade meant for its master. Tabin's combat instincts explode. The guardian statues are alive. If this one moved, then the other must be active too. But the statue's striking speed is incomprehensibly fast. Squelch! The blade cleanly pierces through his shoulder. Tabin grits his teeth against the agonizing torment. Ugh! Damn it! Hot blood erupts from his wound, violently splattering across the cold stone blade. Ding! The system panel instantly flashes with a grim notification. Host has died. Remaining resurrections. 9. Revive on the spot. Revive randomly. Without a second thought, he smashes the revive on the spot option. My reaction was way too slow. If I had focused all my astral energy into a single point to activate my primal armor, I definitely could have blocked that fatal strike. Revive on the spot. Damn, that speed was monstrous. Thank the heavens the little skeleton held its ground, or I wouldn't have even known how I died. A miraculous light engulfs them. Tabin and his fierce pets are rapidly reconstructed, their bodies flawlessly regenerating from the brink of death. He glares daggers at the two bloodthirsty statues. Dead silence fills the room. He doesn't dare to make a single reckless move. The real nightmare was just beginning. The stone guardians returned to their dormant state, as if the previous encounter never happened. Su Ping cranked up the brightness on his flashlight, casting a harsh beam directly onto the two statues ahead. Instantly, the massive figures sprang to life. They charged straight at him, their ancient stone swords locked onto his exact position. Su Ping's gaze sharpened into deadly slits. The little skeleton immediately materialized in front of its master. It gripped its tiny bone blade, fully calculating the angle to block the devastating twin strike. But a sudden realization hit Su Ping. "Little skeleton, hold your ground," he commanded, instantly snapping off the light on his watch. Just as he calculated, plunging the room into absolute darkness froze the guardians in their tracks. He casually pushed the massive stone blade away from his face, proving his theory correct. The trial of reverence simply means you are not allowed to look directly upon the dragon's face, Su Ping explained to his trembling battle pets. Follow my lead. The formidable beasts obediently lined up, hilariously grabbing onto each other's tails in an adorable little train. They marched deeper into the darkness. A battle pet master possessed senses far beyond mere mortals, especially when tracking the flow of astral power. Even completely blinded, he wouldn't fall into any traps. He mapped out a massive labyrinth in his mind, though scanning such a vast area under the crushing weight of dragon might, while constantly keeping guard against hidden ambushes, demanded a monstrous amount of spiritual energy. This was absolutely impossible for an ordinary master to endure. A confident smirk played on Su Ping's lips. Having cracked the first floor's absolute rule, he could channel 100% of his focus into pure navigation. Countless brutal training sessions had already forged his willpower against overwhelming pressure. This oppressive aura was practically a walk in the park. Su Ping steadily closed the distance to the exit. Complete confidence radiated from his core. Finding the way out was supposed to be child's play. But bizarrely, a magnificent golden dragon blocked the gateway, its massive form sealing off any hope of escape. Detecting an intruder nearing the threshold, the legendary beast unleashed a devastating dive straight at Su Ping. Yet, keeping his eyes firmly shut, he casually strolled forward, completely oblivious to the incoming doom. The battle pets trailing him whimpered, paralyzed by absolute terror. Suddenly, Su Ping's footsteps halted. A bone-chilling killing intent was breathing down his neck. He stood perfectly still in the dark, sensing a critical flaw. Wait, he thought. This killing intent feels hollow. It lacks the pulse of a living creature. The ethereal golden dragon violently crashed right through their physical bodies. Yet miraculously, not a single drop of blood was shed. It was nothing but a high-level illusion. Moments later, the phantom beast dissolved harmlessly into the empty air. Su Ping and his squad finally crossed the threshold in one piece. The terrified beasts were still softly whimpering in shock. As he finally dared to open his eyes, a mechanical voice echoed through the chamber. Congratulations, Challenger. You have cleared the first floor's trial. Proceeding to floor 2. The scene shifted abruptly to the real world. A blinding spatial light violently burst through the cracks of his humble storefront before instantly fading into nothing. Su Ping and his battle-hardened squad stepped out of the spatial rift, safely back on home turf. Glowing blue system panels flooded his vision. His pets' combat stats were skyrocketing. Not only had they shattered their previous bottlenecks, but they had also awakened entirely new, devastating skills. Su Ping let out a long sigh of relief. Pushing all the way to the 8th floor of the Dragonbone Tower on his very first run, that was an absolute masterclass in survival. Even the Heavenly Fragrance Pig had tagged along for a few rounds, meaning its intensive training contract was finally complete. But a heavy thought weighed on his mind. The 9th floor Guardian boasted a terrifying Tier 9 power level. Even his mid-Tier 8 little skeleton, armed with the ultimate anti-dragon execution strike, couldn't scratch that monster. The power gap between Tier 8 and Tier 9 was simply an impossible chasm. He would have to wait until the little skeleton fully absorbed the Skeleton King's blood pearl to even stand a chance. Fast forward to 6 o'clock the next morning. An absolute mob of eager customers had already swarmed the entrance of Su Ping's shop. Ling Yue was secretly spying from behind a nearby wall, glaring daggers at the storefront. She was fuming. How could her completely useless brother, who couldn't even handle a single Tier 4 punch from her, pull this off? There is no way he is actually a high-level master, she grumbled. He has to be running some kind of massive scam in there. She was determined to rip his mask off today. Outside, the fanatic crowd had literally been camping out since last night. The tension was so thick, they looked ready to start a turf war just to secure a spot in line. Right on cue, Su Ping casually pedaled his rusty bicycle down the street. Ling Yue's eyes widened from the shadows. The target had finally arrived. My trash brother is actually awake? She thought, utterly bewildered. It is barely sunrise. This lazy bum usually never rolls out of bed before 2 in the afternoon. The second the crowd spotted him, their faces lit up with fanatical devotion. Boss Su, you have finally arrived, someone cheered. Boss Su, please tell me you can train my battle pet today. I have been freezing out here all night, another begged. Boss Su, surely you remember me? Watching this sheer madness unfold, Ling Yue's jaw practically hit the floor. These elite trainers were looking at her deadbeat brother with absolute, unquestioning reverence. It was like they were staring at a descending god, or the leader of a terrifying cult. Su Ping casually walked his bike through the parting sea of people. You know the rules, he announced lazily. Form a line. Instantly, the chaotic mob snapped into a perfectly straight, disciplined military formation. But then, an arrogant aura shifted the atmosphere. Ye Hao stepped out from the shadows. Mind stepping aside for a moment? He demanded to the crowd, blocking his path. An annoyed customer barked back. Who do you think you are? Get in line. But the moment they recognized that face, panic set in. Why Ye Hao? They stuttered, frantically backing away. Oh, of course. Right this way, young Master Ye. Like a parting wave, the entire crowd scrambled out of his path. Anxious whispers rippled through the dawn air. Even the legendary Ye Hao is here, they muttered. Everywhere he walked, respectful greetings of young Master Ye echoed down the street. From her hiding spot, Ling Yue was completely paralyzed with shock. Ye Hao? The undisputed grand champion of the third-year academy? Why on earth was an elite like him looking for her garbage brother? Did her idiot brother finally cross the wrong person and bring doom upon their family? Meanwhile, Su Ping just stood there, casting a deeply unbothered, suspicious side-eye at the academy's golden boy. Ye Hao stood tall, as the crowd practically bowed before him. Excited whispers of young Master Ye echoed through the room. Unfazed, Su Ping casually chimed in. So, what can I do for you? Ye Hao's voice dripped with arrogant confidence. Do great men really have such terrible memories? Have you already forgotten my silver snake lightning dragon beast? In a flash of light, a massive blue silhouette materialized beside him. The very moment the silver snake lightning dragon beast appeared, razor-sharp gales tore through the shop. The crushing wind pressure immediately forced the bystanders to their knees. Panicked voices rang out. Ah, the wind is too fierce. It is the silver snake lightning dragon beast. Move back or get trampled to death. Like a parting sea, the terrified crowd scrambled away from the beast's domain. The majestic creature finally revealed its full, terrifying form. Watching from the sidelines, Ling Yue's nerves pulled taut as a bowstring. Why did Ye Hao summon his ace here? Was he trying to take revenge for the tournament? Meanwhile, Ye Hao shot Su Ping an incredibly smug look. Heh, after witnessing the sheer majesty of my dragon, do you remember our nurturing agreement? He asked, practically glowing with overwhelming self-assurance. Su Ping stared at him with absolute exhaustion. And here he thought it was an actual emergency. Sighing inwardly, he called out to his system. The Silver Snake Lightning Dragon Beast possesses a rank 9 bloodline. System. When exactly do I unlock high-level pet nurturing services? A translucent blue panel flickered to life before his eyes. It coldly informed him that he needed to complete one professional nurturing session and upgrade the shop to level 3. The catch? Before the shop could reach level 3, the host was required to expand the floor space to a massive 3,000 square meters. Su Ping's mind screamed at the system's outrageous demands. Yet, he managed to keep his facial expression perfectly stoic. 3,000 square meters? Was he opening a pet shop or an industrial factory? Unaware of his internal crisis, the surrounding customers buzzed with feverish excitement. Whoa, this is incredible. It is my first time seeing a rank 9 dragon up close. Wait, did Ye Hao bring his beast here for nurturing too? Well, the boss does have the heaven-defying ability to raise top-tier lightning rats and little skeletons. That is completely different, you fool, another argued. Rank 9 bloodlines are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. You cannot compare them to rank 1 trash. Exactly. Even if a master nurturer was running this place, if he has never guided a true dragon before, all his theories are just useless paper talk. Another chimed in. Now that you mention it, I have never seen the boss nurture high-level pets. Su Ping stood completely still, capturing every single word of their doubting whispers. Sensing the shift in the room, Ye Hao pressed his advantage. Boss Su, do not tell me you have never nurtured a dragon before? Su Ping's merchant brain started calculating. Ye Hao could afford top-tier bloodline pets, making him a prime VIP customer. Plus, a guy like him definitely ran with an elite, wealthy crowd. If he admitted he could not accept high-level pets right now, he would bleed out countless potential premium clients. That was a financial disaster waiting to happen. Keeping his composure, Su Ping offered a frosty reply. I do not nurture them often. I only dabble occasionally. I originally wanted to wait until this little guy matured. But I suppose bringing him out early will not hurt. Suddenly, a violent, blood-red spatial rift tore open beside him, radiating a suffocating pressure. A terrifying wave of destructive energy blasted from the rift. The onlookers threw their arms up, desperately shielding themselves from the violent tempest. What in the world is that? The aura is absolutely monstrous. Ling Yue shivered violently in the distance, wrapping her arms tightly around herself. Ugh, what is that sickening smell? What kind of monster is my trash brother raising? Slowly, a sinister dragon crawled out from the void, its entire body oozing with a dark, demonic miasma. The collective breath of the crowd hitched. It was the legendary Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast. The demonic dragon tilted its head to the heavens and unleashed a heaven-shaking roar. Everyone, including the haughty Ye Hao, buckled under the deafening sound. Absolute terror gripped their hearts. Dragon might. What a soul-crushing pressure. Even the mighty Silver Snake Lightning Dragon Beast forcefully dropped to its knees in submission. Ye Hao gasped in shock. What? It forced my beast to submit using nothing but dragon might? He was drowning in sheer disbelief. My silver snake lightning dragon is clearly a whole tier larger. Ignoring the panic, Su Ping gently waved his hand, silencing his dragon's mighty roar. You miscalculated, Ye Hao. Your beast did not submit because of dragon might. It bowed because of bloodline suppression. Hearing those words, Ye Hao finally snapped out of his daze and yanked his head up. What did you just say? With the calm authority of an absolute master, Su Ping broke down the harsh truth. Rank 9 holds a massive chasm in power. Sometimes, the gap between high and low-tier pets within this rank is larger than the total difference from ranks 1 to 8, and the dragon race possesses the most ruthless, unyielding hierarchy in this world. The perfect example is right here. Between my Purgatory Candle Dragon and your beast, Su Ping narrowed his eyes, delivering the final blow to Ye Hao's pride. The absolute proof? Your beast had to train endlessly just to learn dragon might. My Purgatory Candle Dragon was born with it. Ye Hao's face burned crimson with deep shame. I understand. Thank you for the guidance, Ye Hao muttered weakly. Boss Su has not just nurtured rank 9 dragons. He knows their deepest traits like the back of his hand. I was an absolute fool to question him. I just want to dig a hole and hide right now. Stepping forward, Su Ping warmly patted the humiliated boy's shoulder. Relax. I completely understand your hunger for strength. When your turn comes, I certainly will not forget you. Ye Hao's head snapped up, his eyes shining with profound gratitude. Boss Su. Meanwhile, Su Ping flashed a dangerously sly grin. I have totally hooked this rich, fat sheep. Watching the sheer absurdity unfold, Ling Yue slumped to the floor, whispering in a daze. A Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast. A top-tier little skeleton. A lightning rat. He really is a high-level mentor. Lang Nugit's eyes widened in absolute shock. The truth finally hit her like a freight train. A glimmer of pure admiration flashed in her gaze. Could all those wild rumors actually be true? Since when did he become such an overpowering force of nature? Despite her lingering doubts, the pet shop's doors flew open. A massive crowd immediately flooded inside, desperate for his services. Every single person dragged their battle pets straight to him. Please, Boss 2, someone begged. You have to cultivate my beast one more time. Me too, Boss 2. Please take my money, the crowd echoed. A wicked knowing smile crept across to Bin's face. His piercing gaze locked onto the 4 trembling pets brought to his counter. No problem at all, he declared smoothly. Form a line and hand over the cash. Then, he smirked at the beasts. You 4 again? Did you miss me? Pure terror struck the very souls of those pets. Panicking, they instantly ripped open a spatial rift and dove inside to escape his demonic presence. A pathetic squeak echoed in the air, but later that night, the real magic happened. A glowing system panel materialized in the darkness. It confirmed his massive earnings had converted into energy, leaving him with 43,000 points. Exactly 1,692 points remained. His mind raced with high-level calculations. To hit a level 3 shop, he desperately needed 100,000 energy points. He also had to master professional cultivation and expand his territory to 3,000 square meters. Right now, his energy pool was seriously lacking. But honestly, bringing in loyal customers was no longer an issue. The real nightmare was the real estate market. Buying actual physical property for the shop was violently expensive. Even in the trash-filled slums of the lower city, a single square meter cost at least 40 to 50,000. He needed an astronomical mountain of cash just to start. However, if this upgrade actually succeeded, everything would change. His profit margins would skyrocket exponentially. Plus, it was the perfect excuse to move his mother and Lang Nuyet in with him. Once they were under the shop's roof, the ultimate system would protect them all. He could stay safe inside all day. I absolutely refuse to get a game over this early, he muttered. Aside from the ridiculously unfair prices, this business was a goldmine. It was literally better than money raining straight from the heavens. He paced back and forth, racking his brain for a viable solution. Finally, he let out a frustrated sigh. But what exactly do I have to do to make that much cash? Bin narrowed his eyes in deep thought. Wasteland clearing? No, that's way too lethal. If it wasn't for farming materials to cultivate his Golden Crow divine demon body, he wouldn't dare step foot out there. I could use the Inferno Dragon as collateral for a massive loan. That would easily secure him 10,000 right off the bat. But then, I couldn't train the Inferno Dragon until the heavy debt is cleared. Holding back his strongest beast's evolution was a terrible strategy. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of inspiration struck him. A dangerously wicked grin spread across his face. Wait a minute. Can I exploit my brand new title as an advanced tutor? But meanwhile, far across the city, the scene shifted to the glorious upper city of the Longjiang base. It was a breathtaking, hyper-modern paradise practically dripping with wealth. Deep inside a lavish room, Hua Kuang glared fiercely at his monitor. He was scrolling desperately through Longjiang's official Astral Pet Tutor network. The screen flashed with elite profiles, showing off their absurd ranks and expensive hourly rates. His patience was wearing dangerously thin. Why isn't there a single online tutor for undead beasts? He snapped angrily. Damn it. These smaller sites are nothing but cheap scams and garbage ads. Hua Kuang exhaled a heavy, defeated breath. Is it seriously this impossible to train a rare, unpopular battle pet? But right at that moment, a notification chimed. A mysterious message popped up from an advanced tutor account. The username? Longjiang's #1 handsome guy. Cut to the neon-lit streets outside. A sleek hover car tore through the night, speeding straight into the heart of Longjiang's elite upper city. Tabin stepped out with supreme confidence. He tapped his smartwatch, and an automated voice chimed. Payment successful. 1,802 astral coins deducted. His sharp gaze swept across the towering, glittering skyscrapers. So, this is the legendary upper city, he muttered. You can make an absolute fortune here, but the cost of living is insanity. He strolled toward a massive, fortified entrance, but suddenly, 2 heavily armored guards stepped forward, blocking his path. The lead guard tapped his stun baton aggressively, looking Bin up and down. You definitely aren't from around here, kid. No loitering allowed in this high-end sector. Completely unbothered, Bin just casually tapped his watch. I'm a highly dedicated tutor working a midnight shift, he thought to himself. Do I really look like some random street rat? A holographic screen materialized, showing his chat history with the rich client. Yes, tonight, Bin had written. The reply glowed back. Senior, here are my exact coordinates. The eager messages continued to flood his screen. Senior, just drop my name to the guards when you arrive. Senior, I'll be eagerly waiting for you in the combat zone. He cringed hard at the overwhelming fanboy energy. This guy is way too cheesy, he sighed. Looking up, Bin finally addressed the stubborn guards. I'm looking for Hua Kuang. Do me a favor and lead the way. The guards' faces instantly went pale with realization. This was their young master's highly anticipated VIP guest. Right this way, sir, they stuttered respectfully. Meanwhile, deep inside the estate, Hua Kuang was locked in a brutal sparring match. An AI voice echoed. Defense protocol adjusted to upper tier 3. Still not strong enough, Hua Kuang roared, his blood pumping with pure adrenaline. The system immediately responded. Defense adjusted to upper tier 4. Executing martial module. Wolf Fang Fist, the mechanical voice commanded. The combat droid's power level violently surged. It blasted forward like a missile, aiming straight for Hua Kuang's chest. Refusing to back down, the young master pulled his arm back. He closed his eyes, his breathing perfectly steady. Explosive aura condensed tightly around his clenched fist. The exact second the droid entered his strike zone, his eyes snapped open. Hua Kuang unleashed a devastating, bone-shattering punch. The impact completely obliterated the robot, tearing its steel body in half. Sparks flew as the machine crashed to the floor. A final error message flashed. Structural damage exceeds 80%. Combat operations terminated. Just then, the heavy doors slid open. Young Master Hua, your scheduled guest, has arrived, the guard announced. Sweat drenched the boy's clothes, a true testament to his relentless, hardcore training. Pushing through his exhaustion, a massive grin lit up his face. Oh, senior, you've finally graced me with your presence. Bin stepped into the massive arena, his eyes sweeping over the elite equipment. So this is how the insanely rich train, he mused. But little did they know, this tutoring session was about to turn everything upside down. The guard spots Shu Kuang but smartly salutes and steps away, refusing to interrupt his intense training. Shu Kuang dismissively waves him out of the room. Left alone with the newcomer, Shu Kuang scans Su Ping from head to toe. Annoyance flares in his eyes as he thinks, what is this joke? Why did they send a literal kid? Shu Kuang glares at him with freezing contempt. Let me guess, you are the assistant or the student of Longjiang's most handsome. Su Ping simply shrugs, his voice deadpan. I am Longjiang's most handsome. The arrogance vanishes from Shu Kuang's face, replaced by heavy suspicion. His expression darkens instantly. Wait, you are Senior Longjiang's most handsome? A faint, knowing smile plays on Su Ping's lips. Exactly. And you are Shu Kuang. Your file says you specialize in undead astral pets. Lucky for you, I know a thing or two about the undead, so I can give you some pointers. A dark aura of pure killing intent begins to leak from Shu Kuang's body. Give me pointers? Shu Kuang fumes internally. This guy's presence is completely pathetic. I can sense his astral power, but it is nowhere near my level. Forget about beating me. This fraud faked a titled rank just to lecture me. His face physically twists with raw embarrassment and rage. Damn it all. I actually called this absolute nobody senior and sent him cute emojis online. I am the elite heir of the mighty Shu family. Acting cute for a weakling like this? Disgusting. Sensing the bizarre shift in his mood, Su Ping tilts his head. What is wrong with you? He asks. Xu Kuang grinds his teeth so hard they nearly crack. I have a sudden urge to commit murder. Su Ping casually shoves his hands deep into his pockets. Were you just testing my astral power? Su Kuang freezes. Absolute shock, wiping away his anger. How the hell did he know? He panics internally. His energy is clearly weaker than mine. How could he possibly detect my probing? Su Ping chuckles, perfectly reading the room. Judging by that look on your face, I hit the bullseye, did I not? If I could not even sense a basic scan, my Chaos Star chart training would be a complete waste of time. He wiggles a finger at Xu Kuang, tossing out a casual challenge. I know you think I am a fraud. Go ahead, channel your astral energy into your right hand and try to punch me. Xu Kuang's eyes narrow into dangerous slits. Are you trying to scam me for medical bills? Because if I actually hit you, you will not even have the breath left to cry for the police. A cocky smirk spreads across Xu Kuang's face as he aggressively gathers astral power into his fist. Do not regret this. But suddenly, his confident smirk vanishes. What is happening? He panics internally. Why is my astral power so incredibly heavy? Did I drain my core from warming up too much? Standing completely relaxed, Su Ping flashes a rare, sinister smile. He is already 10 steps ahead. Unseen to Xu Kuang, Su Ping has been silently siphoning all the ambient astral power in the room, pulling it right behind him. Xu Kuang desperately clenches his trembling fist. Why is my energy stagnating? He screams in his mind. The power is right there, but it flat out refuses to obey my command. Deciding he has absorbed enough, Su Ping casually flicks his hand. Instantly, a blinding wave of golden astral light erupts forward to crush his opponent. Go. Completely caught off guard by the explosive counterattack, Xu Kuang can only watch helplessly as the golden wave swallows his vision. The massive impact sends him flying backward, with a sharp cry of pain. Hitting the ground, Xu Kuang stares at Su Ping like he is looking at a terrifying monster. What kind of monstrous trick was that? Only an absolute master can dominate the ambient astral energy in the air. Only warriors who have reached the legendary rank 9, titled Realm, can control energy to such a terrifying extreme. Telekinesis and walking on thin air are child's play to them. But wait, wasn't this guy's energy weaker than mine just seconds ago? No, this bizarre suppression of my internal energy was definitely his doing. Xu Kuang remains frozen on the floor, too terrified to move a muscle. He must be suppressing his true power. Does a titled stage powerhouse this ridiculously young actually exist in our world? As panic sets in, the image of Su Ping in his mind morphs into an impossibly towering, nightmarish entity. Xu Kuang's mind races a million miles a minute. Only a legendary rank 9 expert has the right to be crowned with a title. Each title represents absolute, unrivaled dominance. Swallowing his immense pride, he bows his head respectfully. May I humbly ask, what is Senior's official title? Su Ping secretly praises the kid's sharp instincts. Smart boy, Su Ping thinks. But knowing a deeper conversation will instantly blow his cover, he maintains his mysterious persona to avoid exposure. You are not worthy of knowing my title just yet, Su Ping says coldly. But if you are still unconvinced, we can go another round. Xu Kuang's eyes light up with burning resolve. Understood. Then please instruct me with everything you have, Senior. Instantly, the air tears apart as two massive spatial rifts rip open beside him. Two grotesque, nightmarish beasts claw their way out of the void, locking their bloodthirsty eyes on Su Ping. Tear him apart, Xu Kuang roars. Su Ping casually takes a single step back, analyzing the threat. A swamp corpse beast and a soul-devouring beast. Both possess a solid rank 6 bloodline. The soul-devouring beast acts first, violently spewing a thick, suffocating cloud of pitch-black miasma to blind its prey. Recognizing the threat instantly, Su Ping covers his mouth. Toxic blinding gas. Using the cover of darkness, the massive swamp corpse beast bulldozes forward for a lethal frontal strike. With effortless grace, Su Ping sidesteps the catastrophic blow. The swamp corpse beast relies heavily on its environment. It might have the raw power of a rank 6 beast, but on this solid, rocky terrain, its actual combat output drops down to rank 5. With a surge of raw adrenaline, Su Ping flexes his muscles and violently catches the beast's giant claw with his bare hands. Ever since I survived the endless, bloody slaughter in the Dragon King's heritage ground, I have mastered 70% of the Golden Crow Fiend God body. Even incomplete, my barehanded combat strength right now is mid-tier rank 6. Without hesitation, Su Ping hurled the creature away with explosive strength. Xu Kuang's jaw hit the floor in absolute disbelief. The massive Swamp 3 corpse beast had just been tossed barehanded. The terrifying pet flew through the air like a rag doll. It crashed violently into the distant lake, sending a massive shockwave of water in every direction. A pathetic wail echoed from the splashing water. Xu Kuang gritted his teeth, his face twisting in frustration. Damn it all. I was planning to use its soft underbelly to completely muffle our footsteps. Su Ping merely flashed a knowing smile, instantly spotting the tactical flaw. Not a bad concept, but if you lack the finesse to smoothly bypass the side effects, then it's nothing more than useless armchair strategy. But the battle wasn't over. Hidden deep within the swirling black mist, the soul-devouring beast lurked, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. A blinding golden light flared in Su Ping's eyes. His voice dropped to a bone-chilling whisper. Still hiding? Watch me drag you out. Astral energy violently surged into his hand. Memories of the Dragon King's legacy flooded his mind. Recalling that terrifying roar, he decided to channel his astral power directly into his vocal cords. The air around him suddenly shattered. A magnificent, golden phantom dragon erupted from his very soul, twisting into the sky. It unleashed a heaven-shaking roar. Overwhelming pressure crashed down like a falling mountain. The soul devourer shrieked in agony, its mind entirely shattered by the devastating mental attack. Xu Kuang desperately clamped his hands over his ears. He coughed violently, staring at the main character in pure, unadulterated horror. Is that a true dragon roar? In the blink of an eye, both elite pets were knocked out cold, collapsing into the dirt. Su Ping calmly lowered his hand. He instantly saw through their weakness. These pets were too used to bullying low-level trash. They had grown soft from fighting nothing but easy battles. Because of that overwhelming advantage, their battle pet warrior had completely forgotten the art of tactical command. Even though his full-powered roar didn't hold even 20% of the ancient Dragon King's true might, it was more than enough to terrify these sheltered academy students. Trembling with shock, Xu Kuang finally found his voice. A dragon roar? Isn't that an ultimate skill exclusive to high-tier dragon pets? How could a human battle pet warrior possibly master it? How can a mere human body produce such majestic, overwhelming power? Su Ping shrugged it off like it was nothing. I just used a little astral power to reinforce my physical body. There's really nothing strange about it. Though the combat techniques of your two little cuties are an absolute disaster, their physical conditioning isn't half bad. Xu Kuang froze, completely paralyzed by the adorable nickname given to his nightmare-inducing monsters. Oh, little cuties? Senior. Your taste is truly on another level. The younger boy suddenly laughed out loud, his eyes shining with admiration. Playing with undead pets was genuinely badass, a true path to absolute dominance. And since most mainstream warriors had zero experience fighting these rare creatures, watching them panic and scramble in terror was a double dose of satisfaction. But then, Xu Kuang clenched his fists, sighing bitterly. It's just that cultivating undead pets is a living hell. It's bad enough my classmates look at me like garbage, but even the academy instructors treat me like some kind of freak. The absolute worst part? Knowledge about undead pets is as rare as gold dust in a barren desert. Senior. Meeting you today feels like a blessing. I only hate that we didn't meet sooner. Su Ping let out a heavy, helpless sigh. All right. Wrap up the sob story, kid. I can clearly see your past battle records. You've been coasting on pure level suppression, abusing the rarity of your obscure pets. That cheap trick works fine against weaker or equal opponents. But the second you face a real expert, your garbage tactical command will be instantly exposed. Xu Kuang gasped, absolutely stunned that Su Ping had completely dismantled his entire fighting style in seconds. Then, Senior, what should I do? Without a word, Su Ping reached into his storage space and pulled out a bizarre lotus flower, glowing with an eerie, sickly green aura. As he held it up, Xu Kuang's eyes practically bulged out of his skull. No way. Don't tell me that's the legendary Nether King Bone Lotus? The main character gave a single, calm nod. Exactly. This divine treasure will massively skyrocket an undead pet's innate comprehension. Only by mastering an arsenal of new skills can they adapt to advanced combat. Naturally, I'll also personally tutor you in battlefield command. Xu Kuang's face instantly lit up with a brilliant, naive smile, completely convinced this was a legendary handout. Someone once offered 5 million for this on the black market and still couldn't get it. You're really giving this to me as a greeting gift? Thank you so much, Senior. Su Ping mercilessly crushed his sweet delusion in an instant. Thank you, my ass. The advanced tutoring fee is 1 million. The premium pet food is another 1.2 million. Oh, and the cab fare was exactly 3,604. Pay first, service later. Xu Kuang stood frozen, utterly overwhelmed by the astronomical bill. But hey, since you actually know your stuff, I'll allow you to buy more undead pet food from me in the future. Xu Kuang's brain worked into overdrive, carefully processing the terms. Wait a minute, what? The Bone Lotus for only 1.2 million? Even adding all the extra fees, it was still absurdly below market price. And a guaranteed long-term supply? Where else in the world could he find a golden ticket like this? Realizing he had just struck the absolute jackpot, his face erupted into pure joy. Yes, Senior, right away. Sometime later, a deeply respectful Xu Kuang escorted him back to his car, but before stepping inside, Su Ping paused and turned back with one final warning. Remember, the next time your bone pet faces a flying opponent, layer up several bone prisons right from the start. He closed his eyes, radiating the quiet aura of an absolute master, while the prison blocks their aerial strikes, counterattack. Then, release poison mist to expand your blood spirit detection range, and slowly, ruthlessly, grind them to death. Xu Kuang furiously etched the golden advice into his brain. Loud and clear, senior. With the final masterclass delivered, Su Ping offered a casual wave and vanished into the night. Yeah, I am heading out, Hua Kuang says, his voice heavy with sheer gratitude. Take care on your way back, senior. But as his ride pulls away, a massive detail finally dawns on him. Holy crap, wait a second. I still do not have senior's contact information. The scene cuts back to Tu Bin's house. Stepping out of the car, he pushes the front door open and softly calls out, I am home. Catching sight of him, Than Yu immediately walks over. Son, why are you back so late? You have not eaten dinner yet, right? Let mom heat up some food for you. Just as he replies, he sits down at the dining table, taking in the sight. Staring at an absolute feast spread across the table. He cannot hide his curiosity. Whoa, the new year is over, so why is there so much food? Tu Bin quickly runs through his memories. He cannot fathom what kind of scheme Lang Ninjut is brewing in the shadows. Normally, that brat only leaves him a pitiful bowl of leftover broth. He shoots a suspicious glance at her, watching as she shrinks into the corner of the sofa, tightly hugging a pillow. A satisfied smirk finally creeps onto Tu Bin's face. Picking up his chopsticks, he digs into the feast, silently giving his sister some credit. Yeah, not bad at all. Hearing his praise, Lang Nuyet's face turns beet red. She buries her flushed cheeks deep into her pillow, completely overwhelmed with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Than Nu affectionately rubs her son's head. You little brat. Your mother's cooking skills are top tier, obviously. Tu Bin does not even reply. He just devours the food like a starving beast. This is his first time tasting such a magnificent feast since his soul transmigrated into this world. The chicken leg is absolute perfection. Is the original owner's mother a secret titled master chef? As soon as he wipes his mouth, he bolts straight to his bedroom. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Tu Bin centers his breathing and begins to cultivate. Earlier today, he relied entirely on the level 1 Golden Crow God Demon body to artificially boost his combat power to level 6. But if he ever crosses paths with a true tactical genius, if an enemy unleashes 2 level 6 battle pets at maximum power, he will be forced to depend entirely on the little skeleton. His own personal strength is still far too weak. After a moment of deep calculation, he summons the system interface. Right now, he is dead stuck at the upper tier of the level 3 bottleneck, relying purely on the Chaos Starforce chart to cultivate. That will take him several agonizing weeks just to break through to level 4. But if he can secure a force pill from the system shop, everything changes. He immediately pulls up the mini-shop interface, scanning for the exact breakthrough materials he desperately needs. Tu Bin sweeps his gaze over the available items, his mind racing to evaluate their worth. Just as he suspects, force pills are incredibly rare drops, and a single shop refresh costs a painful 100 energy points. Whatever, just roll it. He reaches out and smashes the refresh button. Instantly, the digital holographic panel wipes clean, replacing the old stock with a fresh batch of materials. His eyes lock onto a medium-level beast-catching ring, absorbing its detailed stats. Not bad at all, he mutters to himself, even if he does not need to hunt wild pets right now. If the little skeleton ever fails to defeat a level 9 nightmare, this ring still possesses a 1/4 chance of instantly neutralizing the threat. It is basically a rule-bending divine artifact, perfect for emergencies. Without hesitation, he slams the purchase button. The medium-level beast-catching ring instantly materializes in his inventory. Seeing the shop panel automatically cycle to new items, a wave of confusion washes over him, but he quickly refocuses. Sweeping his eyes across the updated store, his gaze violently snags on an item with an absolutely astronomical price tag. Holy crap, 50,000 energy points? What the hell is spirit control? A brutal internal struggle wages within his mind. This ridiculous item is not just unbelievably expensive, it is also firmly labeled as a beginner-tier skill. If this ability turns out to be a total scam, he will be instantly reduced to absolute poverty in a single night. The description mocks him. Beginner Battle Pet Warrior Skill Book. Spirit Control. 50,000 points. Master's Beginner Spirit Control. But what if this is a completely overpowered, game-changing ability? Yet, what if his very next refresh rolls the elusive force pill he desperately needs? Tu Bin hesitates, his trembling finger hovering nervously over the buy button. He paces through a million calculations, debating whether to gamble a literal fortune on this mystery item. Is this mysterious power actually worth the devastating cost? Gritting his teeth, Tubin makes his choice. His eyes flare with absolute resolve as he firmly presses the purchase button. Purchased. In a flash of light, the system panel dissolves into thin air, morphing into glowing streams of digital code that surge violently into his body. Tubin slowly opens his eyes, feeling a profound new mastery settling into his very soul. The skill assimilation is a total success. He gathers pure star power in his palm and whispers a single command. Instantly, the ceramic cup on his desk levitates perfectly into midair. He casually reaches out a hand, and the hovering cup shoots directly into his grasp like a loyal pet. With narrowed eyes, he smoothly manipulates the water swirling inside. Uncontainable excitement explodes across his face. It actually worked. Who would have thought that a system-rated beginner skill could wield such overwhelming, terrifying power? He stares intently at the floating cup, piecing together the true nature of his new ability. This spirit control technique is, simply put, the ultimate application of star power. It grants him flawless telekinetic mastery over physical objects. In his mind's eye, he visualizes a master effortlessly weaving star power through their fingertips. Normally, if a warrior wants to influence the physical world with star power, they are forced to violently compress a massive amount of energy. They have to condense it, crush it down, and condense it again, repeating the agonizing cycle until they hit their absolute limit. But as Tubin triggers his power, his imagination pushes even further into uncharted territory. He can actually feel the ethereal star power turning solid. This flawless solidification is the ultimate endgame Tubin has been dreaming of. He immediately reaches out to test his theory. Once star power is completely solidified, a warrior can casually obliterate obstacles or even forge items out of thin air. That is the legendary domain of a level 9. Titled Expert, Tubin analyzes the terrifying reality of his new power. Battle pet warriors below level 9 simply lack that boundless ocean of star power. They lack the sheer tyrannical control needed to solidify their energy. At their absolute best, they can only leak out flimsy wisps of power to slightly reinforce their flesh or weapons. Without a physical anchor to bind to, their weak energy instantly evaporates into nothingness, let alone casually moving objects from across the room. While his mind races, he effortlessly directs his star power to lift the heavy chair right in front of him. To think that this spirit control actually gifts me the divine ability to solidify star power, as expected of the system, it only produces absolute miracles. Sitting back on his bed to properly test his newfound strength, Tubin slowly closes his eyes. All right then. Let us see exactly where my absolute limit lies. Suddenly, thick veins bulge violently across his face. He pushes his star power to the absolute maximum, a thunderous roar tearing from his throat as the true limits of his new power are finally tested. The heavy bed only shifted a tiny fraction. Tubin clicked his tongue in pure disappointment. He stared tiredly at the pathetic results of his training. Was this really all he had? With his current mastery of astral power, relying on the gravity room was a total joke. For actual combat, this was nowhere near enough. A heavy, exhausted sigh escaped his lips. He had originally planned to use a force pill to boost his astral energy. So why did his core feel so agonizingly empty this time around? Fast forward to a crisp early morning, just a few days later. Tubin was casually cruising down the busy streets on his bicycle. His hands were already slick with sweat from the intense morning workout. Suddenly, his smartwatch beeped with an urgent notification. A crucial seminar was scheduled for 2 in the afternoon today. He needed to show up early. Without missing a beat, Tubin slammed his feet on the pedals. He accelerated like a rocket, weaving effortlessly through the chaotic morning traffic. A stunned driver poked his head out of a luxury car window. His jaw dropped in pure disbelief. How in the world was a mere bicycle smoking his engine on the open road? Sweat drenched Tubin's face, but a thrilling smirk danced on his lips. Heh, perfectly executed. After mastering the advanced force generation technique, his telekinesis still had massive room to grow. Right at this very moment, invisible astral power pulsed outward. It completely enveloped his entire bicycle in a protective aura. The tires were actually hovering completely off the solid ground. But trouble was brewing elsewhere. The scene shifts to the prestigious Fuang Sun Academy. The arrogant Dai VM had several local students violently backed into a brick wall. Listen up, losers, Dai VM sneered. I heard your pathetic academy has some hotshot named Diep Hao. Word on the street is he's a pretty big deal, huh? Do you trash know him? The cornered students trembled under the threatening gaze of Dai VM's gang. Of course we know who you are, they stammered. But what do you want with young Master Diep? Smack. Dai VM viciously slapped the back of a student's head. If you know, then drag his cowardly self out here to greet us right now. Don't you idiots realize the elites of Kiem Lam Academy have arrived? The surrounding thugs erupted into a chorus of mocking laughter. Enough was enough. One brave student felt his blood boil and aggressively shoved Dai VM back. Who do you think you are, bullying us like this? The two Fuang Sun students fiercely stood their ground against the gang of thugs. If you're so tough, go find young Master D up yourselves. Let's see if he doesn't crush you to dust. That was the wrong move. One of Dai VM's vicious lackeys lunged forward, grabbing the defiant student's arm. With a cruel twist, he yanked it violently behind the boy's back. You dare fight back? The thug spat. Looks like I need to teach you a painful lesson in respect. The student let out an agonizing cry. I already told you. A sinister smirk spread across the thug's face. Snap. He twisted the arm even harder, drawing a blood-curdling scream from the boy. Chuckling like a demon, the lackey finally let go of the shattered limb. Now, are you pathetic dogs ready to go fetch Diapao? The poor student cradled his broken arm, his entire body trembling. I will go, he shivered, but just as they turned to leave, Dai VM's cold voice cut through the air. Hold on. The injured student froze in pure terror. What now? Didn't you just tell us to find Diapao? Dai VM crossed his arms, his eyes gleaming with sheer malice. That's one piece of business handled. But we still have another score to settle. You actually had the nerve to lay your filthy hands on me earlier. Did you really think I'd just let that slide? His gang of lackeys howled with malicious delight. Haha, Dai VM. Why are you being so mean to the poor underclassmen? One teased. Underclassmen? These guys are nothing but Fuang Sun Academy trash. Get on the dirt and crawl. The brutal gang closed in, violently forcing the two students toward the ground. They were demanding the boys crawl right between Dai VM's legs. Humiliation burned like acid in their chests. You can beat me to a pulp, but you will never insult Fuang Sun. We are not trash. Infuriated by the defiance, one of the thugs raised a heavy fist to smash the boy's face. Haha, what a hilariously stupid death wish. Guess I'll just have to satisfy you. Swish. Just as the devastating punch was about to land, a mysterious hand shot out from the shadows. It gripped the thug's wrist like an iron vice. The attacker snapped his head back in total shock. Tubin's grip was unyielding as his icy voice pierced the tension. Let them walk away. The entire gang turned their deadly glares toward him. Huh? And what kind of absolute nobody are you? Tubin didn't flinch. He slowly tightened his crushing grip, the terrifying pressure serving as a silent, deadly warning. I said, let them go. With a casual flick of his wrist, Tubin released his hold. The thug scrambled backward in sheer panic. His arm was already pulsing with an angry, bruised red from the overwhelming force. In a flash, Dai VM and his dangerous crew completely surrounded Tubin. You actually dare lay a finger on Kiem Lam Academy students? Hey, you've got some massive guts, kid. Interesting. The two battered students looked up, their eyes widening in pure hope. It is too. Before they could reveal his identity, Tubin raised a single finger to his lips. He shot them a sharp, commanding look. Shh. Your part in this mess is completely over. Get out of here right now. Dai VM looked the ordinary teenager up and down, his lips curling into a wicked sneer. Oh, look what we have here. Another pathetic Fuang Sun student stepping up. The Kiem Lam gang erupted into a chorus of hateful mockery. Would you look at this clown? He rolled up on an antique bicycle from the last century. Haha, my sides are actually splitting, looking like a complete beggar. And you are trying to play the legendary hero? Hurry back home and drink your mommy's milk, kid. Tubin simply rested a hand over his chest, taking a slow, chilling breath to steady his racing aura. But Dai VM crossed the final line. He arrogantly stepped forward and viciously kicked Tubin's beloved bicycle. Haha, I am doing you a favor, loser. From now on, walking is going to suit a peasant like you much better. Boom. Terrifying tendrils of pitch-black aura suddenly erupted from Tubin's body. His calm expression morphed into absolute, spine-chilling wrath. Is that so? Tubin whispered, his voice dripping with lethal intent. I actually think crawling on the dirt is what suits you best. Only then did Dai VM notice the deadly shift in the surrounding atmosphere. Crack. Without warning, Dai VM's entire body felt like it was crushed under a mountain. An overwhelming, suffocating pressure slammed down from the heavens, instantly forcing him flat onto the cold pavement. Gah. Erg. Dai VM violently coughed, his face planted in the dirt. He desperately tried to lift his head, his mind spinning in absolute terror. Damn it. What the hell just hit me? Clueless to the invisible danger, one of his own gang members pointed and laughed. Haha, Dai VM, are you completely blind? How do you trip and fall on flat ground like a total idiot? Humiliated and enraged, Dai VM roared back from the dirt. Shut your mouth. What the hell are you laughing at? Meanwhile, Feng Thian, who had been dead silent in the background, narrowed his sharp eyes at Tubin. A cold sweat broke out on Feng Thian's neck. This is not right, he thought, in rising panic. I did not even see him move a single muscle. But oblivious to the monster standing before them, another thug angrily jabbed a finger right into Tabin's face. Hey, what trick did you just pull? The main character just flashed a cool, unbothered smile. Nothing special. He bumped into me. I bumped back. Simple as that. The thug aggressively rolled up his sleeves, his raw aura flaring as he charged. Think you are tough, huh? Come play with me. Bring it on. But Dai-yan immediately stepped in, blocking his subordinate. Back off. This prey is mine. Dragging himself out of the dirt, he locked his furious glare onto Su Ping. You dared to lay a hand on me? I will personally shatter both your legs. With a roar of pure rage, he ripped open a dimensional rift to his pet space. A monstrous golden bear crawled from the void, shaking the very earth with a blood-curdling roar. You should feel honored, Dai-yan sneered. You forced me to summon my ultimate trump card, the Terror Claw Golden Bear. He burst into maniacal laughter. Now, drop dead. Yet, facing this overwhelming beast, Su Ping merely sighed with absolute boredom. So annoying, Su Ping muttered to himself. If Fengshan Academy was not paying my salary, I would have never stepped into this mess. Glancing at his watch, he realized his next class was about to start. Can all of you just attack me at once? I am in a serious rush here. Meanwhile, inside the vice principal's office, the atmosphere was thick with rivalry. Yun Chan smirked. Old Dong, I hear your academy has a so-called genius named Ye Hao. The old man took a slow sip of his tea, his hoarse voice echoing with pride. Only in his third year, yet he easily broke through to rank 5. With his silver-scaled lightning dragon, he is practically invincible. He shot Vice Principal Ming Song a challenging glare. During this pet battle exchange meet, your students had better beg him to show some mercy. Ming Song simply let out a confident chuckle. Word travels incredibly fast. Since my carefully nurtured trump card has been exposed, there is no point hiding it anymore. His expression instantly sharpened. Your Jianlan Academy might have dominated the past few years, but it is time for Fengshan to claim the absolute glory. Yun Chan burst into arrogant laughter. Do not exaggerate now. We did not win every single time. Did we not have that one lucky draw? Ming Song scoffed, his aura flaring. Enough useless chatter. We will settle this on the bloody arena. Gu Shui shook her head at the two bickering vice principals. Stepping forward, she smoothly interrupted. Excuse me, but have your elite competitors arrived yet? We need to finalize their registration data. Yanbo waved his hand dismissively. No problem. They are just wandering the grounds to get into a fighting mindset. I will summon them right now. But the moment the Jianlan elites stepped through the door, the room fell dead silent. Every single one of them was battered, bruised, and completely humiliated. Looking utterly pathetic, Dai Yan lowered his swollen head. Greetings, Vice Principal Zhu. Greetings. Instructor Fei. Yanbo practically exploded from his chair. The entire team, aside from Feng Tian, flinched in absolute terror as his furious roar shook the room. What in the world is wrong with you all? Do you not realize our grand tournament is tomorrow? Who reduced you to this pathetic state? Behind them, Ming Song and Gu Shui were desperately biting their lips, holding back fits of laughter. Hearing their muffled snickers, Yanbo cursed in his mind, his blood boiling. Absolute bastards. He turned his blistering wrath back to Dai Yan. Are you all suddenly mute? Speak up right now. Do you not even have the spine to explain yourselves? If you stay silent, I will expel the lot of you. Gathering every ounce of his remaining courage, Dai Yan finally raised a trembling hand. Report. We were cowardly ambushed by Fengshan students. Thrusting his finger directly at Ming Song, he fiercely accused the rival academy in front of everyone. Ming Song blinked in absolute bewilderment. Our students? He thought to himself in shock. Since when did our academy breed monsters capable of trashing Jianlan elites? Yun Chan's expression instantly darkened like an approaching storm. His voice dropped to a terrifying chill. Tell us exactly what transpired. Name the attacker right this instant. Do not dare throw baseless slander at Fengshan. Sweating bullets from guilt, Dai Yan stammered. We were just peacefully asking for directions. The moment that Savage heard we were exchange competitors, he mercilessly attacked us without a single word. We were just caught off guard. That is all. The old vice principal slammed his cane down. If I find out you are lying, I will personally cripple your cultivation. Piercing the battered team with a deadly glare, Yun Chan demanded the ultimate truth. Is his pathetic story accurate? Dai Yan frantically snapped his head back, shooting his lackeys a desperate, threatening look. Catching the hint, they instantly nodded like rapid drums. Yes, that is exactly how the nightmare happened. The Jianlan elder smashed his fist onto the armrest, turning his blazing fury upon Ming Song. Excellent. So this is how Fengshan welcomes its honored guests? How could this be possible? Still harboring deep doubts, Ming Song stepped forward. Let me interrogate them myself. What was this attacker's name? And what did he look like? Flashing back to the overwhelming, terrifying aura of the youth, Dai Yan quickly spilled the details. He was a male student, roughly our age. I think his last name was Su. Hearing that single syllable, horror struck Ming Song like a lightning bolt. He never expected the culprit to be that absolute monster. Back at the academy, a heavy door clicked shut, signaling the end of an exhausting day. Inside his quiet sanctuary, Su Ping answered his ringing phone. Vice Principal? I am in the middle of cultivating. What is it? Ming Song's voice trembled with grave seriousness. Instructor Su, did you obliterate the Jianlan students today? Unfazed, Su Ping casually replied. Yeah, I did. Is there a problem? A massive problem, Ming Song shrieked, his composure completely shattering. Those kids you trashed were the elite vanguard sent by Jianlan for the tournament. Now the entire Jianlan faction is out for blood, tearing the academy apart to hunt you down. Unbothered, Su Ping lazily scratched his ear. I merely taught them a tiny lesson. I even left them with functional limbs, did I not? And they still dare to seek revenge? Ming Song fell dead silent as Su Ping continued. They launched the first strike. 2 of our Fengshan students witnessed the entire clash. With your vast intelligence network, surely you can track them down? Ming Song sighed heavily. I have already located those 2 witnesses. However, they absolutely refuse to testify on your behalf. Su Ping's eyes narrowed in mild suspicion. Oh? And why is that? Ming Tung felt completely helpless. Someone wanted the truth buried, silencing the witnesses before he even had a chance to speak with them. Su Ping's expression darkened as he listened. He frowned, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. You want me to give you an explanation? Is that it? Ming Tung's face grew dead serious. I believe you. I know you wouldn't just attack them without a good reason. But the people of Jianlan Academy definitely won't see it that way. I'll figure out how to handle this. He gave the young man a stern warning. Do not come to the academy for the next few days. If they make a move on you, even I won't be able to protect you. Su Ping remained completely silent. He simply tapped the device on his wrist. Instantly, the system interface flared to life, displaying the Longjiang Bay City Mentor Network. A message from Xu Kuang popped up from a day ago. It read, when will you have time to drop by again? Today, Su Ping sent back a simple command. Xu Kuang, help me take care of something. Meanwhile, at the arena, the announcer's booming voice grabbed everyone's attention. The once-a-year epic pet battle exchange is here. The showdown between Jianlan Academy and Fengshan Academy begins right now. For the past 9 years, Jianlan has maintained a god-tier record of 8 wins and 1 draw. Can Fengshan finally shatter Jianlan's undefeated myth this year? Let us wait and see. The announcer dramatically swept his hand toward the right side of the arena. Fengshan is sending out 3 fifth-year battle pet masters. Every single one is a true heavyweight champion. The crowd erupted into deafening cheers. Go, Ye Hao! Go, Senior Su! The announcer quickly turned to the other side. And for Jianlan... Wait, what? He gasped in pure shock. Jianlan is only sending out a single third-year competitor? The Jianlan students instantly burst into an uproar. Wait a minute, didn't we choose 5 elite fighters for this? Why is only 1 guy going up? Yeah, where is Dai Yan and the rest of the team? I was waiting to see his golden bear slaughter the competition. Suddenly, they turned and started screaming furiously at the Fengshan side, catching Ling Yue's attention. I heard they were ambushed and crippled by Fengshan cowards. What? That is way too despicable. Even if you want to win, sinking that low is pure trash. Dongqing roared at the top of his lungs. Fengshan plays dirty. We demand a full investigation. We demand an apology. Ling Yue furiously pointed her finger back at them. Hey, show us the evidence. Stop spitting poisonous lies. The rival crowd sneered, their voices dripping with absolute disgust. I saw Dayan's brutal injuries with my own 2 eyes. You think he faked broken bones? Haha, Fengshan makes me absolutely sick. You can't beat us face to face, so you resort to stabbing us in the back. Boiling with rage, she slammed her fist against the metal railing. The enemies just laughed louder, mocking her. Oh, look at that. She's losing the argument, so now she wants to fight. As expected, the character of Fengshan scum is exactly like that cowardly bastard surnamed Su. Haha. Ling Yue completely froze when she heard that name. Surnamed Su, a massive, unified chant echoed through the stadium, grabbing the attention of everyone on the ground floor. Fengshan, apologize. You despicable little cowards. Down in the arena, Ye Hao stepped forward, trying to keep the peace. Brother Luo, let's just cancel today's match. You are welcome to return and fight another day. Feng Tian tilted his head, his voice cold as ice. Are you scared? Hearing this, Yan Ying immediately chimed in. Don't misunderstand. If many of us bully just one of you, our victory wouldn't mean a damn thing. Ye Hao frowned, a dangerous edge creeping into his tone. Exactly. Don't reject our polite offer only to force our hand in battle. I am giving you some solid advice. Just turn around and go home. Feng Tian looked down and started laughing like a maniac. Haha, I see you idiots haven't grasped the situation at all. His mind flashed back to the brutal scene of Su Ping utterly crushing the Jianlan students. From the exact second that monster laid a hand on Jianlan's people, brushing past him with a casual, "Excuse me," the meaning of this tournament had completely changed. This is no longer about winning or losing. This is an interrogation. The moment the words left his mouth, he summoned his ultimate beast. Ye Hao gasped, stepping back. Such an overwhelming aura. Up in the stands, Ming Tong felt a chill run down his spine. Could this actually be a rank 9 bloodline? A dark nether black dragon. Yuntang sneered from his VIP seat. If you insist on protecting that criminal, don't blame us for showing zero mercy. Ye Hao screamed to his team. Do not underestimate him. Everyone, summon your main dragons right now. Feng Tian simply glared down at them like bugs. Do you honestly believe that 5 of you combined have what it takes to defeat me? In a flash of terrifying darkness, the dark nether black dragon lunged forward. The entire arena was instantly drowned in the agonizing, blood-curdling roars of Fengshan's dragons. The crowd gasped in pure terror. Defeated. In the blink of an eye, Fengshan's elites were completely crushed. The power gap between them was like heaven and earth. The terrified Fengshan students began whispering in despair. How could the difference in strength be this massive? Even Ye Hao fell. The power of that dark nether black dragon must have easily reached the 8th rank. Jianlan is using pure violence to humiliate us. Dai Yan's crew went absolutely wild in the stands. Beautiful hit, Brother Feng Tian. Make those pathetic losers suffer even more. Show Fengshan the bloody price of messing with us. Ling Yue covered her mouth, her eyes wide with absolute horror. This isn't a tournament anymore. It is a one-sided slaughter. Down below, a battered and bleeding Ye Hao was hoisted up by his collar by Feng Tian. Seeing this, Ming Tong shot up from his seat in a panic. That is enough. I demand the referee immediately suspend this match. But Yuntang just stroked his beard with a wicked grin. Useless. Did you forget? The referee for today's event is one of our people. Let us see just how long you stubborn fools can hold out. Ming Tong whipped his head around, practically growling. I already told you. The witnesses are still in a coma. The moment they wake up, the truth will come to light. Yanbo scoffed loudly. Humph. What is the point of spouting that nonsense? I am asking you, exactly how long until they wake up? Ming Tong felt a crushing pressure weigh on him. The attacker was brutal. If things go perfectly, maybe half a year. Yuntang rolled his eyes in sheer disgust. Half a year? In half a year, an entire generation of students will have graduated. You are doing nothing but stalling for time. Losing his patience, Yanbo signaled his subordinate down in the blood-stained arena. Feng Tian, teach these brats a harsher lesson. I refuse to believe that cowardly turtle surnamed Su won't show his face. Feng Tian smirked. Understood. Trembling from the pain, Ye Hao gripped his tormentor's arm, letting out a defiant groan. But, lurking in the shadows, a presence that would change everything. In your dreams! Don't you dare drag our names through the mud! Lang Nuyet barked into her comlink, her voice trembling with anxiety. Are they still coming after us? She pleaded, panic rising in her throat. Brother, where are you? Right here. Tabin's calm voice echoed, instantly cutting through her fear. Don't panic. I figured things would eventually turn out like this. His voice suddenly rang out through the arena hall, echoing right behind Min Tung and Van Duong. Tisk, tisk. I just didn't expect the battlefield to look this pathetic. Min Tung whipped his head around in sheer panic. Tabin? What the hell are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to stay away? But Van Duong just stroked his chin with a wicked, predatory grin. So, you're the notorious Tubin, delivering yourself straight to my doorstep. You just saved this old man a lot of trouble. Tabin simply smirked, his demeanor entirely unfazed, just taking a casual stroll. What business do you people have with me? Damn it, Mean Tongue growled through gritted teeth. Didn't I explicitly order you not to come? Tabin casually glanced down at the arena. My hands were tied. Who could say no when their cute little sister begs them? Down below, Lang Guiette's eyes brimmed with heavy tears. She silently stared up at him, a mix of shock and relief washing over her. Nganbak thrust a threatening finger toward Tubin. Preposterous. You crippled our top students, yet you dare to act this arrogant? Surrender, and let yourself be bound. Now. Mintung's expression darkened like a thundercloud. He lunged forward, grabbing Ganbak's wrist in an iron grip. Ganbak raised his voice, his aura flaring. What is the meaning of this? Are you seriously shielding this brat? This is my territory, Mintung replied with a frigid glare. Without absolute proof, I won't let you arrest anyone as you please. Ganbak's brows knitted in deep fury. He violently yanked his arm free. Listen here, old man. I highly suggest you hand him over right now. Because if I'm forced to make a move, I guarantee you won't walk out of here in one piece. Suddenly, Tabin raised his hand with a breezy laugh. I'm the one who beat them to a pulp. What are you going to do about it? Your precious students lacked the skill, so they got completely crushed by me. Is that really a problem? Nganbak practically ground his teeth into dust. You arrogant little. Mintung immediately whipped around, hissing a desperate warning. Shut your mouth. Tubin. He is a level 8 battle pet master. You cannot afford to provoke him. But Tubin just let out a chillingly calm chuckle. Relax. I'm going to resolve this in the most friendly way possible. At that moment, Van Duong finally broke his silence. Dai VM and his crew are the absolute elite of our academy. Even with a dirty sneak attack, a weakling could never have taken them down. His eyes narrowed dangerously at Tu Bin. What grade are you in, boy? Min Tung instantly stepped into the line of fire. He is not a student. He is an advanced mentor of our academy. Hearing this, Ganbak erupted into vicious, mocking laughter. An advanced mentor? Ha! You let a child barely out of diapers hold that title? Your standards are truly pathetic. But Van Duong's eyes gleamed with dark curiosity. How truly fascinating. A mere level 4 in astral power, acting as an advanced mentor. Either Fuangsun Academy has completely rotted away, or you possess some hidden, legendary skill. A flicker of surprise crossed Tabin's mind. He hadn't even felt the old man probing his astral energy. The disparity in their realms was real, but it seemed that basic astral power was all the old man could read. Tabin's gaze turned sharp as a blade. My exact capabilities are absolutely none of your business. I only came here today to give you all a proper explanation. Ganbak sneered, pure venom in his voice. A garbage level 4 mentor who relies on dirty ambushes? What could you possibly have to explain? I actually took you seriously for a second. What an absolute waste of my time and energy. Tabin just cast a sideways glance, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Then let's make a little wager. Do you dare to test me? I wager that not only will I refuse to apologize, but I'll force both of you to bow your heads, admit your utter defeat, and beg for our forgiveness. Hearing this sheer audacity, Nonbak erupted like a volcano. You insolent, ignorant little brat, he roared, his aura shaking the very floorboards. Bullying the students of Kiam Lam Academy was already a death wish, but now you dare to openly humiliate the vice principal and myself? If you have the guts, step into the arena with me. Let's see which is stronger. Your arrogant mouth, or my devastating fists. Tabin simply raised a casual eyebrow. Not a problem at all. Panic struck Min Tung's core as he desperately tried to block him. Tabin, are you insane? Do not accept this duel. You have absolutely no idea the gravity of a duel between academy mentors. If you are crushed in front of thousands of watching students. But Tabin's gaze didn't waver. Instead, an unshakable, terrifying conviction burned within his eyes. I know exactly what it means, Tabin stated coldly. If a Fuangsun mentor falls to Kiam Lam, it's a public confession that our academy is inferior, and the loser must resign in absolute disgrace. If you know the stakes, then back down immediately, Min Tung snapped, his patience fraying. The supreme honor of our entire academy rests on this. You cannot shoulder that crushing burden alone, if you lose. But Tubin just brushed past the elder, his voice dropping to a bone-chilling whisper. So what if we lose? This so-called honor you're clinging to, is it getting mercilessly beaten by Kiam Lam time and time again while living in denial? Let's be real. That worthless pride shattered a long time ago. Ingan Bak threw his head back in roaring, arrogant laughter. He pointed dramatically at the sprawling arena below. Ha ha ha, I thought you had some brilliant master plan up your sleeve. Turns out, you're just a cornered rat, accepting his doomed fate. I'll give you one final ounce of mercy. We can fight in a private arena. That way, when I crush you, your humiliation won't be quite so spectacular. Suddenly, an overwhelming, suffocating pressure erupted from Tabin's entire being. Save your mercy. I accept the challenge right here. Up in the announcer's booth, the commentator stared in absolute, jaw-dropping shock. What is happening? The announcer screamed into the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an unprecedented escalation. This exhibition match has just transformed into an all-out mentor death match. Down in the stands, Feng Tin tilted his head up with a scoff of pure disdain. What a suicidal fool. He actually dares to walk straight into his own grave. In just a few moments, he'll experience the insurmountable gap between a student and a true master. On the other side, Dai VM's crew burst into malicious laughter. He, daring to challenge old Demon Phi? That trash is as good as dead. Mentor Phi, please tear him limb from limb. The Kiam Lam students crossed their arms, practically dripping with elite arrogance. How old is that joke of a mentor anyway? He looks like he's barely our age. Mentor Phi has decades of brutal, blood-soaked combat experience. There's zero chance he loses to some arrogant brat. I'm recording every second of this massacre for the guys who missed out. Meanwhile, Lang Guiet clutched her head, her world spinning in total despair. We're doomed. Why on earth is my idiot brother picking a fight with a Kiem Lam mentor? But then, the scene shifted abruptly. Back at the tournament arena, the defeated Phoenix Mountain team was quickly escorted out. The stadium speakers boomed. Will the previous competitors please clear the battlefield? The announcer's voice echoed, whipping the massive crowd into an absolute frenzy. Next up, Senior Instructor Fei Yanbo of the Sword Lam Academy will face Senior Instructor Su Ping of Phoenix Mountain. Please enter the arena. Hearing his name called, Fei Yanbo cracked his knuckles and smirked. Well then, allow me to make the first entrance. With an explosive burst of aura, he leaped high into the air like a massive spring. He crashed down into the arena center with a devastating impact. The announcer screamed into the mic. What a breathtaking, awe-inspiring entrance. As expected of a legendary Tier 8 battle pet master. A simple, casual jump packs such catastrophic destructive force. The announcer turned to the opposite gate. Next, let us welcome Instructor Su Ping. But wait, where is Instructor Su Ping? Suddenly, a collective gasp rippled through the stadium. High above the arena, Su Ping was already floating effortlessly in the sky. Unbelievable. Instructor 2 stands suspended in midair, riding the very wind itself. Could he have truly reached the legendary rank 9? A titled expert? Tabin just gazes down with absolute calm, while Van Duong and Min Tung gasp in pure shock. What? A titled expert? He descends to the arena floor, with feather-like grace. Ngan Bak stares in absolute disbelief. A titled powerhouse at such a young age? Didn't this kid only possess rank 4 astral power? Nearby, Feng Thian looks just as utterly devastated by the staggering revelation. The truth hits them like a physical blow. When Dai VM was thrown back earlier, it wasn't because of invisible speed. A true master manipulating astral power needs absolutely no physical movement. Lang Juyet pinches her own cheek, wincing at the sharp pain. Her brother is a titled expert. Diep Hao trembles, his eyes wide. Instructor 2. We leave this to you. Dai VM's crew stands completely paralyzed with shock. How is this possible? This cannot be happening. How could Fuangson Academy hide such a terrifying monster? Tubin extends a hand with maddening politeness toward Nanbak. Please, make your move. Meanwhile, the rank 8 battle pet master, Instructor Phi, steps into the spotlight. The main announcer whips the crowd into an absolute frenzy. Next up, the 12 instructors summon their vanguard astral pets. Ganbak narrows his eyes, his mind racing. He rationalizes the impossible. This arrogant 20-year-old kid has at most a decade of training. He must have sacrificed everything to exclusively cultivate his astral power just to achieve flight, which means his actual combat techniques must be fatally flawed. There is no way this brat can match decades of blood-soaked battle experience. Gathering his resolve, he drops into a combat stance and roars at his opponent. Bring it on. The terrifying purple shadow demon fox materializes with an ear-piercing shriek. Ganbak points a trembling finger forward, ordering his beast to annihilate the boy. Panic rips through the Fuangsun students. That is a pure-blooded rank 8 purple shadow demon fox. Look at the number of its tails. Its combat power has already reached the upper tier of rank 8. One student squeezes his eyes shut in absolute despair. Damn it. Lefeng Thian's upper tier rank 7 dark nether black dragon was already a nightmare to deal with. Now we have to face a rank 8 monster? The person next to him grabs their head in agony. Although rank 7 and 8 are separated by a single realm, the gap in sheer destructive power is like heaven and earth. Not to mention, this demon fox is the most vicious apex predator of the lightning element. Dai VM's crew erupts into arrogant laughter. Haha, do you finally understand true fear? Our Kiem Lam Academy is not to be trifled with. Tabin's eyes flash with an icy, terrifying glint. Rank 8 combat power? A wicked smirk curls on his lips as he raises his hand to summon. What a coincidence. The air shatters, and Enganbak freezes, staring in absolute horror at the beast emerging before him. Tabinshi speaks with terrifying casualty. I also happen to have a rank 8 pet. Ganbak's voice cracks in pure terror. A purgatory candle dragon beast? The legendary dragon unleashes a world-shaking roar. Dragon might explodes outward. The devastating shockwave leaves the Kiem Lam students reeling in agony. Arg! The dragon might is too overwhelming. We can feel it even through the barrier. Min Tung strokes his beard, his eyes blazing with realization. So, Tabin's main battle pet is the legendary Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast. No wonder this kid acts so utterly arrogant. This is an absolute apex existence among all dragon types. My worries were completely unnecessary. He violently throws his hand forward, barking orders to the staff. Push the energy barrier to maximum output. Activate the level 2 defensive grid instantly. The reinforced glowing shields snap into place just in time. Bin tilts his head, a deadly smile playing on his lips. Then, I will not hold back either. Bak scowls, desperate to regain control. Do not celebrate just yet. Your Purgatory Candle Dragon may be insanely rare, but its current aura is merely at the lower tier of rank 8. A lower tier against an upper tier. We will soon see who dies here today. The moment the words leave his mouth, his body erupts with blinding astral power. He unleashes a rank 8 enhancement, surging raw cosmic energy directly into his demonic beast. The announcer's voice booms over the speakers. The purple shadow demon fox is completely resisting the supreme suppression of the dragon might. Empowered by that massive rank 8 boost, the fox's terrifying aura has crossed into the domain of rank 9. Seeing Bin, just standing there calmly, the announcer gasps in sheer disbelief. Is Instructor to really not going to buff his dragon? This is absolute madness. He is forcing his pet into a brutal 1 versus 2 disadvantage. Bin scoffs, his tone dripping with absolute mockery. This pathetic display? We are nowhere near a 1 versus 2 fight. Veins bulge on Ganbok's forehead as pure fury consumes him. You dare look down on me? Purple Shadow Demon Fox eightfold thunder rend? Instantly, a catastrophic storm of apocalyptic lightning violently erupts from its swirling tails. The demonic beast roars like thunder. Diepao grips his own shoulders, his eyes widening in absolute terror. Eightfold? A single strike from a lightning rat holds pure destructive power, but this monster is unleashing 8 consecutive strikes simultaneously. Is this the true nightmare of rank 8? The catastrophic beam of lightning blasts straight toward Bin. The announcer screams into the microphone. The fox's thunder rend has completely obliterated every single escape route for Instructor 2. How will he possibly survive this? But then, the dragon by his side unleashes a single, earth-shattering roar, and the apocalyptic lightning instantly shatters into harmless, glittering dust. Bak barked his next command. Let us see if you can handle this. He unleashed the purple shadow demon fox. In a flash, the beast split into multiple clones. The MC's eyes widened in pure thrill. Incredible. That is the level 7 evasion art, Phantom Shadows. The pack of foxes charged straight at Su Ping. Every single clone perfectly channeled a level 8, lightning roar. It was absolutely impossible to tell reality from illusion. And their true target? The battle pet master himself. The beast was going straight for the enemy's throat. Instructor Bak was leaving absolutely no room for escape. A massive collision was imminent. The MC screamed into the mic. Can Instructor Su Ping dodge this? If those strikes land even 3 times, not even a dragon's constitution could survive that blast. As the dust settled, Su Ping's calm voice echoed. Phantom Shadows. How nostalgic. He smirked softly. But your mastery of it is far too weak. A blood-curdling screech ripped through the arena. The Purgatory Candle Dragon had its jaws clamped tightly around the fox's neck. The MC froze. The true body was exposed in a fraction of a second. Bak waved his arm frantically. Impossible. Purple Shadow Demon Fox. Break free. Trapped, the beast unleashed a desperate lightning cannon at point-blank range. Su Ping simply glanced back, watching his dragon take the hit. The MC panicked. It is over. Taking a level 7 lightning cannon directly to the head at 0 distance. The damage will be catastrophic. Diane and his crew howled with arrogant laughter. Blow that dragon's jaw to pieces. How dare he challenge Instructor Phi? He is about to learn how to spell death. Min Tung slammed his fist on the table in pure frustration. The gap in battle experience is just too massive. We never should have let Su Ping fight. Van Duong rolled her eyes coldly. Every single bolt of that lightning hit its mark perfectly. There is no need to watch. This match is already decided. Suddenly, Su Ping's voice cut through the chaos. Who decided that? Bak froze. What? The purple shadow demon fox was still crushed within the dragon's jaws. The MC screamed, his eyes practically bugging out. Unbelievable. After taking a barrage of devastating lightning, the Purgatory Candle Dragon only suffered a few scratches. Instead, the fox is dying from its own recoil. The thick armor surrounding the dragon finally began to crack. Bak's jaw dropped in absolute shock. Those are high-level earth and plant defense skills. Rock armor and vine armor. The shattered armor crumbled into dust. Witnessing this miracle, the MC shouted in awe. The Purgatory Candle Dragon is completely unharmed. By combining its naturally tough dragon scales with dual elemental armors, it completely nullified the ultimate attack. Bak clenched his fists and roared. Shameless. Forcing a supreme dragon to learn defensive magic. You are trampling on its dignity. Where is its dragon pride? Su Ping burst into laughter. Did you just say dragon pride? He remembered how his pet was relentlessly hunted by its own kind. It had been crushed over and over by dragons with overwhelming combat power. Even a supreme dragon knows fear. It had to bow its head and master defensive skills just to survive. And now, it proudly bites your fox's neck. Everyone wants to live, right? The MC instantly declared the results. The first match goes to instructor Su Ping. The Fuangsun Academy students erupted into deafening cheers. Hell yes, instructor Su Ping is a god. I love you. Dai Yen ground his teeth in pure fury. Damn it all. Min Tung patted his chest, exhaling a massive sigh of relief. That was way too close. Van Duong stayed silent, biting her lip. Ganbok glared, warning Su Ping. Do not celebrate just yet. That was merely my secondary pet. If your main pet is a level 9 dragon, then I have no reason to hold back. With a deafening roar, he summoned his ace. The abyssal fiend serpent materialized. Ganbok roared his command. Tear that dragon to shreds. The Fuangsun students turned pale with terror. That is a level 9 bloodline. The abyssal fiend serpent. Dai Yen smirked with absolute confidence. Old Demon Phi's abyssal fiend serpent wields level 9 combat power. Even that purgatory candle dragon is no match for it now. The guy next to him nodded eagerly. Exactly. Plus, that dragon exhausted its stamina in the last clash. Victory is guaranteed. The Kiem Lam students chanted at the top of their lungs. Crush him, Instructor Phi. Show him the true power of Kiem Lam. He is backed into a corner. Su Ping's lips curled into a mocking smirk. He waved his hand casually. Did I ever say the purgatory candle dragon was my main pet? He raised his hand, commanding the battlefield. Open your eyes and watch closely. The MC rubbed his chin, deeply intrigued. That summoning rift is incredibly small. Could it be an agility-type star pet? A single bony foot stepped out of the void. A skeletal creature slowly revealed itself. The Kiem Lam crowd shivered, wrapping their arms around themselves. Isn't that just a little skeleton? Why would he summon such a trash-tier pet? Did he mess up the summoning? Why did the temperature drop so fast? Lang Ningguiat stood completely bewildered. The structure of that skeleton is so bizarre. I have never seen anything like it. Nganbak let out a snort of pure contempt. I have seen plenty of mutated trash from the radioactive wastelands. Are you telling me this is your main pet? Ha ha ha. I can give you a do-over if you want. But then, Nanbak noticed something entirely wrong. His gaze shifted to his own supreme beast. He froze in utter confusion. For decades, he had only felt bottomless bloodlust from his abyssal fiend serpent. So why was it trembling in sheer terror right now? Where was this paralyzing fear coming from? He snapped his eyes back to the little skeleton. In a fraction of a second, the tiny creature vanished. It blurred past Nganbak before he could even blink. His eyes bulged as he whipped his head around. Too fast. Since when? Nganbak looked up, just in time to see a spectral blade cleanly slice through his serpent's neck. A fountain of thick blood rained down on Nganbak's head. He stood completely paralyzed like a statue. The MC's jaw hit the floor, completely lost for words. A level 9. Abyss Demon Snake. Annihilated in a single heartbeat. Everyone stared in absolute disbelief. Just how terrifying was this little skeleton's true power? Foul demon blood splattered across Diane and his crew, leaving them standing there with their jaws on the floor. Meanwhile, Su Ping calmly summoned an energy shield, not letting a single drop touch his clothes. He looked down at Yan Bo, who was slumped on the ground in shock. You better recall your battle pet and get it some healing, Su Ping reminded him coldly. Yan Bo clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot with denial. Impossible, he muttered. I sacrificed everything to get a level 9 abyss demon snake. How could it lose to a trash-tier skeleton? I refuse to believe it. Desperation practically dripped from his voice as he glared at Su Ping. Tell me right now, what in the world is that thing? A mocking smirk tugged at the corner of Su Ping's lips. You really want to know? He teased, turning his back on the defeated man. Too bad. I have absolutely zero obligation to tell you. At that moment, the Fengshan Academy stands erupted into deafening cheers. We won. Instructor Su Ping actually won. This is insane. For the first time in 10 years, we finally took home a victory. The Jianlan students gnashed their teeth in frustration as the cheers washed over them. Instructor Su is an absolute legend. What a flawless victory. The Fengshan crowd continued to roar, but Dai Yan suddenly leaped up from his seat, pointing a shaking finger at the arena. Hold on. Do not let him leave. That guy is the one who viciously attacked our Jianlan exchange team, and now he has severely injured our instructor's battle pet. Until he gives us a proper explanation, he is not taking a single step out of here. The entire Jianlan Academy immediately rallied behind him. That is right. Nobody moves, you despicable coward. Kneel down, apologize, and give us an explanation. Su Ping just stood there, slowly shifting his gaze toward the screaming stands. Chants demanding an apology echoed through the stadium. Unbothered, Su Ping calmly tapped the communication device on his wrist, opening a video call. You want an explanation? He asked, his voice cutting through the noise. Fine, I will give you an explanation. Su Ping turned toward the host of the event. Hey, MC. Do me a favor and project this onto the giant screen. The host nervously smiled and nodded. Right away, sir. A second later, Shu Kuang's face flashed across the massive stadium display, grinning from ear to ear. Oh wow, Master finally decided to video call me. Dayan and his crew exchanged confused glances. What the hell is this? Who is that idiot? And what is Su Ping planning? Down in the arena, Su Ping rolled his eyes. Knock it off. I still have not agreed to take you as my disciple. Su Ping sighed. Now step aside. Get those two into the camera frame. Shu Kuang instantly stood at attention. Yes, boss. He stepped out of the way, revealing two unconscious figures in hospital beds. One of Dayan's lackeys turned pale, pointing at the screen. Boss, it is them. Are they going to expose us? But Dayan just let out a dark, arrogant laugh. Humph. I figured he would try something like this, he sneered, his face twisting into a sinister grin. He actually thinks those two can be his witnesses? I beat them so mercilessly that they are basically vegetables now. There is no way dead men walking can pose a threat to us. But the very next second, the two boys on the screen slowly fluttered their eyes open. Su Ping spoke up, his tone mild. Looks like the doctors in the upper city hospital actually know what they are doing. Your recovery is looking good. Have you got enough strength to speak? The two boys weakly nodded. Yes. Hello, Master Su. Up in the stands, Dayan's jaw completely dropped in sheer terror. What? How? How is this even possible? Dayan stammered, his mind short-circuiting. Vice Principal Yun Tong narrowed his eyes at the screen. Meanwhile, Dayan and his lackeys quietly tried to slip away toward the exit. Damn it, let us get out of here, Dayan hissed. But a wall of furious Fengshan students immediately blocked their path. Where do you think you are going? Back in the arena, Su Ping casually looked at the screen. Just give everyone a quick summary of what happened that day. One of the boys rubbed his bandaged head and began to explain. Right. That day, a bunch of Jianlan students cornered us in an alley. They demanded information about young Master Ye. When we refused to talk, they started beating us mercilessly. Dayan's crew froze, their faces draining of all color. After that, Instructor Su stepped in and saved our lives. The boy continued. But later that afternoon, right after school, those same Jianlan students ambushed us again. By the time we woke up, we were already lying in these hospital beds. A shockwave of disbelief ripped through the Jianlan crowd. How could this happen? Did Dayan really do that? This is a disaster. We have completely lost this time. Ling Yue furiously pointed her finger at the culprits. So you were the ones who attacked first, and then you had the nerve to play the victims? Dayan panicked, frantically waving his hands. Back off. They are lying. They orchestrated this whole thing to frame us. Enough! Vice Principal Yun Tong roared, slamming his hand against the railing in absolute fury. His terrifying aura crashed down, forcing Dayan and his crew to their knees in sheer dread. Yun Tong glared at the trembling student, his voice dripping with venom. Tell me, Dayan, did I not warn you about the consequences of lying to me? Dayan shivered like a leaf in the wind as he whispered the punishment. Expulsion. Crippling my battle pet master bloodline. And a permanent ban from ever touching a pet again. Without sparing him another glance, Yun Tang turned and bowed deeply, putting on a mask of pure sincerity. Old Dong, I take full responsibility for my failure to discipline my students, Yun Tang announced loudly. I will personally cover all medical bills and future living expenses for those two injured boys. I deeply hope you can look past this ugly misunderstanding. Our Jianlan Academy and your Fengshan Academy will forever remain the greatest of friends. Vice Principal Ming Song stroked his beard, flashing a wide, diplomatic smile. Good. Very good. But right as the peace treaty was forming, Su Ping stepped forward. Hold it right there, he interrupted coldly. He shot Yun Tong a deadly side glance. Are you forgetting something? Yun Tong frowned, sizing up the young instructor. What exactly do you want? Smoothing out his expression, the vice principal immediately offered a bribe. Rare treasures? High-tier battle pets? Name your price. As long as it is within my power, I will grant it. Su Ping chuckled softly and waved off the offer. Relax, I am not asking for much. Just get on your knees and beg for forgiveness. Instructor Yan Bo snapped, screaming at the top of his lungs. What did you just say? Su Ping, do not push us too far. Su Ping's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. You lost. You are no longer an elite Jianlan instructor. What right do you have to bark at me right now? Yan Bo ground his teeth, staring daggers of pure hatred at the young man. Stepping in, Vice Principal Ming Song tried to calm the storm. Instructor Su, there is no need to take things this far. But before Ming Song could even finish his sentence, Su Ping completely cut him off. Oh, it is absolutely necessary. His piercing gaze swept across the terrified Jianlan crowd. I am sending a message to every single person in this stadium. From this day forward, if anyone dares to mess with Fengshan, they better be ready to pay the ultimate price. Hearing those words, a chilling wave of fear washed over the Jianlan students. Su Ping slowly turned his head back to Yuntang. And one more thing. We are nowhere near friendly enough to be called allies. This is not a friendship. This is submission. From now on, Fengshan gets the absolute first pick of all premium resources. Yuntang was practically burning with rage, but he could not utter a single word of defiance. With a cold, bitter scoff, the proud vice principal fell to his knees, his fists trembling with humiliation. Seeing their leader surrender, the rest of the Jianlan Academy students dropped to their knees in absolute defeat. Vice Principal Mingsong stood completely frozen, his jaw hanging open in sheer disbelief. So this, Mingsong thought, swallowing hard. This is what he meant by resolving things peacefully. But lurking in the shadows of this crushing victory, a new threat was already beginning to stir. Time skips forward, and Tu Bin's humble shop is now overflowing with a massive sea of frantic customers. Boss, it is finally my turn. Boss, I need to buy pet food. A passerby drops his jaw in utter shock. Am I seeing things? How is this rundown, ancient shop attracting such an insane crowd? The man next to him smirks, completely astounded by the ignorance. Are you living under a rock? He points a shaking finger toward Tu Bin inside the shop. That owner is a legendary titled powerhouse. He can evolve any astral pet in just half a day. The price is steep, but the mind-blowing results are worth a king's ransom. The newcomer blinks in heavy suspicion. Is that actually true? A third friend violently shoves the explainer. Hey, shut your mouth. Do not go leaking our sacred secret to every stranger. If too many people find out about this god-tier shop, we will never get a slot in line. Meanwhile, Tu Bin smiles inwardly, absolutely thrilled. He only fought one simple exchange match to settle things, but it turned into the ultimate marketing goldmine. Who could have guessed this would make his reputation skyrocket? The shop is absolutely overflowing with customers. He taps the clipboard in his hand. Next in line. Ling Yue shoves past a boy and pops her head out. Line up properly, she snaps. Hey, no pushing, Su Ping says, staring at his sister in surprise. What are you doing here? He asks. Ling Yue shifts awkwardly. I want to cultivate my astral pet too. Is that a crime? A faint smirk plays on his lips as he lets out a long sigh. It is a trivial matter. You could have just told me directly. Why waste time standing in this endless queue? She falls silent for a moment before her eyes harden. I refuse to get special privileges just because I am your sister, Ling Yue declares, with absolute conviction. I will rely on my own power to become stronger. Su Ping chuckles softly at her determination. All right then. Exactly how many astral pets are you planning to cultivate today? Ling Yue glances at the companion beside her. Her snowball just broke through to the 4th tier not long ago. Su Ping checks his clipboard. Tier 4 perfectly qualifies for intermediate astral pet training. 100,000 coins per session, he states flatly. The words strike Ling Yue like a bolt of divine lightning. What did you just say? 100,000? I could break my back working for an entire year and barely scrape together 30,000. Ignoring her outburst, Su Ping casually inspects the little beast in his hands. Next customer, he calls out, poking the dark furball. You are so pitch black. You should be called a coal briquette instead. Ling Yue flushes bright red with embarrassment. Wait, she whispers awkwardly. I do not have enough money on me right now. I will come back next time. Su Ping does not even blink. Do not worry about it, he replies with profound calm. But suddenly, the system panel flashes violently in his mind. Warning, prices are absolute. No personal discounts allowed. Return the astral pet immediately. Su Ping shoots a dangerous mental glare at the system. I will pay the difference out of my own pocket. You will not lose a single copper. The temperature in his eyes drops to absolute zero. A suffocating pressure leaks from his gaze. Naturally, I am doing exactly what you want by cultivating stronger pets. So I suggest you turn a blind eye this once. The system falls into a dead silence before finally backing down and accepting the terms. There will not be a next time, Su Ping tells Ling Yue sternly. I secretly learned some of your cultivation techniques a while back. Consider this me repaying that karmic debt. Ling Yue tilts her head, a massive question mark visibly floating above her. But I only ever practice alone in my room. She thinks in sheer bewilderment. How on earth could he have stolen my techniques? Furthermore, wasn't he already a mighty 9th tier domain expert back then? I had only just started gathering spiritual energy. Meanwhile, inside a towering monolith radiating ancient power, the ultimate trial begins. The challenger expertly weaves through a devastating barrage of attacks. His objective? Survive for 10 agonizing minutes against the golden-scaled flame dragon beast. Su Ping stares down the catastrophic 9th tier monstrosity towering before him. A fearless smirk carves its way across his face. Now that my combat strategy has broken through to the 6th tier, I can finally test the true limits of a high-level astral pet. Little skeleton, destroy it. The void tears open instantly. The tiny undead warrior materializes and shoots forward like a dark comet. The flame dragon roars, unleashing a cataclysmic counterattack straight at Su Ping. Instantly, blinding energy flares as multiple protective barriers materialize between them. Ignore the defense. Su Ping commands his spectral army. Everyone fall in and support the little skeleton. Strike its blind spots. Unleash your killing intent. Like a tidal wave of destruction, his vanguard of beasts charges into the fray. The golden scale dragon retaliates, firing devastating beams of pure light. Now is the moment. Su Ping roars. The dragon lets out an earth-shattering shriek of agony. In one clean strike, the monstrous beast is cleaved cleanly in half. It seems like the legendary creature's reign has finally ended. But lurking within the blood-soaked arena, a blinding, holy golden light violently erupts from its corpse. The unthinkable is happening right before their eyes. Flesh and bone twist until two terrifying new heads sprout from its ruined neck. A system notification chimes mercilessly, 7.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Su Ping just sneers. So, this is the legendary second phase. His voice drips with absolute arrogance. So what if you are a beast king? You are the perfect stepping stone for my little skeleton to absorb a royal bloodline. The tiny Grim Reaper blurs into motion once again. Its bone blade slices through the air, aiming straight for the mutant dragon. A catastrophic explosion rocks the very foundations of the realm. Deep fissures web across the indestructible tower. The sheer force of the sword aura bypasses the beast and cleaves an entire mountain in two. Su Ping bursts into maniacal laughter. Time is up. Initiate instant revival. The dust settles, revealing the little skeleton standing triumphantly upon the butchered dragon. The Dragon King trial is completely conquered. A heavenly chime echoes through the void. Target annihilated successfully. Instantly, a symphony of level-up notifications floods Su Ping's mind as his entire team evolves. Su Ping's eyes widen in genuine surprise. The Dark Dragon Hound's bloodline experiences a massive leap in quality. He stares at the majestic beast howling victoriously before him. So that is how the evolutionary path works. But the battlefield gives them no rest as another monstrosity lunges from the shadows. Su Ping barks out his orders with military precision. Heavenly Aroma Pig, deploy the paralyzing toxins. Dark Dragon Hound, devour them all into the abyss. The Hound of Darkness moves like a blur of lethal shadows. Su Ping slashes his hand through the air, directing the rest of his forces. Purgatory Candle Dragon, Dark Flame Beast, lay down suppressive fire. Explosions rock the battlefield as the Purgatory Candle Dragon draws the enemy's relentless aggro. Su Ping watches the chaotic slaughter, his mind calculating every variable. Ever since his skeletal warrior absorbed the Iron Blood Pearl, the combat power of these generic mobs in the Dragonscale continent has skyrocketed to an absurd degree. However, facing absolute apex predators like his evolved Hound and Candle Dragon, such trivial power boosts mean absolutely nothing. With the elemental bombardment of the Dark Flame Beast and the tactical crowd control of the Aroma Pig, this is no longer a battle. It is a one-sided massacre. Su Ping's predatory grin returns as he delivers the final judgment. Purgatory Candle Dragon, Dark Dragon Hound. End this with a critical strike. Before his voice even fades, two apocalyptic waves of energy crash down upon the enemies. The system chime rings out, announcing the Dark Dragon Hound's level up. Su Ping gently pats its head. Oh, this is perfect. He was just lacking a good tracker. This upgrade comes at the exact right time. From now on, sniffing out top-tier treasures will be an absolute breeze for this guy. The Purgatory Candle Dragon's level-up notification follows right behind. But instead of cheering, Su Ping strokes his chin in deep thought. He smirks. A defensive shell ability? Did you die so many times in the cultivation space that you devolved from a mighty dragon into a hiding turtle? Right on cue. The Deep Flame Beast and the Heavenly Fragrance Pig also trigger their explosive level-up sequences. He inspects the two beasts before him. One is now a rank 8 fire type with devastating area of effect damage, while the other is a rank 8 psychic type boasting the most vicious single-target attacks. Not bad at all. Suddenly, the system interface flashes. Exploration time for the Dragon King's heritage ground has ended. Commencing return sequence. The very next morning, the storefront is already packed to the brim with chaotic energy. Customers scream over each other. Boss, is it my turn yet? Boss, I need to buy top-grade pet food. Ling Yue clutches her battle pet, her eyes wide with absolute disbelief. How was it this fast? The girl beside her is equally stunned, stammering that Boss Su said it would take an entire month. Su Ping does not even spare them a glance. He scoffs internally. He just burned an entry ticket worth 2,000 energy points for the Dragon King's heritage ground. Of course it was fast. Besides, with the new secret realm opening soon, he absolutely has to skyrocket his own fighting strength without a second of delay. The crowd gasps, their jaws hitting the floor. Heavens, Look at those bulging muscles. Is that actually still the same heavenly fragrance pig? Even the deep flame beast looks like a shredded bodybuilder now. Su Ping just taps his clipboard, a smug grin spreading across his face. Next customer. If you doubt my results, test them yourself. But the frantic crowd behind them is already trying to shove the two girls out of the door. Forget testing. It is our turn now. Stop blocking the line. Exactly. Boss Su's heaven-defying methods are legendary around here. There is zero room for doubt. The impatient mob angrily barks at the hesitating girls. Go test your pets somewhere else. Do not waste Boss Su's precious business hours. The two girls huddle in the distance, whispering about how terrifying the crowd is. Su Ping's lips curl upward. He does not even need to prove his divine training methods anymore. But then, the system chimes with a golden notification. Professional training mission complete. Rewarding 1 intermediate origin force pill, and a random god fiend battle art. Su Ping freezes in his tracks as the mythical tome materializes before him. His eyes sparkle with anticipation. What kind of supreme technique is this? Claim. The moment the word leaves his lips, a terrifying surge of ancient power erupts from the book. Su Ping reaches out to grasp the true demon divine fist. As his fingers brush the glowing cover, the violent energy seeps into his veins. In a flash of blinding light, Su Ping finds himself transported to a desolate wasteland swarming with vicious beasts. Holy crap! He stares up at the colossal nightmare towering above him. The sheer size of this monster is absolutely suffocating. The terrifying aura, rolling off each creature easily, rivals a true king-tier beast. Suddenly, a brilliant pillar of golden light pieces the apocalyptic sky, drawing every monster's gaze. A gigantic golden fist materializes from the heavens. It plummets like a falling meteor, slamming into the earth with apocalyptic force. The ground shatters instantly, leaving the monstrous horde completely paralyzed with fear. Su Ping gasps, his heart racing at that devastating strike. A mysterious figure stands before him with crossed arms, radiating supreme arrogance as it begins to speak. The true demon divine fist consists of 5 absolute stances. When the first stance reaches perfect mastery, it can instantly obliterate a rank 9 enemy. However, this technique unleashes the ultimate extreme of power. It is peerlessly tyrannical, meaning the physical backlash on the user is unimaginably severe. An ordinary mortal could barely survive executing the first stance. If they dared to attempt the second, their fragile bodies would instantly collapse under the agonizing rebound. At best, every bone in their body would snap. At worst, they would explode into a mist of blood. The spirit pauses. Only a host with a pure Golden Crow bloodline can withstand the devastating backlash of all 5 stances. Do you wish to cultivate? Su Ping stares blankly at the glowing system prompt hanging in the air. A wild grin breaks across his face, and he bursts into laughter. With his Golden Crow, God-fiend body already awakened, is there any technique in the universe more perfectly tailored for him? Su Ping violently slams the cultivate button. The ancient spirit throws its head back and roars with laughter. Excellent. It has been an eternity since I met someone with such fearless guts. Brilliant orbs of light rain down around Su Ping, etching the cosmic secrets into his mind. The first stance, suppress demon. The second stance, subdue demon. The third stance, quell demon. The fourth stance, destroy demon. And the fifth stance, nullify demon. The spirit warns him that he must achieve absolute perfection in the first stance before advancing. Su Ping's eyes narrow in deep calculation. This upcoming secret realm is not some basic wasteland. It will be swarming with elite masters. If he relies solely on the little skeleton, 2 fists simply cannot block 4 hands. He absolutely must push his own personal combat power to an entirely new dimension to survive. He refuses to dump all the pressure onto the little skeleton. Cracking his knuckles, Su Ping sneers. Just give me a few days of hellish training. I will slaughter every last monster in the Dragon King's heritage ground. 2 real-world days later. Half a month of agonizing torture inside the cultivation space has passed. Su Ping stands panting heavily, his body completely covered in bloody gashes. He gasps for breath inside the Dragon King's heritage ground. He and his 2 battle pets stand proudly atop an absolute mountain of slaughtered beast corpses. True demon divine fist. First stance, great mastery. The system alert rings out triumphantly, immediately followed by a warning that his remaining energy is insufficient. Do you wish to return? Su Ping wipes the blood from his mouth, entirely unfazed. Am I out of time already? He is just a hair away from perfect mastery, but his Golden Crow God-fiend body has drastically improved, right on the verge of breaking through to the 2nd tier. Let us hope this monstrous strength is enough. Meanwhile, morning dawns at Baron Base City number 7. A sharp voice echoes through a dimly lit room. Captain Nee, your North Star team boasts absolutely overwhelming strength, so why on earth would you invite the 2 of us? Sitting at the table are 2 terrifying figures. One is the rank 8 upper tier battle pet master, Elder Ming. The speaker is none other than his equal, Chen Long. The tension in the room instantly skyrockets. Are you not afraid we might steal your precious treasures? A confident smirk spreads across Ni Beichen's face as he lets out a hearty laugh. Overwhelming strength? Haha. I won't hide it from you all. We came here today because a very specific, legendary treasure caught our eye. His expression instantly darkens into dead seriousness. According to my intelligence network, this artifact isn't just sitting around. It is guarded by an absolutely terrifying, apex-level magical beast. Don't let the worldwide fame of our North Star battle team fool you. In reality, our reputation is simply built on mountains of life or death experience. When it comes to reaching this elite realm of power, it is only myself, Ye Chenshan, and Little Shui. Just the three of us. To stand at this pinnacle, the North Star team has waded through rivers of monster blood in absolute madness. Through this harsh experience, he knows the grim truth. To safely secure this treasure, they absolutely need a powerhouse at Tier 8 or above. Hearing this grim assessment, Chen Long and the old man exchange a calculated glance. Deep down, a greedy, mocking sneer twists in Chen Long's gut. So the famous captain had found a juicy target, yet still wanted to swallow the biggest piece of the pie. Beside him, Elder Ming is already brewing his own sinister plots, ready to negotiate a killer bargain for himself. Moving with explosive speed, Chen Long slams his hands onto the table and stands tall. Captain Ni, since you think so highly of my abilities, I, Chen Long, will back you up with everything I have. But this secret realm isn't just crawling with deadly beasts. Countless factions are drooling over this exact same prize. I am no greenhorn. I know exactly how treacherous these waters are. So, here is my condition. If we actually manage to secure that legendary artifact, you must allow us the right to pick our own shares of the loot. Baiken doesn't even flinch, completely accepting Chen Long's bold terms on the spot. Deal. If we succeed, Elder Ming gets the first pick. Then, it will be your turn. As for whatever is left behind, we divide it strictly based on our battle contributions. How does that sound? Hearing this flawless distribution plan, a dark thought crosses Chen Long's mind. In the vicious world of secret realms, treasures never belong to the one who finds them. They belong strictly to the last man standing. Having such a greedy, insatiable wolf on the team could lead to absolutely catastrophic consequences. Gently stroking his long beard, Elder Ming chimes in with a sly guess. You are our captain. Naturally, the absolute first pick belongs to you. But Baiken simply chuckles, completely shattering their expectations. Elder Ming, you are dead wrong. The very first pick does not belong to me. That single sentence hits them like a thunderbolt. What? Both Chen Long and Elder Ming's faces instantly darken with suspicion. Besides the mighty Ni Baishan, who else possesses the qualifications to stand above them? Right at that moment, the heavy doors swing open. Ye Chenshan respectfully leads a young man named Su Ping into the room, immediately signaling to his captain. Captain, Boss Su has finally arrived. Elder Ming and Chen Long violently whip their heads around to look. The old man squints, hissing a question. Who on earth is that brat walking next to Ye Chenshan? Chen Long aggressively scans the newcomer, his eyes filled with sheer disdain. His astral power fluctuations are pathetically weak. This kid hasn't even broken through to the 6th tier. Don't tell me he is just some useless trash riding on family connections. But the moment Baihen spots the young man, he rushes forward with eager respect to shake his hand. Brother Su! Welcome! Welcome! Taking one look at the captain, Su Ping quickly pieces things together. You must be the renowned Captain Ni Baiken, Su Ping states calmly. Baiken nods enthusiastically, then gestures toward the two imposing figures still sitting at the table. Please, allow me to introduce you. These two esteemed gentlemen right here. But before he can finish, Chen Long's face twists with heavy suspicion. He locks his fierce gaze onto Su Ping and demands answers. Captain Ni, don't tell me this frail little brother is the VIP getting the absolute first pick of the loot. Without hesitation, Baishan proudly throws his arm around Su Ping's shoulder with a beaming smile. Brother Su single-handedly saved little Shui's life. He utterly annihilated an upper tier 8 demonic bone beast. Surely Brother Su won't refuse the honor of the first pick, right? Seeing the captain's absolute sincerity, Su Ping casually accepts the heavy responsibility. Since you are offering, I would be a fool to refuse. The words drop like a bomb. Both Chen Long and Elder Ming freeze in absolute shock. An upper tier 8 demonic bone beast, slaughtered by a kid who looks like he barely graduated? Seeing the two veterans trapped in a stunned silence, Baiken finally breaks the tension. Well, regarding the priority order for the loot, do either of you still have any objections? Recovering his wits, Elder Ming quickly forces a polite smile and showers the boy with praise. For a youth to possess such heaven-defying battle achievements, he naturally has every right to stand shoulder to shoulder with us. Not wanting to be left behind, Chen Long quickly echoes the sentiment. Not to mention he is the absolute savior of Ye Chenshan's squad. I have zero complaints. Fast forward to the break of dawn. The elite six-man squad is now scaling the treacherous entrance to the Dragon-Scale Mountain secret realm, the legendary Ascending Dragon platform. Taking the lead, Ni Baishan glances back over his shoulder to check on their youngest powerhouse, Brother Su. The Ascending Dragon platform reaches the very clouds, so the air up here is terrifyingly thin. If your lungs start burning, just say the word, and we will slow our pace. But Su Ping doesn't even break a sweat, responding with chilling calmness. Climbing a few stairs isn't the problem. But walking like this is an absolute waste of time. Can't we just summon flying beasts to cross the Ascending Dragon platform? Those arrogant words instantly strike a nerve with Chen Long, who scowls from the back of the pack. Hey, watch your mouth, kid. I refuse to let your suicidal ignorance drag me into an early grave. Sensing the rising killing intent, Baiken immediately jumps in to mediate. Haha, let it go. Brother Su is exploring this zone for the very first time. It is completely normal that he doesn't know the deadly taboos of this place. As they continue their grueling ascent, the captain begins to unravel the dark history and ironclad rules of their surroundings. The terrain of the Ascending Dragon platform is a literal death trap. One slip, and you plummet into the abyss. Unless you have a flying-type battle pet bonded to your soul, even Tier 8 masters like us would be smashed into bloody paste. Because of this extreme danger, an ironclad, unwritten law exists among all wasteland explorers. Absolutely no battles, and zero summoning of battle pets while standing on the Ascending Dragon platform. His voice drops an octave, dripping with warning. Anyone foolish enough to break this rule will be instantly blacklisted by every major faction. You will be hunted down without mercy. This supreme law exists purely to keep the elite powerhouses from accidentally wiping each other out. Finishing his grave warning, Baiken shoots Su Ping a meaningful look. So, keep a low profile, but right on cue, a catastrophic shockwave shatters the silence. Up ahead, a young man and woman are locked in a devastating, all-out deathmatch. Squinting through the dust clouds, Baiken's heart drops. He instantly recognizes the auras of the combatants. It is the supreme young heirs of the legendary Jiang and Tong families. Watching the explosive combat, Su Ping raises a skeptical eyebrow. Hey, didn't you just say fighting was strictly forbidden here? Baichen smiles bitterly, wiping sweat from his brow. Brother, those rules are only meant to cage ordinary explorers like us. But these ancient, sky-shrouding elite families, they hold the world in the palm of their hands. They couldn't care less about the rules of mere mortals. Even the supreme enforcers of this zone are forced to turn a blind eye when they clash. Suddenly, the sheer, terrifying impact of their astral power violently shatters the surrounding cliffs. Shielding his eyes from the blast, Baiken quickly connects the dots. This level of killing intent. The Jiang family must be trying to seize the #1 spot on the Dragonbone Heavenly Bridge leaderboard right out of the Tong family's hands. But lurking in the shadows of this legendary clash, disaster strikes. Massive boulders rain down from the heavens directly toward their squad. From the back of the line, a terrified scream tears through the air. We are dead. They dragged us right into the kill zone. He quickly tries to calm them down. Don't worry. But behind him, Chen Long and Elder Ming just scoff. Who cares about these slow-falling rocks? They couldn't hit us even if they tried. Without a single word, Su Ping shoots forward like a fired arrow. Baiken panics at the sudden move. Astral power erupts from Su Ping's fists. He smashes directly into the falling boulders. Shatter these things quickly. We might be able to dodge. Boulders explode into dust as Su Ping roars. But can the rest of the team even dodge this? Seeing his fearless charge, Baichen's blood boils. Fine, I'm going in too. Baichen, Chen Shan, and Gu Shui unleash their power. Together, they fight alongside him to obliterate the massive rocks. Moments later, debris rains down around the four warriors. Watching Su Ping's back from a distance, Chen Long and Elder Ming's eyes widen in profound respect. His battle judgment is terrifyingly sharp. In mere seconds, he completely shifts the team's morale. Meanwhile, at the glorious peak of the Dragon Climb Terrace, a massive sea of cultivators gathers below the path. Suddenly, an arrogant voice pierces through the noise. Move out of the way, you peasants. The crowd parts like the Red Sea. A stunningly beautiful young woman steps forward, flanked by two terrifyingly powerful old men. One of the elders barks his challenge to the heavens. Our young miss will now challenge the 6th Dragonbone. The crowd erupts into terrified gasps. It's the legendary Tang family. But it isn't just her overwhelming beauty that shocks them. The terrifying aura of her two bodyguards leaves everyone trembling. Look at those monsters. On the right is Lord Zhuo Feng, an upper-tier rank 8 master. And on the left, Gale Demon Xiaofeng, a mid-tier rank 9 absolute nightmare. The girl escorted by these legendary titans is none other than the Tang family's heir, Tang Ruyan, an upper-tier rank 9 prodigy. The crowd whispers in absolute awe. The legendary twin peaks of the Tang family are here, and the young miss has already conquered the 5th dragon bone. Tang Ruyan finally speaks, her voice dripping with absolute confidence. This mystic realm has barely opened a few times. How terrifyingly boring. The #1 spot on the dragon bone prodigy roll belongs to our Tang family, but her extreme arrogance is suddenly cut short. I suggest you save your breath. Do you really think your words are absolute law? It is none other than Jiang Shaotian, a mid-tier rank 8 genius. He crosses his arms, glaring right at her. What a coincidence. I just cleared the 5th dragon bone too, and I am aiming for the 6th. His sudden appearance sends another shockwave through the massive crowd. Heavens above, it is the young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Shaotian. Seeing a worthy challenger, Tang Ruyan's aura flares wildly. Huh, now this is a show worth watching. Only the Jiang family has the right to challenge our Tang bloodline, Jiang Shaotian sneers, refusing to back down. Our little scuffle on the mountain earlier was just a warm-up. The real victor has not been decided yet. The two prodigies practically spark with killing intent. Tang Ruyan glares daggers at him. Woman, I was holding back earlier. Do not let it go to your head, he mocks. Enough of this useless barking, someone roars. If you want to fight, then use your fists. High above the clouds, a supreme being watches their petty squabble. My thoughts exactly. It is the legendary Blade Exalt. With a wave of his hand, the Dragon Terrace Mountain mystic realm fully opens. He grants them the absolute right to fight. The crowd below instantly flies into a massive frenzy. Hurry up and enter. Do you want to anger him? The Blade Exalt has given his divine order. Move, but before anyone can take a single step. Boom! A blinding beam of light shatters the ground, drawing a massive fissure to block their path. Lord Zhuofeng stands before the crowd, his face twisted in pure rage. The Tang family has not moved yet, he roars, his killing intent suffocating the air. Let us see which one of you rats dares to take even half a step forward. But then, a foot casually steps right over the glowing fissure. It is none other than our main character, Su Ping. He strolls past as if taking a walk in the park, making Lord Zhuofeng's face turn purple with fury. The crowd completely loses their minds. Who in the world is that suicidal fool? He actually dares to disrespect the Tang family and walk right in. Seeing his absolute audacity, Gale Demon Xiaofeng's hair whips wildly in the wind. He gathers terrifying astral power and bellows. Are you courting death? He thrusts his palm forward, sending a devastating shockwave that pulverizes the stone path. Take this old man's absolute strike. Yet Su Ping just stands there, his expression completely bored. Suddenly, a godly force descends from the heavens, cleanly slicing Gale Demon's devastating palm strike in half. Every jaw in the area drops to the floor. The heavenly blade strike carves a massive gorge right between Su Ping and the furious elder. Absolute panic rips through the crowd. The Blade Exalt made a move. Floating in the sky, the Blade Exalt lowers his hand and speaks with chilling calm. Settle your petty mortal grudges somewhere else. Do not dare to act wildly in my domain. Seeing the Supreme Master intervene, Su Ping offers a respectful nod. Thank you for the assist, senior. Inwardly, Su Ping is genuinely impressed. What terrifying blade mastery. To unleash such insane combat power without even summoning an astral pet. Truly incredible. But, the Blade Exalt completely dismisses his gratitude. Save your thanks. If ants trample each other to death, it is no concern of mine. I merely disciplined an ant that crossed my boundaries. Besides, a weak strike from that insect could never scratch you anyway. Hearing this absolute praise, Su Ping just smirks and walks away. At that moment, the massive stone dragon mouth roars open. The Dragon Mountain Terrace is completely unsealed. Brilliant beams of light flood the grand staircase. Lord Zhuofeng and Gale Demon's eyes are bloodshot with absolute rage. You dare humiliate our Tang family? Do not you dare run. The two legendary elders charge like rabid beasts straight into the glowing rift. The cultivators blocked by the fissure can only watch in stunned silence. Holy crap. That young brat just casually ignored the entire Tang family's authority. Yeah, but if the Blade Exalt had not stepped in, he would be nothing but a bloody mist by now. Talk about insane dumb luck. To dare offend the Tang family like that. Does that fool even know how to write the word death? Everyone's mind races to figure out this crazy brat's true identity. Which team does he belong to? If we capture his teammates and hand them to the Tang family, think of the massive bounty. Stop overthinking it. We are wasting time. The greedy cultivators quickly snap back to reality. The Tang family's twin peaks have already gone inside. We need to rush in before all the legendary loot is gone. Hidden perfectly within the gossiping crowd is Baichen's squad. Qianlong buries his face in his hands, sweating bullets. Is that insane kid trying to get us all slaughtered? Baichen can only let out a highly nervous chuckle. I really do not know if he is insanely brave or just completely clueless. But, He casually does what the rest of us would not even dare to dream of in 100 lifetimes. Gu Shui speaks up, her defiant attitude completely unbothered by authority. Meanwhile, Su Ping finally arrives at the legendary dragon pillar. At the very peak of the tower, carved dragons soar into the sky. Accepting the inheritance trial, Su Ping rubs his chin, his eyes sparking with pure excitement. Since nobody is here yet, he thinks to himself, let us see if this place is any different from the system's cultivation ground. I might as well test my limits and see which floor I can reach. He accepts the challenge. Far away, Ru Yan steps foot into the dragon mystic realm. Two elders immediately bow before her. My lady, they greet. She coldly questions why they have not reported back about the team that entered the realm. Clasping his hands, Feng Jun lowers his head in utter shame. Forgive me, my lady. We lost track of that brat. His voice trembles slightly. But I have already dispatched men to investigate his true identity. Filled with guilt, the elder continues his report. It is this old man's absolute failure to let him live this long. Please hand down your punishment. Ru Yan gently places a hand on Feng Jun's shoulder, calming his nerves. For 4 entire years, only our Tang family and the Jiang family have cleared the 5th floor of the Dragon Bone Tower. We sit at the absolute pinnacle of the Dragon Bone Prodigy Board, she declares proudly. The second-place Liu and Ye families only managed to clear the 3rd floor last year. Her eyes gleam with absolute arrogance. This prodigy board is the ultimate symbol of our Tang family's unstoppable might. Gazing calmly into the distance, Ru Yan scoffs. A nobody with 0 strength and 0 background probably will not even survive the 2nd floor. Letting him in changes absolutely nothing. Our only goal this trip is defending our throne on the prodigy board. Nothing else matters. Feng Jun and the other elder instantly understand her absolute command. Understood, they reply in unison. We will pour out our very souls to help you conquer the 6th floor, my lady. But then, the massive tower ahead erupts in blinding light. The surrounding crowd gasps in sheer terror. Look at that! Whispers of disbelief spread like wildfire. The 6th floor of the Dragon Bone Tower is glowing. What on earth? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The lights count up. This means someone has just crushed the 5th floor trial. But the miracle does not stop there. The radiant energy surges even higher. Another floor lights up, piercing through the dark sky. The 7th floor is conquered. Only 2 floors remain before the entire Dragon Bone Tower is cleared. Boom! The 8th floor light explodes into view. Down below, Ru Yan and her elders arrive just in time to witness the impossible. All 3 stand paralyzed. Who is it? Who possesses such godlike strength to shatter the Tang family's 8 consecutive first-place records? Seeing his family's honor crushed, Feng Jun trembles with violent rage. Is it the Ye family? Or the Liu family? He roars in absolute fury. Not only does that brat sneak into the mystic realm, but now our supreme title on the prodigy board is being obliterated. I am going to explode from this humiliation. Crash! A devastating palm strike blows the final floor wide open. The 9th floor is cleared. A heavenly voice announces that the supreme prodigy has earned the ultimate inheritance qualification. The remaining challengers are now permitted to enter. Down on the ground, Beacon watches in absolute shock. He cleared the whole thing. He even punched the peak of the tower into dust. This is impossible, he mutters. Even in their wildest dreams, the Tang and Jiang families would never dare reach such a legendary tier. The catastrophic sight drains all the blood from Ru Yan's face. The supreme tier? The others watch helplessly. What monster has this kind of overwhelming power? Without a second thought, the massive crowd charges inside to witness the legend themselves. It turns out, Su Ping is the unparalleled monster who obliterated the 9th floor. So, this is the demon-suppressing divine palm, he murmurs, gripping this terrifying new power in his hands. A confident smirk plays on his lips. The absolute authority of his aura is suffocating. Just a single strike vaporizes every single boss without leaving a trace, and he only used the 2nd stage. His strength is completely tyrannical. With his mission accomplished, he prepares to reunite with his team. I have seen enough, he concludes. The system's cultivation ground is pretty much identical to this. With everyone else mesmerized by the Dragon Bone Tower, it is the perfect time to slip away and hunt for treasure. While Baikon's group is busy talking, Su Ping smoothly drops down right behind them. Even though we came here strictly to loot treasures and have 0 intention of challenging the tower, one of the team members sighs. Watching someone effortlessly crush all 9 floors with my own eyes. Sigh. It leaves a heavy feeling in my heart. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes from behind. Captain, should we make our move? Chen Long jumps in absolute shock, staring wide-eyed at Su Ping. Seeing him safe, Baikon rushes over with a massive grin. Thank the heavens you are back. Where did you wander off to, Brother Su? We were just about to search the area for you. Hearing this, Su Ping offers a casual excuse. Just went to do a little warm-up. While all those fools swarm the Dragon Bone Tower, This is our golden chance to move out. His eyes lock onto the path ahead. Hearing his words, Gu Shue stands off to the side, completely taken aback. A little warm-up? Brother Su charging into the mystic realm first definitely has a hidden meaning. Could he be the legendary monster who just shattered the tower? But Qianlong is far from thrilled. He fiercely criticizes Su Ping. You just abused the captain's favor to do whatever you want. You are an absolute headache to deal with. Elder Ming slowly strokes his long beard, a wicked glint in his old eyes as he advises the furious man. Patience, young one. Do not rush. Later on, we will find the perfect chance to threaten him. We will teach him who really runs this team. Soon after, Baiken's squad arrives at Dragonscale Continent number 92, a desolate landscape overflowing with boiling magma. Acting as the true leader, Baiken begins assigning their crucial combat roles. Elder Ming, you will take absolute control of the ground operations. Little Shui, you secure the skies above. Receiving her orders, she gracefully waves her hand, tearing open a spatial rift for her spirit beast. Come forth, holy leaf bird. Elder Ming smirks confidently. No problem at all. I am counting on you. Earth Fire Eye Dark Beast. Following their lead, Su Ping casually steps forward. A terrifying aura pulses as another spirit beast materializes. Let us see your new devastating abilities, Dark Dragon Hound. Seeing this absolute mockery, the old man's face twists in pure rage. Little brother, what is the meaning of summoning a level 7 bloodline mutt? My level 9 Earthfire beast already has ground scouting locked down. Do you not trust my legendary beast? Completely ignoring Elder Ming's tantrum, Su Ping gently strokes his loyal companion, Dark Dragon Hound. Listen closely and see if those targets are lurking nearby. Qianlong sneers, his voice dripping with absolute contempt. You really should just put that thing away. Your hound is way too massive. It is completely useless for a stealth scouting mission. Besides, we are standing in a deadly, secret realm. This isn't your average, run-of-the-mill wasteland. Did you bring a pathetic rank 6 pet here just to play the clown? But right then, the Dark Dragon Hound unleashed a low, menacing growl. Catching the signal, Su Ping smirked. I knew something was out there. Captain, we have hostiles approaching. Beishan flinched, his eyes darting around. What did you just say? Elder Ming sneered, completely dismissing the warning. Enemies? Preposterous. To prove the boy wrong, the old man barked a command. Earth Fire Shadow Beast, use Earth Listening Art. As the spirit beast pressed its senses to the ground, Bacon anxiously demanded, Well? What do you hear? Who is attacking us? Elder Ming shot Su Ping a look of absolute disgust. There are no enemies here. This brat is just spewing absolute nonsense. Gu Shue stepped up from behind, shaking her head. Captain, my holy flamebird hasn't detected a single anomaly either. Qianlong seized the chance to mock him, his eyes dripping with disdain. Su Ping, are you just trying to act tough to impress us? Look around you. Do you honestly think anyone buys your pathetic lies? But the mockery died in their throats. Exactly as Su Ping predicted, a terrifying shadow blotted out the distant horizon. Serpentine monstrosities were charging straight at them. Suddenly sensing the overwhelming killing intent, both scout pets shrieked in absolute terror. Gu Shui and Elder Ming froze, the color draining from their faces as they stared at their panicked beasts. The Holy Flame Bird and the Earth Fire Shadow Beast cowered in fear. A massive swarm of demonic beasts, numbering in the thousands, blotted out the sky. They were swarming toward the team like a plague of locusts. It was a swarm of wind-winged serpents. The sheer scale of the nightmare left the entire squad paralyzed with dread. How did they get so close without a single warning? Baiken snapped out of his shock and roared at the top of his lungs. Damn it, the threat level of a swarm this size is at least rank 9. With their escape routes completely sealed off, he made a split-second, desperate decision. There is no running from this. Entire squad, prepare for battle. Space distorted as his primary battle pet materialized. The demonic evil beast. A terrifying creature with a rank 9 bloodline, boasting a lower rank 9 combat power. Standing his ground, Baiken issued rapid-fire commands. Qianlong, command your Earth Giant Dragon to cast a defensive barrier around the battle pet warriors. He quickly formulated the ultimate survival formation. All remaining battle pets, rally behind my demonic evil beast and meet the enemy head-on. The squad roared in absolute unison. Understood. One after another, dazzling summoning arrays lit up the darkened battlefield. Gu Shui summoned her Holy Flame Bird, a majestic creature with a rank 8 bloodline and mid-level rank 8 combat power. Qianlong unleashed his Earth Giant Dragon, a colossal beast with a rank 8 bloodline and low-level rank 8 combat power. Elder Ming called forth his Flame Guard, an imposing entity radiating a rank 9 bloodline and low-level rank 9 combat power. And finally, Chenshan deployed his Scaled Spear Beast, a ferocious monster boasting a rank 8 bloodline and peak-level rank 8 combat power. Following the captain's roaring command, the earth giant dragon slammed its massive claws into the ground. Giant boulders erupted from the earth, encasing the squad within a 4-layer earth sanctuary. As Su Ping and the team were sealed inside the absolute defense, the battle pets braced for the incoming slaughter. Suddenly, a look of sheer panic flashed across Gu Shui's face. "Wait! Stop!" she screamed. "Instructor Su's dark dragon hound is still trapped outside." Glancing over his shoulder, Chen Long offered a cold, dismissive smirk. "What are you so scared of? We have 2 heavy-hitting rank 9 beasts holding the front line," he sneered at Su Ping. "As long as that stupid mutt doesn't act as brain-dead as its master, it will survive just fine." But Gu Shui's heart continued to pound against her ribs. The dread gnawing at her soul simply would not fade. "No, this is wrong. That swarm of wind-winged serpents is overwhelmingly massive. The hound has nowhere to hide," she pleaded. "Open the barrier and let it in." Annoyance flared in Qianlong's eyes as he snapped back at her. "That is so easy for you to say. If we drop the Earth Sanctuary now, those monstrous serpents will swarm right in." He pointed a furious finger outside. "Are you seriously asking us to risk all of our lives, just for a pathetic rank 7 pet?" Hearing this, Chen Shan immediately stepped forward, his voice ringing with righteous conviction. "It absolutely is worth it. That dark dragon hound was the only one sharp enough to sense this ambush." He pounded a fist against his chest, refusing to back down. "Moreover, Boss Su is our benefactor. We owe him our lives. My scaled spear beast will hold the line and protect the opening. Captain, I beg you, open the Earth Sanctuary." Watching this heated exchange, Su Ping finally looked up. A faint, appreciative smile played on his lips. "There is no need for that, but I humbly accept your good intentions." His voice was impossibly calm, completely unfazed by the apocalyptic swarm outside. "Everyone, just relax. My dog might just be an impure mongrel, and it might only have a little bit of combat power." Su Ping shifted his gaze to Chen Long, a chilling smirk forming on his face. "But if we slaughter their alpha right now, the rest of this pathetic swarm will instantly break and scatter." He cracked his knuckles. "So we might as well go all in and play for keeps." Hearing this sheer arrogance, Chen Long's face twisted into a furious scowl. Elder Ming placed a heavy hand on Chen Long's trembling shoulder, letting out a dark chuckle. "Calm down, boy. This arrogant fool is nothing but empty bravado. A mere dark dragon hound with a rank 7 bloodline maxes out at peak rank 7 combat power." The old man stroked his beard, his eyes filled with malicious glee. "Standing outside against a rank 9 swarm? That worthless mutt has probably been ripped to bloody shreds by now." Chen Long nodded viciously, entirely agreeing. "Perfect. Losing his pet will finally shatter his inflated ego." Without wasting another breath, the elder activated his astral energy, summoning his Earthfire Shadow Beast once more. Blending into the very shadows, the beast materialized with a series of low, guttural growls. Watching closely from the side, Gu Shui's eyes widened. She immediately recognized it as a high-tier stealth enhancement skill. Suddenly, a massive, transparent viewing pane materialized right through the thick walls of the Earth Sanctuary. Seeing the utter shock on their faces, Elder Ming puffed out his chest with sheer pride. "That is right. I have cast a visual cloak over the Earth Sanctuary. Now, we get a front-row seat to the slaughter outside." The apocalyptic scene beyond the barrier was pure, unadulterated chaos. Captain Baikon's demonic evil beast was tearing through the serpentine swarm with devastating brutality. The rest of the battle pets had unleashed a barrage of ferocious, earth-shattering attacks. Safe inside the bunker, Gu Shui frantically scanned the war zone for Su Ping's pet. "Wait, where is the dark dragon hound?" Her voice trembled with horror. "Don't tell me it was already ripped to bloody pieces?" But Chen Shan suddenly thrust a trembling finger toward the horizon. "No, look over there." Deep within the overwhelming ocean of monsters, a blinding, defiant light pierced through the darkness. He grabbed her arm in absolute disbelief. "Do you see that? Right in the dead center of the swarm. There is a massive sphere of light." Brushing her hair aside, Gu Shui squinted into the chaos and gasped in pure shock. "By the heavens, it's actually him!" Against all absolute odds, the Dark Dragon Hound was not just alive. It was standing its ground, locked in a brutal deathmatch against the endless swarm. Staring at the majestic beast, her mind completely short-circuited. Wait, is that brilliant light a high-tier defensive barrier? The jaws of all 5 elite warriors practically hit the floor. Gu Shui stood absolutely paralyzed, her worldview shattering into a million pieces. This is impossible. How is a mere rank 7 astral pet casually surviving inside a rank 9 execution swarm? Chen Long swallowed hard, his arrogant facade completely crumbling, and he had the absolute nerve to say it only had a little combat power. But just then, the battlefield trembled. The supreme alpha of the swarm had finally descended, the wind-winged azure serpent lord. a terrifying apex predator boasting peak rank 8 power. Coiling its massive bladed tail, it launched a devastating blinding strike straight at the dark dragon hound. Boom! The earth-shattering impact pulverized the ground into fine dust. The entire squad held their breath, expecting a bloodbath. But as the smoke cleared, the impossible happened. The dark dragon hound hadn't moved a single inch. It stood proudly inside its radiant barrier, completely unscathed by the lethal blow. Elder Ming and Qianlong stared with absolute, soul-crushing terror. This is madness. The hound's defensive power was simply out of this world. Trembling, Qianlong could only force out a single thought. Its defense feels even more impenetrable than my great earth dragon. The dark dragon hound crouched low, gathering explosive momentum. It launched straight at the alpha's back. A razor-sharp claw slashed out, but it only left a shallow scratch on the wind-winged beast's hide. Watching from the sidelines, Qianlong instantly underestimated the hound. A direct hit, and barely a scratch? He scoffed inwardly. So this dark dragon hound is nothing but a walking shield. No wonder its shell is so thick. At least my great earth dragon has actual attack power. But suddenly, the wind-winged beast's eyes bulged in absolute terror, and it let out an agonizing screech. The massive creature plummeted from the sky. It crashed into the earth, spewing foul green liquid from its jaws. Its entire body convulsed violently, turning a sickly shade of purple. White foam bubbled from its mouth as it let out pitiful groans. Elder Min gasped in pure shock. It's highly toxic poison. Qianlong stood, completely frozen. Impenetrable armor was one thing. But to possess such lethal venom too? They were both left speechless. This hound was absolutely heaven-defying. Without wasting a single breath, the dark dragon hound launched another brutal assault. It tore through the wind-winged beast's flesh, sending a fountain of blood erupting into the air. Watching his battle pet dominate, Tubin smirked to himself. Back in the Dragon King's breeding ground, they had slaughtered monsters far more terrifying than this. To be honest, his dark dragon hound could have wiped out this trash all on its own. Let us wrap this up quickly, he thought. With a final, devastating strike, the hound finished the alpha off, unleashing a deafening, draconic roar. The enemy pack had lost their king. Like a snake without a head, the remaining beasts scattered in blind panic. The exploration team erupted into triumphant cheers. Not a single person was injured. It was a flawless, absolute victory. Back then could not stop showering praises. Your dark dragon hound is insanely powerful. Qianlong hurried over, his face flashing an awkward, apologetic smile. Brother two, you really kept us in the dark, did you not? He immediately began kissing up to him. Your battle pet is a peerless masterpiece. Tubin casually picked his ear. His voice sounded polite, but dripped with unmistakable sarcasm. It is just all right, I guess, only mid-tier aptitude. Elder Min raised his hands in absolute surrender. Brother two, you are far too modest. If that god-tier hound is only mid-tier, then our pets must be the absolute lowest trash. Right at that moment, a system prompt materialized in Tubin's vision. Target appraised. Earth Fire-Eyed Dark Beast. Attributes: Earth and Fire. Bloodline limit, level 9. Current combat power, mid-tier level 7. Abilities: Stealth Concealment, Windfire Steps, Lightning Dash, and 10-mile Soul Chase. Overall aptitude, inferior grade. Literally worse than the lowest tier. Tubin froze on the spot. Wait, it really is worse than trash? He realized the old man was actually overestimating his own pet. Suddenly, the hound trotted back, carrying a mouthful of glowing eggs. Transun jumped back in shock, shouting at the top of his lungs. Those are the wind-winged beast's unhatched larvae. Seeing the hound sniffing the glowing orbs with intense interest, Qianlong quickly explained the situation. These larvae are completely unformed. They have absorbed all the pure, undiluted essence from their mother. If a battle pet consumes them, it acts as a supreme, heaven-sent supplement. Elder Min nodded in deep admiration. Brother Two's hound discovered them, and it single-handedly slaughtered the alpha. It has every right to claim this treasure. Tubin calmly held a shimmering scale in his hand. Showing the true magnanimity of an expert, he tossed them a precious Keelan scale, an artifact normally used for absolute stealth. This would fetch a sky-high price on the market. If you do not mind, take it and put it to good use. Hearing those words, the two men exchanged a bewildered glance. Qianlong whispered under his breath, "What is the deal with this guy? He is not punishing us for doubting him, and he is even sharing the spoils of war?" Elder Min's eyes flickered with deep caution. This young man's true power is an absolutely bottomless abyss. We must never become his enemies. Let us use this chance to build a golden bridge between us. Qianlong swallowed hard and nodded. My thoughts exactly. Reaching a silent agreement, the two men bowed deeply to Tubin, cupping their hands in utmost reverence. We are eternally grateful, Brother 2. We will humbly accept your gift. Tranlong swore that if Tabin ever needed anything, he only had to give the word. Tabin gave a casual, approving nod. Very well. Unrolling a weathered map, Bak then pointed his finger straight toward the unforgiving north. There is a massive cave system right here. He tapped heavily on a specific, red-marked location. This is our final destination. Elder Min and Tranlong nodded in solemn agreement. Perfect. At this pace, we will arrive by dawn tomorrow. Squinting at the map from a distance, Tubin's mind began to race. He instantly recognized that exact location. In the Dragon King's legacy, there truly was a supreme secret treasure hidden there. But wait, this massive continent should hold several ancient caches, so why was there only one single marker on this parchment? Striding over to Bakthan, he locked eyes with the captain. Did you draw this map yourself? Bak then laughed, completely transparent with his new ally. Are you kidding? I spent an absolute fortune to buy this from a merchant. Why do you ask, Brother 2? Is something wrong? Feeling the entire group's eyes burning into him, Tabin quickly deflected. No, it is nothing. I just find the treasure's isolated location to be incredibly strange. Hearing this, Bakthan threw his head back and roared with laughter. Haha, the only strange thing in a secret realm is whether you are fast enough to snatch the loot. Tranlong chimed in with an arrogant grin. Exactly, Brother 2. It is a dog-eat-dog world in here. For all we know, by the time this map was drawn, all the other caches had already been plundered bare. Tabin remained completely silent, his sharp mind calculating 1,000 different variables. The very next day, looming before them was an ominous cavern, carved straight into a jagged cliffside. As the team cautiously crept toward the dark abyss, a sudden voice shattered the silence. Halt! Do not take another step. Tabin threw his arm out, physically blocking Bakthan's path. There is a level 9 catastrophe beast lurking inside. Bakthan's jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. Brother 2, we have not even crossed the threshold. How could you possibly know that? Tabin offered a mysterious, unbothered smile. Because we have already arrived, obviously, he stated coolly. But inwardly, his mind was working at lightning speed. Even though I have not been in the Dragonbone Tower very long, I might not have memorized every single pebble, but I definitely know exactly where every elite monster spawns. He threw a sideways glance at the trembling squad. What? Does my Dark Dragon Hound's terrifying instinct still not give you enough peace of mind? Bakthan rubbed his chin, cold sweat forming on his brow. He is right. If not for his god-tier hound earlier, that wind-winged pack would have ambushed us. Having you on this team is an absolute blessing. Trailing from behind, Transun gritted his teeth in pure frustration. Damn it all. Another level 9 nightmare? Hearing Tabin's absolute certainty, Koktuyet was already drenched in terrified sweat. The wind-winged pack we faced had the combined threat of a level 9. But individually, they were only level 7 or 8. The monster lurking in this cave is a terrifying level 9. And worse, we are walking into its territory completely blind. Elder Ming shared her grim expression. The danger level just spiked. Even with Brother Tabin's overpowered battle pet, crushing the snake's head in the dark is nearly impossible. But Captain Bakthan smiled with absolute confidence. If we cannot crush the snake in the dark, we force the snake out of its hole. Transun's eyes lit up at the brilliant strategy. Perfect. We set a lethal trap right at the entrance. The moment that beast pokes its head out, we blast it to oblivion. Tranlong cracked his knuckles, battle intent surging. I like that plan. Let us get to work. Erupt, Great Earth Extreme Dragon. With a mighty roar, his colossal spiritual beast materialized. Using its ultimate earth manipulation, massive boulders of condensed stone rose from the trembling ground. Not missing a beat, Koktuyet summoned her holy leaf bird, cast blazing outer garment. Instantly, searing flames wrapped around the giant earth spheres, turning them into blazing meteors. The rest of the team unleashed their beasts in perfect sync. Invisible Lizard, activate stealth mode. The fiery trap vanished into thin air. Transun turned to Bakthan, giving the signal. Captain, the ambush is set and ready. Now, we just wait for the prey. We cannot afford to wait, Bakthan declared. I am going inside to drag it out. Transun gasped in horror. Draw it out yourself? Captain, that is suicide. Staring into the pitch-black abyss, Bakthan reassured his men. Did you forget? I possess a level 9 demonic evil beast. I will be fine. If we wait out here, we will not even know if the target is truly inside. Besides, the other elite factions must have already started entering the Dragon-scale continent. If we waste time, we will lose everything. Transun hesitated, but then, heavy footsteps echoed from behind. It was Tabin. Do not worry, I am going with him. The entire team froze in shock. Boss Tabin? Bakthan's eyes widened, then he nodded eagerly. With Brother Tabin by my side, my mind is completely at ease. Side by side, the two powerhouses stepped into the suffocating darkness of the cavern. Activating his energy shield, Bakthan glanced at his companion. Brother Tabin, the toxic miasma here is lethal. Your physical body cannot resist this poison yet. You should wait outside. You already secured the first pick of the treasures. There is absolutely no need for you to risk your life. Tabin simply raised a hand, casually channeling his aura. Relax. I possess the primal protection armor. Any poison level 8 or below is completely useless against me. Suddenly, Tabin's gaze turned razor sharp. But tell me, Captain, I heard you gave up your first 3 treasure picks for this expedition. That never made sense to me. And now, you are diving headfirst into a deadly trap all by yourself. I highly doubt a veteran leader is simply acting out of pure selflessness. Stopping in his tracks, Tabin demanded answers. Since it is just the two of us, tell me the truth. Bakthan paused, a bitter chuckle escaping his lips. Haha, as expected, I truly cannot hide anything from your piercing eyes. The captain finally confessed his ultimate goal. Hidden deep within this cave is a legendary star meteor spiritual tree. Its fruit can awaken the hidden potential of any battle pet warrior level 8 or below. It completely purifies the mortal body, forging a perfect vessel. It guarantees a breakthrough to the next major realm. It is a peerless supreme treasure, and I must obtain it at all costs. The puzzle pieces finally clicked together in Tabin's mind. So, you sacrificed your 3 treasure picks and risked your life, just for a chance to claim this divine fruit? Bakthan's aura suddenly grew terrifyingly heavy. Exactly. A tragic memory flashed before his eyes. A fragile girl hooked to life support. Brother Tabin, there are some secrets you are better off not digging into. His voice hardened with absolute resolve. I will secure that spiritual tree. His eyes blazed with desperate determination as he issued a grim warning. If you try to take it from me, even though you saved Transun and Tutuye, I will not hesitate to strike you down. Tabin simply stroked his chin, an amused smirk playing on his lips. So that is his master plan. The star meteor fruit is basically a cheap knockoff of the system's origin power pill. All this drama for such an ordinary item, but to a native of this world like him, it is an absolute game changer. It seems Captain Ni Cheng Kong is not a bad guy after all. Since he is not after anything truly valuable to me, I might as well lend a hand. Breaking the tension, Tabin spoke up. I have zero interest in your precious fruit, but I should probably warn you about what is guarding it. The beast lurking ahead is a superior level 9 subdragon, the Flamescale Blood Dragon. It is incredibly cunning and specializes in devastating mental attacks. If you march in there expecting a physical brawl, your brain will be fried instantly. A cold sweat broke out on Bakthan's forehead. What? A superior level 9? And it uses the most dangerous mental assaults? How in the world do you know these exact details? Just how many monstrous secrets are you hiding? Tabin threw his own words right back at him. Captain Ni, there are some secrets you are better off not digging into. Bottom line, if you want your fruit, follow my lead. With a casual swing, Tabin shattered a massive boulder to dust. Bakthan gasped in pure disbelief. Wait, is that the legendary treasure? The soul suppression lamp. Tabin casually explained its divine properties. It completely nullifies the majority of spiritual and mental attacks. The captain was left speechless. His jaw practically hit the floor as he stammered. How did you know this divine artifact was hidden right here? Staring at the glowing lamp, Tabin smiled knowingly. Because I have cleared this dungeon before. Such an overpowered artifact can only be used within the Dragon King's legacy grounds. It cannot be taken outside. Turning back to the shocked captain, he gave a one-word answer. Secret. Gripping the mystical lamp, Tabin smirked. Let us move. With this, grabbing your fruit will be a walk in the park. But suddenly, the entire cavern violently quaked. They braced themselves, expecting an ambush. Tabin narrowed his eyes. Wait, it is bypassing us. Meanwhile, outside the cave entrance, a colossal, nightmarish dragon erupted from the shadows. Panic broke out as someone screamed, "The trap failed! We are under attack!" The terrifying beast completely blocked their only escape route, but the true nightmare was standing right on top of the dragon. It was Tran Long. His eyes glowed with the eerie, blood-red light of absolute mind control. Meanwhile, in another sector of the deadly wilderness, the perfect opening is now. Earth giant beast, use falling rock. A captain bellows furiously. Die, you monster. Beside him, Elder Ming unleashes his killing intent. Sickle guard, slaughter it. Massive boulders wrapped in scorching hellfire rain down upon the trapped beast. Before the creature can even muster a desperate defense, the sickle guard phases through the shadows to deliver a blinding barrage of strikes. A ruthless blade gouges straight into the dragon's eye. It thrashes and shrieks in absolute agony as a river of blood paints the earth. The sickle guard shows no mercy, tearing through scale and bone with a devastating horizontal execution. A geyser of crimson erupts into the sky. The beast's colossal head is cleanly severed from its neck, its final, ear-piercing scream echoing into the void. The terror of the cave is finally dead. Deep within the cavern's maw, Bei Chen and Su Ping slowly emerge into the light. The entire landscape around them is dyed a horrific, glorious blood red. Outside, 4 exhausted hunters turn to Chen Long with pure ecstasy in their eyes. "Captain, we actually did it!" Ju Shui waves her blood-soaked hands frantically, tears of joy streaming down her face. "Look, we finally killed the absolute nightmare." The horrific scene before him makes his brow furrow. Damn it, is he still one step too late? Beside him, Bei Chen stands completely paralyzed, stammering in shock. What? What in the world are you all doing? It turns out, every single battle pet has already been slaughtered. Hearing this, Chen Long is utterly bewildered, quickly asking, "Captain, what are you talking about? Didn't we already?" But the truth is terrifying. The gem embedded in the dragon's skull is the culprit, instantly wiping out all the level 9 monsters. The beast's jaw unhinges in a deafening roar, blasting magical energy from its glowing gem. This demonic illusion turns the crew into mindless puppets, while the captain stands trapped inside his protective barrier. Bei Chen curses under his breath. "Damn it, it is a grand illusion art. How dare you make my subordinates slaughter each other?" Su Ping tightly grips his artifact and shouts out, "Come forth, demonic beast." At the same time, he issues a stern warning to the captain. "Do not step outside the soul suppression lamp's barrier, or we will end up just like them." Hearing the absolute authority in his voice, Bei Chen immediately agrees. "Understood." But then, the Reaper Guard suddenly lunges. It swings its massive weapon directly at the 4 puppets in front of them. Luckily, a loud clash rings out. Bei Chen's magical beast perfectly blocks the fatal strike. Raising the glowing lamp high into the air, the main character urges him on. "Captain, use this chance. Expand the soul suppression lamp." Bei Chen instantly follows the command. Got it. A blinding circle of protection rapidly expands outwards. Freed from the mind control, the 4 team members collapse, clutching their heads in pure agony. "Ah, my head is splitting. What just happened?" "Our battle pets. They are all dead." Elder Ming spits out a furious curse. "That absolute bastard." Leaping down from above, Bei Chen rushes over to check on them. "Are you all right? Stay entirely within the soul suppression lamp's range." Su Ping hoists the artifact even higher, his voice cutting through the chaos to command the squad. "Everyone, pour your energy into the lamp right now. Expanding the barrier is the only way to shatter this illusion." Without a second thought, the team unites their power. But lurking in the shadows, a massive monster raises a venomous, barbed tail, locking its sights right on them. Spotting the lethal threat, Chen Long's face drains of color as he screams. "Hey, things are looking real bad. Bei Chen's beast is barely holding the line outside, and we are stuck inside this barrier." He desperately warns the main character, Brother Su, "Watch out." A toxic spike shoots forward like lightning. In a split second, Chen Long throws himself in front of Su Ping, activating his star shield. Su Ping's eyes go wide. "Chen Long." The entire squad frantically summons their defensive shields. Bei Chen roars at the top of his lungs, "Protect the soul suppression lamp." Catching the falling man, Bei Chen's eyes blaze with fury. Who the hell is hiding out there? "Show yourselves." A short distance away, a hidden squad observes their desperation. Haha, the destructive power of the star-shattering strike really is not bad, is it? The newcomer is none other than Ji-Ta. He is the level 8 vice-captain of the venomous snake squad, fighting alongside his upper-tier level 8 sniper scorpion. A sinister smirk twists his face. "Sorry about this, but the boss gave absolute orders." Pierced by the fatal, venomous spike, Bei Chen's body trembles violently. "We cannot let you kill the flame-scaled blood dragon." Squinting through the pain, the captain recognizes the venomous snake squad. "We have no grudges against you. Why go to such lengths to scheme against us?" Ji-Ta taps his forehead, his malicious laughter echoing. "Scheme? Ha ha ha. You are at death's door and still have no clue? How pathetic." He mockingly brings up the past. "Take a good, hard look. How do you think trash like you managed to get that map?" Those words hit Bei Chen like a physical blow. The devastating truth sends him reeling. That treasure map. Flashing back to the map's discovery, all the pieces click into place for Bei Chen. Could it be, from the very beginning, you intentionally lured us right into the flame-scaled blood dragon's den? Seeing the despair wash over the captain's face, Ji-Ta lays all his cards on the table. "Ha, figuring it out now is way too late." Ji-Ta slowly gloats over their doom. "A secret realm treasure map is a priceless artifact. Did you really think your pocket change could buy it? Just be good little baits for the dragon." Refusing to waste his breath, Su Ping's expression darkens as he summons his power. The little skeleton materializes with a sharp clack. Seeing the tiny undead, Ji-Ta bursts into arrogant laughter. What exactly is your master plan? Before you even get the chance to fight me, your pathetic squad will be eaten alive. Su Ping simply waves his hand, commanding a mid-level beast-catching ring. Go. A brilliant beam of light shoots straight at the roaring dragon. Capture it. A flurry of heavy chains erupts, wrapping around the beast amidst its heaven-shaking roars. The impossible sight leaves Jita's jaw on the floor, his mind short-circuiting. What the hell is that thing? I cannot believe he actually pinned it down. He screams out in pure panic. The colossal, level 9, flame-scaled blood dragon is now completely bound by unbreakable chains, stripped of any escape, and then, in the blink of an eye, the titanic beast completely vanishes into thin air. Covered in fresh wounds, Gu Shui and Chen Shan erupt into joyous cheers. The flame-scaled blood dragon is gone. Meanwhile, Jita stands absolutely paralyzed, his eyes bulging out of his head. Floating effortlessly in midair, Su Ping looks down at them and asks coldly, "Are you all just going to stand there? Do you not plan on stopping me?" The main character's face is completely devoid of emotion as he rushes them. "Hurry it up." The enemy squad stares back in sheer terror. One of the grunts, realizing the horrifying truth, stammers out. "Flight through the air. Does the Bei Chen squad actually have a supreme level 9 existence?" Another enemy flinches, shivering in fear. "And he is so damn young. This does not match the intel at all. Damn it, we messed with a terrifying big shot." Glaring at his trembling subordinates, Jita shouts in furious desperation. "What the hell are you so afraid of?" He continues his arrogant bluff. "So what if he has a supreme title? Are you blind? He only has one single skeleton. Sniper, Scorpion, wipe them all out." The man still wears a sickly, arrogant smirk. "I do not buy it for a second," pointing a mocking finger directly at Su Ping. He brags that he can handle this all by himself. His mindless lackeys immediately cheer in agreement. "You show him, Captain," they shout. But sadly for him, those pathetic cheers are the very last sounds he will ever hear. A blinding flash of steel paints the air red. In a fraction of a second, a single blade severs his head clean off. The executioner is none other than Su Ping. The surrounding demonic scorpions are already completely annihilated by his hand. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, Bei Chen lies battered on the blood-stained ground. His life force is rapidly fading away. Cough. "How are the others doing?" he manages to wheeze out. His voice shakes with every syllable. He is desperately worried about Elder Ming and Chen Long. Chen Shan quickly checks on their fallen comrades, his face grim. They are still not looking good at all. Choking on his own blood, Bei Chen forces his heavy eyes open. "Brother Su," he calls out weakly. Hearing his name over the chaos, Su Ping instantly responds. "I am right here." Like a descending meteor, Su Ping crashes down beside the broken team. He locks eyes with the dying captain, ready to hear his final wish. Bei Chen's face is losing color by the second. Su Ping's mind suddenly flashes back to earlier. When they were fleeing the treacherous cavern, the captain had voiced his darkest fears. "Honestly, I have a terrible feeling about this. If I do not make it out of here alive, could you do me a favor? Promise me you will bring the Starfall Spirit Fruit back to my home." Back then, Su Ping had thrown him a questioning look. "Captain, the Starfall Spirit Fruit is an ultra-rare cultivation material, right?" He pressed further. "If you are dead, what could you possibly need it for?" Bei Chen's hardened expression had softened into a bittersweet smile. "It is for my daughter." The captain's face was etched with desperate hope. Legend says the fruit can forcefully awaken a battle pet warrior's hidden potential. It might just be enough to help her conquer the demonic blight. His gaze was unshakable, carrying the raw weight of a father's love. "I need it to cure her completely." His voice carried years of unspoken regret. "My entire life has been sacrificed to the battlefield. I never had the time to properly raise her. This is the absolute last thing I can do as her father." Snapped back to the brutal reality, Su Ping stares down at Bei Chen. The captain violently coughs up more blood, stammering his final plea. "Brother Su, I leave the rest to you." An apocalyptic aura of pure killing intent erupts from Su Ping. Without another word, he marches straight toward the enemy's cavern. Gu Shui and Chen Shan frantically call out his name in terror. His eyes are sharper than a drawn blade. "Do not worry," he promises coldly. "I will be right back." Deep inside the cave, a dazzling treasure hoard lights up the dark walls. A harsh voice barks orders. "Loot everything. Leave nothing behind." "So this is where those rats are hiding," Su Ping mutters. Up ahead, an enemy scout shouts in frustration. "Captain, this spirit tree is way too massive. We cannot harvest it easily." The leader sneers in utter disgust. "You useless fools. This man is none other than the captain of the Venom Evil battle team. An elite powerhouse boasting a terrifying level 8 upper-tier combat ranking. He refuses to play fair. Do I have to spell it out for you? Pluck the fruits, then chop the damn tree down. If we cannot have it, nobody else gets to either." A greedy underling eagerly grabs his battle axe. Haha! The captain is an absolute genius. But before he can take a single step, a blinding streak of lethal light shoots out from the shadows. It punches straight through his throat. The lackey crumples to the dirt like a broken doll, dead before he even hits the ground. The surrounding mercenaries spin around in pure panic. Who goes there? Fear grips their hearts. Could Bei Chen's squad have somehow survived and tracked them down? Standing over his dead subordinate, Luo Fan immediately dismisses the idea. Absolutely impossible. His face twists in denial. The flame-scale blood dragon guarding the entrance is a level 9 middle-tier beast. Plus, my second-in-command is backing it up. Unless Bei Chen's team suddenly recruited an immortal god, they are already corpses. But as Luo Fan examines the horrific puncture wound, a cold sweat breaks out on his forehead. This level of fatal precision, this has to be the work of a level 9 master. His eyes dart around, desperately raising his guard. He swallows his pride, trembling slightly. I do not know which exalted master has taken a liking to this secret treasure. Please, show yourself. Let us negotiate. My team is willing to surrender half the loot to you. His pathetic offer is answered by the sickening sound of tearing flesh. 2 more of his men drop dead right before his horrified eyes. The remaining survivors shriek in terror, huddling together like frightened sheep. Who the hell is out there? Show yourself. What kind of coward hides in the shadows to assassinate people? Su Ping emerges like a grim reaper. His eyes are devoid of all emotion. Channeling his overwhelming void astral power, he snaps his fingers with a sharp crack. In the blink of an eye, the 5 remaining mercenaries instantly explode into mist. Luo Fan's eyes lock onto him. I found you! Trying to mask his terror with arrogance, the enemy captain roars. I offered you a toast, but you choose to drink poison instead. He frantically orders his strongest spirit beasts to tear the intruder apart, but suddenly, Luo Fan's body completely freezes. Out of thin air, the little skeleton materializes, gifting his ferocious beasts a devastating, single slash. The sheer impossibility of the situation shatters Luo Fan's sanity. His knees hit the ground, his whole body shaking violently. My 2 level 9 lower-tier battle pets, slaughtered in a single second? Realizing he is facing an absolute monster, the color drains entirely from his face. He shamelessly grovels in the dirt. Exalted master, please spare my life. Take every single treasure here. Just let me live. The eerie bone mist slowly drifts apart, revealing Su Ping's menacing silhouette. Luo Fan stammers in absolute dread. Did you not come here to claim the treasure? Did you come here solely to execute us? Refusing to die at the hands of an unknown phantom, the desperate captain tries to fish for answers. Tell me your damn name. At least let me know whose blade is taking my life. But Su Ping has zero patience for dying men's requests. He fires a devastating blast straight through the captain's skull, immediately sending him to hell. His expression remains ice cold. Once I mark someone for death, I do not give them the luxury of closure, he thinks ruthlessly. You are better off dying in endless doubt. With the Venom Evil battle team entirely wiped from existence, the cave falls deathly silent. He casually piles their lifeless bodies into a corner. With a lazy wave of his hand, he commands his fiery spirit beast. Burn them to ash. Leave absolutely no trace behind. Su Ping then walks straight up to the radiant starfall tree, projecting his magical power. Collect. The massive haul vanishes into his inventory. Looking at the unbelievable amount of loot, a dark thought crosses his mind. To think we are already being hunted, and this expedition has only just begun. His gaze shifts slightly, recalling the bloody sacrifice outside. If it was not for Qianlong's squad holding the line with their lives, we might have been completely wiped out. The barren domain has devolved into an absolute slaughterhouse of endless greed. I need to adapt to these brutal new rules, and fast. Later, back at the safety of the Stone Wasteland Sector 7 building, Su Ping turns to the battered survivors. What is your next move? Gu Shui, clutching her bleeding side, answers with a broken voice. We have to go back. We need to give our captain a proper burial. Chen Shan, tightly bandaging his mangled leg, nods heavily. And we must settle the affairs for Elder Ming and Chen Long. He then looks up at Su Ping, his eyes brimming with immense gratitude. Boss Su, we owe you our lives yet again, he sighs, the weight of the tragedy crushing his spirit. I really did not want you to see us in such a pathetic state. Fast forward through the brutal aftermath, the surviving team is left battered. I never expected our casualties to be this catastrophic. I am afraid we cannot continue this expedition anymore. Finally, Chen Shan hastily asks the overpowered youth, Boss Su, do you want to head back with us? The main character flatly refuses. No, we part ways here. I still have some unfinished business. Pointing toward a mystical glowing tree, Su Ping delivers his final instructions. Guard this tree with your lives. Take its fruit, and give it directly to the captain's daughter. Seeing him walk away from a priceless treasure, Chen Shan gasps in utter shock. Boss Su, this is the legendary Starfallen Spirit Tree. Do you really not want it? Suddenly connecting the dots, Gu Shui steps forward to question him. Wait a second. How did you even know the captain had a daughter? But leaving an aura of absolute mystery, Su Ping refuses to answer directly. Little Shui, there is no need to ask. This is the captain's final wish. Can you deliver it or not? Leave it to us, they declare in perfect unison. Hearing their absolute resolve, Tobin's tense shoulders finally relax. All right, he nods. Gesturing toward the glittering pile of remaining loot, Tobin makes his decision. If we sell these treasures, they will fetch a massive fortune. Divide it all among yourselves. Use it to compensate the families of our fallen comrades. His selfless words strike a chord, bringing tears to Kok Tuet's eyes. Instructor To, are you truly walking away from all this wealth? She asks, her voice trembling. Tobin instantly activates his Oscar-worthy acting skills. The captain and Tren Long paid the ultimate price for our survival, he says solemnly. But deep down, his inner merchant is grinning. He already pocketed the most valuable artifact. Giving away the scraps to build up some good karma? That is just smart business. Now, it is time to hunt for the real loot. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoes through the area. Attention all survivors. To exit the dimensional zone, you must bring your acquired treasures to the security checkpoint. Any unverified artifacts will be confiscated. Noticing Tren Sun swaying on his feet, Kok Tuet rushes to his side. Are you holding up okay? Watching his battered teammates prepare to leave, Tobin steps forward. Let me escort you out. At the security checkpoint, inspectors ruthlessly process items on a glowing conveyor belt. Ferocious beast crystal data verified. A robotic voice drones. Grade 6, treasure confirmed. Heavenly Fist martial manual verified. Grade 8 treasure. Black Winterblade verified. Grade 7 treasure. Enchantment talisman verified. Grade 6 treasure. Wind-winged azure scales verified. Grade 7 treasure. Lounging in the VIP section, 3 high-ranking inspectors, Trun An, Hao Lam, and Theo Fong, listen with absolute boredom. Poison Bloodrock verified. Grade 5 treasure. Dark Knight Beast Fang verified. Grade 6 treasure. Prismatic Rainbow Stone verified. Grade 6 treasure. One of the inspectors lets out an obnoxiously loud yawn. Tobin narrows his eyes at the trio. Who are those arrogant jerks, he whispers. Trunson immediately shushes him, his face pale. Keep your voice down. They are the elite supervisors dispatched by the Security Bureau. They practically own this place. The one in the middle is a terrifying Grade 9 powerhouse. His 2 lapdogs are at the absolute peak of Grade 8. Just then, the scanner flashes a blinding red light. Starfall Spirit Tree verified. Grade 9 treasure. Theo Fong jolts upright, his sleepiness instantly vanishing. A Starfall Spirit Tree? Tren An's eyes gleam with pure, unfiltered greed. Wow, you rats actually struck gold. The Grade 9 leader, Hoa Lam, scoffs from the center. Maintain your composure. Tren An chuckles nervously. Haha, of course. But his predatory gaze never leaves the treasure. This little toy isn't bad, Tren An sneers, stepping closer. Name your price. I am buying. Sweating bullets, Tren Son desperately steps in front of the precious sapling. I am so sorry, sir, but this item is strictly not for sale. We can negotiate for anything else. Seeing Tren Son's defiance, Theo Fong's eyes flash with murderous intent. Without warning, he unleashes a brutal kick. Know your place, you filthy trash? Scram, he roars. I am giving you 5 million. Take it and be gone. The 2 inspectors reach greedily for the glowing spiritual fruits. Just one bite, and they can break through to the next realm. But before their dirty fingers can touch the prize, bam! A hand clamps around Theo Fong's wrist like an iron vice. Tobin steps into the fray. Theo Fong's heart skips a beat. Who is this kid? How is he completely neutralizing my strength? Enraged by his own humiliation, he barks, What the hell do you think you are doing? Tobin's eyes are as cold as a frozen abyss. Nothing, he replies with chilling calmness. We are just canceling our exit. He pulls the treasure back. Inspection over. Internally, Tobin is cursing up a storm. Security check. My foot. This is a state-sponsored robbery. To think the official supervisors are nothing but glorified thugs waiting to steal their hard-earned loot. If I had known, I would have tossed everything into my storage space. Turning his back on the corrupt officials, Tobin prepares to walk away. But suddenly, a hostile aura blocks his path. Tren An sneers, cracking his knuckles. And just where do you think you are going? Theo Fong's aura explodes. You are nothing but a lowly insect. Without another word, both peak Grade 8 elites unleash a devastating double punch. We decide when the inspection is over. Boom. The sheer force of the impact sends Tobin flying backward, shattering a reinforced concrete wall into dust. Boss To! Trenson screams in sheer panic. Instructor To! Kok Tuet cries out, her face draining of color. The surrounding crowd erupts into chaos as they swarm the rubble. What is going on? Are they fighting the inspectors? Amidst the settling dust, Tobin casually stands up and brushes the dirt off his shoulders. Relax. I am perfectly fine. Seeing him unhurt, Tren-On masks his shock with bureaucratic arrogance. By the authority of management law, Article 72, Theo Fong proudly finishes the ruling. Any act of obstructing official security personnel grants us the right to use lethal force. In severe cases, we are authorized to execute the offender on the spot. Behind their righteous words, both men share a greedy, telepathic thought. Our golden ticket to grade 9 is right here. We will pry it from your dead hands. Watching Tobin challenge the authorities, the gathered crowd begins to sneer. Look at this fool. Another idiot trying to play the hero against the Bureau. The last guy who tried that got crippled for life. This kid is definitely dead meat. Suddenly, a mercenary in the back narrows his eyes. Wait a minute. Doesn't this guy look strangely familiar? Another survivor gasps in realization. That is the lunatic who crossed the almighty Durang family. If we capture him now, they will reward us beyond our wildest dreams. But right as the tension hits its breaking point, aren't you boys taking things a little too far? A mysterious, echoing voice drifts down from above, freezing everyone in their tracks. Who is there? Show yourself, the crowd murmurs, scanning the rafters. The voice speaks again, dripping with ancient wisdom. Young man, blindly concealing your true power will only invite the annoyance of mediocre fools. Lounging in the hidden observation deck above, a mysterious man takes a lazy sip of his premium wine. He looks down at Tobin with an amused smirk. Show them what you are made of, kid. If you still desire to step into a wider world, just boldly show them your claws. The crowd gasped as someone suddenly recognized the old man's true identity. It was the legendary Blade Sovereign. Holding his ancient wine gourd, the Blade Sovereign chuckled softly. They will automatically clear the path for you. A knowing glint flashed in Su Ping's eyes, fully grasping the old master's words. A wider world, huh? Su Ping muttered under his breath. Thanks for the guidance. Seeing him stand completely still, the thugs lost their patience and charged forward like rabid dogs. What are you spacing out for, kid? But before they could even blink, Su Ping unleashed 2 devastating palm strikes straight at their faces. Taking the brutal hit, they finally realized the terrifying truth. This was a massive concentration of astral power. Boom. Just one casual strike was all it took. Both men were sent flying, crashing face down onto the shattered stone floor in absolute defeat. Tren-On clutched his swollen face in sheer terror. A titled rank expert? Witnessing Su Ping's majestic and overwhelming presence, the surrounding crowd erupted into endless, shocked whispers. He is so young, yet he has already reached rank 9? That is impossible. Even the elite young masters of the 4 great families have not reached upper-tier rank 8 yet. Just what kind of sacred monster is this guy? Ignoring the gossip, Su Ping channeled his aura. The crowd watched in awe as he used invisible magic power to lift the massive treasure tree. Standing casually before his defeated foes, he smoothly absorbed the precious item into the void. This display of raw spatial manipulation left everyone's jaws on the floor. Look at that. It is spatial astral power. Theo Fong's eyes bulged as the tree vanished into thin air. Could he possess a space-type secret treasure? Panic setting in, he exchanged a terrified glance with Tran-On. Space-type secret treasures were legendary artifacts that money simply could not buy. Just what terrifying background does this monster have? Utterly stunned, he completely surrendered to his fate. What else can we do? Damn it all. I thought we scored a massive payday, but who knew we provoked a real big shot? Trembling with fear, the 2 thugs hurriedly scrambled to their feet and approached Su Ping. Tran-On forced a stiff, agonizing smile. We had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Rubbing his bruised chin, Theo Fong frantically chimed in. We were severely disrespectful just now. That slap was a wake-up call, and we entirely deserved the beating. Please forgive us, sir. Su Ping's eyes glowed with a dangerous crimson light, and a chilling smile crept across his face. Forgive you? That slap was just revenge for my friends. His voice dropped to an icy whisper. Now, we settle the actual debt. Terrified, Theo Fong hastily offered a buyout. Then, how about we compensate you with 20 million astral coins? Suddenly, Hoa Lam stepped out from the ruined wall and sternly rejected the offer. How could 20 million astral coins possibly be enough? Each of you will compensate 30 million. Striding forward with absolute authority, he analyzed the dire situation. If word of this disgrace gets out, your cozy seats as security chiefs will vanish instantly. Both thugs froze in absolute shock, recognizing the man before them. Chief Security Inspector? The inspector boiled with furious rage. I gave you freedom, expecting you to keep things quiet. Who knew you would be this foolish? Disgusted, he refused to waste another breath on them. With a fierce glare, Hoa Lam demanded, You two better reflect on your actions and fix your attitudes right now. Hearing this exchange, Su Ping casually waved his hand. No need. Trying to use pocket change to shut me up? Keep dreaming. But then, a practical thought crossed his mind. Upgrading his Battle Pet Store required a massive fortune. Actually, 60 million is acceptable. Pulling up his account code, he demanded the transfer. Fine, hand over the cash. This sudden shift in Su Ping's attitude left the two bruised thugs completely bewildered. Huh? Turning his attention back to Tran Sun and Cook Tuyet, he suggested, "It is safer if I hold onto the spirit tree." Tran Sun suddenly spoke up, his voice heavy with overwhelming guilt. "This is all my fault. My strength just was not enough to stop them from bullying us." Cook Tuyet also lowered her head in shame. "If only I were a little bit stronger. We still had to trouble Teacher Su to save us." Seeing their crushed spirits, Su Ping offered a warm, comforting smile. "I do not blame either of you. Honestly, I never expected this random item to be so highly coveted." With a bright grin, he revealed his master plan. "I have decided to take it back to the shop and plant it myself. Once the captain's daughter is fully cured, we can use it to feed the battle pets. And when you two finally break through to rank 8, I will give you a tree to help you reach rank 9. His casual promise struck them like a bolt of lightning. "Give it to us?" Tran Sun trembled with pure excitement and deep gratitude. "Boss Su, you are way too generous." The scene shifted to a tranquil realm of soaring mountains and flowing rivers. Dragon Scale Continent 98. Su Ping rode atop a majestic beast, surveying the untamed landscape. After a moment, he leaped gracefully from his mount and issued a command. "Dark Dragon Hound, scout the perimeter. I am taking a trip underwater. If anything feels off, summon me immediately." The mighty hound barked in fierce acknowledgement. Splitting up, the beast guarded the shore, while Su Ping dove deep into the murky waters, sinking toward an ancient, hidden underground palace. I remember clearly, there is a peerless secret treasure hidden in these ruins. Swimming deeper into the abyss, Su Ping recalled the legendary artifact. Its power was absolute, capable of moving mountains and parting oceans. He forcefully pushed open the massive stone doors of the submerged tower. "I must admit, they hid this extremely well," he praised with a smirk. Memories flashed through his mind. "If I had not seen this exact location in the Dragon King's legacy, I never would have found it." Floating closer, Su Ping spotted the ancient skeleton of a meditating monk and instantly cheered with joy. "Found it." He darted forward, carefully retrieving the ornate treasure box from the skeletal remains, and eagerly snapped it open. Gripping the universe scroll in his hands, excitement surged through his veins. "This is definitely it. This divine scroll could use astral power to manifest an entire miniature world, functioning much like a high-tier spatial storage ring. Even though it cannot store as much as my system inventory, its true value lies in holding living, breathing creatures. Better yet, its capacity expands alongside the user's astral power. With my current rank 5 strength, I can forge a space 4 times the size of the blue planet. The starfall tree will thrive perfectly inside this realm." But then, back on the rocky shore, the dark dragon hound's ears twitched. The beast's sharp eyes locked onto a strange, hovering spirit creature. The loyal hound immediately unleashed a sharp, warning bark. Hearing the muffled sound from beneath the waves, Su Ping instantly knew the surface had been breached. High above, a mysterious bird was circling, actively scouting the area. Staying submerged in the shadows, Su Ping observed through the water. That is a vision-sharing skill with a battle pet. His eyes narrowed in suspicion. Did someone else already set their sights on this sacred ground? Wait, I remember there is another ultimate treasure here. The legendary Dragon Soul Demon Fruit. That divine fruit grants undead and demon-type pets absolute immunity to fatal damage. For my little skeleton, who relies entirely on reckless offense, it is the perfect power-up. Through their mental link, Su Ping rapidly signaled his hound to track the intruders. "Dark Dragon Hound. Lock onto that bird and hunt down its master. I need to know if those rats have already stolen the undead demon fruit." Receiving the psychic order, the Dark Dragon Hound scratched the earth ferociously, ready to unleash a merciless hunt. The real nightmare for these trespassers was just beginning, somewhere else. 2 figures sprinted desperately across the treetops. The eerie glow of the deadwood forest surrounded them. "Damn it," one cursed. "That bird is clinging to us like a vengeful ghost." It was a rank 8 battle pet. The other man gripped a treasure chest tightly. Panic filled his voice. "Someone is definitely targeting us." Swish! A clean cut severed the branch beneath their feet. "We are dead." They plummeted, but managed a desperate landing on the forest floor. "Who is there?" they cried out. Stepping from the shadows was Feng Quan. His spirit beast loomed beside him. "Why in such a hurry, gentlemen? Did you perhaps stumble upon a little treasure?" The thieves froze. They recognized the terrifying aura of the Tong family. Fear choked their throats. "What do you want?" Nu Yen stepped forward from the distance. Her grace hid a deadly threat. "If you know we are the Tong family, then hand over the item immediately." She gathered her astral energy effortlessly. Hue Fong stood beside her, his expression cold. I would rather not dirty my hands with your blood. Hand over the undead demon fruit. If we had not been delayed by the heavenly bridge rankings. Trash, like you would never have touched it. The two thieves had more courage than common sense. Ignoring Nu Yen's warning, they burst into a sprint. We found this first, one yelled. The 36 stratagems say running is the best choice, the other screamed. But suddenly, a massive phantom hand materialized from thin air. It swallowed both of them entirely. The sheer density of the astral energy left them paralyzed. Hyofeng glared with absolute disdain. You dare to run from me? Are you trying to show off your parlor tricks to a master? With a merciless downward slam, the giant magical hand crushed them into the earth. The thief holding the treasure spat a mouthful of blood. Doing this. Are you not afraid of ruining the Tang family's reputation? Feng Quan scoffed, his hands glowing with power. As long as you two stay quiet forever, there will be no problem. With a casual flick of his wrist, the thief's arm was severed. The treasure chest flew high into the air. Feng Quan reached out to catch his prize. His voice dripped with contempt. Fools. You refused a toast, only to be forced to drink a forfeit. He channeled his magic, raising both hands to secure the chest. But then, a soft, mocking chuckle echoed through the forest. In a fraction of a second, the chest vanished from his hands without a trace. The three Tang family members stood frozen. Feng Quan was left completely dumbfounded. Where did the box go? Swift as a gale, a thread of golden magical energy had reeled the chest away. Sensing the overwhelming danger, Hyofeng instantly shielded Nu Yen. The astral energy is incredibly dense. This is a titled rank master. Young miss, be careful. Boiling with rage, Feng Quan summoned his battle pet. A rank 9 lower-tier beast descended. The Shura evil shadow beast. You dare steal from the Tang family? He roared. Shura beast, tear him apart. The monster lunged, hunting for the thief. Stepping from the shadows, Tabin offered a dangerous smirk. Come and get it. Tabin wasted no time. He commanded his dark dragon hound to cast dragon armor onto his purgatory candle, Dragon Beast. The purgatory dragon erupted with power. Rock-hard scales formed. Bone spikes pierced through. A cloak of roaring flames ignited. Its defense doubled, and its killing intent skyrocketed. The two colossal beasts clashed violently. Waiting for the perfect opening, Tu Bin shouted his command. Mountain-shattering dragon roar. The blast caught the enemy completely off guard. The Shura beast let out a pitiful wail. Feng Quan froze in sheer disbelief. His mighty rank 9 beast. Defeated in an instant? Humiliated, his face turned red. Again, he roared, preparing another summon. Hold on. Hyofeng hastily intervened. He crushed a rank 9 pet in a single exchange. His strength is a bottomless abyss. If you charge in blindly, you will walk right into his trap. Feng Quan stared in shock. Then what do we do? Let him walk away. Hyofeng's astral energy flared violently. He is not going anywhere. The massive phantom hand rematerialized. Taste the wrath of this old man. Hyofeng bellowed. Watching the fatal strike approach, Tabin casually gave an order. Little skeleton. With a seemingly gentle slash from the tiny undead, Hyofeng's supreme technique shattered into nothingness. Tabin tossed the treasure chest in his hand, looking utterly disappointed. Down already? Giving good items to weaklings like you is a tragic waste. His mockery made Feng Quan grind his teeth until they nearly cracked. You bastard! Hyofeng's eyes clouded with pure murder. So young, yet already at the titled rank. If we let him live, he will become a disaster. Kill him without mercy. Unable to swallow his pride, Feng Quan summoned a legion of beasts. You killed my pet at the Dragon Tower. You slipped away then, but let us see you escape this. The Stormtree Spirit King and the Hell Asura beast hit the battlefield. But suddenly, the little skeleton blurred past Feng Quan. Using undead flash, its eye sockets blazed with advanced sword intent. A horrifying slash cleaved the air, passing mere inches from Feng Quan's face. Sensing the fatal threat, Hyofeng grabbed Nu Yen and tackled her to the dirt. Young miss, get down. The single blade wave swallowed the entire forest. Ancient trees were severed in half. Nu Yen was paralyzed with horror. Is this a joke? She trembled, her mind breaking. Such apocalyptic attack power. How could a tiny skeleton possibly do this? Humiliated and enraged, Hyofeng unleashed his absolute power. Astral sword manifestation. Thousands of spectral blades filled the sky. You dare attack the young miss? Die! Pushing past his limits, Hyofeng roared his ultimate technique. 10,000 swords, returning to the origin. A tsunami of astral swords rained down upon Tu Bin. Tu Bin simply gathered energy into his fist. He clicked his tongue in disappointment. I did not get to test this move back at the Dragon Tower. Let us see if this trash can handle it. A towering, terrifying magical avatar manifested behind him. Hyofeng stopped dead in his tracks. What kind of demonic fist technique is that? He stammered, terror gripping his heart. Could it be the divine posture? Tabin pushed his palm forward. Demon suppressing divine palm. First stance. Seal demon. Hyofeng's ultimate magic was instantly evaporated. Desperate, the old man summoned the 9-layer astral shield. But it was useless. Tabin's divine energy pierced straight through his body. Hyofeng coughed up a fountain of blood, sent flying like a broken doll. Nguyen screamed in absolute panic. Elder Feng. The old man choked on his own blood. His strength is an unfathomable abyss. With his last ounce of will, he summoned the Dragon Bamboo King. The beast scooped Nguyen into its mouth for protection. Run. Take the young miss and run. Su Ping was not a man to be trifled with. If she thought escaping was that easy, she was dead wrong. With a flick of his wrist, he ordered his beast to drag her back. The dark dragon hound howled in obedience. Meanwhile, Elder Feng's body dissolved into shadows. The battle is not over, the old man mocked. To look away while facing me, what absolute arrogance. Watching Elder Feng transform into a swirling purple mist, Su Ping's eyes narrowed. He instantly realized the old man's desperate play. It was the Tang family's forbidden art. Right before his eyes, Elder Feng activated the devastating soul-snatching technique. Hidden safely inside her guardian beast, Ruyan watched in absolute horror. Soul-snatching meant sacrificing one's own physical body to steal the vessel of an enemy. It was the ultimate, desperate last resort. He actually pushed Elder Feng this far? She thought, trembling. Manifesting as a horrifying phantom of smoke and bone, Elder Feng shrieked, "I will take your life." Su Ping didn't flinch, commanding his 3 battle pets to charge at once. But as their devastating attacks phased right through him, Elder Feng cackled madly. "Ha ha ha, did you really think physical attacks could stop me now?" The phantom mocked. "Blame your own foolishness for crossing the Tang family." His spectral eyes glowed with pure malice as his massive jaw unhinged to consume Su Ping's soul. "Even if my soul shatters into oblivion, I am dragging you to hell with me. Your body is mine," the old man roared. But Su Ping calmly pulled out an ancient lamp. A brilliant barrier erupted, leaving the phantom wide-eyed in absolute shock. "Why can't I pierce through?" Elder Feng gasped, his ethereal face twisting in confusion. Staring at the glowing treasure in Su Ping's hand, the horrific truth hit him. It was a peak-tier spiritual defense artifact. His rage boiled over. "Curse you, I will butcher you no matter what," the phantom shrieked. Suddenly, a magical array glowed within the jaws of Elder Feng's beast. The massive creature opened its mouth, forcing Ruyan out into the open. A chilling sense of dread washed over her. "What is happening?" Elder Feng's Dragon Bamboo King. "It is trying to devour me?" Panic laced her voice as she desperately commanded. "Get me out of here, right now." Suddenly, a piercing purple beam shattered the ground right in front of Su Ping. Dust and debris rained down. Su Ping just let out a dark chuckle. "Finally decided to show yourself? You little young miss." The smoke cleared. Ruyan sat perched upon the shoulder of the fallen Wing King, a terrifying mid-stage rank 9 beast. In its massive claws, it held the severed tail of Elder Feng's battle pet. Fury blazed in her eyes as she snapped, "Do not call me young miss. Filth like you is unworthy." But then, her voice hitched. Cold sweat dripped down her pale face. I can no longer feel Elder Feng's aura," she realized. A sickening wave of dread crashed into her chest. Glancing at the devastation surrounding the battlefield, she was completely paralyzed by fear. Even a mighty rank 9 master like Elder Feng had fallen. Gripping her power, she screamed in pure desperation. "Who the hell are you? Why are you hunting down our Tong family?" But before she could spit out another word, Su Ping's icy voice cut through the air. "And what about all of you?" He cast a cold glance at the 2 innocents who had just lost their lives to her people. "Why did you slaughter them without a second thought?" Ruyan froze. Recovering her haughty attitude, she slowly sneered. "The strong devour the weak. It is the law of this world. Or what? Are you saying we look like those savage battle pet warriors who slaughter people like stepping on bugs?" Su Ping didn't even blink. A terrifying, mocking grin spread across his face. "Exactly," he whispered coldly. Standing right beside him, the little skeleton's eye sockets burned with sadistic glee. "To me, you are all just chunks of meat, waiting to be butchered." Suddenly, her massive beast let out an agonizing roar. Ruyan whipped her head around, her eyes widening in pure horror. Su Ping's aura alone was suppressing her rank 9 fallen Wing King. Swallowing her pride, she gritted her teeth and yelled, "Spit it out! What do you want? If you spare my life, the Tang family will grant your every desire." Su Ping's smile widened into something truly sinister. "If you want to buy your pathetic life, you need to show some actual sincerity." His dark gaze locked onto her beast. Ruyan trembled. What? What are you planning? Su Ping chuckled softly, his voice dripping with malice. Still standing there? Break your soul contract with it. Now. Ruyan's mind flatlined. Break the contract? Her thoughts spiraled into total chaos. Every battle pet warrior knew the golden rule. Shattering a soul contract would instantly throw the master into a severely weakened state. He just wants to slaughter me while I am defenseless, she realized. Taking a cautious step back, Ruyan forced her face into an icy mask of submission. Fine, she lied through her teeth. I will break the contract. But hidden behind her back, her fingers were already tracing a lethal summoning array. Die! She suddenly shrieked. Fallen Wing King! Wind Howl Wolf! Tear him to shreds! The massive beasts lunged to execute her command. But before they could even breathe on Su Ping, the little skeleton vanished. In a flash of brutal bone-white light, it cleaved the beast's arm clean off. Blood sprayed into the air. Ruyan screamed in absolute fury. You bastard! Unbothered, Su Ping casually pulled out the cosmic scroll. Since you are so eager to throw your life away, let me lend you a hand. The little skeleton's demonic blade danced through the air like a storm of death. In one flawless, devastating strike, both towering beasts were sliced cleanly in half. Su Ping unfurled the glowing cosmic scroll. Devour, he commanded. A terrifying vortex erupted, swallowing Ruyan whole before she could even scream. The world spun violently, spitting her out into a bizarre, endless void. Staring at the empty expanse, realization struck her like lightning. She was trapped inside a spatial artifact. Suddenly, Su Ping's massive face manifested across the sky like an uncaring god. Not bad, right? It is pretty spacious in there, his booming voice echoed. Ruyan's legs gave out completely. She collapsed to the strange floor, her spirit broken. Why? Why didn't you just kill me? She whispered in despair. Su Ping let out a dark, mocking laugh. Oh, you can die whenever you want, but everything in this world has a price. His eyes glinted with calculation. I need to squeeze every drop of value out of you before I end your pathetic life. As she stared up at his godly projection, her eyes locked onto his forehead. She froze. Glowing right there was the legendary symbol, the legacy mark. A hysterical, broken laugh escaped her lips. I finally understand. The monster who shattered all 9 floors of the trial. It was you all along. Ha ha ha, she laughed maniacally. Su Ping instantly slapped a hand over his glowing forehead, his godly aura vanishing as he coughed awkwardly. Haha. What? Is the design that ugly? Ruyan slowly wiped a tear of pure irony from her eye. Staring up at her captor, she spoke with chilling calmness. You are standing at death's door, yet you are completely clueless, aren't you? You are about to become the legendary guardian. You are going to be sacrificed for this entire subcontinent. Su Ping frowned at her cryptic warning. Speak plain English, he demanded coldly. A twisted, beautiful smile bloomed on her face. We are both going to die anyway. So why should I tell you? She whispered softly. Su Ping let out a dangerous chuckle, his patience wearing razor thin. You are literally trapped in the palm of my hand, yet you still dare to act arrogant? If you do not start talking, I will twist your body into a piece of modern art, and I will broadcast your ugly demise across every single continent. I know you are a smart girl, he taunted mercilessly. His shameless threat made Ruyan's face burn with absolute fury. You absolute degenerate demon, she screamed. Su Ping maintained that chilling, sinister smile. You were the ones who forced my hand. Ruyan gritted her teeth, her voice trembling with sheer malice. The one who will hunt you down is a legendary rank battle pet warrior. Yuan Tianchen. He planned to give the Dragonbone Tower's inheritance solely to his granddaughter. That is why every single previous inheritor was mercilessly wiped out. Hearing her desperate threat, Su Ping simply fired back. Then why are your 4 great families still blindly charging in? Are you not afraid of being silenced too? Do not mock us, Ruyan spat back. The 9th floor of the Dragonbone Tower is not something you can casually breach. Besides, we made a blood oath to Lord Yuan. Even if by some miracle we conquer the 9th floor, we will willingly forfeit the right to the inheritance. Otherwise, our entire bloodlines will be eradicated. Having heard enough, Su Ping snapped the Heaven and Earth scroll shut, sealing her away in absolute darkness. Su Ping fell into deep thought. The horrifying truth finally clicked. This entire secret realm was firmly in the palm of that legendary rank monster. He recalled the vice principal's words. The Federation claimed the inner zone was locked down for security reasons, but that was a massive lie. It was merely a smokescreen for Yuan Tianchen to monopolize the realm. His cold gaze swept over the lifeless bodies scattered across the floor. Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast, he commanded. Burn them all to ashes. Su Ping's mind raced with the gravity of the situation. Even the almighty four great families, who ruled this city like gods, were nothing more than obedient dogs fighting for scraps. Standing before the roaring crimson flames, a storm of heavy thoughts raged within Su Ping's mind. True, he had managed to defeat a king-tier battle pet warrior before, but that victory cost him countless brutal resurrections in the system space. This time, the enemy was an unprecedented legendary rank titan. One single misstep would mean absolute destruction. He could not afford to be careless. He analyzed his precarious situation. Even though there were no living witnesses to his triumph, a legendary expert would easily track him down. It was only a matter of time. His ultimate priority was crystal clear. He had to upgrade the shop to level 3 immediately. It was the only way to shield his mother and sister from his own deadly mess. Back at the shop, the waiting crowd erupted the moment Su Ping walked through the doors. "Boss Su is back!" they cheered, swarming him like a tidal wave. "I missed you so much. Please train my battle pet. I want you to train 5 of my pets. Forget him. I need 7 trained." Overwhelmed by their burning enthusiasm, Su Ping awkwardly nodded. All right, calm down. Just line up orderly. Everyone will get their turn." Looking at the lively storefront, a wave of relief washed over him. At least here, everything was still peaceful. A familiar